Chapter 402. Once the truly fire elixir entered his body, Li Fuchen felt his entire body burning up as though he was in magma. At this time, the truly fire pill had not been refined at all. It was only emitting some pill chi. With the 22nd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique circulating, the grand and resplendent Ardent Sun chi circulated around Li Fuchen's body as he started to refine the truly fire elixir. To Li Fuchen's surprise, as the truly fire elixir was gradually refined, the heat on Li Fuchen's body gradually vanished. He was merely feeling a little restless. At the side, Grandmaster Every Youth said, "The truly fire elixir isn't a body-tempering elixir. What it tempers is the bone frame. This is just the beginning. In a while, you will have to endure the pain of your bone frame transforming. Remember, you cannot give up. Otherwise, all your efforts will be for naught." Grandmaster Every Youth had experienced the pain of metamorphosis once. This kind of pain wouldn't lessen with the increase in cultivation level. It also meant to say that the pain of the bone frame metamorphosis that the Earth Shatter realm was enduring was the same as the Heaven Dipper realm, Reincarnation realm, and even the Battle Spirit realm. Only those with tenacious willpower could endure it. Those with unstable foundations and weak willpower wouldn't be able to truly change their fate, even if they had the chance to change their fate, because they wouldn't be able to endure such pain. Fuchen understands. Li Fuchen said. How could Grandmaster Every Youth know that Li Fuchen had already endured the pain of bone frame metamorphosis multiple times? His spirit was extremely powerful, and this amount of pain was far from his limit. Even if the pain was magnified by 10 times, Li Fuchen was confident that he could endure it. Circulating the Ardent Sun Divine Technique at full speed, the truly fire elixir was slowly refined into the depths of Li Fuchen's body. Gradually, a pain that came from the depths of his origin attacked him. This kind of pain didn't need to be transmitted through the nerves, as it was spreading and wreaking havoc within Li Fuchen's body. Moreover, what was different from the past was that this time, there was a burning pain mixed in with the pain. The Li Fire Marrow Cleansing Grass did not cleanse the bone marrow, but the marrow of the bones. Li Fuchen's face twitched a little, but his body didn't move. Your willpower is quite tenacious. Grandmaster Every Youth nodded inwardly. When half of the true Li Fire elixir was refined, Li Fuchen's consciousness suddenly arrived at a strange spatial zone. In this strange space, there was a strange object the size of a little finger. It looked like a root, but not a root, like a bone, but not a bone. Is this the root bone? This was the first time Li Fuchen saw his own bone frame. In the past, he used his awareness to scan his body countless times, but couldn't find the location of the bone frame. Li Fuchen's bone frame had a total of 3 segments. To be exact, 3.5 segments. Moreover, these 3.5 bones were gradually growing towards the 4th. 1 segment should represent 1 star. I am now a 3.5 star bone frame. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Apart from the growth of the root bone, its surface also started to change color. It gradually turned from gray to red. At the same time, streaks of scarlet vein patterns were drawn on the bone frame, looking extremely mysterious. Blazing fire bone frame, blazing fire patterns. With Li Fuchen's intelligence, he had an intuition that in order to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, he might have to start from the blazing flame patterns. Of course, the prerequisite was to activate the blazing flame power. Extraordinary bone frames were revered by special bone frames. It was very easy for special bone frames to activate special powers. As for regular extraordinary bone frames, like the flame bone frame, icy cold bone frame, or soft water bone frame, it was extremely difficult to activate extraordinary powers. One had to reach the reincarnation realm in order to activate the extraordinary powers. The root bone gradually grew from 3.5 segments to 3.5 segments. From 3.5 segments to close to 4 segments. At the same time, the color of the root bone was getting redder, and there were traces of heat spreading out. The blazing fire patterns on the surface were getting more complete and stronger. It was as though there was an invisible hand drawing it. Buzz! When the root bone had grown into 4 segments, the color of the root bone had turned completely red. Li Fuchen's body shivered and felt that his connection with heaven and earth qi was getting closer, especially the blazing fire qi. It was like a magnet that was attracting towards Li Fuchen involuntarily and was fusing into Li Fuchen's body in strands. There were plenty of impurities in the blazing fire qi that were automatically expelled. It seemed like there was a layer of filter on the surface of Li Fuchen's body that was able to filter out most of the impurities. The quality of the root bone determined one's destiny. This saying wasn't just for show. Those with a high root bone frame would naturally have a higher ability to filter the impurities in the qi. As such, they would be able to save a lot of bitter cultivation time and would be able to increase their cultivation levels within a short period of time without having to worry about an unstable foundation. My root bone frame has already reached 4-star. It is time to research what is going on with the extraordinary bone frame. Be it Qi Yuye's Sword Dao bone frame, Wang Heilung's darkness bone frame, Wang Jian's Vajra bone frame, or Lung Feng's saber Dao bone frame, Li Fuchen was a little envious. These people were the true prodigies of the heavens. They didn't need to work hard and were born with innate talents that others didn't have. The blazing fire bone frame might not be as good as a special bone frame, but it was still an extraordinary bone frame. Li Fuchen naturally had to research it. The root bone should have finished transforming. Why haven't I stopped meditating? Grandmaster, every youth felt a little strange. In the strange space, Li Fuchen's consciousness landed on the 4-star blazing firebone frame. The current 4-star blazing firebone frame was like a red tree root or a red jade bone. The blazing fire patterns on it were extremely profound, and with Li Fuchen's perception, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it within a short period of time. The blazing fire patterns contain some mysticism. There is no need to comprehend it for now. I just need to develop the blazing fire power. Li Fuchen's consciousness went deep into the blazing fire bone frame. On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, Grandmaster every youth's eyes were deep and serene. He would only take a glance at Li Fuchen occasionally. When a martial artist cultivated to the battle spirit realm, their lifespan would be as long as 500 years. Grandmaster every youth wasn't even 200 years old this year, and he still had plenty of time to squander. Therefore, he didn't mind wasting this bit of time. In the blink of the eye, a day had passed. When dawn arrived, Grandmaster every youth didn't move at all, and his entire body was like a tree man. Buzz! On the 3rd floor of the pavilion, with Li Fuchen at the center, the void suddenly distorted and a surging heat spread out. Sensing the existence of this heat, Grandmaster every youth's eyes contracted. With his spiritual awareness, how could he not sense that this wasn't a qi movement, but a more primitive and purer power that was awakening? This is the blazing fire power. Grandmaster every youth stared at Li Fuchen with eyes of astonishment. Very few people knew that the possessors of the extraordinary bone frames will be able to see their own extraordinary bone frames at the Heaven Dipper realm. Back then, he was just a 6-star normal bone frame. After consuming an extremely precious elixir, his bone frame's attribute transformed into the greenwood attribute. From then on, he was able to see his own bone frame and was able to activate the greenwood power. He was blessed by the heavens on the path of elixir refinement. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, he had awakened the greenwood divine ability. He was able to control the life and death of plants, allowing herbs to grow faster, and he could even recover from his injuries. Even fatal injuries would be instantly healed. He, Grandmaster every youth, wasn't just a concoction Grandmaster. In terms of overall strength, he was ranked in the top few dozen in the Violet Flower Kingdom. His survivability was even more astounding. He was once pursued by a top 20 pinnacle master on the master rankings and was still able to escape unfettered. Therefore, he knew clearly that it was impossible for a normal extraordinary bone frame to activate the extraordinary power at the Heaven Dipper realm. He was only able to activate the greenwood power when he was at the high levels of reincarnation realm. When he was at the battle spirit realm, he awakened the greenwood divine ability. He had never heard of anyone being able to activate the extraordinary power at the Heaven Dipper realm. It was a known fact that the difference between a normal extraordinary bone frame and a special bone frame was like the difference between heaven and earth. A special bone frame would cause the body's special power to surge, let alone the heaven dipper realm. Even the earth shatter realm will be able to activate the special power easily. It was just like the ocean. When the waves were surging, the seawater would easily overflow and drown the beach and the reefs. A normal extraordinary bone frame would only be considered a lake. In normal situations, the lake water wouldn't be able to overflow. Only when one's cultivation reached the reincarnation realm would there be a higher chance of activating the extraordinary power. Let alone Li Fuchen, who is a 4-star blazing bone frame. Even 5-star or 6-star blazing bone frames wouldn't be able to activate the blazing flame power at the Heaven Dipper realm. But Li Fuchen did it. How could Grandmaster Every Youth not be shocked? This young man is truly a peerless talent. Grandmaster Every Youth had a trace of anticipation in his heart. There might be a day in the future where he would have to rely on Li Fuchen. Just this little bit of blazing flame power? Li Fuchen frowned. The 4-star blazing bone frame contained 2 little blazing flame power. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was only 20% to 30% of Lung Feng Saber Dao power. 10% was 10%, and 10% was perfection. Lung Feng's 20% was too little. Something isn't right. The extraordinary power doesn't come from the bone frame. It comes from the blazing flame patterns. The blazing flame patterns absorb the blazing flame power from the void and transmute it into my own blazing flame power. The blazing flame patterns are just like cultivation techniques and can circulate on their own. But if it is circulated by someone, the converted blazing flame power will definitely increase drastically. Li Fuchen didn't need to comprehend the blazing flame patterns and simply directed the blazing flame power to extend along the blazing flame patterns. The blazing flame patterns gradually lit up, and there was a shocking absorption power that burst out. This absorption power didn't affect the heaven and earth chi, as it wasn't absorbing the blazing flame chi within the heaven and earth chi. It was absorbing the blazing flame power from the void. This was a higher class of power that even battle spirit realm experts wouldn't be able to touch. Only the extraordinary bone frame could touch it, creating something out of nothing. In the strange spatial zone where Li Fuchen's bone frame was, the blazing flame power was gradually increasing. It turned from a fist-sized fireball to a head-sized fireball. The color had also turned from pale red to red. Such pure blazing flame power. Li Fuchen lamented. As compared to the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen felt that his ardent sun chi was too heterogeneous. If the blazing flame power was tempered steel, then the ardent sun chi was crude iron ore. The heat is increasing. Grandmaster Every Youth's expression changed again. The blazing flame power produced by the 4-star blazing flame bone frame wouldn't be a lot initially. But extraordinary power wasn't static. As time elapsed, the extraordinary power would automatically increase, but it would take a very long time. But if one grasped the method to increase the extraordinary power, they would be able to shorten the time by 1,000 times. But how could a regular person have the ability to do so? Grandmaster Every Youth was only able to do it when he was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. Could this child be an old monster's possession? Chapter 403. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't an old monster. With the golden amulet, let alone a battle spirit realm master, even a primary sea realm monarch would be dead if they tried to take over Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen was able to activate the blazing flame power and increase his own blazing flame power because of his exceptional awareness. His awareness was comparable to a battle spirit realm master, and it was just a preliminary estimation. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't know what level his awareness was at. It might be at the Battle Spirit Realm Master level, the peak level of Battle Spirit Realm Master, or even the Primary Sea Realm. However, Li Fuchen wasn't a Battle Spirit Realm Master, and his spirit soul didn't have a true spirit. He wasn't able to utilize his awareness to the limits. It was just like a child brandishing a large saber. Without enough strength, the saber wouldn't even move. As the blazing flame power poured into the blazing flame patterns, Li Fuchen involuntarily started to comprehend the mystics of the blazing flame patterns. Time elapsed slowly. Li Fuchen was extremely shocked. The mystics contained within the blazing flame patterns were too profound. Li Fuchen had a feeling that as long as he comprehended 10% of the mystics, he would be able to absorb the blazing flame power 10 times faster. As long as he comprehended 50% of the mystics, he would be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability. Grandmaster Every Youth is still at the side. I better stop my comprehension first. After withdrawing his awareness from the bone frame spatial zone, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. You activated the blazing flame power? Grandmaster Every Youth immediately asked. Li Fuchen nodded yes. Prodigy. This is the first time I, Grandmaster Every Youth, know what a true prodigy is. If a person who possessed the extraordinary bone frame for the first time and was able to activate the extraordinary power wasn't a prodigy, then Grandmaster Every Youth would be a fool, because he was only able to activate the Greenwood power when he was at the high level of reincarnation realm. If that was the case, it was fine. The crucial point was that Li Fuchen wasn't just able to activate the blazing flame power, he was also able to freely control the blazing flame power. He was able to use the blazing flame power to connect the blazing flame patterns and increase the speed of the bone frame's absorption of the blazing flame power. It was just like a person who had just obtained a sword and automatically learned a sword move. It was simply heaven-defying. Grandmaster Every Youth was already guessing when Li Fuchen would be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability, low-level reincarnation realm, or mid-level reincarnation realm. Most of the possessors of the special bone frames might not be able to awaken the divine ability when they were at the low-level or mid-level reincarnation realm. It was mainly because the patterns on the bone frames were too hard to comprehend. But Li Fuchen was too demonic and might just be able to do it. Pill Ancestor, I have a pill concoction furnace here. I wonder if Pill Ancestor is interested. Li Fuchen changed the topic and took out the pill concoction furnace from the Black Sky Sect ruins. Grandmaster Every Youth was an alchemy grandmaster, and during the Black Sky Sect's prime, they also had a primary sea realm monarch and multiple battle spirit realm masters. This concoction furnace shouldn't be something that Grandmaster Every Youth would look down on. Oh, what alchemy furnace? Grandmaster Every Youth originally didn't have much interest, but after taking a glance at Li Fuchen's concoction furnace, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After taking a closer look, Grandmaster Every Youth exhaled and said, "This is a top-notch level 5 alchemy furnace. It is indeed useful to me. The higher the grade of the alchemy furnace, the more stable the alchemy pill would be. Generally speaking, battle spirit realm masters would be matched with a level 6 alchemy furnace. It was a pity that the concoction furnace was too difficult to refine. Among the 10 great alchemy grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, only the number 1 Violet Flower alchemy master possessed a level 6 alchemy furnace. The rest, including Grandmaster Every Youth himself, only had a few top-notch level 5 alchemy furnaces. To alchemy masters, the more the better, because different alchemy furnaces would have different effects when refining different elixirs. This concoction furnace is rather valuable, but it shouldn't be more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Keep it." Grandmaster Every Youth handed a storage bag to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's heart jumped. This concoction furnace actually had such a high value. It seemed like he had underestimated the value of a concoction furnace. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen accepted the storage bag. He didn't wish for Grandmaster Every Youth to think that he was returning the favor with the concoction furnace. If Li Fuchen wanted to return the favor with just 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, he would be looking down on Grandmaster Every Youth. If Li Fuchen insisted on not accepting it, he would only incur Grandmaster Every Youth's displeasure. Seeing that Li Fuchen accepted the low-grade spirit stones, Grandmaster Every Youth smiled and felt that Li Fuchen was very intelligent. Such a person would normally have great accomplishments. After the duo chatted for a moment, Li Fuchen bade farewell and left. He still had to familiarize himself with the blazing flame bone frame and a usage of the blazing flame power. South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen's courtyard. Boom! Li Fuchen burst out with qi and circulated the ardent sun divine technique at full strength. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt as though he had turned into a sun and was bursting with boundless radiance and heat. Without utilizing the blazing flame power, the qi burst power is increased by around 5%. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. The blazing flame bone frame's enhancement to the ardent sun qi was too obvious, and he was only a 4-star blazing flame bone frame. If he had the 5-star blazing flame bone frame or the 6-star blazing flame bone frame, the enhancement would definitely be greater. As for how much, it was unknown. Let me try the enhancement of the blazing flame power on my qi. With a thought in his mind, Li Fuchen burst out with the blazing flame power. If the ardent sun qi was the radiance emitted by the sun, then the blazing flame power was the sun itself. As Li Fuchen burst out with the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's entire body looked like the sun. The center was completely red, and the temperature had increased by an unknown amount. The array that enveloped the martial arts field was rippling. The qi burst power has been increased by around 30%. Li Fuchen was surging with emotions. An increase of 5% or 30% was already extremely shocking. During the Everlasting Youth Garden's tea party, he might have defeated Lung Feng, but to be serious, his strength was only slightly stronger than Lung Feng and wasn't more than 5% stronger. If he had fought with Lung Feng, he already possessed the blazing flame bone frame and would be able to instantly kill Lung Feng with a single sword. It is a pity that the blazing flame power is too little, and I am unable to prolong the battle. Li Fuchen guessed that the higher the extraordinary bone frame's star grade, the more extraordinary power would be activated at the start. If he had the 6-star blazing flame bone frame, the blazing flame power he would possess would at least be a few times stronger than now. There is no need to hurry. I might not be able to keep up with others at the start, but I have my advantages too. I can absorb the blazing flame power at a faster speed. Right now, Li Fuchen's blazing flame power was just a lake, but in the future, this lake would definitely turn into an ocean. That's right. Let me try the core blazing flame power. The core blazing flame power was extremely scarce. In the bone frame spatial zone within Li Fuchen's body, the core blazing flame power was at the center of the core blazing flame power, and it was scarlet red in color. Boom! The qi burst out again, and a boundless scarlet red radiance radiated in all directions with Li Fuchen as the center. The array's barrier was rippling even more violently like a water wave. Li Fuchen, who was at the center of the scarlet red radiance, was like a flaming demon god, and his eyes were spewing out flames. The scarlet red radiance contained power that was extremely tyrannical and blazing. It could simply melt mystic class weapons with ease. The qi burst power has been increased by 60%. It has doubled. The core blazing flame power was too powerful. In comparison, the core blazing flame power was like a diluted core blazing flame power. In terms of purity and power, it was far inferior to the core blazing flame power. Right now, the shortcoming of the bone frame has been temporarily made up for, but the blazing flame power is too scarce. I have to comprehend the blazing flame patterns as soon as possible to increase the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power. In addition, with the blazing flame bone frame, my speed of comprehending blazing flame cultivation techniques will definitely increase by a lot. I might be able to make use of the opportunity to break through to the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. The corresponding extraordinary bone frame would allow the cultivation technique to be cultivated at a rapid speed. The blazing flame bone frame would correspond to the blazing flame cultivation technique. The icy cold bone frame would correspond to the icy cold cultivation technique. But Li Fuchen didn't know how fast it would be and had to experiment personally. It was very difficult for Li Fuchen to comprehend the blazing flame patterns, but the benefits were tremendous. It would allow Li Fuchen to have a deeper understanding of the blazing flame power. With a deeper understanding of the blazing flame power, it would be much easier to cultivate blazing flame cultivation techniques or blazing flame martial arts in the future. Time elapsed quickly. Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the blazing flame patterns was horrifyingly slow, but his cultivation speed of the ardent sun divine technique was extremely fast. He was originally at the initial stage of the 22nd rank, but in less than a month, he had reached the peak state of the 22nd rank and was just one step away from the 23rd rank. The blazing flame patterns have only comprehended a few of the mystics, but the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power has increased by a few times. In addition, with the blazing flame bone frame, it is like adding wings to a tiger. The speed of comprehending the ardent sun divine technique is at least 2 times faster than before. Li Fuchen's perception was already exceptional, and it was definitely a rather terrifying thing to have his blazing flame cultivation technique speed increased by more than 2 times. Furthermore, as the blazing flame patterns were comprehended more deeply, the speed would only increase. Grandmaster, every youth has truly given me a great fated opportunity. Li Fuchen might encounter even greater fated opportunities in the future, but if he didn't have this fated opportunity now, he might miss out on many fated opportunities in the future. After all, fated opportunities had to be fought for. Without sufficient capital, how was he going to fight for it? In the blink of the eye, another half a month had passed. Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine technique had naturally broken through to the 23rd rank. The 23rd rank of the ardent sun divine technique was already equivalent to the highest rank of Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Fuchen, can you help my Luo clan? On this day, Luo Yin arrived at Li Fuchen's courtyard with an anxious expression. What happened? Luo Yin was the first person he met after arriving at the 7-color continent. If it was within his capabilities, he was naturally willing to help her. Beneath my Luo clan's spirit stone or vein, there's an even larger spirit stone or vein. It caused the Zhang clan to covet it and specially invited the Black Mountain Old Devil to deal with my Luo clan. I just received this information today. Luo, Yin explained. Who is the Black Mountain Old Devil? What is his cultivation level like? Li Fuchen asked. Chapter 404. 5th level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen frowned. With his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with regular 5th level reincarnation realm martial artists. In fact, he could even kill them. However, the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated an evil technique and might even have an Earth-class martial art. His strength couldn't be described as a regular 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Go! It didn't matter what kind of evil technique the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated. Li Fuchen couldn't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, he still had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. On the same day, Li Fuchen and Luo Yin left the Southern Forest Martial Courtyard and headed for Tang City. This time, the two of them were riding Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest. Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeests were priceless and couldn't be bought outside. Only the South Forest Martial Institution reared some of them. Li Fuchen relied on his status as the Dean's in-room cadet to purchase 2 of them. The speed of a Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest was several times faster than a Class 3 Unicorn Wildebeest. In a few days, the 2 of them arrived at the Luo clan. At this moment, the Luo family's defensive array formation had already been activated. It was like a transparent inverted bowl had enveloped the entire Luo family. Outside the defensive array, 3 shedding body realm martial artists are constantly attacking the array. These 3 people were led by the black-robed old man. Beside him were a purple-robed middle-aged man and a purple-robed old man. The purple-clothed middle-aged man was only at the 1st level of reincarnation realm, while the purple-clothed elder was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. The black-clothed elder had the highest cultivation, which was at the 5th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, his aura was much stronger than a regular 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist. The black chi burst out like a pitch-black storm with terrifying momentum. Luo Yan's heart palpitated. The black-robed old man should be the Black Mountain Old Demon. The purple-robed middle-aged man should be the Zhang family's patriarch Zhang Yun, and the purple-robed old man should be the Zhang family's old patriarch Zhang Kun. Li Fuchen nodded and asked, Tang City has 3 great clans, the Su family as the City Lord clan, why not? Luo Yin frowned and said, "The Su family is high up and basically does not care about the struggle between the two families because no matter who wins or loses, it is a good thing for the Su family." That's true. As the City Lord clan, no one dared to touch the Su clan. But if the Zhang clan and the Luo clan were to fight, one clan would definitely suffer heavy losses or even fall. At that time, no matter which clan won, it was impossible to not give any benefits to the Su clan. After all, the City Lord clan had the backing of the Namlin Marquis Mansion and even the Violet Flower Kingdom. If you offend the City Lord clan, you would not be able to stay in Hot Spring City. I'll exchange a few blows with them later. You take the opportunity to enter the formation. Li Fuchen said. What, you want to fight them head-on? Luo Yan's eyes widened. She hoped that Li Fuchen would use his status as the Dean's in-room cadet to intimidate the Black Mountain Old Devil. She didn't want him to risk his life. The Black Mountain Old Devil was extremely powerful. His grandfather was also at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm and had cultivated an Earth-class low-tier sword art. However, he was severely injured by the Black Mountain Old Devil in a single move and nearly perished. With Li Fuchen's strength, how was he going to fight? Just trust me. Li Fuchen didn't know if the Dean's in-room cadet could intimidate the Black Mountain Old Devil. Therefore, before that, he was going to fight with his strength first. With so many trump cards, to be honest, he wasn't afraid of the Black Mountain Old Devil. Then you better be careful. Seeing how confident Li Fuchen was, Luo Yin gritted her teeth. Giddy up. Li Fuchen rode the unicorn wildebeest and galloped towards the Luo clan, while Luo Yin followed closely behind. Who is it? Be it the Black Mountain Old Devil trio or the Luo clan's members, they couldn't help but look over. It is Yin and young Hero Li. Luo Zhan was shocked while the elder beside Luo Zhan had a change in expression. Not good. Why is this young Hero Li so reckless? Why didn't he bring more people over? Luo Zhan sent someone to inform Luo Yin because he hoped that Luo Yin would find a way to invite some inter-institute cadets over. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, he would only be able to contest against 2nd or 3rd level reincarnation realm martial artists. How could he contest against the Black Mountain Old Devil? In the blink of an eye, Li Fuchen and Luo Yin were already near the Luo clan. Courting death. The Black Mountain Old Devil rolled his eyes and executed a palm strike at Li Fuchen and Luo Yin. Before the palm force arrived, the boundless and terrifying palm pressure had arrived first. For a moment, the ground had ruptured and the trees had been shattered. A regular low-level reincarnation realm martial artist wouldn't even be able to withstand the Black Mountain Old Devil's palm pressure. 8 suns soaring. When facing the Black Mountain Old Devil's palm strike, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and activated his blazing flame power. He then executed both palm strikes. This palm strike was actually the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. With a blazing flame bone frame, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the Ardent Sun Divine Palm was much faster. In just over a month, he had comprehended the Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the completion rank. Only at the completion rank would he be able to execute the finishing move, 8 suns soaring. In the next moment, 8 lumps of dazzling light burst out and clashed with the Black Mountain Old Devil's palm force. Rumble. There was a loud sound as Li Fuchen was sent flying back onto the unicorn wildebeest. The Black Mountain Old Devil's body merely shook a little. The Black Mountain Old Devil revealed a surprised expression. He might have executed that palm strike casually, but contained 20% to 30% of his strength. Li Fuchen was actually able to block it easily. This child's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. Receive another fist from me. The Black Mountain Old Devil surged his evil Dao Qi and executed a fist at Li Fuchen. Woo woo woo. The violent fist force was like a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it smashed at Li Fuchen. The Black Mountain Old Devil had already used 80% of his strength for this fist. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen soared into the sky again and drew a scarlet sword that was as red as blood. Go! With a swing of the sword, hundreds of sword lights burst out. Bang bang. The Black Mountain Old Devil's fist force might be powerful, but it was still dispersed by the hundreds of sword lights. Of course, Li Fuchen had already used his full strength for this sword move. The sword was the Earth-class low-tier Scarlet Blood Sword that he purchased with 2,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Its power was much stronger than the unsealed Joint Heaven Sword. The sword art was the Green Sun Sword intent that was close to the Earth-class high-tier sword art. The cultivation technique was the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique. Li Fuchen had even activated the core Blazing Flame power. With his current strength, he could severely injure a regular 5th-level reincarnation realm martial artist or even kill them. However, the Black Mountain Old Devil's strength wasn't ordinary. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Black Mountain Old Devil's strength was almost at the 7th level of reincarnation realm or even stronger. After all, the so-called ordinary shedding body realm martial artist is some did not cultivate Earth-level cultivation technique, did not cultivate Earth-level martial art shedding body realm martial artist. If the Black Mountain Old Devil had an Earth-class cultivation technique or martial art, it wouldn't be a big deal to surpass 2 levels. If he had both, it wouldn't just be 2 levels, it would be easy to surpass 3 or 4 levels. The East Unicorn Continent had plenty of reincarnation realm martial artists, and there were plenty of high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists. Why was the Evil King able to dominate the East Unicorn Continent and become the #1 expert of the continent? It was because he didn't just possess an Earth-class cultivation technique, he also possessed an Earth-class martial art. Even the elite experts of the 100-Sect Alliance were suppressed by him. He alone was enough to awe the entire East Unicorn Continent, and no one was a match for him. This is simply preposterous. The Black Mountain Old Devil couldn't maintain his composure after his 80% strength fist was blocked by Li Fuchen. He roared out and circulated the Devil Wind Divine Technique to the limits. The Devil Wind Divine Technique was an Earth-class low-tier, evil, Tao cultivation technique that he obtained 10 years ago. During these 10 years, he had already cultivated the Devil Wind Divine Technique to the highest rank of the 24th rank. The Devil Wind intent burst out as the Black Mountain Old Devil blasted a fist at Li Fuchen with full strength. When this fist was executed, there was a mournful evil wind that blew in the sky. A majestic and vast pitch-black fist force blasted over. The fist force revolved like a millstone that could crush and destroy everything. If Li Fuchen only had this bit of strength on the surface, he would have been turned into a blood mist by this fist. It seems like I have to expose my trump card. The Black Mountain Old Devil obviously cultivated an Earth-class low-tier, evil Tao cultivation technique, and it was at the highest rank. As such, his cultivation technique advantage was all gone. After all, the 23rd rank of the Ardent Sun Divine Technique was equivalent to the highest rank of an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Li Fuchen had plenty of trump cards. He had the 6-star bronze Sword Essence, the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique pattern, and the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial pattern. However, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to use the 6-star bronze Sword Essence. 6-star secret techniques weren't something that everyone, not even Battle Spirit Realm Masters, possessed. Once it was exposed, who knew what would happen? Furthermore, the Bronze Sword Essence wasn't an ordinary 6-star secret technique. It could be stacked with other secret techniques to burst out with stronger power. To a certain extent, it wasn't wrong to say that it was a 7-star secret technique. On the back, the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique pattern lit up. Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Chi had been transmuted into the even more powerful 9 Revolution Purple Chi. Li Fuchen guessed that the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique was at least an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. It might even be an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique. The Ardent Sun Chi was already extremely powerful. After transmuting into the 9 Revolution Purple Chi, Li Fuchen felt that the void was shaking. A boundless and pure wave rippled out from Li Fuchen's body. The void was dyed purple, and the deeper it was, the deeper it was. It seems like the Ardent Sun Divine Palm is enough. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with purple divine radiance as he executed a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, 8 bundles of glaring purple radiance burst out and clashed with the millstone fist force. Bang, bang, bang. The millstone fist force was extremely terrifying, but Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine palm was even more fearsome. When the two clashed, the millstone fist force instantly crumbled, while Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine palm only crumbled by half. There were two bundles of purple radiance that blasted at the Black Mountain Old Devil. How is this possible? The Black Mountain Old Devil was in disbelief. When his fist penetrated the purple radiance, he couldn't help but take over a dozen steps back. Every step would cause the ground to crack and explode. Receive a sword move from me too. After repelling the Black Mountain Old Devil with a single palm strike, Li Fuchen's confidence was greatly boosted. He brandished the Scarlet Blood Sword and shot out hundreds of purple sword lights. Ah! The Black Mountain Old Devil roared out and brandished his fist to blast at the void in a frenzy, shattering the sword lights. But there were too many sword lights, and they were too concentrated. The Black Mountain Old Devil was forced to retreat. PFFF. A sword light skimmed across the Black Mountain Old Devil's shoulder and instantly lost a piece of flesh. The Black Mountain Old Devil isn't a match. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan were stunned. So were the members of the Luo clan. Luo Yin, who was riding on the unicorn wildebeest, was even more shocked. That was one of the great demons of the Black Mountain, the Black Mountain Old Devil. His strength was comparable to a 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. But he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Chapter 405. Father, even old demon Black Mountain isn't a match for him. What should we do? The Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Yun, couldn't make up his mind, so he asked the purple-clothed old man, Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan said with a gloomy expression, "The Black Mountain Old Demon is one of the Black Mountain Great Demon Lords, so he definitely has more tricks up his sleeves. Let's continue watching." This time, the Zhang clan and the Luo clan had completely fallen out. If the Black Mountain Old Demon was defeated, the Zhang clan would no longer have a place to stay in Tang City. It was unknown whether the two of them could leave this place alive. Under Li Fuchen's sword light, the Black Mountain Old Devil couldn't resist at all. His body was covered with sword wounds, and each sword wound contained intense, scorching power and explosive power. If it was a regular 7th-level reincarnation realm expert, he would have perished from severe injuries. But Old Demon Black Mountain still managed to hold on. Clearly, the Black Mountain Old Demon still had a trump card. Restore. Black Mountain Old Demon roared. The sword wounds on his body quickly healed, and the charred areas also faded. It was as though he had never been injured. How is this possible? In the defensive formation, Luo Zhan was dumbfounded. It wasn't that the 7-color continent didn't have methods to instantly recover from injuries, but logically speaking, the Black Mountain Old Demon shouldn't be able to reach such a level. For example, if the Black Mountain Old Devil possessed the Greenwood Bone Frame and could activate the Greenwood Power, he would be able to use the Greenwood Power to heal his injuries. If the Black Mountain Old Devil cultivated an incredible healing technique, he would be able to do the same. But according to what Luo Zhan knew, the Black Mountain Old Devil didn't possess the Greenwood Bone Frame and didn't possess an incredible recuperation technique. It's a secret healing technique? Li Fuchen immediately thought of the secret technique. Back then, Li Fuchen had also obtained a 3-star secret technique, Life Spring Technique. But the Life Spring Technique required vitality, therefore, Li Fuchen didn't use it. It was fortunate that he didn't have any opportunities to use it. The effect of the Black Mountain Old Demon's secret technique seemed to be much better than the Life Spring Technique. It was at least a 4-star secret technique, with the highest possibility of it being a 5-star secret technique. Hee. Even if you injure me dozens of times, you won't be able to kill me. The Black Mountain Old Demon laughed. The secret healing technique he used was indeed a 5-star secret healing technique, and it was called the Blood Essence Scripture. Every time he executed the Blood Essence True Record, he would need to consume a certain amount of his chi and blood. But as a 5th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, his chi and blood were vigorous. Furthermore, in order to have the capital to execute the Blood Essence True Record, he had specially cultivated a mystic class peak tier body refinement technique. It made his chi and blood even more vigorous. Without considering the decline of his chi and blood he could execute the blood essence true record dozens of times. Dozens of times? I just don't know if you'll be able to use it more than 10 times if you're injured. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with radiance as he executed the green sun extinction. Boom! A beam of light shot out. It was so fast that old demon Black Mountain couldn't even react. The flesh on the Black Mountain old demon's body melted at a visible rate. This was the annihilation effect of the sword lights being too dense. The Black Mountain old demon roared. Li Fuchen's move was too powerful. That light pillar contained an unbelievable amount of sword lights. When the light pillar disappeared, Black Mountain Old Demon's entire body had become thinner. His entire body was charred black like charcoal. Blood essence true release. The charred parts fell off and the flesh grew back. The Black Mountain Old Demon's body recovered again, but he had an extremely gloomy expression. This time, executing the blood essence true release consumed several times more chi power than before. If he executed a few more sword moves, even if he didn't die, his chi power would be exhausted. You forced me to do this. The Black Mountain Old Demon took out a fist-sized metal sphere from his storage bag. He poured in chi and shot it at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen furrowed his brows. He could feel an astonishing power from the steel ball. Once this power burst out, it was enough to blast a group of reincarnation realm experts to death. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that Luo Yin and the 2 unicorn wildebeests had already entered the Luo clan's defense array. Go! Without any worries, Li Fuchen used a single sword move to explode the metal sphere. Boom! A dazzling sphere of light was produced, and there was a halo on the periphery of the sphere. The halo was indestructible and swept in all directions. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to withstand it and was sent flying. When Li Fuchen was sent flying, the sphere of light expanded rapidly and instantly caught up to Li Fuchen. This is the meteorite bomb. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts can be killed with ease. This child is definitely going to die. Zhang Yun recognized the origin of the metal sphere and couldn't help revealing a smile. The meteorite bomb was an extremely powerful firearm, and a single one was worth over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhang Yun didn't expect the Black Mountain Old Demon to actually possess one. This child is naturally going to die, but the low-grade spirit stones that we promised the Black Mountain Old Demon will probably be doubled. Zhang Kuan shook his head. In response, Zhang Yun's expression didn't look too good. The reward that they promised the Black Mountain Old Demon was extremely shocking. If it was doubled, even the entire Luo clan's inventory wouldn't be enough. The meteorite bomb's power was too powerful. The Luo clan's members had pale expressions, and Luo Yin nearly fainted. She was the one who invited Li Fuchen to help. If Li Fuchen died, she would never be able to forgive herself. Is he dead? The light sphere gradually vanished. The Black Mountain Old Demon's eyes and awareness scanned ahead to search for traces of Li Fuchen. He spent 15,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase this meteorite bomb, and it was his greatest trump card. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones were enough to purchase 2 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors. However, he didn't have a single Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it, but there were too many places that required low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, his thinking was different from others. He felt that he should increase his strength first. Otherwise, even if he had an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor, he would only be able to delay his death if he encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat. Furthermore, he was very confident in the 5-star secret technique, Blood Essence Release. He believed that he would be able to use this secret technique to resist for a moment and escape. If it wasn't for the great reward, he wouldn't waste a meteorite bomb. PFFF. The remnant flames were split open and Li Fuchen appeared. As compared to before, Li Fuchen didn't have any injuries. Impossible. How can you survive in the face of the meteorite bomb? The Black Mountain Old Demon nearly vomited blood and roared. Why is it impossible? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. With the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, his defense was much stronger than what the Black Mountain Old Demon had imagined. Furthermore, the meteorite bomb didn't explode in front of him. If it had exploded in front of him, he might have suffered some injuries. Of course, it was just an estimation. It was still unknown if he could get injured. After all, Earth-class mid-tier artifacts were too rare. Even the most ordinary ones would cost tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, and the prerequisite was to be able to purchase it. When Li Fuchen first arrived at the Seven-Color Continent, he wasn't able to use his chi. Therefore, he wasn't able to utilize the Silver Scale Armor's defense. Now that he had the 9 Revolution chi, Li Fuchen was able to utilize more than half of the Silver Scale Armor's defense. It wasn't that difficult to block the meteorite bomb. He isn't dead. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kun were flabbergasted, and their hearts were filled with intense fear. That is great. Everyone from the Luo clan let out a breath of relief. Flee. Without any other thoughts, the Black Mountain Old Demon retreated and fled frantically. He had even used the meteorite bomb and didn't have any trump cards that could threaten Li Fuchen. He would only be sending himself to death if he stayed. Can you escape? Li Fuchen had cold eyes. Originally, Li Fuchen didn't plan to use the Clear Sky Sword Art martial pattern, as he didn't want to expose too much power that didn't belong to him. If Li Fuchen knew that the Black Mountain Old Demon had the meteorite bomb, he wouldn't have held back and would have used a single sword move to eliminate the Black Mountain Old Demon. Clear Sky Sword Art. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the horrific 9 Revolution Purple Chi field and Clear Sky Sword Art field ignored the spatial distance and enveloped the Black Mountain Old Demon. In the next moment, a boundless sword light brushed past the Black Mountain Old Demon's body. PFFF-TSS. The Black Mountain Old Demon's figure exploded into a blood mist, and there wasn't even a corpse left. The Black Mountain Old Demon died just like that. Luo Zhan and Patriarch Luo looked at each other with dismay. Li Fuchen's strength was too shocking. Li Fuchen was only at the peak level of Heaven Dipper Realm. When he progressed to the Reincarnation Realm, wouldn't he be able to kill Reincarnation Realm experts like slaughtering chickens? Strange. Why didn't Li Fuchen reveal these trump cards during the listed competition? Luo Yin was very curious. If Li Fuchen revealed these trump cards, he wouldn't have to fight a bitter battle with Di Jun. Even 10 Di Juns wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from Li Fuchen. Perhaps this is his secret. Luo Yin thought to herself. Let's go. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kun were appalled and were preparing to leave. I will help till the end. The two of you shall die too. To deal with Zhang Yun and Zhang Kun, Li Fuchen didn't even need to use the Clear Sky Sword Art and the 9 Revolution Purple Chi Divine Technique. A single swing of his sword would produce hundreds of sword lights. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Zhang Yun and Zhang Kun's bodies were penetrated, and they had no chi presence. Li Fuchen reached out and sucked the Black Mountain Old Devil, Zhang Yun, and Zhang Kun's storage bags over. In the storage bags of these 3 people, there should be some low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen might have just exchanged the concoction furnace for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones from Grandmaster Everyouth. But if he wanted to return to the East Unicorn Continent, he would need to consume at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To him, the more low-grade spirit stones, the better. Many thanks for young Hero Li's kindness. The Luo clan is willing to listen to young Hero Li's orders in the future. The Luo clan's defense array was removed. Luo Zhan and the others walked over. Luo Zhan and Patriarch Luo bowed and spoke with sincerity. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to thank me. The 2 Reincarnation Realm experts of the Zhang clan are dead. I will take half of the Zhang clan's low-grade spirit stones." Li Fuchen was in great need of low-grade spirit stones, and he might not have many chances to obtain low-grade spirit stones in the future. It was better to get a little. Patriarch Luo quickly said, "All of the Zhang clan's spirit stones should belong to young Hero Li. In addition, my Luo clan is willing to take out a portion to compensate for young Hero Li's loss." The Zhang clan probably had plenty of low-grade spirit stones, but the most valuable was actually the spirit stone or vein that the Zhang clan controlled. It was a pity that the spirit stone or vein needed to be excavated slowly and couldn't be converted into cash at once. The Luo clan naturally couldn't take advantage of this, and was planning to fork out a portion of low-grade spirit stones for Li Fuchen. Many thanks then. Since the Luo clan said so, Li Fuchen had no reason to reject the spirit stones. Young hero Li, please come in. My Luo clan still has treasures to offer. Patriarch Luo said with great hospitality. Treasures. Chapter 406. In the Luo clan's main hall, Patriarch Luo flipped his hand, and 3 spirit stones with horrific spirit chi that looked like absolute gems appeared in his hand. Young hero Li, these 3 mid-grade spirit stones are produced from our Luo clan's spirit stone or vein. We have only excavated a total of 3 mid-grade spirit stones, and we hope that young hero Li won't reject it. To be honest, Patriarch Luo was feeling the heartache. These were 3 mid-grade spirit stones, and each of them was worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3 mid-grade spirit stones would be at least 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was enough to purchase 3 or 4 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors. His Luo clan's inventory was only slightly more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The reason why he took out 3 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't just to repay a favor, it was mainly to befriend Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was only over 20 years old and already had such strength. How awe-inspiring would he be in another 10 years? Mid-grade spirit stones? This was the first time Li Fuchen saw a mid-grade spirit stone. As far as he knew, the amount of spiritual chi contained in a middle-grade spirit stone was equivalent to a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, but the purity of the spiritual chi of a middle-grade spirit stone was several times that of a low-grade spirit stone. Using it to cultivate could not be described as achieving twice the result with half the effort, but rather achieving several times the result with half the effort. But mid-grade spirit stones were too precious, and even battle spirit realm masters wouldn't bear to use mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Normally, they would only use mid-grade spirit stones when they were about to break through. Only primary sea realm monarchs had no choice but to use mid-grade spirit stones. For primary sea realm monarchs, low-grade spirit stones had too many impurities, and they would need to spend a lot of time to refine the impurities. It wasn't beneficial for cultivation. 3 mid-grade spirit stones together with the clear spirit fruit will definitely allow me to progress to the reincarnation realm. Furthermore, my foundation won't be unstable. Li Fuchen thought to himself, using elixirs to break through might be able to save a lot of spirit stones. A reincarnation elixir would only cost 500 low-grade spirit stones, and a rebirth elixir would cost around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. But if one used the reincarnation elixir to break through, there wouldn't be any room for improvement in the future. Using the rebirth elixir to break through might not seem to have any side effects, but it would restrict Li Fuchen's growth. Li Fuchen didn't wish to stay at the first level of reincarnation realm for a few years. Then Fuchen shall accept it. Li Fuchen accepted the mid-grade spirit stone. After losing Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan, the Zhang clan had lost their backbone. How could they fight against the Luo clan? Fortunately, the Luo family didn't kill them all. After taking all the spirit stones, they didn't touch the rest of the wealth. However, since then, the Zhang family suddenly fell from first-rate family to a third-rate family. Not to mention finding trouble with the Luo family. It would be difficult for them to even protect themselves. The Zhang clan spirit stones were much lesser than Li Fuchen imagined. They actually only had 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seemed like they had spent too many low-grade spirit stones to invite the reincarnation realm assassins and the Black Mountain Old Devil. On the other hand, the spirit stone mine controlled by the Zhang clan could only produce 1,000 low-grade spirit stones a year at most. Originally, the Luo clan wanted to compensate Li Fuchen with 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, but Li Fuchen declined. The 3 mid-grade spirit stones gifted by the Luo clan were already of considerable value. If he were to ask for low-grade spirit stones, he would be insatiably greedy, and Li Fuchen didn't wish to become such a person. Luo clan. In an independent courtyard, Li Fuchen opened up Zhang Yun and Zhang Kuan's storage bags. In the 2 storage bags, there were only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones and some sundries, nothing valuable. When Li Fuchen opened up the Black Mountain Old Devil storage bag, there were 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, these 5,000 low-grade spirit stones should be the deposit given by the Zhang clan to the Black Mountain Old Devil. It was a pity that the Black Mountain Old Devil wouldn't be able to receive the rest of the low-grade spirit stones. This trip is rather worth it. Excluding the 3 mid-grade spirit stones, I have already obtained over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Including my own, I have over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. After all, reincarnation realm experts would consume low-grade spirit stones very quickly. If they had extra low-grade spirit stones, they would normally use them to purchase useful items like elixirs or weapons. Furthermore, reincarnation realm experts required a lot of low-grade spirit stones to cultivate. A regular first or second level reincarnation realm expert would require 1 low-grade spirit stone every 2 to 3 days. A year would require over 100 low-grade spirit stones. If a first or second level reincarnation realm expert cultivated an earth-class cultivation technique, they would require a few hundred low-grade spirit stones a year. It was already good enough to save up spirit stones, unless one had a fated encounter that allowed them to obtain a massive amount of low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen was only at the Heaven Dipper realm now. Once his cultivation reached the reincarnation realm, the consumption of low-grade spirit stones would increase drastically. Of course, Li Fuchen was rather lucky and basically had everything he needed. Even if he progressed to the reincarnation realm, he wouldn't need to consume any low-grade spirit stones for a short period of time. It is time to progress to the reincarnation realm. Originally, Li Fuchen wasn't confident that he could break through to the reincarnation realm within a year. But now that the 3-star bone frame had turned into the 4-star blazing flame bone frame, with a clear spirit fruit and 3 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was 90% confident that he could break through successfully. Sitting in the center of the courtyard, Li Fuchen consumed the clear spirit fruit. He then held a mid-grade spirit stone and started to circulate the Ardent Sun Divine technique. The breakthrough from the Heaven Dipper realm to the reincarnation realm was a huge obstacle. Once the breakthrough was successful, the lifespan would be 250 years old. The clear spirit fruit was indeed worthy of its name. As the clear spirit fruit was refined, Li Fuchen felt a refreshing qi rising. For a moment, his connection with heaven and earth qi was 10 times tighter, and he could subtly sense traces of the circulation of all living things in heaven and earth. 3 days passed by in flash. The Luo clan had already regained its peace. On this day, a boundless and blazing qi presence rushed into the sky. The Luo clan's defense array was involuntarily activated. It was like a transparent, inverted bowl that enveloped the Luo clan. Young hero Li has broken through. Luo Zhan was shocked before he revealed a delighted expression. Patriarch Luo laughed and said, with 3 mid-grade spirit stones and young hero Li's innate talent, he will naturally progress to the reincarnation realm. The reason why he gifted the 3 mid-grade spirit stones was because he had the intention to lend Li Fuchen a hand. In the independent courtyard, Li Fuchen's body was floating in midair. His body was emitting a qi wave that was as vast as the blazing sun. The qi wave was too intense, and it was more than 2 times stronger than before. Li Fuchen was confident that he could kill the Black Mountain Old Devil in a single sword without exposing his trump card. Furthermore, vitality. As Li Fuchen's cultivation progressed to the reincarnation realm, he was able to utilize more awareness. Using his awareness, he realized that his vitality had doubled, and it felt as though he had been reborn. Boom! Right at this moment, the silver-white qi power that the Vice Dean sent and had instantly vanished due to the drastic change in the qi blood environment. After losing the restriction of the silver-white qi power, Li Fuchen's qi blood power and dragon elephant power were instantly activated. There was a trumpet sound, and a giant elephant shadow appeared out of nowhere. Within a radius of 100 meters, everything seemed to have frozen and couldn't move. Even the dust was stopped in the air. The giant elephant spirit was even stronger than Li Fuchen's chi presence. Of course, in terms of strength, his body refinement strength wasn't comparable to his chi cultivation strength. After all, the metal bone fist was too inferior and was only a mystic class high-tier body refinement fist art. Li Fuchen's ardent sun divine palm and green sun sword intent were both earth class mid-tier martial arts. Apart from that, the blazing flame bone frame was also able to enhance Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength. With my current strength, even if I return to the East Unicorn continent, I will at least have some strength to protect myself. With the combination of chi cultivation and body refinement strength, Li Fuchen didn't know what level his strength had reached, but he was just thinking about it. The evil king and the others were too powerful. If he returned now, it would be courting death. He would only be able to return when his cultivation reached the 3rd or 4th level of reincarnation realm. Congratulations to young hero Li for progressing to the reincarnation realm. It is worthy of celebration. Patriarch Luo, Luo Zhan, and the others all came over to congratulate. Li Fuchen said, I still have to thank Patriarch for the mid-grade spirit stones. In the future, if the Luo clan is in any danger, as long as it isn't beyond my capabilities, I will definitely assist. Many thanks, young hero Li. Patriarch Luo and Luo Zhan were beaming with smiles. They were waiting for this statement from Li Fuchen. Furthermore, they had already found out from Luo Yin that Li Fuchen didn't just have astounding strength. He was also the South Forest Martial Institution's Dean's in-room cadet. His status was noble and wasn't inferior to the young masters and young ladies from the Marquis residence. This was a thick thigh, and if they didn't hug it, the Luo clan's ancestor would be angered to death. Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao, has arrived. There was a voice that echoed, and the Luo clan instantly quietened down. The Su clan was like a sharp sword that was hanging above the Luo clan's head, and it was unknown when it would descend. As the City Lord's clan, the Su clan had been established in the rushing current city for over a century. No matter how the first-rate clans fought in the rushing current city, the Su clan wouldn't bother. But after the matter, the Su clan must be given sufficient benefits. The Luo clan originally planned to discuss the benefits to the Su clan in a few days, but they didn't expect for the Su clan's patriarch, Su Hao, to arrive so quickly. Su Hao was around 50 years old, and his cultivation was actually at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, his chi presence wasn't inferior to the Black Mountain Old Devil. The upper echelons of the rushing current city knew that Su Hao didn't just cultivate an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. He also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier martial art. It also meant to say that Su Hao's strength was much stronger than the Black Mountain Old Devil. As for how much stronger, no one knew. Patriarch, Su has arrived. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. Luo Zhan quickly came forward to welcome. Su Hao put on a fake smile and said, Nobody Su shall congratulate the Luo clan first. After eliminating the Zhang clan, the Luo clan should have a great harvest. Right? Not at all. Luo Zhan smiled apologetically. Su Hao spoke seriously. My Su clan doesn't care about the fight between your Luo clan and the Zhang clan. The objective of my visit is to hope that the Luo clan can give up on a newly discovered spirit stone or vein and hand it over to my Su clan to excavate. Of course, my Su clan is willing to give the Luo clan 10% of the excavated spirit stones. There were good and bad subpar grade spirit stone or veins. The subpar grade spirit stone or vein that the Luo clan discovered was undoubtedly an outstanding subpar grade spirit stone or vein. Su Hao obtained information that the Luo clan had excavated a few mid-grade spirit stones from this spirit stone or vein. Even if a regular subpar grade spirit stone or vein was completely excavated, there might not be a few mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 407. Luo Zhan's expression changed when he heard this. The Su clan really had a big appetite. They actually had their eyes on the newly discovered spirit stone vein. Not to mention that this spirit stone vein could mine 1,000 to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a year. Just the fact that it could mine middle-grade spirit stones was something that the Luo family could not give up. Patriarch Su, the Luo family is willing to give up the Zhang family's spiritual stone mine. In addition, the Luo family is willing to give up another 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to the Su family. As for the newly discovered spiritual stone mine, the Luo family hopes to mine it ourselves. In order to protect his family's spiritual stone mine, Luo Zhan had no choice but to spend a lot of money. He thought that he had given enough benefits this time. After all, the Su family did not do anything, but they got a spirit stone mine and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Why? Your Luo family wants to go against my Su family? Su Hao squinted his eyes. If it was in the past, this condition would have been quite generous. But now, the Su family had to obtain the newly discovered spirit stone vein. Patriarch Su, my Luo clan naturally doesn't dare to go against the Su clan, but Luo Zhan still wanted to say something. There are no buts. Is your Luo clan planning to defy the Su clan? Su Hao was overbearing. So what if I defy the Su clan? Li Fuchen walked out with Luo clan's patriarch and Luo Yan by his side. You are the one who killed the Black Mountain Old Demon. Do you know who you're talking to? Su Hao stared at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was too young, so young that Su Hao didn't have any confidence. After all, he was so young and powerful. It was impossible for him to not have any background. However, when he thought about how the Su family was the City Lord family, and no matter what, the City Lord family was still an official family. Even if the other party had a deep background, the Su family did not need to fear them. Just a mere City Lord's family. Where does their confidence come from? Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen was the Dean's in-room cadet, even if he wasn't, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid of the Su clan or Su Hao. This world was ultimately a world where the strong preyed on the weak. As long as he didn't kill Su Hao and didn't eradicate the Su clan, the Violet Flower Kingdom wouldn't do anything to him. After all, there were too many City Lord clans. If each of the City Lord clans used the Violet Flower Kingdom's name to be unbridled, then the Violet Flower Kingdom would already be in an endless turmoil. As the City Lord clan, the Su family is only equivalent to the sky of Tang City and can't control Li Fuchen. Impudent. Su Hao was infuriated. His chi prowess burst out with astonishing field power and technique intent to suppress Li Fuchen. The impudent one is you. Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power in his body, and the giant elephant spirit rushed into the sky. It instantly pushed back Su Hao's chi presence. The giant elephant trumpeted, and Su Hao's chi blood was boiling. What a powerful spirit! Patriarch Luo was shocked, as he didn't expect Li Fuchen's chi spirit to be so powerful. In the face of this horrific chi spirit, he felt that it was hard for him to move. This is the true face of Li Fuchen. Luo Yin can clearly know that Li Fuchen is not only strong in true spirit strength, but also strong in body refinement, and at the beginning, the other party is mainly body refinement. This wasn't the end yet. After bursting out with the giant elephant spirit, Su Hao circulated the ardent sun divine technique and surged with blazing flame power. A chi presence that was inferior to the giant elephant spirit, but couldn't be ignored, burst out. It stacked with the giant elephant spirit and pressed down on Su Hao's body. Su Hao was already somewhat unable to withstand the giant elephant spirit. Now that there was an additional aura, his face couldn't help but turn pale. His body seemed to have become several times heavier. Dual cultivation of chi and blood. Su Hao was appalled. Dual cultivation of chi and blood, and both had reached the reincarnation realm. Su Hao had never seen such a heavenly prodigy and had only heard of it. I cannot compete with him in chi presence. I have already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier martial art, Golden Cloud Palm, to the trance stage. My strength is one level higher than the Black Mountain Old Devil. I don't believe I can't deal with him. Su Hao's mind flashed with thoughts. His right hand was radiating with golden radiance like a golden cloud as he suddenly slammed at Li Fuchen. With the support of the Golden Cloud field power and the Golden Cloud Palm intent, Su Hao finally broke through Li Fuchen's chi spirit and chi presence suppression. His body felt much more comfortable. Ardent Sun Divine Palm. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. His right hand turned into a small sun and clashed with Su Hao. Not good. The Luo clan patriarch quickly controlled the array power to envelop Li Fuchen and Su Hao. The Luo clan's clan protection array was set up by a Class 5 array master after the Luo clan paid a huge price. This array didn't just defend against external enemies, it could also suppress internal enemies. During normal times, it only required heaven and earth chi. If there was a powerful enemy attacking, spirit stones could be used to increase the array's strength. The Black Mountain Old Devil had attacked for several days, but was still unable to break the array. It was because the Luo clan didn't hesitate to expend spirit stones to increase the array's strength. Boom! There was a burst of radiance, and Su Hao was sent flying. Under the control of the Luo clan patriarch, Su Hao passed through the array and landed outside the Luo clan. Li Fuchen's body shook a little, but his expression remained normal. This was the benefit of dual cultivation of the physique. It was able to easily neutralize powerful repulsive forces. Otherwise, in terms of palm force, Li Fuchen would only be around the same level as Su Hao. After all, Su Hao was one level stronger than the Black Mountain Old Devil and was at least equivalent to a regular 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation and body refinement strength were stacked together, and his palm force was only at the 8th level of reincarnation realm. Swish! Li Fuchen's body shook as he passed through the array and landed outside the Luo clan. Forcefully suppressing his boiling chi blood, Su Hao had an extremely gloomy expression. Li Fuchen's palm force wasn't stronger than him, but Li Fuchen was a body refinement martial artist and could easily resist the repulsive forces. If Su Hao wasn't wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he would have suffered minor injuries from that palm strike earlier. Su Hao was wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves. Li Fuchen was naturally wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves too. Li Fuchen's gloves came from the Black Mountain Old Devil. Otherwise, as a swordsman, he wouldn't be willing to spend 1,000 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a pair of gloves. Patriarch Su, your Su clan might be the City Lord's clan, but you can only manage the rising current city and not me. Furthermore, my mentor is the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. Do you think there is a need to continue fighting? While speaking, Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword. In terms of palm force, he was at the regular 8th level of reincarnation realm, but in terms of sword art, he was at the regular 9th level of reincarnation realm. With his current strength, even if he returned to the East Unicorn continent, he would be considered a first-rate expert. Of course, if he wasn't at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn continent, he wouldn't consider returning. Su Hao was only at the 4th level of reincarnation realm, while the Evil King was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. Su Hao had an Earth-class cultivation technique and martial art. The Evil King also had an Earth-class cultivation technique and martial art. Furthermore, no one knew the Evil King's trump cards, as no one was able to force the Evil King to reveal his trump cards. Apart from the Evil King, the Demonic 10 Regions Master, the Class 5 demons of the Demonic 10 Regions, the Supreme Grand Elders of the top 10 elite sects, the Evil King's left and right hands, the Blood Ancestor and the Extreme Yin Ancestor, were all stronger than Li Fuchen. As for the 9 Revolution Divine Technique pattern and the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial pattern, they were external forces after all. Li Fuchen reckoned that after activating them a few more times, these external forces would vanish and couldn't be used as trump cards. So you're the in-room cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution's dean. Su Hao's expression changed a few times before he finally revealed a smile. Be it Li Fuchen's strength or background, they were all beyond Su Hao's expectations. He had to admit defeat, and he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Where did the Luo clan find such a powerful backer? Chapter 408. The Vajra elixir cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the body forging golden elixir cost 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. If there was some other reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, how could they afford such cost? After all, being a body refinement martial artist would already use up a lot of resources. Every trace of chi power in their body were mostly accumulated with wealth. On the 7-color continent, body refinement martial artists were definitely the poorest among everyone. Of course, Even those body refinement martial artists who had strong backgrounds weren't excluded too. Give me one Vajra elixir and one body forging golden elixir. Li Fuchen, 12 Li Fuchen main protagonist reckoned that 2 Earth-class mid-tier elixirs should be able to split his 3,000 strands of dragon elephant power into 6,000 strands. With 6,000 strands of dragon elephant power, he will be able to push his body refinement level to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. After paying 2,200 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the Ever-Youth Pavilion and checked into a superior inn. The Vajra elixir was like an elixir that was forged with the Vajra. It was extremely tough and had a dazzling golden light. If the body refinement martial artist wasn't at the reincarnation realm, it would be difficult to refine the Vajra elixir. Once the Vajra elixir entered the body, Li Fuchen activated his chi power and the dragon elephant power to refine the Vajra elixir. Gradually, the outer layer of the Vajra elixir was dissolved, and there was a liquid that looked like molten iron. It was boiling with valiant body refinement energy, 3,500 strands for 1,000 strands for 1,800 strands. After spending one day, Li Fuchen had refined the Vajra elixir completely. At the same time, the dragon elephant power in his body had increased from 3,000 strands to 4,800 strands. Li Fuchen took out the body-forging golden elixir and consumed it before continuing the refinement. The toughness of the body-forging golden elixir was superior to the Vajra elixir. It was the same as swallowing a mystic-class metal point, 5,000 strands, 5,500 strands, 6,200 strands. The body-forging golden elixir had a much stronger effect than the Vajra elixir. But for the dragon elephant power, the speed of increase would be slower as it increased and would require even more resources. As such, the body-forging golden elixir was only able to increase Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power by 1,400 strands, making it look inferior to the Vajra elixir. But Li Fuchen could sense that every time a new strand of dragon elephant power was produced, the rest of the dragon elephant power would be enhanced. The enhancement might be faint, but it was better than nothing. When at the later ranks, a single strand of dragon elephant power might have the power of 2 strands of dragon elephant power in the past. Li Fuchen opened his eyes, and his pupils had turned pale golden, making it rather intimidating. After some time, the pale golden color had gradually receded. After using his awareness to scan his body, Li Fuchen thought to himself, "My dragon elephant power has doubled, but there are more elixir impurities too. All elixirs contain impurities, and when accumulated in the body, it would affect the cultivation. To deal with the impurities in the body, Li Fuchen had 2 choices. He could use the dragon elephant power to slowly refine the impurities. The second method would be to consume a special elixir that could cleanse the impurities. The former method was slow, but it was superior at stabilizing the foundation. The latter method was fast, but special elixirs had impurities too. Although lesser, it was still significant after the long term. There isn't a need to hurry for now. I did not have to waste the low-grade spirit stones to purchase the special elixirs. After some considerations, Li Fuchen decided to do things steadily and surely. Of course. Most importantly, special elixirs for cleansing impurities weren't cheap. With his current body refinement level, Mystic-class peak-tier special elixirs weren't effective. A single Earth-class low-tier special elixir would cost a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchen wasn't qualified to be so extravagant. After returning to the South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. Next, his target was to cultivate the Green Sun Sword Intent and the Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the perfection stage. Time elapsed quickly, and 1 week later, Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm had reached the perfection stage. 1 month later, the Green Sun Sword Intent had also reached the perfection stage. The Ardent Sun Divine Palm had strength that was slightly superior to Earth-class low-tier martial arts at the trance stage. The Green Sun Sword Intent's power was far beyond the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. A single sword slash would produce thousands of sword lights, and it was extremely formidable. Junior Fuchen, you have came out just in time. Senior Xiao is asking for you to visit him. On this day, just as Li Fuchen exited the courtyard, an inner-institute cadet walked over and spoke loudly. Xiao Kong. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold, not free. Junior Fuchen, you better accept it or things will only get worse. No one is able to refuse Senior Xiao's kind intentions. This inter-institute cadet was threatening Li Fuchen. Get lost. Li Fuchen chided that it was already good enough that Li Fuchen didn't provoke anyone. But if someone provoked him, he didn't care who that person was. He wouldn't give face. Presumptuous. Fong Tao shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Xiao. Fong Tao might only be at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but he was the same as Shao Kong and had dual cultivations of the qi and body. His strength was far stronger than normal 3rd level reincarnation realm inter-institute cadets. Soaring into the sky, Fong Tao drew his saber and slashed down at Li Fuchen. This saber wasn't just an incredible saber move, it was imbued with qi power, making the saber fast and more ferocious. You are inviting trouble to yourself. Li Fuchen blasted out with a fist, and the black, fierce tiger spirit emerged. Fong Tao arrived quickly and left quickly too. He was sent flying by a single fist and had several broken bones as he was paralyzed on the ground. Such strength. There were inter-institute cadets that rushed over after hearing the commotion. They realized that Li Fuchen was much stronger than before. This time, he didn't even use his qi cultivation strength. Junior Fuchen, I asked Junior Fong Tao to invite you with kind intentions. You aren't giving me face by injuring Junior Fong Tao. A figure swished and appeared on the spacious land that it was Shao Kong. He looked at the paralyzed Fong Tao and berated Li Fuchen. Do I need to give you face? Li Fuchen asked in return. Shao Kang's eyes flashed with cold light. Since you are acting like this, then don't blame me, Shao Kong, for bullying the weak. Shao Kong was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm. Apart from the cadets on the power rankings, he was rather famous. If he was to directly deal with a new cadet, people would gossip about him. But now that Li Fuchen had injured Fong Tao, he had the excuse to deal with Li Fuchen. If you want to fight, just do it. Why find excuses? Li Fuchen scoffed. You are courting death. Shao Kang's weapon was a silver spear. It was 9 feet long and was as thick as a fist. Boom! Like a flash flood, Shao Kong appeared in front of Li Fuchen instantly and thrust with his spear. With this thrust, 2 field powers pressed over 2. The thrust was accompanied by the heavy technique intent and the tyrannic spear intent. In addition, the silver spear was imbued with qi and qi power. Shao Kong believed that this thrust would even make a 5th level reincarnation realm inter-institute cadet take a step back. You are the one that is courting death. Li Fuchen didn't retreat, nor gave way. When facing Shao Kang's heavy and tyrannic spear thrust, he welcomed it with his fist. Shao Kong was stunned at first, but he mocked afterwards that he actually used his fist to clash with me. Even if he is wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he will not be able to withstand the impact of long weapons. But the next moment, Shao Kang's eyes widened. Li Fuchen's fist was much tougher than he imagined. The fist had stopped the tip of his spear forcefully and had caused the pole to bend while emitting a sharp creaking sound. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit were extremely ferocious. They had burst open Shao Kang's double field powers. The silver spear was an Earth-class low-tier weapon after all. After a split moment of bending, it instantly straightened and launched Shao Kong backward. Too powerful. Senior Xiao is one of the strongest below the power rankings. He is actually repelled by Li Fuchen in a single fist. What level has Li Fuchen body refinement reached? The spectators were appalled. They had never seen such an aggressive new cadet. The commotion seems to be coming from Junior Fuchen. There was no lecture today, and just as in Xinmei, 6 Meiyang, or little sister walked out of her courtyard, she heard a qi explosion from the distance, and Xinmei's body flickered as she rushed over to the direction of the qi explosion. In just a short moment, and Xinmei arrived at the scene. It is Senior Xiao and Junior Fuchen. And Xinmei was astounded. Swish, Lu Kuei had also rushed over. When he saw that Shao Kong was confronting Li Fuchen, he mocked. Junior Fuchen is truly young and fearless. This time, he's going to suffer. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen was a match for Shao Kong. Senior Lu Kuei, earlier on, Li Fuchen and Senior Xiao were evenly matched. One of the inter-institute cadets commented, How is that possible? Lu Kuei raised his brows and didn't believe it. Perhaps Shao Kong isn't serious yet. Lu Kuei thought silently. Well done, Li Fuchen. I have underestimated you. Shao Kong composed himself and spoke in a deep voice. Shao Kong, just bring out everything you have. Li Fuchen lowered his head to look at his fist and didn't see any signs of damage. Landslide split. Shao Kong roared out and poured his extraordinary chi power into the silver spear, causing the spear's speed and power to increase by 1 level. Come on then. Li Fuchen raised his right fist and executed another punch. Creak, creak, creak. When the tip of the spear and the fist collided, there was a burst of sparks. Shao Kang's silver spear bent again, and he got launched back again. Shao Kong was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, just with his Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique that was at the highest rank, and also his Earth-class low-tier spear art. He could produce strength that was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. With the combination of his body refinement, he was able to burst out with regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm strength. However, Li Fuchen's body refinement had reached the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm, and with the combination of the Tiger Soul Fist at the perfection stage, he was also able to reach the strength of the regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm. They might have equivalent strength, but Li Fuchen could endure more damage. What? Shao Kong was repelled. Lu Kuei was certain that Shao Kong had already brought out 99% of his strength. Even if Shao Kong didn't go all out, this was already close to his best. If Shao Kong is repelled like this, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength isn't inferior to Shao Kong and he is stronger than me? Lu Kuei was shocked. No wonder he is the Dean's in-room cadet. And Mei gasped deeply while her eyes flashed with a strange light. Shao Kong, receive a fist from me too. Li Fuchen soared into the sky. With the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit, he had suppressed the entire place. Fierce tiger descent. When his fist was executed, the fierce tiger spirit swelled up and enveloped Shao Kong. PFFF. Shao Kong took several steps back after vomiting a mouthful of blood. He had retreated to a nearby courtyard, and due to the defense array of the courtyard, he was finally able to stop. Li Fuchen's fist power didn't increase much. But with the suppression from the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit, Shao Kong was extremely uncomfortable and couldn't even utilize 80% of his full strength. He instantly fell into a disadvantage and suffered minor injuries. Chapter 409. In the end, the Su clan didn't get what they wanted and only obtained the Zhang clan's spirit stone or vein. The Luo clan might not have any gains, but the upper echelons didn't mind. That newly discovered spirit stone or vein was the Luo clan's foundation. Everything else wasn't important. As for Li Fuchen and Luo Yin, they didn't leave the Luo clan immediately. After progressing to the Reincarnation Realm, Li Fuchen planned to push the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank before returning to the South Forest Martial Institution. Of course, Li Fuchen only stayed at the Luo clan for 3 days. 3 days later, the Ardent Sun Divine Technique broke through to the 24th rank. After reaching the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm, apart from the increase in strength, Li Fuchen didn't have any obstructions in cultivating Earth-class cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were separated into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow classes. Each class corresponded to 2 realms. For example, Yellow class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Qi realm and Origin realm. Mystic class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Earth realm and Heaven realm. Earth class cultivation techniques corresponded to the Reincarnation realm and Battle Spirit realm. As for Heaven class cultivation techniques, they corresponded to the primary Sea realm and higher realms. Li Fuchen might have heaven-defying perception, but his cultivation realm wasn't high enough. With the same perception, one was at the Heaven Dipper realm, while the other was at the Reincarnation realm. How could the latter comprehend Earth-class cultivation techniques be comparable to the former? Li Fuchen's cultivation broke through to the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm, and the Ardent Sun Divine Technique broke through to the 24th rank. Li Fuchen's Qi was like a tiger with wings. His current Qi intensity wasn't inferior to regular 4th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. It also meant that Li Fuchen could contest with regular 4th-level reincarnation realm martial artists with just his chi burst strength. But Li Fuchen knew that regular reincarnation realm martial artists were ultimately in the minority. The Seven-Color Continent wasn't the East Unicorn Continent, and there were countless Earth-class manuals here. As long as there was a fated opportunity, one might be able to obtain Earth-class cultivation technique manuals. The Black Mountain Old Devil was only a 4th-level reincarnation realm devil lord and didn't have any powerful background, but he still cultivated the Earth-class low-tier, evil, Tao cultivation technique, Devil Wind divine technique. Most of the Shedding Body realm high-rank martial artists basically cultivated the Earth-level cultivation technique. After all, there were many Shedding Body realm martial artists in the Seven-Color Continent who were only 4-star bone frames. Without the support of the Earth-level cultivation technique, it was difficult to cultivate to the Shedding Body realm high rank. Unlike the East Unicorn Continent, who can cultivate to the Shedding Body realm, which is not a 5-star bone frame, many of them are 6-star bone frames, but the environment is too bad there is no Earth-level cultivation technique, so they have been stuck at the Shedding Body realm level. As the Ardent Sun divine technique broke through to the 24th rank, Li Fuchen's Qi Cultivation Foundation was already comparable with his Body Refinement Foundation. They were both at the regular 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. However, there were too many ways for the former to improve his strength. Palm techniques, sword techniques, flame root bones, flame power, and even the 9 revolutions purple Qi divine art lines and clear sky sword art martial mark could greatly improve his true Qi strength. In terms of body refinement, Li Fuchen only had a mystic level high-tier fist technique, Iron Bone Fist, which was quite shabby. After returning, I have to strengthen my body refinement and also search for a higher grade body refinement martial art. Li Fuchen might be the dean's in-room cadet, but he was previously an outer institute cadet, and it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Now that he was an inner institute cadet, it shouldn't be difficult for him to search for a mystic class peak tier body refinement martial art. Li Fuchen didn't know if the South Forest Martial Institution had Earth class body refinement martial arts. The Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapters was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, and it was innately superior to the Ardent Sun Divine technique. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't neglect the body refinement Dao, and it wouldn't be a big deal to focus on a little. With the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest, Li Fuchen and Luo Yin rushed back to the South Forest Martial Institution in a few days. After finding out that Li Fuchen progressed to the reincarnation realm, the South Forest Martial Institution's dean personally came over to meet Li Fuchen. He originally thought that Wang Heilung, who had the 6-star darkness bone frame, should be the first to step into the reincarnation realm. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be ahead of him, which made him value Li Fuchen even more. Originally, when Inner Institute cadets enter the Inner Institute, they can choose an Earth-class low-tier martial art. You are my in-room cadet and can choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. The white-robed dean said with a smile. Li Fuchen wasn't too interested in Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. With the Green Sun Sword Intent and the Ardent Sun Divine Palm, he didn't have much need for Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. Only Earth-class high-tier martial arts would pique his interest. Mentor, do you have any body refinement martial arts? Li Fuchen inquired. That's true. With the Ardent Sun Divine Palm and the Green Sun Sword Intent, it will be a waste for you to choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. The institution naturally has body refinement martial arts, but they are all in the Inner Institute. Follow me. The dean brought Li Fuchen to the tall tower at the center of the Outer Institute. This tall tower was called the South Forest Tower, and it was connected to the Inner Institute, which was also the location of the South Forest Martial Institution's hidden domain. The South Forest Tower was glowing, and after the duo entered, they arrived at a mystical spatial zone. The mystical spatial zone's heaven and earth chi was too concentrated, and it was much more concentrated than the East Unicorn Continent's 100 Herbs hidden domain. It was also much more concentrated than Grandmaster Everyouth's Everlasting Youth Garden. With a single breath, Li Fuchen could feel the surging chi entering his body and exiting through his pores. It was constantly cleansing Li Fuchen's physique. Cultivating in this place wasn't just as simple as getting twice the results with half the effort. Even the physique would change. If Li Fuchen could stay here for 8 to 10 years, be it his body or spirit soul, they would be enhanced. This is the South Forest Hidden Domain. This was Li Fuchen's first time entering the South Forest Hidden Domain. It was said that this secret realm was discovered by the first dean of the South Forest Martial Institution. After that, he built the Martial Institution here and executed great divine abilities and great methods to transform the South Forest Secret Realm, making it the foundation of the South Forest Martial Institution. The South Forest Martial Institution's first dean was a half-step monarch. Half-step monarchs might not be as powerful as primary Sea Realm monarchs, who could control heaven and earth power, but they were still able to borrow the heaven and earth power. In the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings, there were only a few half-step monarchs. These people were absolute experts in the master rankings. Even if the others developed incredible divine abilities, they would still be far from being a match for these half-step monarchs. After all, in the face of heaven and earth power, divine abilities and martial arts wouldn't be of much use. In the Inner Institute, there was also a secret manual tower. The guardian of the secret manual tower was an Inner Institute elder. When he saw the dean arriving, he quickly stood up to welcome. "Elder Gao, this child is called Li Fuchen, and he is my in-room cadet. I have brought him here to choose an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art." The dean said. Body refinement arts were much rarer than Qi cultivation arts. In terms of value, Earth-class low-tier body refinement arts were around the same as Earth-class mid-tier martial arts. Since Li Fuchen didn't choose an Earth-class mid-tier martial art, then he could naturally choose an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art. So he is the dean's cadet. Elder Gao nodded and sized up Li Fuchen carefully. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and said, "Greetings to Elder Gao. Go in and choose." The dean waved his hand. In response, Li Fuchen headed to the second floor of the secret manual tower. After Li Fuchen left, Elder Gao said, "Dean, this child is rather extraordinary. He doesn't just cultivate Qi and body. He has also reached the reincarnation realm." Chapter 410. There were only 4 low-rank Earth-level body refining martial arts in the Inner Courtyard's secret manual tower. They were Iron Wall, Golden Body, Tiger Soul Fist, War Dragon Leg, and Great Desolate Palm. The Iron Wall Golden Body was a defensive body-tempering martial art. Upon successfully cultivating it, one's defense and strength would be enhanced, allowing one to exert great might with every movement. The Tiger Soul Fist, the Battle Dragon Leg, and the Great Desolate Palm were body-refining martial arts with great destructive power. When the Tiger Soul Fist was cultivated to a high level, it could even activate the spirit of a ferocious tiger. When the War Dragon Leg was cultivated to a high level, it could also activate the War Dragon spirit. Li Fuchen already possessed the giant elephant spirit, and if he complemented it with the fierce tiger spirit and battle dragon spirit, the spirit would naturally be stronger. As for the Desolate Palm, it was a bit special. To practice this body-refining martial art, one needed to use the blood of demonic beasts. Every day, one needed to soak one's palm in the demonic beast's blood, so that it would be contaminated with the aura of the demonic beast. The higher the grade of the demonic beast's blood, the better the cultivation effect. When the Great Desolate Palm was cultivated to a high level, one's palms would be like well-tempered steel. They would be indestructible, as if they had been modified. They would be extremely powerful and overbearing. But Li Fuchen didn't think highly of the Great Desolate Palm. This was a body refinement art that was close to transforming the palm. There were plenty of drawbacks in the later stages. There was no need to do such a thing just to increase the power. Li Fuchen didn't want to cultivate the Iron Wall Golden Body either. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he felt that the Iron Wall Golden Body focused too much on defense and didn't have enough lethality. Strong defense was naturally a good thing, but there was no need to sacrifice lethality. After all, when martial artists dueled, it was mainly about killing power. Relying on the body to resist wasn't Li Fuchen's style. Of course, if Li Fuchen could choose 2 Earth-class low-tier body refinement arts, he wouldn't mind cultivating the Iron Wall Golden Body. In the end, Li Fuchen was only left with the Tiger Soul Fist and War Dragon Leg to choose from. Of the 2 body refinement arts, Li Fuchen chose the Tiger Soul Fist. After choosing the body refining martial art, Li Fuchen came to the secret book pagoda, first floor. He chose Tiger Soul Fist? Not bad. The dean nodded. Back then, he had also chosen the Tiger Soul Fist. Later on, he cultivated the Iron Wall Golden Body and the Battle Dragon Legs respectively. Walking out of the secret manual tower, the dean said to Li Fuchen, "You might be my in-room cadet, but in the inner institute, the strong rule. If you are bullied, I will not stand up for you." Fuchen understands. Li Fuchen nodded. Whether it was the South Forest Martial Institution or the other martial institutions, the style of the inner court was very valiant. As long as it was not too excessive, the upper echelons of the martial institutions would basically not care. It was said that Di Jun was taught a lesson the moment he entered the inner court. This is your courtyard key. In addition, you have been assigned to Class 9. Remember to report. After tossing a key to Li Fuchen, the dean flashed and left the inner institute. The inner courtyard was extremely vast, and one couldn't see the end of it at all. In the center of the inner courtyard was a group of magnificent and domineering buildings. The sky above the buildings was filled with colorful clouds. This was not a naturally formed cloud, but a phenomenon caused by a grade 6 Qi gathering array. Cultivating inside was much more effective than cultivating outside. The closer one got to the center of the building complex, the better the effect. Entering the building complex, Li Fuchen found his own courtyard. This courtyard was in the outer area of the building complex. Fortunately, it was not at the edge. As the dean's in-room student, the treatment he received was quite good. It should be known that most of the newly promoted inner courtyard students lived in the periphery of the inner courtyard, where the effects of cultivation were the worst. If one wanted to stay in the inner courtyard, they would have to rely on their strength. If another inner courtyard student fancied your courtyard, they would come and snatch it. Of course, if you were to hide in the courtyard, the inner courtyard student wouldn't be able to barge in. After all, every courtyard was enveloped by a defense array and could only be opened with a key. This is indeed the inner courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and felt the surging heaven and earth qi entering his body, making him feel comfortable. Someone is staying in this courtyard. In a nearby courtyard, someone lifted his head and saw that Li Fuchen's courtyard was glowing. Once the courtyard was glowing, it meant that the courtyard was occupied. Previously, this courtyard had always been empty, and without a key, it was impossible to enter. To be able to stay in such a good courtyard after entering the inner courtyard, it seems like he is at least an in-room student of an inner courtyard elder. So what if he is an in-room student of an inner courtyard elder? In the inner courtyard, one relies on strength and not background. This courtyard is mine. Some of the inner courtyard students who didn't have a good courtyard for Li Fuchen had a flash of cold intent in their eyes. At the edge of the building complex, Di Jun lifted his head and looked at Li Fuchen's courtyard. That fellow is unlucky. Di Jun frowned and had a flash of schadenfreude on his face. He didn't know who the owner of this courtyard was, but to stay in such a good courtyard after entering, he would definitely become a thorn in the inner courtyard elder's eyes. Back when he was allocated a courtyard that was slightly further in, he was already taught a lesson and had his courtyard key snatched away. This newly allocated courtyard was much better than his courtyard back then. Li Fuchen didn't know that he had already become a thorn in the inner courtyard. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The inner courtyard was filled with hidden talents, and there would definitely be those that were stronger than him. But in the outer region, he felt that he didn't need to fear anyone. Let me cultivate the Tiger Soul Fist first. Li Fuchen opened up the Tiger Soul Fist's branded manual and began to study it seriously. The Tiger Soul Fist was indeed worthy of being an Earth-class low-tier body refinement art. It was several times superior to the Metal Bone Fist. So the Qi power can be used like this? Li Fuchen studied it with great thirst. Time elapsed slowly, and in the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had already stayed in the courtyard for a week. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry. but the Inner Institute cadets that were eyeing him were rather anxious. There were plenty of Inner Institute cadets with comparable strength. If someone else snatched Li Fuchen's courtyard, it would be 10 times harder for them to snatch it again. After all, the Inner Institute only allowed one-on-one battles and didn't allow bullying with numbers. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed and wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the Inner Institute in the future. Tiger Soul Fist. In the center of the courtyard, Li Fuchen put down the Tiger Soul Fist's branded manual and blasted a fist into the air. Visible to the naked eye, a lump of black smoke was spreading out and there were traces of ripples in the air. This smoke might look very weak, but Li Fuchen knew clearly that this smoke was condensed from a massive amount of chi power. Once it was condensed to the extremity, it would form a fierce tiger spirit, and it would be extremely powerful. Again, this time, Li Fuchen used the dragon elephant power to execute the Tiger Soul Fist. Boom! An even more powerful lump of black and gold smoke spread out. As it tumbled, there was a faint tiger roar. My current body refinement strength should be at the regular 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. Previously, Li Fuchen's body refinement was only at the regular 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. When complemented with the Trans-Stage Metal Bone Fist, he would only be able to contest with regular 5th level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Right now, as the Tiger Soul Fist was nearing the completion stage, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength had increased along with it and had reached the regular 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he could reach the trance stage, his body refinement strength might be able to reach the regular 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. An Earth-class low-tier body refinement art could increase the strength by 5 levels. It sounded very exaggerated, but Li Fuchen knew that it wasn't considered exaggerated. After all, the extraordinary Qi power's quality was far superior to Qi. Chapter 411. It is time for me to report to Class 9. Li Fuchen might feel that he could reach great heights by relying on himself, but it was still useful to listen to a mentor's lecture occasionally. At least, it would allow him to take fewer detours. Li Fuchen pushed open the courtyard door and walked out. I'm finally out. There was originally no one outside the courtyard, but in just a few blinks of the eye, 3 or 4 Inner Institute cadets appeared in front of Li Fuchen. There were also plenty of Inner Institute cadets rushing over from all directions. Trying to snatch my courtyard key? Li Fuchen suddenly laughed. The Inner Institute was separated into 4 regions: the core region, the inner region, the outer region, and the border region. Li Fuchen's courtyard was considered to be in the inner region of the outer region. It was naturally understandable that so many people wanted to snatch his courtyard. This junior, I want your courtyard. If you don't want to get beaten up, then hand over the courtyard key obediently. A tall and burly Inner Institute cadet who was at the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm sneered and said, Ma Donglai, get lost. Junior, give your courtyard to me, Qin Nan. I will protect you in the future. Otherwise, don't blame this senior for teaching you how to behave. Another 2nd level Reincarnation Realm Inner Institute cadet said. In the outer region, the Inner Institute cadets were basically at the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm. The 3rd level Reincarnation Realm Inner Institute cadets didn't have courtyards that were inferior to Li Fuchen. Unless they disliked Li Fuchen, they wouldn't look for trouble. What if I don't? Li Fuchen looked around, and in just a short moment, this empty space was already filled with over a dozen Inner Institute cadets. All of them were at the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm. The South Forest Martial Institution's 2nd level Shedding Body Realm martial artist is naturally not an ordinary person. They all cultivate Earth-level cultivation technique and Earth-level martial art. In terms of strength, it is at least equivalent to ordinary Shedding Body Realm 5th level martial artist. If you don't want to, then let this senior teach you what is courtesy. The Inner Institute cadet named Ma Donglai was the first to attack Li Fuchen. He opened up his fingers and interweaved with sharp claw lights like a net, sealing off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. The Inner Institute cadet named Qin Nan was silently frustrated. Ma Donglai had already made a move, and he couldn't make another move. Otherwise, it would be 2 against 1, and it would be against the rules. If he had known that this would happen, he would have made the first move. Humph. I have been an Inter-Institute cadet for 4 years, and have already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier martial art, Divine Eagle Claw, to the perfection stage. I shall let you experience the prowess of the Divine Eagle Claw. Ma Donglai felt as though he could already see the scene of Li Fuchen being defeated by a single claw. Is that all you've got? Li Fuchen sneered. Ma Donglai's strength was probably only at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm, and might even be inferior. Tiger's Soul Fist. Slightly activating the Dragon Elephant power, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Ma Donglai. The black and gold mist was like a ferocious beast that radiated Ma Donglai. Bang! The claw light shattered, and Ma Donglai's body shuddered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. With a single punch, Ma Donglai was defeated. What? So powerful? Qi Nan was shocked. He and Ma Donglai were arch-enemies, and Ma Donglai's strength was definitely not inferior to him. If Ma Donglai wasn't a match for a single fist from Li Fuchen, he naturally wouldn't be a match for Li Fuchen either. Who else wants to snatch my key? Just come over. Li Fuchen really didn't put these Inter-Institute cadets in his eyes, let alone the fact that they were at the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if they were at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid and would just knock them down with a single fist. Junior is very awe-inspiring. Sun Tianhai would like to experience it. A youth with a square-shaped face walked out. Is Senior Sun Tianhai. He is at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Senior Sun Tianhai has been in the Inter-Institute for 6 years. I heard that he has already cultivated the Morning Sun Fist art to the trance stage and has grasped the Morning Sun Fist intent. Why does he want to snatch this courtyard? Don't you know? Senior Sun Tianhai is wooing a female junior. He is probably planning to give it to her. I see. Among the Inter-Institute cadets, there are more males than females. The competition is intense. If I am Senior Sun Tianhai, I will do the same. The spectators were in heated discussions and were looking at Li Fuchen while rejoicing in Li Fuchen's misfortune. They believed that they weren't a match for Li Fuchen, but with Senior Sun Tianhai making a move, Li Fuchen was definitely going to be defeated. He might even have to suffer a little. Make your move, Li Fuchen said indifferently. With his strength, as long as the Inter-Institute cadets weren't at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm, he didn't fear them. Junior, this senior will not bully you. We will decide the victor in 10 moves. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I, Sun Tianhai, will leave. Sun Tianhai teased. In response, Li Fuchen said, there is no need to be so troublesome. If I take a step back within 10 moves, I will give this courtyard to you. Such arrogance. Everyone raised their brows and felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. They were waiting for Li Fuchen to be slapped in the face. Shameless boasting. Sun Tianhai's face turned dark as Li Fuchen was simply taking advantage of him. Receive my first fist. Rising Morning Sunday, Sun Tianhai was the same as Li Fuchen and cultivated the blazing heat cultivation technique. His fist art was also the blazing heat fist art. When he executed his fist, the fist intent was resplendent. The dazzling fist light drew across the void and blasted straight at Li Fuchen. The power of this fist was actually at the 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. Just in time, Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He circulated the Dragon Elephant power to the extremity and caused the black and golden mist to tumble as he clashed with Sun Tianhai's fist. Huff! A majestic chi wave burst out. Li Fuchen didn't take a step back, but Sun Tianhai took over a dozen steps back while his chi blood was boiling. To be serious, Li Fuchen's fist force might not be stronger than Sun Tianhai, but Li Fuchen's body refinement was too high and was able to resist the rebounding force. How could Sun Tianhai resist it? It was fine if Li Fuchen retreated, as he would be able to vent a portion of the rebounding force. But Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back, and Sun Tianhai had to endure most of the rebounding force. Damn it, rising morning sun. Sun Tianhai had an unpleasant expression as he blasted dozens of dazzling fist lights at Li Fuchen. Dance of the Tigers. Li Fuchen's fists intersected and blasted straight, struck horizontally, or ripped. The black and golden mist surged like a group of tigers roaring and had a terrifying prowess. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Tianhai's fist lights were all intercepted and the layers of chi waves exploded. Sun Tianhai retreated again, but Li Fuchen was like a reef that stood upright in the chi waves and didn't take a step back. No wonder you are an inner institute cadet. Li Fuchen might not have taken a step back, but his chi blood was surging in his body. There is no need to torment myself. Withdrawing the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen circulated the ardent sun divine technique and caused the surrounding void to distort. Sun Tianhai's expression was already extremely unpleasant. They agreed to determine the victor in 10 moves. After 2 moves, Li Fuchen didn't even take a step back, but Sun Tianhai had already taken 2 steps back. Rising Morning Sun Kill. Sun Tianhai executed the kill move of the Rising Morning Sun fist art. The dazzling dark red fist light was like the rising sun in the sky, blazing and tyrannical. When facing Sun Tianhai's killing fist, Li Fuchen executed a horizontal palm strike. If Sun Tianhai's fist art was the rising sun, then Li Fuchen's palm law was the ardent sun. The blazing power contained within wasn't on the same level. As Li Fuchen executed a horizontal palm strike, a massive and resplendent ardent sun hand flew out. It didn't just crush the dark red fist light with ease, it even enveloped Sun Tianhai and sent him flying like swatting a fly. What? Sun Tianhai is also defeated? Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength is actually stronger than his body refinement strength. Is he going to let us live? Everyone was flabbergasted. Sun Tianhai was already the strongest among them, and if Sun Tianhai wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, only an inner institute cadet at the 4th level of reincarnation realm would be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Is there anyone else who is willing to spar with me? Li Fuchen swept a glance. His ardent sun divine technique was already at the 24th rank. Just his chi burst power was equivalent to a regular 4th level reincarnation realm. With the ardent sun divine palm and the blazing flame power, it wasn't difficult for his palm force to reach the 7th level of reincarnation realm. It was enough to crush Sun Tianhai. If Li Fuchen's chi and dragon elephant power burst out at the same time, his palm force would be able to reach the next level. But it wasn't necessary to deal with Sun Tianhai. In the corner, Di Jun clenched his fist tightly. After becoming an inner institute cadet first, he thought that he had already shaken off Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's progress to be several times faster than him. Right now, he wasn't even qualified to fight with Li Fuchen. To know that in the human list competition, Li Fuchen was only slightly stronger than him. I will not remain silent just like this. Di Jun turned and left. Since no one is going to challenge me, then I shall not keep you company. Seeing that no one was going to challenge him, Li Fuchen walked towards the 9th class. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the outer and peripheral regions were in an uproar. A newly promoted inner institute cadet had actually defeated 2 veteran cadets. One of them was Sun Tianhai, who was at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Such a valiant feat hadn't happened for many years. Among the inner institute cadets, only a few of the power rankings had done it. In the inner region of the 9th class, when Li Fuchen arrived at the 9th class, there were 12 inner institute cadets listening to the lecture. Li Fuchen is here to report. Li Fuchen said to the inner institute mentor on the rostrum. You are Li Fuchen? The 9th class mentor was called Hua Qingmu. Over a week ago, the dean informed him that his in-room cadet, Li Fuchen, would become a cadet of the 9th class. Therefore, he had been waiting for Li Fuchen's lecture. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to arrive after over a week, and it made him rather unhappy. Of course, no matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't show it on his face. A person who could become the dean's in-room cadet naturally wasn't an ordinary person, and there wasn't a need to offend him. Find a seat and take a seat. Hua Qingmu waved his hand. There were a total of 20 seats in the classroom. Li Fuchen found an empty seat and sat down. Right now, he finally had the time to size up the cadets of the 9th class. Among the 12 cadets of the ninth class, there were 4 at the first level of Reincarnation Realm, 4 at the second level of Reincarnation Realm, 2 at the third level of Reincarnation Realm, and 2 at the fourth level of Reincarnation Realm. Of course, with the addition of Li Fuchen, there were now 5 cadets at the first level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen, I heard that you are the Dean's in-room cadet? The seat beside Li Fuchen was seated with a tall and slender beauty. Her cultivation was actually at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. Yes, Li Fuchen nodded. Chapter 412. And Mei was definitely considered a prodigy in the Inner Institute. She was only 34 years old and had already reached the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. But as compared to Li Fuchen, she paled in comparison. According to what she knew, Li Fuchen was only 26 years old this year, and she was already 29 years old when she entered the Reincarnation Realm. Hence, she had the intention to befriend Li Fuchen. And Mei's actions made the other 4th level Reincarnation Realm Inner Institute cadet in Class 9 jealous. Lu Kuei, one of the 2 aces of the 9th class. He had been chasing after Mei for 3 years. Although he hadn't been able to catch up to her, he had never seen Mei being intimate with anyone before. Even Lu Qing, who was ranked 5th on the strong rankings, wasn't able to catch up to Mei. But now, Mei actually took the initiative to speak to Li Fuchen, and it made him feel a sense of danger. Junior Fuchen, since you were able to become the Dean's in-room cadet, you should have cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, right? I wonder what rank is he at now? Lu Kuei had the intention to find out Li Fuchen's foundation. Li Fuchen casually said, Ardent Sun Divine Technique, 24th rank. Since he was the principal's in-room student, there was naturally no need for him to keep a low profile. He couldn't possibly say that the 24th level was the 23rd level or the 22nd level, right? There was no need for that. 24th floor, and Mei's expression changed. The 24th level of the Blazing Sun Divine Art, with a level stronger than the highest level of low-tier Earth-class cultivation techniques. How the other party cultivated. This was simply unimaginable. Junior Fuchen, you aren't joking, right? Lu Kuei laughed. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen had cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank. He had spent 8 years to cultivate an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique to the highest rank. Li Fuchen had only been in the academy for less than a year and had already cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine Technique to the 24th rank. It was simply a pipe dream. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Li Fuchen didn't care if the other party believed him. After all, he didn't have the obligation to do so. Junior Fuchen, I believe you. And Mei believed in Li Fuchen. How could a person who could become the Dean's in-room student be an ordinary person? After class, it was already dusk. Junior Fuchen, let's go eat together. And Mei invited. Li Fuchen couldn't reject the enthusiasm of the other party and headed to the cafeteria with him. The inner courtyard's dining hall was divided into 3 floors, each floor more expensive than the one before. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, a table of precious dishes was placed in front of Li Fuchen. There were 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetables, and a soup. The meat dishes were mainly made from Class 5 demonic beast meat, while the vegetables were spirit vegetables grown in the Inner Institute. This table of dishes had cost Mei 10 inferior-grade spirit stones, and it could be said to be expensive. The 2 of them chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was good. At the 4th table next door, Lu Kuei looked over from time to time with a displeased expression. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps came from the stairwell, and a young man with a jade-like face and long eyebrows walked up. This person looked around, and when he noticed Mei, his eyes lit up. But when he saw Li Fuchen, who was opposite Mei, his face turned dark again. He had been chasing after Mei for some time, but he had never had a meal with her alone. With a cold smirk, the young man walked toward the duo. Junior, and this is? The young man smiled and said to Mei after coming to their side. Mei frowned and introduced. Li Fuchen, this is Senior Shao Kong, Senior Shao. Senior Shao, this is Li Fuchen, the Dean's new in-room cadet. He is now a cadet of my Class 9. So, it is Li Fuchen, it is an honor to meet you. After knowing that Li Fuchen was the dean's in-room cadet, Shao Kong didn't mind. The Inner Institute had its own rules, and as long as he didn't break the rules, no one could do anything to him. Shao Kong extended his hand and was planning to shake hands with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's right hand shook Shao Kang's hand. Creak. The moment they shook hands, Shao Kang's palm strength increased drastically, but his body didn't have any chi waves. Apart from Shao Kang's chi cultivation reaching the 4th level of reincarnation realm, his body refinement was also at the reincarnation realm. He was one of the rare dual cultivators. Of course, as compared to Li Fuchen, he was still insignificant. Li Fuchen's body refinement was much stronger than his chi cultivation. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, but Li Fuchen didn't feel anything as his palm strength increased. Shao Kong was rather surprised. This was the dining hall, and it would be too loud to use chi power. Therefore, Li Fuchen could only use chi power. Shao Kong originally thought that 50% of his strength would be enough to embarrass Li Fuchen, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be so formidable. Since that is the case, I shall use 70% of my strength. Shao Kong increased his strength again. Creak, creak. The force produced from their handshake was so powerful that it felt as though a piece of metal had been twisted. And Xinmei sensed the abnormality and was about to reprimand Shao Kong. But when she saw that Li Fuchen wasn't at a disadvantage, she immediately closed her mouth. She wanted to make use of this opportunity to see how capable Li Fuchen was. 70% of his strength, 80% of his strength, 90% of his strength. Shao Kang's expression turned gloomy. With a spurt of energy, Shao Kong increased his strength to 100% and even added in the remaining extraordinary chi power in his body. It was visible to the naked eye that Shao Kang's palm turned bright silver. Li Fuchen smiled as traces of dragon elephant power poured into his palm and continued to increase his strength. Creak, creak. Traces of sparks burst out from the duo's palms, and Xinmei could smell a burnt smell. Looking at the duo, Xinmei was startled. As compared to before, Li Fuchen still had a composed expression, while Shao Kang's expression was rather distorted. Shao Kong was actually at a disadvantage? Shao Kong roared with rage in his heart. He originally wanted to humiliate Li Fuchen, but he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's body refinement to be stronger than him. Gritting his teeth, Shao Kong tried his best to persist. Traces of pale, golden luster extended from Li Fuchen's hand, and Li Fuchen's strength had increased by 30%. Crackle. Shao Kang's palm bones were fractured, and a few of his fingers were twisted in a strange manner. Withdrawing his palm, Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Senior Shao is too enthusiastic. Let's have a meal together." "It's fine. I still have something to do. Let's talk next time." Shao Kong quickly withdrew his deformed palm and left without any expression. Senior Shao suffered a hidden disadvantage. This new junior isn't simple. I heard from someone that this junior is called Li Fuchen, and he is the dean's new in-room cadet. No wonder. There were plenty of Inner Institute cadets on the 3rd floor that witnessed this scene and were discussing in private. His body refinement isn't bad, but Shao Kong is a 4th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. After suffering this disadvantage, he will definitely take revenge. Lu Kuei sneered in his heart. Shao Kong was a person that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If Lu Kuei offended him, Lu Kuei's future days wouldn't be easy. By then, he would like to see if Shao Kong still had the face to be so close to Xinmei. Lu Kuei, who was in a great mood, ordered another portion of class, 5 demonic beast meat. Li Fuchen, be careful. Senior Shao doesn't have a good reputation, but his strength is formidable. In the power rankings, he is at least top 3. Although they were all at the 4th level of reincarnation realm, there were differences in strength. Those who cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and Earth-class low-tier martial arts to the highest rank were naturally the strongest. Shao Kong didn't just cultivate Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and Earth-class low-tier martial arts to the highest rank. His body refinement cultivation had also reached the reincarnation realm. His strength was even comparable to those at the bottom of the power rankings. It doesn't matter. As long as Shao Kang's cultivation wasn't at the 5th level of reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen wouldn't pay attention. Seeing that Li Fuchen was so confident, and Xin Mei didn't say anything else. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't attend any more classes. Classes were a waste of time for him. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate. It wouldn't be too late to attend classes after he reached the bottleneck. Soon enough, 1 month had passed. In the courtyard, there was a giant elephant's trumpet and a ferocious tiger's roar. On the eastern side of the courtyard, on the training ground, Li Fuchen executed a fist strike. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit rose at the same time. The two spirits might not be able to fuse, but when used together, they were able to burst out with overwhelming prowess. Even if the opponent was slightly stronger than Li Fuchen, they would still be forcefully suppressed by the two spirits. The Tiger Soul Fist has reached the perfection stage. My body refinement strength is almost at the regular 8th level of reincarnation realm. Body refinement martial arts were hard to obtain. Once a powerful body refinement martial art was cultivated, those body refinement experts would be terrifyingly powerful. With the addition of superior defenses, they would be able to escape unscathed when encountering opponents that were much stronger than them. But body refinement martial arts weren't that easy to cultivate. If it was other reincarnation realm experts, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the Tiger Soul Fist to the perfection stage without a few years. Li Fuchen's perception was exceptional, awareness was exceptional, and his cultivation had caught up. The difficulty of cultivating the Tiger Soul Fist was similar to cultivating the Metal Bone Fist back then. In fact, it was slightly easier. After all, cultivating the Metal Bone Fist to the trance stage had given him plenty of experience and accumulation. For any martial art, the most difficult stage is to reach the trance stage from the perfection stage. Without a few months, this stage won't be easy to pass. It is time to increase my body refinement level. After a long period of time, Li Fuchen's body refinement level had already stabilized. He believed that with his wealth, it wouldn't be difficult for his body refinement level to improve further. After leaving the South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen rode on the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest and rushed towards the South Forest City. South Forest City, Every Youth Pavilion. This elixir store was Grandmaster Every Youth's business, and there were plenty of elixirs inside. Shopkeeper, do you have Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs? Once Li Fuchen entered, he immediately asked the Every Youth Pavilion shopkeeper. Yes, this way please, dear customer. The shopkeeper was an elder in luxurious clothes, and he was smiling as he welcomed Li Fuchen. There weren't a lot of people that could afford Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs. Those reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists would normally like to purchase Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixirs. After all, 2 Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixirs' medicinal effects were equivalent to 1 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixir. Furthermore, 1 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixir's value was at least 3 times that of an Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixir. Of course, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs had fewer impurities and would be absorbed faster. Soon enough, the duo arrived at the body refinement elixir counter. The body refinement elixirs here range from Mystic-class low-tier to Earth-class mid-tier. However, Earth-class body refinement elixirs were extremely expensive. The cheapest Earth-class low-tier body refinement elixir would cost at least 300 low-grade spirit stones, and the most expensive would cost 500 low-grade spirit stones. As for Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs, the cheapest would cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and there were only 2 types. Chapter 4:13. The Vajra elixir was worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the body forging golden elixir was worth 1,200 low-grade spirit stones. If it was a regular reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, they wouldn't be able to afford it. After all, body refinement martial artists already consumed a lot of resources. Every trace of chi power was accumulated with wealth. In the 7-color continent, body refinement martial artists were definitely the poorest group of people. Of course, Those body refinement martial artists with strong backgrounds weren't included. Give me one Vajra elixir and one body forging golden elixir. Li Fuchen reckoned that 2 Earth-class mid-tier elixirs should be able to split his dragon elephant power from 3,000 strands to 6,000 strands. 6,000 strands of dragon elephant power was enough to push his body refinement to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. After paying 2,200 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the Ever-Youth Pavilion and checked into a top-notch inn. The Vajra elixir was a type of elixir that was forged with Vajra. It was extremely tough and had golden radiance. If one wasn't a reincarnation realm body refinement martial artist, it would be hard to refine the Vajra elixir. After the Vajra elixir entered his body, Li Fuchen circulated his chi power and dragon elephant power to refine the Vajra elixir. Gradually, the outer layer of the Vajra elixir melted and was like molten iron. The scalding heat contained a powerful body refinement power. 3,500 strands, 4,000 strands, 4,800 strands. After spending one day, Li Fuchen had completely refined the Vajra elixir. At the same time, the dragon elephant power in his body had split from 3,000 strands to 4,800 strands. Li Fuchen consumed the body-forging golden elixir and continued to refine it. The body-forging golden elixir's toughness was even higher than the Vajra elixir. It was just like swallowing a piece of mystic class metal. 5,000 strands, 5,500 strands, 6,200 strands. To be honest, the body-forging golden elixir's medicinal effects were stronger than the Vajra elixir. But the dragon elephant power would increase at a slower rate and would require more resources. Therefore, the body-forging golden elixir only increased Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power by 1,400 strands, and it wasn't as good as the Vajra elixir. But Li Fuchen could sense that with every additional strand of dragon elephant power, the rest of the dragon elephant power would be strengthened. It might be very weak, but it was better than nothing. In the later stages, perhaps a trace of dragon elephant power would be equivalent to 2 traces of dragon elephant's power in the past. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen's pupils turned pale gold, breathtaking. After a long time, the pale gold gradually faded. Consciousness scanning the body, Li Fuchen secretly thought, the strength of dragon form has doubled, and the medicine pill impurities are also more. Any pill would contain impurities. The accumulation of impurities in the body would affect cultivation. In the face of the impurities within the body, Li Fuchen has 2 choices. The first is to rely on the strength of dragon form to slowly refine the impurities. The second method was to swallow a special pill to wash away the impurities on the body. The former was slow, but it had a solid foundation. The latter was fast, but there were also impurities in special pills. Although there were only a few of them, they still couldn't be underestimated if they accumulated over time. There's no rush for now. There's no need to waste low-grade spirit stones to buy special pills. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuchen decided to play it safe. Of course, most importantly, these special pills that could wash away the impurities weren't cheap. With his current body refinement level, Mystic Class Peak Tier special pills weren't effective anymore. Earth Class Low Tier special pills were worth a few hundred low-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchen wasn't qualified to be so extravagant. After returning to the South Forest Martial Institution's inner courtyard, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. Next, his target was to cultivate the Green Sun Sword Intent and Ardent Sun Divine Palm to the perfection stage. Time elapsed quickly. 1 week later, Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Divine Palm had reached the perfection stage. 1 month later, the Green Sun Sword Intent had reached the perfection stage. The former was still all right, as the power was only slightly stronger than Earth-class low-tier martial arts at the trance stage. The latter's power was far superior to the Ardent Sun Divine Palm. A single sword strike would produce thousands of sword lights, and it was extremely powerful. Junior Fuchen, you came out just in time. Senior Xiao wants you to visit him. On this day, as soon as Li Fuchen left the courtyard, an inner institute cadet walked over and spoke loudly. Shao Kong? Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. I'm not free. Junior Fuchin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. No one can reject Senior Xiao's good intentions. The Inner Institute cadet threatened, "Get lost." Li Fuchin berated. It was good enough if he didn't provoke others. But if anyone provoked him, he didn't care who they were. He wouldn't give them any face. Presumptuous. I, Fong Tao, shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Senior Xiao. Fong Tao might only be at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but he was the same as Shao Kong and also cultivated the body refinement. His strength was much stronger than regular 3rd level reincarnation realm Inner Institute cadets. Soaring into the sky, Fong Tao drew his long saber and cleaved at Li Fuchin. This saber wasn't just an incredible saber move, it was also infused with chi power, allowing the saber speed to be faster and more ferocious. "You're asking for trouble." Li Fuchin blasted his fist forward while the black, fierce tiger spirit surged. Fong Tao arrived quickly and left quickly as well. He was sent flying by the fist, and several bones in his body were broken. He was paralyzed on the ground. Such power! The Inner Institute cadets that rushed over after hearing the commotion were flabbergasted. They realized that Li Fuchin was much stronger than before. Furthermore, Li Fuchin didn't even use his chi strength this time. "Junior Fuchin, I asked Junior Fong Tao to invite you out of goodwill. Aren't you disrespecting me by injuring Junior Fong Tao?" A figure appeared in the open space with a whoosh. It was Shao Kong. He took a glance at Fong Tao, who was paralyzed on the ground, and berated Li Fuchin. "Do I need to give you any face?" Li Fuchin asked in return. Shao Kang's eyes flickered with cold light. "Since you don't want any face, then don't blame me, Shao Kong, for bullying the weak." He was at the 4th level of reincarnation realm after all, and was extremely famous in the Inner Institute's power rankings. If he was to deal with a new cadet, there would be gossip. But now that Li Fuchin injured Fong Tao, he had a reason to deal with Li Fuchin. "If you want to fight, just fight. Why do you have so many excuses?" Li Fuchin sneered. Courting death. Shao Kang's weapon was a silver spear. The spear was 9 feet long and had the thickness of a duck egg. Boom! Just like a flash flood, Shao Kong instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchin and thrust with his spear. When the spear thrust was thrust, 2 types of field power pressed over. It was accompanied by a thick technique intent and a tyrannical spear intent. With the addition of the chi and chi power that was poured into the silver spear, Shao Kahn believed that this spear would be able to force a 5th-level reincarnation realm Inner Institute cadet to take a step back. "You are the one courting death." Li Fuchin didn't retreat or give way. When facing Shao Kang's heavy and tyrannical spear, Li Fuchin countered with a fist. Shao Kahn was astonished at first before he mocked. Li Fuchin actually used a fist to clash with him. Even if Li Fuchin was wearing Earth-class low-tier gloves, he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact from a long weapon. But in the next moment, Shao Kang's eyes widened. Li Fuchin's fist was tougher than he imagined. When the fist was executed, Shao Kang's spear tip was forcefully stopped. Even the spear shaft was bent, and there was an ear-piercing, creaking sound. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit were extremely ferocious and had immediately burst open the 2 field powers that Shao Kahn had released. The silver spear was after all an Earth-class low-tier weapon. After bending for a split moment, it instantly straightened and sent Shao Kahn flying. Too powerful. Senior Xiao is one of the strongest individuals below the power rankings. He was actually repelled by a single fist from Li Fuchin. What stage is Li Fuchin's body refinement strength at? The spectators were appalled as they had never seen such an ferocious newcomer. It seems like the commotion is coming from Junior Fuchin's side. There wasn't any class today. Just as Mei walked out of the courtyard, she heard a chi explosion from a distance. With a flash, Mei rushed towards the direction of the chi explosion. In just a short moment, Mei arrived at the scene. It is Senior Xiao and Junior Fuchin. Mei was delighted. Swish! Lu Kuei had also rushed over. When he saw Shao Kahn and Li Fuchin going against each other, he mocked, "Junior Fuchin is truly fearless. He is going to suffer this time." He didn't believe that Li Fuchin was a match for Shao Kahn. Senior Lu Kuei. Earlier on, Li Fuchen and Senior Xiao were evenly matched. An inner institute cadet said, "How is that possible?" Lu Kuei raised his brows and didn't believe it. Perhaps Xiao Kong wasn't serious yet. Lu Kuei thought to himself, "What a great Li Fuchen. I have underestimated you." Xiao Kong calmed down his surging qi blood and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Kong, show me everything you have." Li Fuchen lowered his head to look at his fist, and there wasn't a single mark. "Landslide, earth rend." Xiao Kong roared out and poured his extraordinary qi power into his silver spear, causing the spear's speed and power to increase by a small level. Just in time, Li Fuchen raised his right fist and executed another fist. Creak, creak, creak. When the spear tip and fist clashed, there was a burst of blazing sparks. Xiao Kang's silver spear bent again and was repelled again. Xiao Kong was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, and just by using the highest rank of Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique and spear art, he was able to burst out with the strength of a regular 8th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. When complemented with his body refinement, he was able to burst out with the strength of a regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. When complemented with the perfection stage of the Tiger Soul Fist, he would also be able to reach the strength of a regular 9th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. The two of them had comparable strength, but Li Fuchen was able to resist a little more. What? Xiao Kong was repelled? Lu Kuei was certain that Xiao Kong had already used 99% of his strength. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it was already close. If Xiao Kong was repelled in his current state, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength wasn't inferior to Xiao Kong and was even stronger than Lu Kuei? No wonder he is the Dean's in-room cadet. And Xin Mei took a deep breath while her eyes flashed with a strange light. Xiao Kong, receive a fist from me too. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and used the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit to suppress everyone. Fierce tiger, descend the mountain. When the fist was blasted out, the fierce tiger's spirit expanded again and enveloped Xiao Kong. PFFF. Xiao Kong vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and retreated until he was outside a nearby courtyard. With the support of the courtyard's defense array, he didn't continue to retreat. Chapter 414. The spectators were dumbfounded. It was like watching a fairy tale. Li Fuchen, who had just entered the Inner Institute for a few months, had injured Xiao Kong with a single fist. Was there a need to be so ferocious? Even the influential figures on the power ranking couldn't do this back then. Damn it, how did he do it? Lu Kuei was in a daze. He realized that he didn't even have the confidence to fight with Li Fuchen. In the future, how was he going to compete with Li Fuchen for Xin Mei? This is a true heavenly prodigy. And Xin Mei thought to herself, bastard, bastard. Layer upon layer of thick earthen yellow energy surged out from Xiao Kang's body, and under the boost of this earthen yellow energy, Xiao Kang's aura rose madly like a tall mountain rising from the ground, causing others to feel horrified in their hearts. Thick earth power. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. It was obvious that Xiao Kong possessed the thick earth bone frame and had already activated the thick earth power. However, it seemed that the other party did not have much thick earth power. Otherwise, he would have released it long ago instead of waiting until now. You are the first person to force out my thick earth power. I will let you have a good taste of it. Xiao Kong had just activated the energy of the thick earth a few months ago. Originally, he didn't intend to expose the energy of the thick earth. After all, besides existences on the power rankings, no one was able to force him to use the energy of the thick earth. Furthermore, he didn't have much thick earth energy right now. His foundation was too shallow, and a single battle would probably exhaust all of it. If he wanted to recover, it would take a long time. But against the currently Fuchen, he had no choice but to use the thick earth power. Senior Xiao has actually activated the power of thick earth. Looks like the situation is about to be reversed. The thick earth bone frame is just an ordinary extraordinary bone frame. Under normal circumstances, one would need to be at least at the high levels of the reincarnation realm to be able to activate the thick earth power. Only the seniors on the power rankings would be able to activate ordinary extraordinary power when they are at the mid-levels of the reincarnation realm. In fact, they would be able to do it when they are at the low levels of the reincarnation realm. After activating the thick earth power, Senior Xiao's ability will increase by at least a few times. I wonder how Li Fuchen will deal with it. The situation was full of twists and turns, causing everyone's emotions to be in turmoil. Shao Kong is so strong? All right, teach Li Fuchen a lesson. Lu Kuei clenched his fist. Li Fuchen, be defeated. With the enhancement of the thick earth power, Shao Kong rushed forward and thrust his spear at Li Fuchen. The spear contained too much power. There was true qi, extraordinary strength, and thick earth power. As the spear stabbed out, everyone felt as if a mountain was charging at them with terrifying momentum. Shao Kong, let me show you my true strength. Li Fuchen didn't execute the Tiger Soul fist anymore. He opened up his palm and gathered the extreme ardent sun power between his fingers. Blazing Sun Divine Palm. Li Fuchen slammed his palm at Shao Kong. This palm contained two types of energy, the ardent sun energy and the dragon elephant energy. As for the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen didn't need to use it. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Who? The void distorted as Li Fuchen's palm clashed with the silver spear. Shao Kang's full-force strike was forcefully obstructed by this palm strike, and it was difficult for him to advance in the slightest. One must know that apart from the ardent sun true qi, it also contained the power of the dragon elephant. The strength of dragon form is indestructible, and Li Fuchen's palm power has increased a lot. Bang! The ground shook as Shao Kang's silver spear was shot out. As for Shao Kong himself, he was sent flying by Li Fuchen's palm strike and vomited a large amount of fresh blood. If Shao Kong and Li Fuchen attacked from a distance, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with Shao Kong for a short period of time. After all, the blazing sun divine palm could only be executed with the ardent sun true qi, and the dragon elephant energy wasn't able to be mixed in. During close combat, the two powers could only be stacked together for a short period of time. It didn't matter even if there was a disturbance. What? Even Senior Xiao, who activated the thick earth power, isn't a match for Li Fuchen? This Li Fuchen probably has the strength to enter the power rankings. That's true. Li Fuchen's qi strength is also very powerful. With the two powers stacked together, Senior Xiao isn't a match at all. The spectators were already convinced by Li Fuchen and were all lamenting. Damn it. Lu Kuei glanced at Li Fuchen with reluctance and turned to leave. He might not be a match for the current Li Fuchen, but it might not be the case in the future. Congratulations to Junior Fuchen. And Shimei walked over with a smile. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, "It is just a small matter and isn't worth congratulating." Shao Kong might be formidable, but Li Fuchen wasn't able to force Shao Kong to the limits. And Shimei was startled and thought to herself, "Don't tell me he still has some strength that he hasn't used yet? That would be too terrifying." After defeating Shao Kong, Li Fuchen didn't hesitate to snatch Shao Kang's courtyard key and toss his own courtyard key to Shao Kong. Shao Kang's courtyard was located in the inner region, and the heaven and earth energy was very concentrated. It was at least 20% more concentrated than Li Fuchen's courtyard. A 20% concentration of heaven and earth energy might not be able to increase the cultivation speed by 20%, but 10% was still good. After a year, it was enough to save over a month of hard work. After moving into Shao Kang's courtyard, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The surging energy was like a tide that surged into Li Fuchen's body before being expelled. If I cultivate here, I should be able to increase my cultivation speed by quite a bit. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Heaven and earth yuan qi and spirit stone yuan qi could not be lumped together. Generally speaking, no matter how concentrated heaven and earth energy was, it wouldn't be as concentrated as spirit stone energy, and it wouldn't be as pure as spirit stone energy. But spirit stone energy would only be absorbed during cultivation, while heaven and earth energy was everywhere and would be nourishing the martial artist's body at all times. Without spirit stones, a martial artist's cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. Without heaven and earth energy, a martial artist's cultivation speed would also be sharply reduced. For the next few days, the entire Inner Institute was spreading about Li Fuchen's achievements. Even the upper echelons of the Inner Institute knew about it. This kid is truly formidable. It seems like in another year, my South Forest Martial Institution will be able to advance a few ranks. The dean revealed a smile. There was still 1.5 years before the 24 Martial Institutions rankings tournament. As long as Li Fuchen's chi cultivation could increase by another level during this period of time, his strength would definitely be at the top of the power rankings. There would always be a time when a storm would calm down. Half a month later, there weren't many people discussing about Li Fuchen defeating Shao Kong. On this day, and Shi Mei paid a visit. Junior Fuchen, I have recently formed a team and is planning to explore the Violet Star Mountains. I wonder if you're interested? And Shi Mei went straight to the point. Violet Star Mountains? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed. The Violet Star Mountains was one of the 3 major mountain ranges in the Violet Flower Kingdom. It extended for over 200,000 miles. There were plenty of Class 5 demonic beasts, and there were even Class 6 demonic beasts. It might be abnormally dangerous, but it was extremely tempting to reincarnation realm martial artists. When a demonic beast progressed to Class 5, the probability of producing a demon core would increase by more than 10 times. Someone did a rough calculation, and out of every 5 Class 5 demonic beasts, 1 would have a demon core. A Class 5 low-tier demon core would be worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 mid-tier demon core would be worth at least 200 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 high-tier demon core would be worth at least 400 low-grade spirit stones. If one encountered a mutated Class 5 demonic beast, it would be even more profitable. A Class 5 low-tier mutated demon core would be worth 5 times more and would be worth at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. A Class 5 mid-tier mutated demon core would be worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If one was strong enough and lucky enough, it would be easy to earn a few thousand low-grade spirit stones in a single trip to the Violet Star Mountains. Apart from that, as the Violet Star Mountains were rarely inhabited, there were countless herbs and countless treasures. There were times when harvesting herbs was more profitable than hunting Class 5 demonic beasts. Who are there? Li Fuchen asked, and Shi Mei said, apart from you, there are 3 including me. The strongest is the number 5 power rankings, Senior Zhao Han. Number 5 power rankings, Zhao Han. Zhao Han was at the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm and had already activated the icy cold power. His strength was extremely powerful, and Shao Kong couldn't compare with him. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuchen nodded. Right now, he might have over 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, but if he wanted to return to the East Unicorn Continent, he wouldn't even consider without 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Heading to the Violet Star Mountains to earn low-grade spirit stones was definitely a shortcut. All right then, I shall try and see if I can invite 1 or 2 more individuals. And Shi Mei revealed a delighted expression. Li Fuchen's strength was barely at the level of the power rankings. With the addition of Li Fuchen, this group's overall strength was unprecedentedly powerful. When do we gather? Li Fuchen asked again. 3 days later, and Shi Mei replied, all right. Li Fuchen nodded. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In an empty space outside of the buildings, there were 3 figures standing there. A short moment later, Li Fuchen walked over. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen noticed that the trio were all at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, and Zhao Han wasn't among them. Junior Fuchen, let me do the introductions. This is Class 5's Liang Tianyu. This is Class 7's Du Qing. Liang Tianyu, Du Qing, this is Junior Li Fuchen. And Shi Mei introduced passionately. It is an honor to meet you. Liang Tianyu nodded with a rather indifferent expression. Du Qing smiled and had a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Li Fuchen was only at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm and already had the strength to defeat Shao Kong. It was inevitable for her to be curious. Of course, Du Qing knew clearly that Li Fuchen's body refinement was obviously stronger than his qi cultivation. Therefore, he shouldn't be considered a qi martial artist he should be a body refinement martial artist. Around 15 minutes later, Zhao Han finally arrived. With his icy aura, he gave off a sharp aura that kept people away from him. His appearance could be considered handsome. Senior Zhao. Right now, even Liang Tianyu didn't dare to treat Zhao Han coldly and had to squeeze out a smile. This trip into the Violet Star Mountains was filled with dangers. If they were able to leave the Violet Star Mountains safely, they could only rely on Zhao Han. After all, Zhao Han had the strength of the 5th ranker and had cultivated an Earth-class mid-tier martial art. Among the 4 of them, only Li Fuchen didn't greet Zhao Han. He wasn't used to greeting others. If others greeted him, he wouldn't mind greeting them as a senior. Zhao Han glanced at Li Fuchen, and his eyes flashed with cold intent. He said to Xin Mei, "Since everyone is here, let's depart." "All right," and Xin Mei nodded. Chapter 415. As one of the 3 major mountain ranges of the Violet Flower Kingdom, the Violet Star Mountains were surrounded by close to 100 cities. The closest city to the South Forest Martial Institution was called Witheredwood City. On this day, a group of 5 rode Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest into Witheredwood City. After placing the Unicorn Wildebeest in an inn, the 5 of them rushed towards the Violet Star Mountains without any rest. After traveling for close to 1,000 miles, the 5 of them finally arrived at the Violet Star Mountains. Due to the special environment of the Violet Star Mountains, the soil, rocks, and even the vegetation were purple in color. It looked deep and serene as a whole. It is rare for Class 6 demonic beasts to appear in the outskirts of the Violet Star Mountains. But everyone should be careful. And Xin Mei took a deep breath and said. Du Qing laughed and said, "With Senior Zhao around, even if a Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast appears, we will still stand a chance." Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts were stronger than Class 5 high-tier demonic beasts. A regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist would be instantly killed if they encountered a Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beast. Unknowingly, the 5 of them started to venture deeper into the outskirts of the Violet Star Mountains. Along the way, Class 5 demonic beasts would ambush them from time to time. It was a pity that the weakest among the 5, Du Qing and Xin Mei, were already comparable with Class 5 high-tier demonic beasts. Regular Class 5 low-tier demonic beasts would be instantly killed before they could even get close. Only Class 5 mid-tier demonic beasts had tough skin and could withstand a few more attacks. But if the 2 of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being instantly killed. Rumble. When passing by a swamp, a giant python that was close to 1,000 feet long suddenly emerged. The eerie demonic chi was like a whirlwind that swept in all directions. It was accompanied by a multicolored water pillar that was a few meters thick. "Be careful," and Xin Mei dodged to the side. Li Fuchen and the others quickly dodged as well. Bang! The ground shook and the multicolored water pillar was indestructible. It forcefully blasted a pitch black hole that was a few meters wide on the ground. If this attack landed on a human, even Zhao Han would perish. Everyone focused their eyes and looked at the giant python. It is a Class 5 peak-tier demonic beast, venomous swamp python. Du Qing said with lingering fear. Level 5 Apex Monster Beast can actually be regarded as Level 5 High-Rank Monster Beast, but is Level 5 High-Rank Monster Beast in the peak of the existence, enough to kill the ordinary Shedding Body Realm 9th Layer Martial Artist. "You humans shall be my meat." The venomous swamp python spoke in the human language, and it was extremely cold. Demonic beasts were the prey of humans, but weren't humans the prey of demonic beasts as well? There were close to 100 cities around the Violet Star Mountain range. Every day, countless cultivators would enter the cities. Some were strong and lucky. Not only could they survive, but they could also make a fortune. However, there were also many who died, becoming food for the demonic beasts. "You? Die." Liang Tianyu sneered disdainfully. He swung his bronze staff at the venomous swamp python. Clang! A staff shadow that was several hundred feet long smashed onto the venomous swamp python's head, and an ear-piercing metallic explosion erupted. The venomous swamp python's head shook slightly, but it was completely unharmed. What? Liang Tianyu's pupils shrank. Last year, he had already activated the wind spirit power, and his strength wasn't inferior to Shao Kahn. He was comparable to a regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist. His full power attack couldn't even break the venomous swamp python's skin. Wasn't the python's defense a little too strong? Zhao Han said indifferently. Demonic beasts are naturally born with tough defenses. In a situation where the strength is similar, a few martial artists would need to work together to defeat the demonic beast. Your staff is also considered a blunt weapon. It is normal that you can't injure the venomous swamp python. Li Fuchen nodded. Unless one's strength was one level stronger than the demonic beast, it was very difficult to hunt the demonic beast. All of you rarely fight with Class 5 demonic beasts. This venomous swamp python shall be your practice. I shall not make a move. Zhao Han took a step back and stood with his hands behind his back. All right, if the few of us work together, it shouldn't be a problem to take it down. And Xin Mei's weapon was a slender saber, while Du Qing's weapon was a sword. When the two of them worked together, they left some scars on the venomous swamp python's body. Are you not going to make a move? Zhao Han looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, It will be meaningless if I make a move. Is that so? Zhao Han sneered and didn't speak anymore. Damn humans, you're hurting me. The venomous swamp python had a massive body, and no matter how it dodged, it couldn't dodge the trio's attacks. The enraged python raised its head and shot a multicolored water pillar at Liang Tianyu. Liang Tianyu might not be able to blast open the venomous swamp python's defenses, but he was still rather confident in resisting the venomous swamp python's attack. Open. Wielding the bronze rod with both hands, Liang Tianyu cleaved at the water pillar. Boom! Liang Tianyu was sent flying while the venomous water splashed on his chi protection. There was a sizzling sound and black smoke. Metal wind drizzle. Origin returned sword. Seeing that Liang Tianyu had attracted the venomous swamp python's attention, and Xin Mei skimmed to the back of the python's head and brandished her saber. In an instant, the slender saber shadow slashed open the venomous swamp python scales and was 1 foot deep. Du Qing reacted quickly and thrust her sword along the wound. In a split second, there was a flash of white light, and the wound was enlarged by a few folds and extended by over 10 feet. The duo's joint attack had instantly inflicted severe injuries on the venomous swamp python. Ah, damn it, you actually dare to injure me. The venomous swamp python was enraged, and its body had shrunk to a few dozen feet. But the demonic chi didn't shrink and increased instead. It turned into a giant spiral and engulfed in Xin Mei and Du Qing. Why aren't you making a move? Liang Tianyu glared at Li Fuchen and flew forward. He blasted his rod on the spiral-shaped demonic chi and wanted to cleave it apart. But the demonic chi was too boundless, and Liang Tianyu had to cleave apart layers after layers. He wasn't able to cleave it apart in one go. The trio had too little combat experience with demonic beasts. This battle was also a form of tempering for them. Li Fuchen originally wanted to make a move later, but it seemed like it wasn't going to be as he wished now. Soaring into the sky, Li Fuchen rapidly approached the spiral-shaped demonic chi and blasted a fist. The elephant trumpet and tiger roar echoed at the same time. A giant elephant spirit and a fierce black tiger spirit rose up. With the two spirits and the fist force of the tiger soul fist, the spiral-shaped demonic chi paused for a moment before dispersing. Liang Tianyu's rod shadow finally penetrated the demonic chi and blasted on the venomous swamp python's body, sending it a few dozen meters away. It was fortunate that the venomous swamp python had shrunk, otherwise the rod would only be able to shake it. All of you will die. The venomous swamp python continued to unleash its demonic aura. This demonic aura clearly contained a deadly poison. When it came into contact with the protective Zhen Qi of the 4 cultivators, sizzling sounds of corrosion could be heard. As time passed, the protective Zhen Qi of the 4 cultivators would be corroded. Xiao, xiao, xiao. At the same time, the venomous swamp python spat out colorful water columns. Compared to before, the colorful water columns it spat out now were only as thick as 2 fingers. They were slightly weaker, but they were harder to defend against and faster. Li Fuchen didn't intend to waste any more time with the venomous swamp python. He drew his scarlet blood sword, and with a flash, he arrived at the side of the venomous swamp python. There was a flash of green sword light, like a ray of sharp sunlight. Puff! The venomous swamp python's head flew into the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. In terms of chi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen's sword art was only at the regular 9th level of reincarnation realm. Furthermore, it was under the precondition of bursting out with the core blazing flame power. But in close combat, Li Fuchen's sword art power had completely surpassed regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artists. With the blessing of the dragon elephant's power, the power of this sword was 2 times stronger than the Azure Sun Sword technique. Instant kill. Du Qing took a deep cold breath. Liang Tianyu didn't have a great expression as he realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Only in Xinmei didn't find it strange. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Shao Kong without drawing his sword. After drawing his sword, Li Fuchen was obviously stronger. No wonder he is so arrogant. Zhao Han narrowed his eyes. He believed that his all-out attack would only have such an effect. But Li Fuchen was only able to execute an absolute sword move in close combat, while Zhao Han was able to execute the same power in both close combat and long-range combat. Once the venomous swamp python died, its body instantly enlarged. Its body was close to 1,000 feet long and was wriggling for a very long distance. Li Fuchen extended his awareness and started to scan the venomous swamp python's body. Demonic core? Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. PFFFTSS. Li Fuchen drew across the venomous swamp python's body and extracted a fist-sized and gorgeous demonic core. A Class 5 peak tier demonic beast demonic core was worth 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones, and it was definitely considered a considerable amount. But everyone had an agreement that all the rewards would be distributed according to the contribution. Li Fuchen might have contributed the most, but Xinmei and the others had also contributed. Therefore, he would only get half of the 700 to 800 low-grade spirit stones. Class 5 peak tier demonic core. Our luck is rather good. And Xinmei revealed a smile. Along the way, they had obtained plenty of demonic cores, but they didn't even have a single Class 5 high-tier demonic core, let alone a Class 5 peak-tier demonic core. After extracting the demonic core, Li Fuchen started to refine the essence blood of the venomous swamp python. Li Fuchen would refine the essence blood of all the Class 5 demonic beasts that he killed earlier. In total, he had obtained close to 200 drops. The Violet Star Mountains were filled with indescribable dangers. For the next few days, the 5 of them saw plenty of human corpses. Some were eaten by demonic beasts. Some seemed to have died in the hands of humans, and there were saber and sword marks on the bones. They believed that there were more humans that had been devoured by demonic beasts. After all, demonic beasts would usually swallow humans in a single mouthful and would at most chew twice. There is a sneak attack. When passing by a small valley, Li Fuchen was alerted and warned the 4. Swish, 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 swish. There was a sharp piercing sound as spears with the power of 10,000 caddies were shot at the 5 of them like lightning. Crackle. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed 5 spears at the waist. And Xinmei's saber light flashed and severed 3 spears too. The most incredible one was Zhao Han. With a single palm strike, the powerful cold chi froze 7 spears in midair. The 5 of them looked up and saw over 20 individuals wielding spears standing on both sides of the valley. All of them had unfriendly expressions. I am afraid we have encountered a dark hunter group. And Xinmei said in a deep voice, dark hunter groups hunted demonic beasts and humans. They were normally active in large mountain ranges. The Violet Star Mountains was one of the 3 major mountain ranges of the Violet Flower Kingdom. There were at least 80 dark hunter groups, if not 100. Some of the larger dark hunter groups had over 100 members, and it was enough to strike fear in people. Swish, 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 swish. The spears attacked again, and this time there were twice as many. It seemed like each of them shot out 2 spears. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and brandished his sword, shooting out thousands of sword lights. Rumble. Chapter 416. Zhao Han didn't decline as he soared into the sky and executed consecutive palm strikes. 2 icy cold palm forces were like tornadoes that froze the duo, who couldn't dodge in time, into ice sculptures before shattering them into pieces. Liang Tianyu and Xinmei and Du Qing's reaction wasn't as fast as the duo. By the time they counterattacked, the dark hunting group had already dispersed. Damn it, why are these 2 so strong? This dark hunting group was called the Soul Hunting Group. The leader was an 8th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, while the 2 vice leaders were 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. The rest of the members were mid-level and low-level reincarnation realm martial artists. Their strength was uneven. Han Biao, I will deal with this icy cold kid. You and Zhou Tai will deal with that sword-wielding kid together. After the Soul Hunting Group's leader gave the order, he lunged at Zhao Han. There was a loud boom. The duo's palm collided and clashed forcefully. The chi wave produced countless cracks on the cliff. Let's kill this kid together. Han Biao was muscular while Zhou Tai was lanky. The duo attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. As for the others, they formed groups of 5 or 6 and started to attack Liang Tianyu and the others. He cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique. Zhao Han and the Soul Hunting Group's leader clashed a few times, but neither of them was able to deal with the other. It was obvious that Zhao Han might be an 8th-level reincarnation realm martial artist, but his actual strength was already beyond regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. It was the same for Li Fuchen's side, too. The duo's strength was at regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists, and when they worked together, their strength was extraordinary. Li Fuchen didn't wish to exhaust his blazing flame power, so he kept the Scarlet Blood Sword and used his body refinement level and Tiger Soul Fist to clash with the duo. This kid's body refinement strength is too powerful. How could Han Biao and Zhou Tai suppress Li Fuchen? With a giant elephant spirit and fierce tiger spirit's prowess, they were suppressed by Li Fuchen instead. Void Break Slash. Han Biao roared out and cleaved the fierce tiger spirit with his saber. The saber shadow was like a waterfall. Zhou Tai's meteor hammer was brandished like a wind-fire wheel as it revolved and blasted at Li Fuchen. Clang, clang. Li Fuchen executed multiple fist strikes to repel Han Biao's saber and Zhou Tai's meteor hammer. Body refinement martial artists were just that dominant. Li Fuchen was able to fight against 2 regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists with ease. If it were a Jinchi martial artist, how could it be so easy? As time passed, they would definitely be defeated. Tiger descends the mountain. After disregarding Han Biao, Li Fuchen instantly closed in on Zhou Tai. His right fist contained the dragon elephant power, ardent sun chi, and blazing flame power as he blasted out with thunderous force. Zhou Tai's meteor hammer was connected to the chain, and he didn't have enough time to withdraw the meteor hammer to block. He could only form a fist with his left hand and clash with Li Fuchen. The ferocious tiger's spirit roared, and the ardent sun pure chi and the power of flames spilled out. Zhou Tai's left arm exploded inch by inch, and the remaining power of the ferocious tiger spirit did not dissipate and directly blasted into Zhou Tai's body. In the next moment, countless wounds appeared on Zhou Tai's body. Blood spurted out without any regard for his life. He didn't even have the time to scream before he fell from the sky dead. In close combat, Li Fuchen was enough to instantly kill Zhou Tai. Bastard die. At the back, Han Biao slashed at Li Fuchen with a frenzied saber. Li Fuchen's awareness was already spread out in the surroundings, and all of Han Biao's actions were within his senses. Before Han Biao slashed out with his saber, Li Fuchen had already dodged. He then drifted in the air and arrived at Han Biao's side. He was only 3 to 4 meters away from Han Biao. Die, die, die. Han Biao brandished his saber and brandished it while saber chi pervaded the air. The edge of Li Fuchen's mouth revealed a sneer as he drew the scarlet blood sword and repelled Han Biao's saber. There was a flash of green sword light, and a black line appeared on Han Biao's neck. The black line expanded and Han Biao's head was sent flying. A single fist and sword had instantly killed Han Biao and Zhou Tai. After dealing with Han Biao and Zhou Tai, Li Fuchen glanced around. Right now, Zhao Han was in an intense battle with the hunting group leader. Furthermore, Zhao Han had the obvious advantage, and it was only a matter of time before he defeated the hunting group leader. And Xin Mei and the others were rather flustered. Each of them had to face 6 enemies, while Liang Tianyu had to deal with 7 enemies. These people might only be at the low level or mid-level of reincarnation realm, but all of them had cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Furthermore, they were very familiar with each other and had great coordination. Liang Tianyu and the others had a hard time stabilizing their footing, let alone killing the enemies. Of course, it was mainly due to the trio's lack of experience in killing and were only used to having one-on-one sparring sessions. What? Han Biao and Zhou Tai are dead? The soul hunting group leader took a glance at Li Fuchen's side and turned pale with fright, causing his movements to change. He dealt with his opponents so quickly. Zhao Han was also very surprised. I seal 1,000 miles. Zhao Han didn't bother wasting the cold ice power and executed both palms. The extreme cold palm force was like a cold ice hell that enveloped the soul hunting group leader. Crackle, crackle. The soul hunting group leader's chi protection was frozen at a visible speed. Layers of frost appeared on his body, causing his movements to become sluggish. Die! With a flash, Zhao Han slammed his palm on the soul hunting group leader's chest. Creak, creak. The soul hunting group leader was wearing an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. The palm force wasn't able to break the artifact armor, but it was transmitted inside. Immediately after, the soul hunting group leader was frozen. Zhao Han's palm shook, and the soul hunting group leader's body was shattered into pieces. I have underestimated you. Zhao Han didn't go down to help as his voice was transmitted to Li Fuchen. Likewise, Li Fuchen replied indifferently. The duo didn't go down to help. The Violet Star Mountains were filled with dangers, and there would be plenty of killings. Since the trio wasn't in any danger, they could use this opportunity to temper their combat skills. The battle lasted for over 1 hour, and Liang Tianyu was the first to break the stalemate. There were whirlwinds outside his body, as he had obviously utilized the core power of the Wind Spirit. With a swing of his rod, a slightly weaker member of the soul hunting group was sent flying and turned into a bloody mess. He executed a powerful rod move, and there were layers of rod shadows. Another 3 members of the soul hunting group were sent flying. In just a short moment, only 3 of the 7 enemies were left standing. Immediately after was Xin Mei, and Xin Mei's strength wasn't as formidable as Liang Tianyu, mainly because she didn't activate her extraordinary power. But her saber art was sharp and exquisite. As time passed, her saber art's lethality was starting to show. She made use of every opportunity to leave behind fine saber scars on the enemies. Du Qing's situation was similar to Xin Mei. She was an inner courtyard cadet of the South Forest Martial Institution, after all, and her combat perception was extremely high. After the initial discomfort, Du Qing gradually adapted and launched a sharp counterattack. Flee! Seeing that the situation wasn't going well, and with the leader and vice-leader dead, these people didn't dare to continue the battle and started to flee. Die! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and shot out thousands of sword lights. Zhao Han executed a palm strike, and the extreme cold palm force extended out in the air. In the blink of the eye, this dark hunting group was wiped out, and not a single one was left. It is fortunate that it is just a small dark hunting group. And Xin Mei rejoiced. She knew clearly that if the group didn't have Zhao Han or Li Fuchen, the 5 of them might not be wiped out, but half of them might perish. After wiping out the soul hunting group, everyone started to distribute the loot. Due to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen contributing the most, they each received 30% of the loot. As for the artifact armors and weapons, everyone would appraise the value. Those who didn't want them would be given spirit stones. Of course, it would be slightly lower than the market price. After all, it would take some effort to sell the items. Take the Class 5 Peak Tier Demon Core that Li Fuchen obtained earlier, for example. Its value is estimated to be around 700 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen didn't want to keep it and immediately chose 350 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this demon core's value should be above 700 low-grade spirit stones. Those who chose the demon core would be able to earn a little. In just a few days, we have earned 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. This speed is rather fast. After distributing the loot, Li Fuchen was rather satisfied, and Xin Mei and the others were also very satisfied. This small dark hunting group had given them over 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was simply a windfall. If they were to wipe out a mid-sized dark hunting group, they would be able to earn over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, with the 5 of their strength, if they encountered a mid-sized dark hunting group, they would run as far as they could and wouldn't dare to provoke them. With such a huge harvest, the 5 of them were much more ambitious. All of them wanted to earn a few tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones before leaving. Li Fuchen had the same thought too. Soon enough, it had been over 10 days since the 5 of them arrived at the Violet Star Mountains. Li Fuchen had earned almost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the next few days, the efficiency of earning spirit stones was much lower. After all, it wasn't possible to encounter another small dark hunting group. A few days later, the 5 of them arrived at a small lake and rested for a moment. "Do you guys smell medicinal fragrance?" And Shimei took a whiff and suddenly asked. Chapter 417. In the mist, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Everywhere was white and there were occasional illusions. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen leading the way, Zhao Han and the others would have gotten lost. After an unknown period of time, the 5 arrived at a lush and verdant valley. The valley wasn't big, and there was a small pond in the center. The surroundings of the pond were densely packed with herbs, and the lowest grade was Mystic Class Peak Tier herbs. Among every dozen stalks of Mystic Class Peak Tier herbs, there would be an Earth Class herb. There were a few stalks of Earth Class herbs that were radiating with vibrant colors and had abnormally powerful spirit chi waves. They were obviously Earth Class Peak Tier herbs. So many herbs. And Xin Mei and Du Qing took a deep cold breath. Based on a rough estimation, the medicinal herbs here were worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, if not more. A single stalk of Earth Class Peak Tier herb was already worth a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. A few stalks would be worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was just the market price. If they were to be sold, an Earth Class Peak Tier herb could easily be sold for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After all, the rarer something was, the greater its value. In the 7-color continent, Earth Class Peak Tier herbs were already considered elite herbs. As for Heaven Class herbs, they were definitely something that could only be chanced upon. Any stock would have a sky-high price, and even a Battle Spirit Realm Master wouldn't be able to afford it. Harvest the herbs first. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a large patch of herbs and soil were collected into the storage bag by Li Fuchen. Zhao Han and the others followed suit and harvested the herbs at a rapid speed. As for the distribution of the herbs, they would have to wait until they were done harvesting. Soon enough, half of the herbs in the valley were harvested, and the 5 of them unknowingly arrived at the vicinity of the pond. Rumble. The pond water exploded, and a giant python with a single horn rushed into the sky while letting out a horrific roar. This single-horned giant python wasn't huge and was around a few hundred feet in length and 1 foot in thickness. But its demonic chi was horrific and was definitely superior to the venomous swamp python. The 5 of them retreated while Liang Tianyu exclaimed, "Class 5 high tier, mutated demonic beast, horned cold python." Class 5 high tier, mutated demonic beasts weren't comparable to Class 5 peak tier demonic beasts. 3 or 4 Class 5 peak tier demonic beasts would have to flee if they encountered one. Seeing that most of its herbs were harvested, the horned cold python was enraged. It swung its head and released an extreme cold breath at everyone. Crackle. The extremely cold aura moved, and the ground instantly froze as countless icicles rose up. The 5 of them retreated once more. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they retreated, they could not outrun the extreme cold aura. Clang! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed dozens of ice pillars. The sharp and blazing sword Qi clashed with the extremely cold Qi presence, causing a series of explosions. Zhao Han waved his hands, forming a layer of ice-cold Qi wall to block the extremely cold Qi. Liang Tianyu brandished his staff to block the attack, and Xin Mei and Du Qing were also in perfect harmony. A single attack from a level 5 high rank mutated demon beast made the 5 of them feel tremendous pressure. Each of them had a heavy heart. My true Qi cultivation is still too low. Using the blazing sun divine palm was the best way to deal with the extremely cold aura. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was only at the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm. If he was at the 3rd or 4th level of Reincarnation Realm, a single palm strike would be enough to break the extreme cold Qi presence. The horned cold python was exceptionally ferocious. After it spat out an extremely cold breath, its several feet long tail suddenly lengthened, and like a divine whip, it ruthlessly swept towards the 5 people. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding, and he had the chance to dodge, but he wanted to test the horned cold python's attack power. He slashed at the horned cold python's tail. Clang! It felt as though he had slashed at an indestructible metal. Li Fuchen's all-out attack wasn't able to break the defense. For this sword, Li Fuchen had poured in his ardent sun Qi, blazing flame power, and dragon elephant power. Only the core, blazing flame power wasn't activated, but it was already the limit of his attack power. The tail scraped against the scarlet blood sword and produced a forceful force. Bang bang! And Xin Mei and Du Qing were sent flying and vomited fresh blood. The horned cold python's tail might have been neutralized by Li Fuchen, but the remaining force wasn't something in Xin Mei and Du Qing could withstand. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, and Xin Mei and Du Qing would already be corpses. The tail's force didn't dissipate and continued to sweep at Zhao Han. Zhao Han's strength wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen. He executed a palm strike to block the horned cold python's tail. Crackle, crackle. After the tail attack, the horned cold python spat out another extremely cold breath. PFFF. Countless icicles rose up, and Liang Tianyu was flustered. He was sent flying by a few of the icicles, and his body was covered in a layer of frost. The 3 of you, stay back and leave this place to us. Li Fuchen stopped the trio that wanted to attack again. The horned cold python was too powerful. If the reincarnation realm had 12 levels, the horned cold python's strength would at least be equivalent to an 11th level reincarnation realm martial artist. Not only would the trio be unable to help, but they would also be a burden. One had to admit that Zhao Han's strength was formidable and was worthy of being ranked 5th on the power rankings. As the icy, cold power burst out from his body, his palm prowess had also increased significantly. After clashing with a horned cold python a few times, he didn't suffer any losses. It was a pity that the horned cold python's defense was too tough, and its physical strength was definitely superior to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. If the duo couldn't injure the horned cold python, it would only be disadvantageous for the duo if the battle dragged on. There must be a flaw. With his exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen was always able to avoid the horned cold python's best attack spots. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen constantly searched for the horned cold python's weakness. Everything had a weakness, and it was commonly known as the Achilles heel. It was impossible for the horned cold python to be completely flawless. There would definitely be some places where the defense would be weaker, like the eyes and the abdomen. It was a pity that the horned cold python had protected these places very well. Li Fuchen was looking for a relatively easy weakness to attack. Found it. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Every time a horned cold python spat out the extremely cold Qi, the ribs would swell up. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, it should be the horned cold python's lungs. After exchanging glances with Zhao Han, Li Fuchen indicated for Zhao Han to stall the horned cold python. Zhao Han might not like Li Fuchen at the start, but with a great enemy, he knew what he had to do. Icebound 1,000 miles. With a burst of icy cold core power, Zhao Han executed both palms and executed the Earth-class mid-tier martial art, Ice Soul Divine Palms finishing move. The area in front of him was like an icy cold hell. Even though the horned cold python was an ice attribute mutated demonic beast, it was still suppressed and slowed down by half a beat. Break! With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen thrust his sword and burst out with a blazing core power. PFFF. This sword move was Li Fuchen's limit. The sharp scarlet blood sword pierced into the horned cold python's ribs without any obstruction. When the sword chi burst out, a large wound was blasted open. Screech! The horned cold python hissed and twisted its body. It was a horrifying sight. Li Fuchen didn't get entangled. He drew his scarlet blood sword and retreated quickly. His timing was just right. Junior Fuchen's combat skills are truly heaven-defying. This was the first time Shimei witnessed Li Fuchen's combat skills, and she was extremely shocked. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to defeat Shao Kong because his strength was superior. But the horned cold python's overall strength was obviously superior to Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. It was imaginable how difficult it was to injure the horned cold python. Crackle, crackle. After being injured, the horned cold python started to withdraw its icy demonic chi. A layer of frost that was a few inches thick formed on the surface of its scales. It was as though it was wearing a layer of frost armor, and its body size was one size bigger. But its lungs were severely injured, and it wasn't able to release any icy cold chi anymore. It could only use its bloodline talent to form ice spears to attack Li Fuchen and Zhao Han. For a moment, the valley felt as though it was raining ice spears. There were continuous banging sounds, and the ground was already like a hornet's nest. Crackle. Seizing an opportunity, Li Fuchen thrust at the horned cold python's weak point again. But this time, with the frost armor blocking, Li Fuchen's scarlet blood sword could only penetrate half a foot, and it was hard to truly injure the python. The horned cold python reacted quickly, and its head was like lightning as it bit at Li Fuchen. How could Li Fuchen allow the python to bite him? He clenched his left hand into a fist and blasted at the python's head before using the momentum to fly backwards. Li Fuchen, create an opportunity for me. Zhao Han felt that he had consumed quite a bit of his icy cold power and didn't plan to drag it out any longer. All right, Li Fuchen also wanted to witness Zhao Han's limit strength. While circling around the horned cold python, Li Fuchen shot out thousands of sword lights. Li Fuchen might only be able to execute regular 9th-level reincarnation realm attacks with long-range attacks, but his attacks were concentrated. When the thousands of sword lights attacked, the horned cold python didn't have the time to pay attention to Zhao Han. Open for me. It was unknown when Zhao Han had already appeared beside the horned cold python. His right hand was like a blade, and with the support of his icy cold chi and icy cold power, he slashed with his palm blade. Crackle. The layer of frost on the surface of the horned cold python's body was broken. Zhao Han's palm sliced through the earlier wound, and a surging and pure icy cold power surged out. This icy cold power was too powerful, and Li Fuchen reckoned that Zhao Han wasn't far from developing his icy cold divine ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break the horned cold python's defense so easily. In an instant, the horned cold python's movements turned sluggish. It might be an ice attribute demonic beast and had an extreme immunity against icy cold attacks, but it wasn't completely immune. Inside the wound, fresh blood was frozen and it was spreading deeper. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up, and he instantly closed in on the horned cold python. The scarlet blood sword shook, and the horned cold python's eyes were stabbed blind by Li Fuchen. After suffering severe injuries, the horned cold python finally went berserk. Its body tumbled, and its tail swung violently. Even if Zhao Han wasn't paying attention, he was still sent flying and suffered minor injuries. Li Fuchen and Zhao Han weren't in a hurry, as they slowly tangled with the horned cold python. When the enemy advanced, they would retreat. When the enemy retreated, they would advance. After tangling for around 1 hour, Li Fuchen and Zhao Han exerted their strength again and severely injured the horned cold python in a single attack. This time, the horned cold python wasn't as berserk as before. It was mainly because of the severe injuries and the huge consumption of stamina. With its intuition, the horned cold python scuttled towards the pool and was planning to escape. Zhao Han and Li Fuchen didn't pursue. Chapter 418. The herbs that were near the pool had already been destroyed. The five of them searched around and didn't find anything else before they left the valley. Outside the valley, there were large groups of demonic beasts. But most of them were low-class demonic beasts, and there were very few Class 5 demonic beasts in this region. After eliminating a few Class 5 demonic beasts, the five of them left the region without any mishaps. We are too lucky this time. We obtained over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in one go. If we sell them slowly, it is possible for these herbs to be sold for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. And Shimei was excited. Her clan was also a major clan and was at least top 10 in the South Forest region. But she could only allocate a few thousand low-grade spirit stones every year. After all, the clan's wealth was only around a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the clan had over 20 reincarnation realm experts, and all of them required low-grade spirit stones to cultivate and purchase resources. During this trip to the Violet Star Mountains, she had obtained at least 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't impossible for her to obtain 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Du Qing said, "Xinmei, why don't we hand these herbs to your clan? Your clan will take 10%, and you will take some. Hand them to my clan." And Xinmei took a glance at Zhao Han and Li Fuchen. She couldn't make this decision, and only Zhao Han and Li Fuchen could, because they had contributed the most. Li Fuchen said, "How about this? The clan will take 10% of the total earnings from selling the herbs. After deducting the 10%, the remaining five of us will split among ourselves. Zhao Han and I will each take 30%. Senior will take 15%. Liang Tianyu and Du Qing will split 25%. Sure, Zhao Han nodded. Seeing that Zhao Han and Li Fuchen had decided, the others naturally didn't have anything else to say. After obtaining a large amount of rare herbs, the five of them prepared to return. But just as the five of them were about to leave, a group of individuals obstructed them. It is the Inner Institute cadets of the Wild Lion Martial Institution. And Shimei's heart shivered. The Wild Lion Martial Institution might not be ranked as the South Forest Martial Institution, but the difference wasn't huge. Furthermore, there would always be talents in every generation. Apart from the top few martial institutions, the difference between the other martial institutions was very small. The rankings would change frequently, and there might be a batch of tyrannical prodigies emerging from the lower-ranked martial institutions. Hand over all your gains, and I can let you off. The leader of the group was a stalwart youth that was close to 2 meters in height. His body was like a small mountain of muscles. With you? Zhao Han's eyes were cold. Of course it's me. Why? Do you want to give it a try? The burly young man said disdainfully, boasting shamelessly. Take my palm. Summoning his ice, true chi, and ice power, Zhao Han threw out an ice soul godly palm towards the burly young man. The temperature in the area suddenly dropped by a few times. Good timing. The burly youth's long hair fluttered in the wind as he punched out with a fiery fist. Hoo! The huge fiery fist was like a meteor. The fist pressure was astonishing, and the fiery fist intent even caused the void to distort. There was a loud boom. Zhao Han took 3 steps back, while the burly youth only took 1 step back. What? And Xinmei and the others were shocked. Zhao Han was ranked number 5 on the power rankings, yet he was actually at a disadvantage. Who exactly was this person? What's your ranking in the Wild Lion Martial Institution's power ranking? Zhao Han asked with a grave expression. The tall and sturdy young man laughed. Untalented, ranked 3rd on the power ranking. Hearing this, and Xinmei and the others came to a realization. It was no wonder. So was the 3rd ranker of the Wild Lion Martial Institution's power ranking. How about it? Have you thought it through? I'm not a patient person. I can't wait for long, threatened the burly youngster. Li Fuchin said, Do you think you have the upper hand? So what if I have the upper hand? The burly youth's face flashed with a sinister expression as he suddenly blasted a fist at Li Fuchin. This fist was still a fiery fist, but halfway through the fist, it turned into a fire lion. The fist intent was even more ferocious, and the fist pressure was even stronger. Li Fuchin stood there motionlessly and didn't make a move in advance. When the fire lion got close to him, Li Fuchin brandished his sword. PFFF. The fire lion was split into two and rushed past Li Fuchin from both sides, setting off layers of scorching chi waves. Within a radius of 3 meters, it was Li Fuchin's strongest attack range. Within this range, his attack power was slightly higher than Zhao Han. The burly youth raised his brows. He didn't know that Li Fuchin was the strongest in close combat, and thought that Li Fuchin's overall strength was superior to Zhao Han. After all, Zhao Han had taken 3 steps back earlier, but Li Fuchin didn't even take a single step back and had split the burly youth's fist force. 2 rankers on the power rankings. It seems like I have to get serious. After taking a deep breath, the burly youth said, If you can block my next fist, I will leave immediately. Bring it on then. Li Fuchin laughed bitterly in his heart and thought that he had to reveal some of his trump cards. Raging Blaze Lion Fist. The burly young man's low-rank Earth Realm martial art was the Berserk Lion Magic Art, and his martial art was the mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Flaming Lion Fist, which he had already trained to the Great Perfection Realm. On the other hand, Zhao Han's mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the Ice Soul Godly Palm, was only at the Great Perfection Realm. Apart from that, the burly youth's blazing flame power had been stimulated to the limits, and he was just a step away from developing the blazing flame divine ability. Blaze! It felt as though the heaven and earth were ignited. When the burly youth executed his fist, a raging blaze lion leaped across the sky and roared at Li Fuchin. The astounding fist pressure had caused the ground around Li Fuchin and the others to crack and explode. Such power! Zhao Han's expression changed. He believed that he wasn't a match for the burly youth. Split. Without a choice, Li Fuchin activated the 9-revolution purple cloud divine technique pattern and transmuted the ardent sun chi into the 9-revolution purple cloud divine technique. Immediately after, the scarlet blood sword that contained 3 levels of power cleaved at the head of the raging blaze lion. Crash! The raging blaze lion might be ferocious and tyrannical, but how could it withstand Li Fuchin's exposed trump card? From head to tail, it was cleaved into 2 by Li Fuchin. In an instant, the radius of 100 meters was in a sea of flames. It was obvious how violent and tyrannical the fist was. Good. It seems like I, Tu Chinchio, have made a wrong judgment. Let's go. The burly youth looked at Li Fuchin with a grave expression before turning to leave. If it was a one-on-one, he might not be able to defeat Li Fuchin. With the addition of Zhao Han, it was obvious that they had no chance of victory. This is your true strength. Zhao Han couldn't understand. He only knew that at the crucial moment, Li Fuchin's chi intensity suddenly increased drastically. It can be considered so. Li Fuchin didn't comment. It should be an extremely powerful and special 5-star secret technique. Zhao Han guessed. There were plenty of 5-star secret techniques, but after reaching the reincarnation realm, 5-star secret techniques wouldn't be able to increase one's strength by much and would only be around 20%. Only some special and powerful 5-star secret techniques will be able to increase the strength by 40% or even 50%. But correspondingly, the combat time will be shortened, and if the combat time was prolonged, there would be side effects. Unknowingly, in everyone's eyes, Li Fuchin had become unfathomable. It was as though he was hidden in the mist, and no one knew how strong he was. They only knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. In a few more years, Junior Fuchin will probably be the leader of the Inner Institute. And Shimei was filled with admiration. Following the original path, the 5 of them spent several days and finally walked out of the Violet Star Mountains. 7 or 8 days later, the 5 of them returned to South Forest City. 1 month later, I will give everyone the low-grade spirit stones that should be given to everyone. If everyone is still worried, I can apply to the clan to pay a portion of the low-grade spirit stones to everyone." And Xinmei said. Du Qing said, "Xinmei, there is no need to go through so much trouble. We believe in you." With such a large batch of herbs, and Xinmei and the clan didn't dare to embezzle them. After all, none of the people here were to be trifled with. It is time for me to increase my qi cultivation. Even without the assistance of elixirs, Li Fuchen was confident he could break through to the second level of reincarnation realm in half a year. But he couldn't wait that long. After arriving at the Ever Youth Pavilion, Li Fuchen asked the shopkeeper if there were any good elixirs for cultivation breakthrough. The Ever Youth Pavilion shopkeeper gave a simple introduction. The best elixir for cultivation breakthrough is the Earth Class Mid-Tier Elixir, Primary Ascension Elixir. One elixir costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Elixirs for cultivation breakthrough had always been extremely expensive. Earth Class Mid-Tier Elixirs, the Vajra Elixir and Body Forging Golden Elixir, were only around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price of cultivation breakthrough elixirs was 3 times higher. Are there any Earth Class high-tier elixirs? The higher the grade of the elixir, the lesser the impurities and the lesser the side effects. If the Ardent Sun Divine technique could break through to the next rank, it would be very easy to eliminate the side effects. The Ever Youth Pavilion shopkeeper said, "Young hero is only at the first level of reincarnation realm. It is too wasteful to consume Earth-class high-tier elixirs. Generally speaking, Earth-class low-tier elixirs were enough for the first level of reincarnation realm. There might be a lot of side effects, but it was cheap and only required around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Li Fuchen was a prodigy, and it was understandable for him to consume Earth-class mid-tier elixirs, but it was too wasteful to consume Earth-class high-tier elixirs. A single Earth-class high-tier elixir for cultivation breakthrough would cost around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was simply a sky-high price. It doesn't matter, spirit stones aren't a problem. Li Fuchen would rather spend a little more spirit stones than delay his future cultivation. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Our store doesn't often have Earth-class high-tier elixirs for cultivation breakthrough." That's right. 3 days later, the South Forest City will be holding a large-scale auction. I heard that among the important auction items, there will be an Earth-class high-tier elixir, Raging Flame Heart Elixir. It is refined by one of the top 10 concoction grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Raging Flame Pill Grandmaster. It is suitable for those who cultivate blazing heat cultivation techniques to break through. Young hero might be able to bid for it. Raging Flame Heart Elixir, huh? Li Fuchen was rather tempted. Attribute elixirs might be more expensive, but if it was an appropriate attribute elixir, the side effects would be minimized. All right, I will participate in this large-scale auction. After earning a large amount of low-grade spirit stones in the Violet Star Mountains, Li Fuchen changed his plans and purchased a few Earth-class low-tier elixirs that could wash away the impurities. He was preparing to remove the impurities left behind by consuming the Vajra Elixir and the Body Forging Golden Elixir. 3 days later, the South Forest City was bustling. A large-scale auction wouldn't be held every year. Sometimes it would be held once every 2 to 3 years. Sometimes it would be held once every 3 to 5 years. Each time, it would attract countless reincarnation realm experts. Chapter 419. In order to enter the East Star Auction Hall, one would need to pay a certain amount of spirit stones. Normal seats would cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per person. VIP seats would cost 200 low-grade spirit stones per person. There were even better VIP rooms and supreme rooms. These were for those with noble status, and spirit stones were useless. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be squeezed with others. After paying 200 low-grade spirit stones, he was led by an attendant to the VIP seats. The VIP seats were separated by a screen and weren't connected to each other, allowing for a certain level of privacy. After taking his seat, Li Fuchen started to size up the auction hall. The massive auction hall had 2,000 seats, and half of them were already occupied. It was a black mass. This auction hall is rather profitable. Li Fuchen lamented in his heart. Normal seats would cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per person, and 2,000 seats would cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This wasn't a small sum, and with the commission of the auction items, the income would be even higher. 1 hour later, the auction hall was fully occupied. Everyone was at the reincarnation realm. Even if Heaven Dipper realm martial artists were wealthy, they wouldn't normally enter. After all, during the bidding, any normal auction item would cost at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and they wouldn't have so many low-grade spirit stones. In just a short moment, a white-haired auctioneer went on stage and cupped his fist towards everyone. I'm the auctioneer for this auction. This auctioneer can guarantee that all the auction items are authentic and will not cheat anyone. After saying some meaningless words, the white-haired auctioneer announced the start of the auction. The first auction item was an Earth-class low-tier Spirit Heart elixir. This elixir might only be an Earth-class low-tier elixir, but the starting price was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it was comparable with an Earth-class mid-tier elixir. It is actually a heart cultivation elixir? Li Fuchen was moved. The heart cultivation elixir could allow a martial artist to have a clear mental state. The effects were similar to the clear spirit fruit, but it was several times better. Otherwise, the starting price wouldn't be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,100, 1,150, 1,200, 1,300, 1,500. The heart cultivation elixir was highly sought after, and the price was constantly climbing. 1,800. Li Fuchen started a bid too. Once this price was called out, everyone else shriveled up. The spirit heart pill was good, but it couldn't help people break through to the next realm directly. It could only be said that the side effects were relatively small, and it was suitable for those who wanted to build a solid foundation. In the eyes of most people, the value of the spiritual heart pill was only about 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Any more than that would be a loss. Finally, the spirit heart pill fell into the hands of Li Fuchen. The second auction item was a pair of Earth-class low-tier iron claws. There was nothing special about this type of weapon. It was just that it was a niche product that rarely appeared on the market. Some of the shedding body realm martial artists who cultivated claw arts were suffering from the lack of suitable weapons, and their combat power couldn't reach the peak. At this moment, how could they not compete? In a short while, the price of the iron claw weapon had risen to 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. There were 2 third-level shedding body realm martial artists that competed fiercely and refused to let go. 1,900 going once, 1,900 going twice, 1,900 going thrice deal. In the end, the pair of iron claws fell into the hands of a bald middle-aged man, who was elated for a long time. As time elapsed, the auction items were presented and auctioned off one by one. During this period of time, none of the auction items were left unsold, and the competition was intense. Earth-class mid-tier elixir, clear spirit elixir. Concocted by Grandmaster Every Youth. Starting price, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Gradually, the auction entered the middle phase. Clear spirit elixir. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The spirit heart elixir and the clear spirit elixir were both able to enhance the mental state. The clear spirit elixir used the clear spirit fruit as the main ingredient and was supplemented with plenty of herbs that could enhance the mental state. The effects were much better than the spirit heart elixir. Some of the mid-levels and high-levels of shedding body realm martial artists had also participated. Li Fuchen raised his hand and called out a price of 2,800. He might have the spirit heart elixir, but Li Fuchen didn't wish to give up on the clear spirit elixir. After all, who would dislike a faster increase in the mental state? 2,900, 3,000. Those low-level, shedding body realm martial artists had already given up. Only the mid-level and high-level, shedding body realm martial artists were still bidding. 3,500. Li Fuchen increased by 500 in one go. Right now, a few of the high-level shedding body realm martial artists had also given up. Their cultivation levels were rather high, and the clear spirit elixir had limited effects on them. Of course, if the price was within their acceptable range, they wouldn't mind bidding for it. When Li Fuchen raised the price to 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, everyone had given up. The starting price of the clear spirit elixir was only 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, and they didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones to squander. Li Fuchen didn't feel that he was making a loss either. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single primary ascension elixir might be able to increase the cultivation level by 1 level, but the side effects were rather significant. It was fine for those who had a slow cultivation speed, but Li Fuchen was rather confident in his cultivation speed. He wasn't willing to stay at the second level of Shedding Body Realm for 1 or 2 years. The Clear Spirit Elixir was a mental cultivation elixir and had negligible side effects. It was very suitable for people like Li Fuchen who valued his foundation. Soon enough, half of the morning had passed. The next auction item is one of the most important auction items in this auction. The white-haired auctioneer kept everyone in suspense. When the effect was almost over, he abruptly pulled open the special silk cloth on the auction item and spoke loudly. Earth-class high-tier elixir, Raging Flame Heart Elixir, produced by the Raging Flame Pill ancestor. Not only can it allow reincarnation realm martial artists who cultivate blazing heat cultivation techniques to increase by 1 level, but the side effects are negligible. In fact, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir itself has the effect of refining impurities. The auction shall now begin. The starting price is 7,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must not be lower than 100 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the white-haired auctioneer finished his statement, the bidding price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir rose rapidly. In less than 10 breaths, it had already reached 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. Those who participated in the bidding were all reincarnation realm martial artists who cultivated blazing heat cultivation techniques. There were plenty of high-level reincarnation realm martial artists. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects were extremely powerful. Even a 7th or 8th level reincarnation realm martial artist will be able to increase by 1 level after consuming it. If they couldn't increase their cultivation level, it would shorten the time for the next increase. As for low-level reincarnation realm martial artists, they would be able to increase their cultivation level by 1.5 levels. If their mental state was strong enough, they might be able to break through to a higher cultivation level in a few months. 10,000. Li Fuchen raised his hand. Li Fuchen was determined to obtain the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. 11,000. The 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 12,000. Another 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 13,000. A 5th level reincarnation realm martial artist raised his hand. 15,000. Li Fuchen was wealthy and overbearing as he immediately added 2,000. Scoundrel, how can you increase the price like this? Many of the mid-level reincarnation realm martial artists gave up helplessly. They might look wealthy, but they weren't able to use it. 16,000, 17,000, 18,000. The bidding price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir was constantly increasing, causing many of the reincarnation realm martial artists to be silently speechless. Even some of the high-level reincarnation realm martial artists couldn't endure it. 20,000. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change. With over 70,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen was very confident. As for the amount of spirit stones required to return to the East Unicorn Continent, it was impossible to gather them within a short period of time. Furthermore, with a stronger strength, the speed of earning spirit stones would be faster, and he wasn't afraid of not being able to gather the spirit stones. Young friend, I'm Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long. Can you give me some face and stop bidding? A fierce-looking 7th level reincarnation realm martial artist transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. When the price of the Raging Flame Heart Elixir reached 20,000, everyone else had given up. Only he and Li Fuchen were still competing. Li Fuchen transmitted a message back. The auction has a rule. The highest bidder wins. The Scarlet Fire Fist shouldn't be unaware of this rule, right? Young friend, leave a way out for others to meet in the future. It isn't good for you to be too high profile, right? Feng Long threatened. Li Fuchen sneered. I don't have anything to meet with you. I am determined to obtain this Raging Flame Heart Elixir. I hope you don't regret it. Feng Long stopped bidding and remembered Li Fuchin in his heart. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones was definitely a sky-high price, and no one else was going to compete with Li Fuchin. Ultimately, the Raging Flame Heart elixir landed in Li Fuchin's hands. The following auction items were all important auction items, all of which were priced above 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Among them, there was a mid-rank Earth-grade artifact armor, which was sold for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. There was also a low-rank Earth-grade artifact, which was sold for 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. Next up is the finale auction item. There are a total of 3 items. The first item is the Green Dragon Artifact Saber. That's right, this saber is an Earth-class high-tier weapon. I believe everyone knows what an Earth-class high-tier weapon signifies. The starting price is 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let's begin. The white-haired auctioneer took out a saber chi that was soaring into the sky and had astounding prowess. Buzz! In an instant, the auction hall was in an uproar. Earth-class high-tier weapons were something that couldn't be found in the market. Every time they appeared, there would be an intense competition. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if anyone possessed an Earth-class high-tier weapon, they would be able to surpass 2 levels in combat. If a 9th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist obtained this Green Dragon Artifact Saber, their strength would reach an extremely fearsome level and would be able to suppress most of the 9th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. The high-leveled Reincarnation Realm martial artists didn't even bother to increase the price by 1,000. Each bid was increased by 10,000. These people are the true, tyrannical Reincarnation Realm martial artists. Li Fuchin narrowed his eyes. The Reincarnation Realm martial artists that participated in the bidding were extremely wealthy and had extremely deep foundations. All of them cultivated at least Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts. If they were in the East Unicorn Continent, they would be able to contest with elite experts apart from the Evil King. As compared to these high-leveled Reincarnation Realm martial artists, the East Unicorn Continent's high-leveled Reincarnation Realm martial artists could only be considered regular martial artists. Be it cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons, or artifacts, they were all crushed and weren't worth mentioning. Li Fuchin's body refinement strength was comparable to regular 9th-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. But if it was a Reincarnation Realm martial artist that cultivated Earth-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts, Li Fuchin would only be comparable to the 5th level of Reincarnation Realm. It was impossible for him to surpass 7 or 8 levels in combat. The Green Dragon Artifact Saber's price had forcefully increased from 50,000 to 150,000. It was finally obtained by a peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. Chapter 420. The second finale item was quickly brought up, and it was actually an Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual. In the various martial institutions, or the elite clans of the Violet Flower Kingdom, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals might not be rare. But in the market, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals were too rare. It was a known fact that many Reincarnation Realm martial artists didn't even have an Earth-class low-tier martial art manual. Therefore, Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals were undoubtedly the most valuable manuals for them, and could only be found by chance. It was obvious that this should be a lucky individual who obtained this manual from an unknown ruin and was planning to exchange it for a large amount of low-grade spirit stones for his own cultivation. This Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual starting price was also 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, but the final price was an astonishing 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. It had broken the bidding record for the Green Dragon Artifact Saber in one fell swoop. Those elite Reincarnation Realm martial artists would probably be able to turn the Evil King into dregs. The one who obtained the Earth-class mid-tier martial art manual was also a peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist. It wasn't hard to imagine that in the future, this peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist strength would surge. Of course, as compared to the various martial institutions and elite clans' peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artists, there would definitely be a huge disparity. A truly formidable peak-level Reincarnation Realm martial artist would have cultivation techniques and martial arts that were at least Earth-class mid-tier. Their weapon would be at least Earth-class mid-tier or possibly Earth-class high-tier weapons. When facing such an opponent, even if Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm, he might not be able to win. Of course, Li Fuchen was just at the beginning. Once he truly reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm, all aspects would be better and he would definitely not be stagnant. When it was close to noon, the white-haired auctioneer suddenly got excited and spoke with a resounding voice. The third finale item, which is also the final finale item, will be brought up to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, two attendants worked together to carry a tray onto the stage. This tray was huge and was 3 meters in length. It looked extremely heavy too. The two attendants were at the Earth realm, but it was rather strenuous for them to carry it. It was as though the item on the tray was 10,000 kilograms in weight. The white-haired auctioneer fiercely pulled the special silk aside. Crackle, 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 crackle. This special silk was clearly covered with an array formation. As the silk was pulled apart, a 3-meter-long horn was revealed, accompanied by a scalp-numbing electric arc. Just one look at it would cause one's soul to tremble. The white-haired auctioneer spoke with confidence. The sharp horn of the Class 6 mid-tier demonic beast, Thunderstorm Rhinoceros. Everyone should have heard of the Thunderstorm Rhinoceros. It is a type of extremely savage demonic beast. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm master wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Once it is infuriated within a radius of 100 miles, there would be thunderstorms that would have the power to destroy a city. This sharp horn of the Thunderstorm Rhinoceros is the most precious material on the body of the Thunderstorm Rhinoceros apart from the demonic core. Be it used to refine a cardinal artifact, weapon, or elixir, it would have miraculous effects. The starting price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? The horn of a level 6 Thunderstorm Rhino? Everyone's eyes widened, and their breathing quickened. Class 6 demonic beasts were known as demon generals and were able to command demonic beasts. Their spirit wisdom wasn't inferior to humans. The entire body of a Class 6 demonic beast was a treasure. Any scale or claw would be priceless. The horn was so precious that let alone a reincarnation realm expert, even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't ignore it. 200,000. In the Supreme Private Room, there was a deep voice that echoed. It is a battle spirit realm master. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and no one dared to increase the price. Competing with a battle spirit realm master was simply too much to do. Furthermore, they didn't have so many low-grade spirit stones to bid. 250,000. The voice was transmitted from another Supreme Private Room. 300,000. 400,000. The bidders were all battle spirit realm masters from the Supreme Private Rooms. Each increment of 500,000 or 100,000 made everyone feel as though they were in a dream and their mouths were dry. The Demon General's horn is so valuable? Li Fuchen's mouth was also dry. In his collection, there was also a Demon General's horn. It might not be as big and extraordinary as the Thunderstorm Rhino's horn, but it was still a Demon General's horn. Li Fuchen didn't expect to sell it for a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, but it should be able to sell it for 100,000 or 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 450,000, a familiar voice echoed. It was Grandmaster Everyouth. As the overlord of the South Forest City, Grandmaster Everyouth naturally wouldn't miss out on this large-scale auction. 500,000, 550,000. It was obvious that the other Battle Spirit Realm Masters didn't plan to give up. At their level, there were too few things that were useful to them. If they missed it, they would definitely regret it for a long time. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to auction the Demon General's horn. Li Fuchen's heart was burning with passion. He didn't expect for the Demon General's horn to be so valuable. If he knew, there would be 2 Demon General's horns being auctioned in this auction. How could Li Fuchen know that Demon Generals were equivalent to Battle Spirit Realm Masters? Apart from Battle Spirit Realm Masters, no one was able to kill Demon Generals. Furthermore, Demon Generals were too powerful. In order to kill a Class 6 low-tier Demon General, one's cultivation would need to be at least at the mid-level of Battle Spirit Realm. In order to kill a Class 6 mid-tier Thunderstorm Rhino, one would need to be at least a high-level Battle Spirit Realm Master. Regular Masters would have to flee if they encountered a Demon General and wouldn't dare to engage in combat. Furthermore, there were very few Demon Generals on the continent. In places with a high concentration of Demon Generals, there would be Demon Kings. It was too difficult to kill a Demon General. Even the Masters on the Violet Flower Kingdom's Master rankings wouldn't dare to say they could do it. It would all depend on luck. Ultimately, the Thunderstorm Rhino's horn didn't land in the hands of Grandmaster Everyouth. It landed in the hands of Grandmaster Raging Flame, who is also one of the top 10 concoction Grandmasters of the Violet Flower Kingdom. As such, the sensational auction had ended. After paying the Spirit Stones, Li Fuchen left the East Star Auction Hall with the Spirit Heart Elixir, Clear Spirit Elixir, and Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Kid, you snatched my fated opportunity. I'm not done with you. In the dark, Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long glared at Li Fuchen. In an inn's heaven-class suite, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the meditation mat and took out the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir was like a lump of amber, and there was a cluster of flames inside. It looked rather mystical, and there were traces of meditation chi presence that were emitted, allowing Li Fuchen to feel comfortable. It is rather similar to the meditation mat's chi presence. With the two of them working together, the effect should be maximized. The meditation mat was obtained from the Black Sky Sect ruins. He had been using it, and the effects are remarkable. Li Fuchen was able to progress smoothly until now because of the meditation mat. Li Fuchen circulated his ardent sun chi and consumed the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. At the start, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir had a trace of cold intent. Gradually, the trace of cold intent turned into heat. When the Raging Flame Heart Elixir was refined into the interior, the inconspicuous flame suddenly burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen. TSS, 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 TSS? Li Fuchen felt that there were plenty of impurities in his body that had been refined by the flame. At the same moment, there was a fiery intent that was extremely clear and spirited chi presence that rose and fused into Li Fuchen's mind. When complemented with the meditation mat's chi presence, Li Fuchen entered an unprecedented ethereal state. It felt as though his entire body had blended into the void, and he was observing his body like a spectator. He was observing the connection between his body and the void. If a Battle Spirit Realm Master was here, they would definitely be able to see that Li Fuchen was in the union of heaven and man state. The Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects were too pure, and it was much purer than the chi in mid-grade Spirit Stones. In other words, when using the Raging Flame Heart Elixir to break through, there was no need to worry about delaying his future cultivation. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen spent 20,000 low-grade Spirit Stones to bid for the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Later stage of First Level Reincarnation Realm. Peak stage of First Level Reincarnation Realm. Boom! When the Raging Flame Chi burst out, a surging Chi wave swept in all directions. It was fortunate that this inn was a top-notch inn in the South Forest City and was set up with an array. Otherwise, this Chi wave impact was enough to turn the inn into ashes. After breaking through to the second level of Reincarnation Realm, the Raging Flame Heart Elixir's medicinal effects had yet to be fully consumed. Middle stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. Later stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation was stabilized at the later stage of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. The surging and resplendent chi made Li Fuchen look like a sun god that was dazzling. As compared to his cultivation, Li Fuchen's mental state was progressing faster and had already reached the limits of Second Level Reincarnation Realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the third level of Reincarnation Realm. When Li Fuchen opened his eyes, two blazing light beams burst out and struck the array's barrier with sparks. There is no hurry. After a few more days, I will consume the Spirit Heart Elixir and the Clear Spirit Elixir to prepare to break through to the third level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen's cultivation might have stabilized, but his mental state wasn't. There were still hidden dangers from consecutive breakthroughs, and he wasn't in a hurry. For the next few days, Li Fuchen stayed in seclusion and had been stabilizing his cultivation and mental state. In addition, he felt that the Ardent Sun Divine technique was showing signs of breaking through. The Ardent Flame Heart elixir allowed him to enter a very mystical state. This state had weakened significantly after his cultivation broke through to the second level of reincarnation realm, but it didn't vanish completely. When Li Fuchen cultivated the Ardent Sun Divine technique, he felt that it was much smoother than before. Apart from that, the speed of comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern was much faster because of the Ardent Flame Heart elixir. Right now, Li Fuchen had already comprehended 30% of the blazing flame bone frame pattern. The speed of absorbing the blazing flame power was 20 to 30 times faster than before. In the bone frame spatial zone, the blazing flame power was just like a small sun. It was extremely condensed and extremely tyrannical and blazing. As compared to it, the Ardent Sun Chi wasn't just slightly inferior. Li Fuchen found out from some ancient texts that the cultivation of heaven-class cultivation techniques seemed to be related to the bone frame. Perhaps the chi that was cultivated was the power of the bone frame. Of course, heaven-class cultivation techniques were too far away from Li Fuchen. It was unknown if there were any heaven-class cultivation techniques in the entire seven-color continent. Even if there were, they would probably be in the hands of those primary sea realm monarchs. The path of the martial Dao is still very long, and I have just started. Li Fuchen's fighting spirit was soaring. Chapter 4:21. I might as well raise my body refinement cultivation as well. Previously, Li Fuchen had consumed some elixirs to temper the impurities. The Vajra elixir's impurities and the body-forging golden elixir's impurities were almost eliminated. Even if the impurities weren't eliminated, Li Fuchen's body refinement could still be increased, but it would affect his future body refinement cultivation. Li Fuchen went to the Every Youth Pavilion and purchased 5 Vajra elixirs and 5 body-forging golden elixirs, spending a total of 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2. Inside the inn suite, Li Fuchen was constantly refining the Vajra elixir, and the dragon elephant power within his body was rapidly increasing. 7,000 threads, 8,000 threads, 9,000 threads, 10,000 threads, 11,000 strands, 12,000 strands, 12,800 strands, 5 Vajra pills, and 5 body-forging golden pills only added 6,600 strands of dragon elephant power. Last time, a diamond pill and a body-forging golden pill increased his strength by more than 3,000 strands. This is mainly because the strength of the dragon elephant is not just increasing so simply. The strength of the dragon elephant that existed before is also gradually strengthening. This requires the consumption of the medicinal power of the body, refining medicinal pills. On the path of body refinement, the further one progressed, the more resources one would need. This was not just for show. There were plenty of reincarnation realm body refinement martial artists in the seven-color continent, but there weren't many battle spirit realm body refinement masters. Li Fuchen reckoned that in order to push his body refinement to the battle spirit realm, he would need at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Regular battle spirit realm masters wouldn't have so much wealth. Even if they had, they wouldn't invest all of it into body refinement, unless they focused on the body refinement Dao. Take the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian, for example. He possessed the Vajra bone frame and was an innate body refinement prodigy. If he didn't focus on the body refinement Dao, it would be a pity. Of course, a person with the body refinement bone frame would require a lot less low-grade spirit stones. A regular person would need up to 1 million low-grade spirit stones to push their body refinement to the battle spirit realm. Wang Jian might only need a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. As Li Fuchen's body refinement increased by 1 level, his body refinement strength had also increased and had already surpassed regular 9th-level reincarnation realm experts. The next time I want to raise my body refining cultivation to another level, it will probably take more than 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. Body refinement cultivation, seriously speaking, did not have small realms. For example, shedding body realm body refining martial artist is shedding body realm body refining martial artist will not be like true chi cultivation base, divided into 9 layers. Previously, Li Fuchen was merely using the East Unicorn Continent's reincarnation realm experts to forcefully divide his body refinement into several levels. In fact, it was an estimation of his strength and not the specific minor realms of his body refinement. It was just like strength. Strength was only divided into big and small. There was no such thing as a realm. In the early stages of body refinement, there weren't any major realms. There weren't any chi refinement realm, origin returning realm, earth-shattering realm, or heaven-dipper realm. Normally, one would compare one's body refinement with one's chi cultivation to know what level one's body refinement was at. Only at the shedding body realm, due to the cultivation of extraordinary chi power, so you can clearly know that you're shedding body realm body, refining martial artist. The efficiency of the family was very fast. In just half a month, they had sold all the medicinal herbs, earning a total of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was also due to the fact that he was in a hurry. If he had auctioned it off at an auction, it would be possible for him to sell it for 250,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, the family would take 10%, leaving behind 180,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the 180,000 low-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen and Zhao Han would each get 30%, making each of them 54,000 low-grade spirit stones. And Xi Mei would get 15%, making 27,000 low-grade spirit stones. Liang Tianyu and Du Qing would get 25%, making each of them 22,500 low-grade spirit stones. In short, everyone was happy. There were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones left previously. With the addition of these 54,000 low-grade spirit stones, I will have around 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. 90,000 low-grade spirit stones was a huge sum, and only those extremely powerful high-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists would have such wealth. After all, the stronger one was the better the ability to accumulate wealth. A simple trip into the Violet Star Mountains would allow one to obtain plenty of low-grade spirit stones. During the auction, in order to contest for the Green Dragon Artifact Saber and Earth-class mid-tier martial art manuals, the 2 peak-level reincarnation realm martial artists had each spent 150,000 low-grade spirit stones and 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was also the duo's limit. I am still lacking a body refinement weapon. Apart from the Violet Flower Kingdom's top 10 concoction grandmasters, there are also 5 blacksmith grandmasters. Among them, only Grandmaster 100 Smelt can refine a body refinement weapon. Why don't I ask for one? If it was someone else, they wouldn't spend so much effort to obtain a body refinement weapon. After all, most of the people would supplement the body refinement Dao and focus on the Qi refinement Dao. Even if they obtained a body refinement weapon, their body refinement strength wouldn't be on par with their Qi cultivation strength. But Li Fuchen was different. With the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant body forging chapters, it would be a pity if Li Fuchen didn't increase his body refinement strength. Grandmaster 100 Smelt resided in Limestone City, and Limestone City was the county city of Limestone region. It was tens of thousands of miles away from South Forest City. Riding on the Class 4 Unicorn Wildebeest, Li Fuchen rushed towards Limestone City. Finally out of the city, during these days, Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long had been sending people to watch over Li Fuchen. Once Li Fuchen exited the city, Feng Long followed. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen used the Raging Flame Heart Elixir. Feng Long wasn't going to let Li Fuchen off. 300 miles away from South Forest City. After following for so long, can you come out now? On the horseback, Li Fuchen turned around and said, "Your awareness is rather strong, but it is a pity that this place shall be your death ground today." Scarlet Fire Fist, Feng Long flashed out while his body was surging with blazing chi presence. Feng Long's cultivation was at the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm, and he had cultivated an Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique and martial art. In his eyes, Li Fuchen was already a dead man. It is still uncertain who will die. Li Fuchen dismounted the horse. Die. Feng Long didn't waste any time and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist's power was even stronger than the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's #3 power rankings. When the fist was executed, the air felt as though it was burning. A flaming fist that was the size of a house was blasted with thunderous qi presence. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose up at the same time and countered with a fist. Boom! The ground caved in and exploded. Surging magma splattered, and the scorching qi presence filled the radius of a few thousand feet. Little bastard, I have underestimated you. Feng Long's eyes flashed with astonishment. It seems like you're merely SOSO. Li Fuchen shook his fist and extinguished the flames on his fist. The Scarlet Fire Fist was indeed worthy of being called the Scarlet Fire Fist. His fist intent was astounding. If Li Fuchen's fist didn't contain the ardent sun qi and blazing flame power, he wouldn't be able to block this fist. But only in close combat would Li Fuchen be able to concentrate all his power on his fist, making it difficult to kill his opponent. If I didn't guess it wrongly, you will only be able to utilize your strongest strength in close combat. Let's see how you're going to block next. Feng Long grinned sinisterly and rushed into the sky. He then brandished dozens to 100 fists at Li Fuchen. Countless flaming fists descended from the sky, and the prowess was appalling. The elephant trumpeted and tiger roared. Li Fuchen brandished his fist to penetrate the flaming fists, but there were too many of them. Even after penetrating them, there was still endless blazing flame qi that blasted down, turning Li Fuchen's area into a sea of flames. If I want to kill him, I have to reveal my trump card. After transmuting the ardent sun qi into the 9 revolution purple qi, Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and executed the clear sky sword art. In an instant, a full moon-like sword qi spread out with Li Fuchen at the center. A thick layer of the ground was shaved off. The sword qi exploded and extinguished the sea of flames. Li Fuchen flew into the sky and fought with Feng Long, Scarlet Fire, Divine Fist. Feng Long was shocked and blasted a fist with full strength. PFFF. The flaming fist was split into two, and Li Fuchen charged at Feng Long. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? Feng Long retreated miserably and didn't have the prowess from before. There are plenty of things you don't know. Die. The 9 revolution purple qi divine technique and the clear sky sword art were at least Earth-class high tier. The increase in strength was too much, and it didn't just compensate for the gap of 5 levels between Li Fuchen and Feng Long. It had also reversed the gap. Fresh blood sprayed out, and Feng Long's arm had an additional sword wound. Damn it, Scarlet Fire primary armor. Feng Long's body was covered with a layer of flaming armor. He cultivated the Earth-class, low-tier martial art, Scarlet Fire Divine Fist. His cultivation technique was the Earth-class, low-tier Scarlet Fire Divine Technique. When the Scarlet Fire Divine Technique was cultivated to the highest rank, he would be able to execute a defensive method that would increase his defense by 1 level. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's clear sky sword art was too ferocious. The Scarlet Fire primary armor was only able to block a few swords before collapsing. Die! Li Fuchen thrust with his sword, and the sword light turned into a sphere that enveloped Feng Long. Bang. The spherical sword light exploded, and Feng Long was immediately turned into a blood mist. The only things that remained were a pair of gloves, an artifact armor, and a red storage bag. Finally exhausted, after killing Feng Long, Li Fuchen wasn't too happy. His body's 9 revolution purple qi was rapidly disintegrating and turning into ardent sun qi. His back was burning, and after scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed that the 9 revolution purple qi divine techniques pattern on his back had vanished. There were only traces of scar-like pattern imprints. It was fortunate that the clear sky sword art martial pattern on his wrist hadn't vanished, but it didn't seem like he could use it for a few more times. The martial pattern was much dimmer than before. It seems like I can only rely on myself in the future. Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked Feng Long's gloves, artifact armor, and storage bag over. When he opened the storage bag, There were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 mid-grade spirit stones. With these 5 mid-grade spirit stones, I should have no problem progressing to the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen might have the spirit heart elixir and the clear spirit elixir to increase his mental state, but he wasn't confident he could progress to the 3rd level of reincarnation realm within a short period of time. After reaching the reincarnation realm, it was very difficult to progress by one level, unless the accumulation was rather robust. Otherwise, one had to slowly endure. But it was different with mid-grade spirit stones. The purity of the mid-grade spirit stones was only slightly inferior to the raging flame heart elixir and was much purer than low-grade spirit stones. With the combination of the two, it was hard for Li Fuchen not to progress. Let's reach the Limestone City first. Chapter 422. Bluestone City, a city built with large bluestones. As the county capital of Bluestone County, Bluestone City was one of the places with the highest concentration of refiners, second only to the Violet Flower King's Imperial City. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that almost 30% of the utensils circulating in the Violet Flower Kingdom's market came from Limestone City. One could well imagine Limestone City status. Master 100 Smelting has actually left. What a coincidence. Li Fuchen's luck wasn't very good. As soon as he arrived at Limestone City, he found out that Grandmaster 100 Smelt wasn't around. It was the same as making a wasted trip. Since I'm already here, I can't return empty-handed. No matter what, I have to obtain a body refining weapon. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to request for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon from Grandmaster 100 Smelt. But since Grandmaster 100 Smelt wasn't around, there was no hope for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon. But there should be Mystic-class body refinement weapons in the Limestone City's weapon shops. During the Evergreen Tea Party, the Scarlet Tiger Martial Institution's Wang Jian's gloves seemed to be a Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon. The Bailian Pavilion was a weapon shop opened by the Bailian Master. "Shopkeeper, do you have any body refining weapons?" Li Fuchen asked as soon as he entered the door. "Yes, other shops don't have it. Only my Bailian Pavilion has it." The shopkeeper saw that there was business and quickly went forward to greet them. Li Fuchen said, "I want the best body refinement weapon. Bring me to take a look." "All right." A smile appeared on the manager's face. Although body tempering weapons were rare, martial artists who specialized in body tempering were even rarer, so it was not easy to find a buyer. Second floor of Bailian Pavilion. Young hero, there are a total of 5 top-grade profound rank body refinement weapons here. They are respectively a saber, a sword, a glove, an iron claw, and an anklet. The shopkeeper gestured with his right hand as he introduced. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there was an obvious difference between body refinement weapons and chi weapons. There were chi waves of varying strength on the body refinement weapons, as though they were alive. They had their own breaths and meridians, giving Li Fuchen an extremely strange feeling. "Can I take it out for a look?" Li Fuchen asked. The shopkeeper nodded. Of course. Li Fuchen picked up one of the swords. The surface of the sword was covered in blood patterns. At a glance, it looked like the meridians and blood vessels of the human body. The power of vitality surged into his body. Buzz! A blood-red sword radiance extended from the tip of the sword. It was incomparably sharp. It really is a body-refining weapon. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. This sword seemed to have become an extension of his body and was closely connected with his chi power. But swords are useless to me. I have never learned a body-tempering sword technique. Putting down the body refinement sword, Li Fuchen picked up the gloves. It was a pair of black gloves. The back of the hand and the base of the fingers were covered with a layer of armor. It looked relatively thick, and when Xiao Chen's consciousness entered it, he could see many blood-colored patterns. As his vitality surged in, the blood-colored patterns immediately lit up, and a layer of blood-colored light appeared on the surface of the black gloves. With his top-tier, profound, rank body refinement glove, my body refinement strength can increase by almost 30%. Having a weapon or not made a huge difference. Li Fuchen was confident that with this glove, he would be able to contest with the Scarlet Fire Fist with just his body refinement strength. "Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones?" Li Fuchen asked. The shopkeeper said, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000? It's quite expensive. Li Fuchen frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he felt that it was too expensive. An Earth-class mid-tier Qi weapon wasn't even worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon was actually worth 10,000. If it was an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon, wouldn't it cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "This glove is forged using Qi bloodstones, blood pattern iron, and mithril. Just the materials alone will cost 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 it is. I will take it." Li Fuchen might feel that it was expensive, but it was impossible for him to give it up. Young hero is very bold. The shopkeeper was beaming with joy. As the shopkeeper of the 100-smell pavilion, he had a mission every month. When the store's income exceeded a certain amount, he would receive a certain bonus. The higher the income, the greater the bonus. But if the store's income didn't reach the standard, his spirit stones would be deducted. After paying the spirit stones, Li Fuchen left the 100-smell pavilion with the shopkeeper sending him off. In an inn with a courtyard, Li Fuchen stayed. Roar! There was a tiger roar as Li Fuchen punched the air. In a split moment, a fierce tiger spirit rose up. As compared to before, this fierce tiger spirit was 30% bigger. It was more condensed and more tyrannical. It felt as though it was going to shatter the void. No wonder it is a Mystic-class peak-tier body refinement weapon. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with this glove. It is a pity that I didn't see Grandmaster Hunter smelt. If I can request for an Earth-class low-tier body refinement glove, my body refinement strength will be increased by at least 60%. In terms of Qi weapons, the difference between Mystic-class high-tier and Mystic-class peak-tier wasn't huge. But the difference between Mystic-class peak-tier and Earth-class low-tier was rather huge. Forget it. Even if Grandmaster Hunter Smelt is in Limestone City, I might not be able to see him. Even if I see him, he might not be willing to refine an Earth-class low-tier body refinement weapon for me. After all, the materials are hard to find, and he might not be interested in this little bit of income. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to sell some items to gather the cost of the refinement, but he didn't have to do so now. Li Fuchen didn't think about the body refinement weapon anymore and started to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. In the secret room of the courtyard, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the meditation mat. Time elapsed bit by bit. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes. The Spirit Heart Elixir's medicinal effects are still a little lacking. It isn't enough for my mental state to break through to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out the clear Spirit Elixir and consumed it. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen's connection with Heaven and Earth Qi was much closer. With him as the center, Heaven and Earth Qi was rippling. I have finally broken through. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand while absorbing the Qi inside. A few hours later, Li Fuchen took out 2 more mid-grade spirit stones. When the last mid-grade spirit stone was half absorbed, Li Fuchen's body suddenly burst out with an ardent sun-like radiance. The surging and blazing Qi waves blasted in all directions. For a moment, the temperature in the secret room had increased by more than 100 times, and it felt as though it was a blazing hell. It wasn't over yet. Right at this moment, the ardent sun radiance on the surface of Li Fuchen's body suddenly revolved, and the surrounding temperature rose drastically again. Li Fuchen's body appeared with an ardent sun halo. When the ardent sun halo appeared, the array in the secret room shook violently, as though it was going to explode. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and withdrew the ardent sun halo. I didn't expect for my cultivation level and cultivation technique to have a breakthrough. Li Fuchen's face flashed with delight. Earlier on, his cultivation had successfully broken through from the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm to the 3rd level. Immediately after, his Ardent Sun Divine technique had also broken through from the 24th rank to the 25th rank, forming the Ardent Sun Halo. Chapter 4:23. The Dean made an exception and gave me the 25th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique. If I want to obtain the 26th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique, I will have to contribute to the Martial Institute. After the 24th rank of the Ardent Sun Divine technique, each rank was more terrifying than the previous one. Even the 24th rank was already very formidable. In order to cultivate the Ardent Sun Divine technique to the 24th rank, the body refinement would need to be at the subcompletion level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen's current body refinement was only one level higher than the subcompletion level of Reincarnation Realm, and was far from reaching the completion level of Reincarnation Realm. Opening up his right hand, the golden ardent sun chi soared up and emitted a blinding radiance. While feeling the temperature, Li Fuchen said to himself, "My chi strength is now comparable with regular 6th level Reincarnation Realm experts. With a blazing flame power, it is enough to reach the 7th or 8th level. With the green sun sword intent, my chi strength is even stronger than my body refinement strength." After closing his eyes and opening them again, Li Fuchen's eyes shot out 2 divine radiances. It is time to return. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to return after the 24 Martial Institution's rankings tournament. But with the consecutive breakthroughs in strength, he had the confidence to return. Most importantly, he was worried about the Li clan and the Azure Water sect. The situation in the East Unicorn continent was too complicated. It might have only been a short 1 or 2 years, but Li Fuchen didn't know how the East Unicorn continent had changed. If he could return earlier, he would naturally return earlier to avoid regret. But the prerequisite was to gather enough low-grade spirit stones. He was preparing to sell the Class 6 demonic beast horn to Grandmaster Everyouth. It didn't matter even if he suffered a loss. But with Grandmaster Everyouth's magnanimity, he probably wouldn't take advantage of Li Fuchen. Eager to return, Li Fuchen immediately left the Limestone City and headed for the South Forest City. South Forest City's everlasting youth garden. This is indeed a demonic general's horn, and it is also a Class 6 mid-tier demonic general's horn. But it has been too long, and the power on it has dissipated. It isn't comparable to the Thunderstorm Rhino's horn. How about this? I will purchase it for 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Grandmaster Everyouth was pleasantly surprised, but he also felt that it was a pity. He was pleasantly surprised because this was the horn of a Class 6 demon general, which was innately not weaker than a Thunderstorm Rhino's horn. Unfortunately, after a long period of time, the power of this horn had dissipated by more than half. If the power of this horn had not dissipated, its value would not be lower than that of a Thunderstorm Rhino's horn. Furthermore, this was only auctioned in an ordinary large-scale auction. If it was auctioned in a high-class auction, then the price would not be measured in low-grade spirit stones, but mid-grade spirit stones. At the very least, it could be auctioned for hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. I'll leave it to the alchemy sect to decide. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The price of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones was far beyond his expectations. Grandmaster Everyouth continued, "You brat, you sure have a lot of good stuff? I can see that your chi and blood have stagnated. You must have consumed too many body-forging elixirs, causing the impurities to increase. I have an Earth-class high-tier elixir, the 3 Revolutions blood-tempering elixir. It should be enough to help you get rid of all the impurities in your chi and blood." Grandmaster Everyouth took out a jade bottle, which contained a resplendent and flawless elixir. He then tossed it to Li Fuchen. "Many thanks, Pill Master." Li Fuchen received it respectfully. An Earth-class high-tier elixir wasn't something that could be found in the market and could only be found in auctions. A single elixir would cost at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. With this 3 Revolutions blood-tempering elixir, Li Fuchen was able to increase his body refinement by another level, and it wouldn't affect his foundation. After all, Earth-class high-tier elixirs were extraordinary, and it was obvious from the Raging Flameheart elixir. After bidding farewell to Grandmaster Everyouth, Li Fuchen checked into an inn. He then took out the teleportation board and activated the chi pool within to start devouring the chi from the low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. 210,000 low-grade spirit stones. After devouring 210,000 low-grade spirit stones, the chi pool within the teleportation board was finally filled up. Before this, the vitality pool was only 30% liquefied. In fact, the chi pool only required 70% liquid chi to teleport from the East Unicorn Continent to the Seven-Color Continent. Li Fuchen was afraid that an accident might happen. Therefore, he filled it up. There are still over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones left. I shall increase my body refinement by another level first. After exiting the inn, Li Fuchen arrived at the Ever-Youth Pavilion. This time, he purchased 30 Vajra elixirs and 30 body forging golden elixirs, spending a total of 66,000 low-grade spirit stones. A few days later, Li Fuchen's body refinement had increased by another level. With just his body refinement, he was already able to contest with regular 7th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. With the Tiger Soul Fist and the Mystic Class Peak Tier body refinement gloves, his body refinement strength had caught up to his Chi cultivation strength. The Dragon Elephant power is now at 25,000 strands. If I want to increase it by another level, I will probably need another 300,000 to 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The higher the level of body refinement, the more resources would be required. It was simply ridiculous. It was no wonder, apart from those with body refinement talents, no one was willing to dual cultivate chi and body. With so many resources, it was enough to support the chi cultivation to the battle spirit realm. As Li Fuchen's body refinement increased by another level, the impurities in Li Fuchen's chi had accumulated to a limit. The impurities in 60 to 70 elixirs weren't a joke. If Li Fuchen didn't pay attention and there was an accident, he might explode and die. It was impossible to rely on the Dragon Elephant power to refine the impurities without at least 1 or 2 years. After consuming the 3 Revolution blood tempering elixir, Li Fuchen started to remove the impurities. The 3 Revolution blood tempering elixir had a total of 3 layers of medicinal effects. The first layer of medicinal effects removed 30% of the impurities. The second layer of medicinal effects removed 40% of the impurities. The third layer of medicinal effects didn't just remove all the remaining impurities. It had also started to refine the Chi power and Dragon Elephant power. It made the Chi power and Dragon Elephant power even purer. The next time Li Fuchen consumed the body refinement elixir, he would be able to get twice the results with half the effort. The 3 Revolution blood tempering elixir is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen felt that his body was much lighter and his chi power was much livelier. It wasn't as heavy and sluggish anymore. I am left with less than 140,000 low-grade spirit stones. I will just need to buy a few things in return. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and felt rather excited and apprehensive. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't have the confidence to defeat the evil king. It was fortunate that he had absolute confidence to protect himself. After all, he was a dual cultivator of chi and body. His overall strength was absolutely formidable, and his defense was an extremely fearsome level. There was basically no weakness. He might not be confident to defeat the evil king, but it wouldn't be that easy for the evil king to defeat him either. Apart from the evil king, Li Fuchen didn't need to be apprehensive of the others. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of 1-on-1 or 1-on-2. Chi cultivation strength and body refinement strength might not be able to be stacked, but Chi cultivation defense and body refinement defense could be stacked. With the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, no matter how chaotic the East Unicorn Continent was, Li Fuchen would be able to roam freely. P.S. I am returning to the East Unicorn Continent. The plot isn't easy to write. I originally didn't plan to return so early, but after some consideration, I feel that it is better to return earlier. After all, the East Unicorn Continent is too chaotic. With sufficient strength, it is reasonable for me to return earlier. Chapter 424. With less than 140,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could buy a lot of things. I must buy the Star Spirit Elixir and the Spirit Root Elixir. The Star Spirit Elixir and the Spirit Root Elixir were Earth-class low-tier elixirs. They could upgrade bone frames below the 3-star level by 1 star, and each elixir was worth 300 low-grade spirit stones. Li Fuqin bought 10 elixirs for each of them and spent a total of 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was an incredible thing to upgrade the bone frame star level, as it was the same as changing one's fate. But in the 7-color continent, upgrading bone frames below the 3-star level wasn't considered much. So what if you upgraded your bone frame to the 3-star level? In the 7-color continent, 4-star bone frames were just normal. In fact, there were hundreds of cities in the South Forest region, and all the first-rate clans in each city had descendants with 3-star bone frames. Those below 3-star bone frames were considered trash and weren't worth nurturing. Unless the parents had authority in the clan, they would spend 300 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a Star Spirit Elixir or Spirit Root Elixir for consumption. After all, 300 low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum, and it was equivalent to the entire wealth of a peak-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. It is a pity that there aren't any elixirs to upgrade the bone frame to 4-star. In the East Unicorn Continent, Li Fuqin naturally valued his parents the most. After consuming the 7-color glazed grape, his parents' bone frames were upgraded by 1 star. His father was a 2-star bone frame, while his mother was a 1-star bone frame. With the Star Spirit Elixir and Spirit Root Elixir, the duo would be able to upgrade their bone frames to the 3-star level. But with their innate perception and age, it was basically impossible for them to reach the reincarnation realm after reaching the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm. Even if Li Fuqin had the capability to bring them to the 7-color continent, they would have to accept the baptism of the 7-color continent's heaven and earth chi for many years and still wouldn't be able to progress to the reincarnation realm. Even the 7-color continent, one would need at least a 4-star bone frame to upgrade their cultivation to the reincarnation realm. If one wasn't at the reincarnation realm, even if they took good care of themselves, their lifespan would only be over 100 years old and wouldn't be any different from an ordinary person. There is no hurry. My parents aren't even 50 years old. Once I progress to the battle spirit realm, I might be able to make them reincarnation realm experts. In this world, there are too many things that can upgrade the bone frames. It is just that my level isn't high enough and I can't get in touch. Apart from purchasing the Star Spirit Elixir and the Spirit Root Elixir, Li Fuqin also purchased some Mystic-class cultivation elixirs and Mystic-class cultivation elixirs. His parents' cultivation was at most at the Earth Shatter realm, and they were only at the low levels of the Earth Shatter realm. If they were to purchase high-grade elixirs, they wouldn't be able to use them. Mystic-class elixirs were just right. Earth-class elixirs were generally consumed by reincarnation realm martial artists. I wonder if Grand Elder Zhao Wujing has advanced to the reincarnation realm. Let's buy a few rebirth pills. The value of the shedding body bone changing pill was 10 times that of the shedding body pill, reaching 5,000 low-grade spirit stones per pill. He gave one to Zhao Wujing and kept the rest as a backup. In addition, Li Fuqin also bought a few primary ascension elixirs, which could allow low-leveled reincarnation realm martial artists to advance by 1 level. One of the elixirs was considered a meeting gift for sect patriarch Ouyang Wentian. In total, Li Fuqin had spent over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, he was left with only 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. But Li Fuqin didn't feel any heartache. With his current strength, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough low-grade spirit stones when he reached the East Unicorn Continent. The East Unicorn Continent might be barren, but it was still a continent. The entire continent had plenty of low-grade spirit stones. By then, Li Fuqin was preparing to bring more low-grade spirit stones to the 7-color continent and use them to increase his strength. I can return now. On this day, Li Fuqin activated the teleportation board and turned into a stream of light to leave the 7-color continent. The East Unicorn Continent was currently divided into 3 factions. The Evil Dao, led by the Evil King, the 100 Sects Alliance, and the demonic 10 regions. But for the recent 2 years, the 100 Sect Alliance wasn't having a good time. Originally, the 100 Sect Alliance had over 90 regions, but now it was only left with over 30 regions. Most of the sects had surrendered to the evil Tao and had become the evil king's lackeys. Among them, the Heaven Fiend sect, Spirit Hidden sect, and Violent Saber sect successively surrendered to the evil Tao. The Azure Water sect received the news in advance and left the Azure Water region. They joined one of the top 10 elite factions, the Wind Snow sect, and became a branch of the Wind Snow sect. Southwest of the Wind Snow region, Azure Water Hall. In the hall's main hall, Ouyang Wentian was frowning. The 100 Sect Alliance wasn't having a good time. His Azure Water sect had also become a hall and didn't even have its own mountain. Ouyang Wentian gritted his teeth and accepted the fact that the Azure Water sect had become the Azure Water Hall. He was worried that the 100 Sect Alliance would be devoured by the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions sooner or later. By then, would the 100 Sects Alliance have to submit to them? If that happened, the entire East Unicorn continent would be in a frenzy of demons and demons. The evil Tao would wreak havoc and the continent would enter an unprecedented era of darkness. Putting aside the major matters, Ouyang Wentian thought about Li Fuchen and the Li clan. After Li Fuchen vanished, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect brought a large group of people to abduct the Li clan. Back then, Ouyang Wentian, as the sect patriarch, couldn't do anything. Grand Elder Zhao Wujin merely said a harsh statement and was beaten into a cripple. Had it not been for the Wind Snow sect Supreme Elder's treatment, Zhao Wujin wouldn't have survived. It was because of this incident that Ouyang Wentian decided to move the sect to the Wind Snow region. The facts prove that his decision was extremely correct. Subsequently, the evil Tao came to look for the Azure Water sect. After finding out that the Li clan had been abducted by the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, they immediately occupied the Azure Water region. It was said that they even looked for trouble with the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, but left it unsettled. After all, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect were elite factions among the top 10 factions and had deep foundations. Unless the evil king wanted to start an ultimate war, he wouldn't start a war directly. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen had vanished without a trace. If they couldn't find Li Fuchen, it was useless even if they captured the Li clan. Sigh, I wonder where did Li Fuchen go? Ouyang Wentian was very curious. He didn't know what Li Fuchen did to provoke the Thunder God sect, the Mystic Tools sect, and the evil Tao to mobilize such a large force for him. On this day, a light suddenly appeared in the sky above the East Unicorn continent. Immediately after, a figure landed. I'm finally back. Li Fuchen landed slowly and had an excited expression. When he left the East Unicorn continent previously, he was only at the Heaven Dipper realm. This time, he was already at the Reincarnation realm, and his combat strength was at the pinnacle. He didn't have to fear anyone. Li Fuchen didn't know how the Li clan and the Azure Water sect were doing. When recalling back at the Black Sky sect ruins where he had a conflict with Yu Lai and Guyun, Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It was fine if the two of them didn't deal with the Li clan and the Azure Water sect. If they did, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He didn't care if they were the pillars of the 100 Sects Alliance. The heaven and earth chi here is indeed thin. As a reincarnation realm martial artist, Li Fuchen had a very close connection with heaven and earth chi. The thin heaven and earth chi on the East Unicorn continent made him very uncomfortable. This feeling was as though he was walking into dirty water from clear water. It was fortunate that after a moment, the uncomfortable feeling vanished. A martial artist had to adapt to any environment. There were some desperate situations that didn't even have heaven and earth chi. With a flash, Li Fuchen soared into the sky. He needed to know which region he was in. And, when passing by a city, Li Fuchen saw plenty of evil Tao martial artists escorting tens of thousands of citizens. Li Fuchen descended. Who are you? The leader of the evil Tao martial artists was a peak-level Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. He looked at Li Fuchen with bewilderment. Die! Li Fuchen didn't even bother speaking nonsense and released his ardent sun field power. Over 1,000 evil Dao martial artists had self-immolated. As for the innocent people, Li Fuchen didn't harm any of them. With his awareness, he was able to control the ardent sun field power exquisitely. Many thanks for my lord's rescue. Tens of thousands of citizens knelt down, and their faces were filled with joy after surviving a calamity. The evil Dao martial artists escorting them were the subordinates of the blood ancestor. They were escorted there to refine the myriad blood pearls. "What region is this?" Li Fuchen asked. One of them replied, "River West region." "So it is the River West region." Li Fuchen understood. The River West region was once the sect region of the River West sect, but it was invaded by the evil Dao. "All of you can go back." Li Fuchen waved his hand and flew away. Along the way, Li Fuchen saw countless evil Dao martial artists committing evil deeds. For these people, Li Fuchen only had one word: kill. If he saw one, he would kill one. If he saw 10, he would kill 10. Finally, Li Fuchen arrived at the center of this region, where the sect of the River West region was located. River West Hall, one of the halls under the blood ancestor. In the main hall of the River West Hall, the River West Hall Master was listening to his subordinate's report. "Hall Master, a total of 1 million people were escorted back this month." The River West Hall Master nodded. 1 million should be enough. After all, we cannot kill them all at once. The blood ancestor was the evil king's right-hand man and controlled over a dozen regions. Each region had at least 1 billion people. With over a dozen regions, it would be close to 20 billion. With such a large population, the blood ancestor didn't have to worry about not having enough myriad blood pearls. Furthermore, he was already at the extremity of the reincarnation realm, and his requirement for the myriad blood pearls had decreased sharply. The myriad blood pearls were mainly used to refine blood corpses. As for the other blood Dao cultivators, they weren't able to use the myriad blood pearls to cultivate, as they didn't cultivate the blood ancestor's myriad blood great technique. They could only use the myriad blood pearls to increase their combat strength temporarily, but the side effects were great. Rumble. The River West Hall's main hall shook. On the outside, the winds and clouds were changing. Dark clouds were gathering, and rumbling thunderbolts were roaming in the sky. It felt as though it was the end of the world. Who was attacking the array? The River West Hall Master was enraged. The River West Hall's Hall Defense Array was once the faction defense array of the River West sect. It was able to withstand continuous attacks from mid-level reincarnation realm martial artists. Even high-level reincarnation realm martial artists wouldn't be able to break the array within a short period of time. But looking at the situation outside, the Hall Defense Array was obviously broken by a single attack. The River West Hall Master thought that it was an elite expert from the 100 Sects Alliance. Who dares to be so impudent in our River West Hall? Several reincarnation realm evil Dao martial artists flew into the sky and glared at Li Fuchen. Chapter 425. The River West Hall Master, Wei Shichuan, had also flown out. As a Hall Master of the Blood Ancestors lineage, Wei Shichuan's cultivation was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. He might not have cultivated an Earth-class low-tier evil Dao cultivation technique, but he had cultivated the Earth-class low-tier evil Dao martial art, Blood Essence Hand. In the Blood Ancestors lineage, his strength was ranked top 5 and was much stronger than most of the Hall Masters. After all, the River West region was one of the largest regions among the dozen regions controlled by the Blood Ancestor. After taking a glance at Li Fuchen and seeing that Li Fuchen was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm, Wei Shichuan frowned. He didn't believe that a 3rd level Reincarnation Realm martial artist would be able to break the River West Hall's Hall Guardian Array in a single attack. Even he was barely able to do it. Who are you? To barge in my River West Hall is a capital offense. Wei Shichuan yelled out coldly. In his opinion, Li Fuchen should be a disciple of a hidden expert. The East Unicorn continent was massive, and there would always be some unknown places with astounding experts. It was said that there were hidden experts on the surrounding islands of the East Unicorn continent. Apart from that, there might be some places with few people in the East Unicorn continent that had absolute experts. If you surrender now, you still have a chance. The River West Hall had a total of 15 Reincarnation Realm experts. With the advantage in numbers, No one put Li Fuchen in their eyes. How many regions does the 100-Sect Alliance have left? Li Fuchen stood in the air and asked. You can't even protect yourself, and you are still thinking about the 100-Sect Alliance. But there is no harm in telling you. The 100-Sect Alliance is only left with 36 regions. If it wasn't for the evil monarch's benevolence, the 100-Sects Alliance might not even exist. A fierce-looking reincarnation realm evil Dao expert laughed heartily. Li Fuchen didn't comment. The evil monarch, blood ancestor, and the others all wanted to destroy the 100-Sects Alliance, but they probably couldn't. What about the Azure Water region? Li Fuchen asked again. The Azure Water region is the extreme Yin ancestors' territory. Why are you asking? What about the Azure Water sect? Li Fuchen's face turned dark and was filled with murderous intent. The Azure Water sect has escaped to the Wind Snow region. They are lucky to have escaped quickly. Hearing this, Li Fuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Azure Water sect was fine. The Li clan that was attached to the Azure Water sect should be fine as well. Otherwise, even if he had to go all out, he would slaughter the entire Demon Dao forces and kill the East Unicorn continent into a river of blood. With his current strength, there was no need to fear anyone. There were only 1 or 2 people who could compete with him. He scanned the interior of the River West Hall with his consciousness. Li Fuchen saw that in the back mountain of the River West Hall, there were countless people imprisoned. With a rough glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands or close to 1 million people. In some of the dungeons, there were plenty of demon Dao martial artists torturing prisoners. There were also countless young women imprisoned in luxurious manners for the demon Dao martial artists to enjoy. Demonic Dao martial artists will always be demonic Dao martial artists. After cultivating demonic arts, their minds have already become twisted. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and suddenly released the Ardent Sun Field power. The all-out Ardent Sun Field power enveloped the radius of 10 miles. The power might be much weaker, but no one below the reincarnation realm would be able to withstand it. All of them started to self-immolate and were immediately turned into ashes. The miserable roars echoed throughout the entire River West Hall and caused chills to run down one's spine. This ability could only be possessed by those who cultivated Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Those who didn't cultivate Earth-class mid-tier cultivation techniques wouldn't be able to do this even if they were stronger than Li Fuchen. The Ardent Sun Field power involved a natural law, and it was much stronger than the Earth-class low-tier field power. Courting death. Wei Shichuan and the others were shocked at first before they were enraged. They felt an invisible ardent sun power spreading out, and immediately after, there were countless roars coming from the River West Hall. With Wei Shichuan as the leader, 15 reincarnation realm demon Dao martial artists were about to make a move. Dying. The ardent sun field power shrank, and Li Fuchen drew the scarlet blood sword and brandished it. Thousands of green sword lights that were like the radiant sunlight swept across the 15 individuals. Bang, 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 lumps of blood mist burst out. Apart from Wei Shichuan, the others were all turned into blood mist and were incinerated into ashes. Wei Shichuan was formidable and had strength that surpassed regular 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artists. But after Li Fuchen's sword, he still suffered severe injuries. Blood Essence Hand. Wei Shichuan's face was distorted as he slammed a blood palm at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he burst out with blazing flame power and brandished his sword again. With the support of the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's sword art's lethality increased drastically. Bang! Wei Shichuan had also exploded into a blood mist and was incinerated into ashes. After doing everything, Li Fuchen went on a killing spree in the River West Hall. In fact, he didn't even need to make a move and just release the Ardent Sun Field power. It didn't matter where the enemies were hiding. As long as they weren't covered by the array, they would be incinerated to death. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen enveloped the area with his awareness and eliminated all the demon Dao martial artists. He then said loudly, "Everyone, you are free." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen flew and left. 3 days later, at the Azure Water region's Mystic Moon Hall, all the Demon Dao martial artists were massacred. Wherever Li Fuchen passed by, none of the Demon Dao factions were spared until he arrived at the Wind Snow region. The Wind Snow region was the Wind Snow sect territory, and its surface area was comparable to 7 or 8 Azure Water regions. As the ruler of the Wind Snow region, the Wind Snow sect had already taken in 3 sections. Of course, as the price, these 3 sects would become the Wind Snow sect halls and would be ruled by the Wind Snow sect. The Azure Water sect wasn't an exception. After asking around, Li Fuchen found out the Azure Water sect's foothold. From far away, Li Fuchen could see a mountain range in front of him and a group of well-proportioned buildings. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen's awareness easily permeated into the array. The newly constructed array obviously couldn't be compared with the Azure Water sect's sect protection array back then. After scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen saw many familiar faces. Sword Maniac Li Xiangru has progressed to the 2nd level of Heaven Realm. Sword Tiger Chen Yuanhu is already at the 3rd level of Heaven Realm, 1 level higher than Li Xiangru. Emotionless Sword Shui Feng is at the 1st level of Heaven Realm. Grand Elder Zhao Wujin is injured. Li Fuchen saw that Zhao Mingyue was taking care of Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was lying on the bed with a pale expression and didn't seem to have much time left. Were the Li clansmen? Li Fuchen's awareness continued to scan, but didn't find any traces of the Li clansmen, let alone his parents. With a bad premonition, Li Fuchen increased his speed and arrived at the mountain range in just a few blinks of the eye. PFFF. Li Fuchen found a flaw in the array and brandished his sword. The array broke open a small hole, and Li Fuchen went in. Releasing his awareness, Li Fuchen made sure that there weren't any Li clansmen inside. With a gloomy expression, Li Fuchen arrived at the Azure Water Hall's Grand Hall. With the support of his qi, his voice was transmitted to Ouyang Wentian's ears. Sect Patriarch, I am Li Fuchen. Come to the Grand Hall quickly. In a courtyard outside the Azure Water Hall, Ouyang Wentian was having tea with Supreme Elder Gua. Hearing the voice, Ouyang Wentian had a drastic change in expression. Sect Patriarch, what's wrong? Elder Gua was curious. Ouyang Wentian's figure flashed and flew towards the Azure Water Hall. He left behind a statement. Elder Gua, quickly inform the other Supreme Elders that Li Fuchen is back. What, Li Fuchen is back? Elder Guo was shocked. Li Fuchen was considered a legend in the East Unicorn continent. At such a young age, he was already able to stir up a storm. If it wasn't for the lack of cultivation time, he might have a place in the East Unicorn continent. It was a pity that the Demon Dao rose too quickly, and the demonic 10 regions were also eyeing covetously. If he was given a few more decades, the Azure Water sect wouldn't need to rely on others and would have already soared to the sky and become an elite force in the East Unicorn continent. Putting down the teacup, Elder Gu quickly went to inform Supreme Grand Elder Ouyang Tai and the others. When Ouyang Wentian arrived at the Azure Water Hall, Li Fuchen was already waiting there. Li Fuchen, is it really you? Ouyang Wentian sized up Li Fuchen carefully. In just a blink of the eye, he was certain that this young man with an extraordinary aura was Li Fuchen, who had vanished for a long time. But Li Fuchen's cultivation was too horrific. Just a short period of time had passed, and he had actually reached the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Furthermore, his chi presence was much stronger than regular 3rd level Reincarnation Realm martial artists. It was as vast as the blazing sun. Sect Patriarch, where are my Li clansmen? Li Fuchen had sharp eyes and asked in a deep voice. When facing Li Fuchen's horrifying eyes, Ouyang Wentian felt immense pressure in his heart. He spoke bitterly. Your Li clansmen have been abducted by the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. They spread the word that they want you to personally head over to the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect to receive punishment. Courting death, Li Fuchen had an enraged expression. The surrounding void distorted, and the entire hall couldn't withstand the chi presence that was slightly emitted, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Ouyang Wentian felt that Li Fuchen was like the blazing sun. That horrific chi presence made his skin scorch. Swish, 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 figures skimmed into the hall. They were the Azure Water sect's Supreme Elders. The Azure Water sect originally had a total of 7 reincarnation realm martial artists. They were the sect patriarch, Ouyang Wentian, the 4 supreme elders, and the left and right protectors. But in the battle with the demons, Supreme Elder, Elder Liang, and the left protector had fallen. Right now, there were only 5 reincarnation realm martial artists left. Li Fuchen, where did you go? Supreme Grand Elder, Ouyang Tai frowned. Li Fuchen didn't answer Ouyang Tai's question and continued to ask Ouyang Wentian. Grand Elder, what happened? Ouyang Wentian said, Elder Zhao helped your Li clan to speak up and was severely injured. His Dantian was crippled too. Had it not been for the Wind Snow Sect Supreme Elder's treatment, he would have died a long time ago. Li Fuchen's expression was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. Swish! The void distorted and Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Azure Water Grand Hall and was skimming towards Zhao Wujin's courtyard. Ouyang Tai and the others looked at one another before looking at Ouyang Wentian. Ouyang Wentian said, Supreme Elders, from today onwards, you will follow Li Fuchen's lead. But you must not expose any information about him, in case the Thunder God sect, Mystic Tools sect, and the evil Tao find out. Chapter 426. Quietly arriving at the courtyard, Li Fuchen pushed open the door and walked in. In a spacious house, Zhao Mingyue was feeding medicine to her grandfather, Zhao Wujin. Seeing her grandfather's frail appearance, Zhao Mingyue wanted to cry. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhao Mingyue turned around. When her eyes landed on Li Fuchen, she was startled for a moment before her tears flowed down, as though she had suffered endless grievances. I'm back. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and apologized. Sob. As though Zhao Mingyue was possessed, she threw herself into Li Fuchen's embrace and cried nonstop. Patting on Zhao Mingyue's skinny back, Li Fuchen consoled her, Don't worry, I am here. Zhao Wujin was injured because of him, and he was indebted to him. No matter what, he would treat Zhao Wujin. Gently pushing Zhao Mingyue away, Li Fuchen came to the side of Zhao Wujin. Great Elder. Li Fuchen bent down and spoke softly. You are. Zhao Wujin weakly opened his eyes. At this moment, he didn't look like the once majestic Grand Elder of the inner sect. It had only been a year or two, but his body was withered and skinny. His face was filled with wrinkles, and his eyes were turbid. After a long time, Zhao Wujin finally recognized Li Fuchen. His turbid eyes were filled with excitement as he grabbed onto Li Fuchen's hand. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. I don't have much time left. To be able to see you back is already a blessing from the heavens. The thing he was most proud of was unearthing the true dragon, Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen was still weak, he had provided plenty of assistance to Li Fuchen. Thinking up to here, Zhao Wujin couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Great Elder, with me here, you won't die. While speaking, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring on his finger. In a split second, a green halo burst out and enveloped Zhao Wujin's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Zhao Wujin's withered body gradually became stronger, as if he was filled with air. At the same time, Zhao Wujin's turbid eyes gradually brightened, and his entire body's energy was rapidly rising. When Zhao Mingyue saw this scene, she covered her mouth and was speechless, as expected of a healing artifact. In fact, Li Fuchen could also use elixirs to heal Zhao Wujin, but how could elixirs be as effective as a healing cardinal artifact? The reason why secret treasures were secret treasures was not just for show. My body. Zhao Wujin's voice was much louder, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Fuchen's awareness entered Zhao Wujin's body and suddenly realized that Zhao Wujin's damaged Dantian was also recovering. It seems that I have underestimated this healing ring. Li Fuchen's expression changed. One had to know that repairing the Dantian was something that not even an Earth-level pill could do. However, the healing ring was able to do it easily. That's for the best. Not being able to cultivate is a huge blow to anyone. Li Fuchen was in a much better mood. As long as the Grand Elder's Dantian recovered, he would be able to quickly recover his cultivation with his original peak level Heaven Dipper Realm cultivation. Fuchen, what is going on? Zhao Wujin stood up and asked with a trembling voice. Li Fuchen laughed and said, Grand Elder, this is a healing cardinal artifact that I obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins. It can recover any injuries, including damaged Dantian. The heavens didn't give up on me, Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was extremely excited. No one wanted to die, and no one wanted to be unable to cultivate for the rest of their lives. Originally, he had already thought it through and felt that death was inevitable. But now, the heavens suddenly didn't want him to die. How could he not be excited? Grandfather, Zhao Mingwei dove into Zhao Wujin's embrace. My obedient granddaughter, it has been hard on you. Zhao Wujin's tears flowed down his face. After a long time, Zhao Wujin finally calmed his emotions and said to Li Fuchen with a complicated expression, Fuchen, you have returned too early. I can see that you're already a reincarnation realm martial artist. Your innate potential is unprecedented, and there is no one who can surpass you in the future. But if you return now, you will only become a thorn in the side. The East Unicorn continent is massive, and there is no place for you to stay. You better leave quickly. After 10 years, come back again. I believe everything will still be in time. Li Fuchen shook his head. Grand Elder, since I dare to return, I will not fear anyone. The Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect dare to abduct my Li clansmen, abduct my parents, and injure the Grand Elder. This matter will not be let off just like this. Fuchen, Zhao Wujin's cultivation was ruined and couldn't see Li Fuchen's cultivation level. He didn't know where Li Fuchen got his confidence from. Li Fuchen said, Grand Elder, I know my limits. When has Fuchen ever disappointed you? You should recuperate well first. Keep these low-grade spirit stones and elixirs. Li Fuchen took out a storage bag and handed it to Zhao Mingwei. There were 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and some cultivation elixirs. It was enough for Zhao Wujin to recover his cultivation in the shortest time possible. As for the rebirth elixir, Li Fuchen didn't give it to Zhao Wujin for now. It wouldn't be too late to give it to him when Zhao Wujin's cultivation reached the peak level of Heaven Dipper Realm. All right then, be careful. Zhao Wujin chose to believe in Li Fuchen, just like how he firmly believed that Li Fuchen could break the law of bone frame. Li Fuchen didn't head straight to the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. He needed to head to the Wind Snow sect to understand the situation there. He might have the strength to not fear anyone, but he mustn't act blindly. The Wind Snow sect was situated in the number 1 mountain range of the Wind Snow region, the Wind Snow Mountains. The Wind Snow Mountains would have snow all year round, and the weather was extremely cold. Cultivating in such an environment would stimulate one's potential and increase the cultivation speed. On this day, in front of the Wind Snow sect's entrance, a figure was galloping over. Who is it? There were 9 Earth Shatter Realm martial artists guarding the entrance. The leader of the Earth Shatter Realm martial artists yelled out. In the midst of the wind and snow, Li Fuchen stood in the air and said indifferently, Go and report that Li Fuchen is here to visit. Li Fuchen? The leader of the Earth Shatter Realm martial artists was startled for a moment before recalling something. You are the former Azure Water sect's direct line disciple, Li Fuchen? That's right. Wait here for a moment. Li Fuchen's name was rather widespread in the East Unicorn continent. Number 1 stars ranking? No. One prodigy of the East Unicorn continent? In addition, the Thunder God sect, Mystic Tools sect, and the Evil Dao had all searched for Li Fuchen, causing Li Fuchen's name to be extremely well known. The Earth Shatter Realm martial artist knew that something major had happened and quickly went to report. In just a short moment, the Wind Snow sect matriarch, Shi Huawei, led a few reincarnation realm martial artists to the foot of the mountain. Shi Huawei was a middle-aged beauty and had once seen Li Fuchen on MT Star Fate. She had a rather deep impression of him. After seeing Li Fuchen again, Shi Huawei's eyes lit up. It was indeed Li Fuchen. Be it looks or aura, they were identical. But Li Fuchen's cultivation had shocked Shi Huawei abnormally. How did he cultivate to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm? Her Wind Snow sect's youth generation leader, Wind Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was only at the 5th level of Heaven Dipper Realm. The Thunder God sect's youth generation leader, Thunderous Kingstar, Situ, Lei was only at the 7th level of Heaven Dipper realm. As compared to Li Fuchen, they were simply insignificant. If she didn't remember wrongly, Li Fuchen was only 26 or 27 years old this year. At such an age, he wasn't just the #1 prodigy of the East Unicorn Continent. He was simply the #1 prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn Continent, and no one could surpass him. Li Fuchen, why are you here, my Wind Snow sect? Sure Huawei calmed down the shock in her heart and asked. Her Wind Snow sect didn't have any enmity with Li Fuchen. In fact, Li Fuchen was indebted to them. If the Wind Snow sect didn't take in the Azure Water sect, the Azure Water sect would have been eradicated. Li Fuchen said, Greetings to sect matriarch Sure. I am here for the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. I need to know the foundation of these two sections. It was because the Wind Snow sect had taken care of the Azure Water sect that Li Fuchen was being polite. Otherwise, he would have already broken the Wind Snow sect's array and forcefully ascended the mountain. Sure Huawei shook her head. Apologies, I cannot agree to this favor. It was a very irrational action to offend the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect for Li Fuchen. Let alone Li Fuchen, who was at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Even if Li Fuchen was at the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm, Sure Huawei wouldn't be able to help him. Sect Matriarch Sure, receive my fist. Li Fuchen circulated the Dragon Elephant power and blasted a fist at Sure Huawei. Audacious. Sure Huawei's expression suddenly changed. As the sect matriarch of the Wind Snow sect, her status was at the pinnacle. She was already thinking highly of Li Fuchen when she spoke nicely. She didn't expect for Li Fuchen to actually make a move. The wind and snow burst out while Sure Huawei countered with a palm strike. At the same time, the corner of her mouth revealed a sneer. Li Fuchen was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm, while she was at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm. The difference between the two of them was insurmountable. She was going to teach Li Fuchen a lesson with this palm strike, and let Li Fuchen know the immensity of heaven and earth. Roar! The fierce black tiger spirit rose up and enveloped the radius of a few miles. Bang boom! Sure Huawei's ice snow palm force was like tofu that was easily destroyed. Immediately after, the unstoppable fist force blasted over and caused the sky to change. What? Sure Huawei's expression changed drastically as though she couldn't believe everything in front of her eyes. She was an 8th level Reincarnation Realm martial artist, and she wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Presumptuous. The Reincarnation Realm experts that Sure Huawei brought along all made their moves. Bang! Including Sure Huawei, all the Wind Snow sect's Reincarnation Realm experts were sent flying. There was a surging chi wave that caused a horrific blizzard. After executing the fist, Li Fuchen didn't make another move and stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He only used 20% to 30% of his strength in this fist. If he used his full strength, there would be no survivors in his sight. Is this person really Li Fuchen? The Earth Shatter Realm experts that were guarding the entrance quickly hid in the Wind Snow sect's array and had pale expressions. Li Fuchen, what is the meaning of this? Sure Huawei's beautiful eyes were filled with frost. Of course, in her heart, she was already extremely shocked and had nearly lost her ability to think. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I just wish to tell you that I, Li Fuchen, am no longer an ant. The Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect abducted my parents and the Li clansmen. I've already formed a grudge with them. Today, the Wind Snow sect is giving me face. In the future, I, Li Fuchen, will repay them in double. There were times when violence was the fastest way to solve a problem. Chapter 427. What if my Wind Snow sect doesn't give you face? Sure, Huawei probed. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I'm indebted to the Wind Snow sect, and I naturally won't repay kindness with enmity. But the Wind Snow sect will lose an opportunity, a chance to reap the fruits. But I feel that Sect Mistress Sure won't give up this opportunity. Of course, if Sect Mistress Sure can't make the decision, you can discuss with the Grand Elders of the Wind Snow sect. I will wait here. Li Fuchen had his own principles. Even if he was stronger, he wouldn't use his strength to bully the weak, let alone repay kindness with enmity. Otherwise, he would be no different from an evil Dao martial artist. "All right, wait here." Shi Huawei flashed and entered the array. This matter had too many implications, and if there was any mishap, the Wind Snow sect might not be consigned to eternal damnation, but it would definitely be greatly affected. It was true that she couldn't make the decision. After a short moment, all the reincarnation realm experts of the Wind Snow sect had appeared, and there were dozens of them. The Wind Snow sect's supreme grand elder was a white-haired elder who was at the peak level of reincarnation realm. He had once fought with the Horn Demon region's owner, the Horn Demon King, and was only slightly disadvantaged. Taking a step forward, the white-haired elder burst out with a horrifying, icy, cold chi presence and enveloped Li Fuchen. The peak level of reincarnation realm might also be at the 9th level of reincarnation realm, but his chi had already accumulated to the extremity. There wasn't much difference in quality, but the quantity was much greater. As the white-haired elder burst out with his chi presence, the snow was getting heavier and the wind was getting stronger. Countless tornadoes were produced and wreaked havoc within the radius of 10 miles. The sky was pitch black and the snow had frozen into hailstones that were crashing down. Just by bursting out with his chi presence, the white-haired elder had changed the radius of 10 miles and was extending outwards. Of course, this was mainly because the East Unicorn Continent's heaven and earth suppression was much weaker. If it was the 7-color continent, the white-haired elder would never be able to do this. Standing in the wind and snow, Li Fuchen had a composed expression. Before the hailstones could even get close to his body, they would be shattered by an invisible chi presence. The Wind Snow sect is indeed formidable. They actually have so many reincarnation realm experts. When facing so many reincarnation realm experts, a regular person would be trembling with fear, but Li Fuchen wasn't a regular person. After witnessing the prowess of a battle spirit realm master, the Wind Snow sect's reincarnation realm experts were just regular experts in his eyes. "This old one is Mu Hanxin. Li Fuchen, if you can withstand a palm strike from me without backing off, my Wind Snow sect will give you some face." The white-haired elder said coldly. "Let alone one palm strike. I can take 10 or 100 palm strikes." Li Fuchen grinned. Shameless boasting. A supreme elder of the Wind Snow sect sneered. Mu Hanxin did not get angry. "Be careful." As Mu Hanxin spoke, the quintessence in his body surged and gathered in his right hand. His palm, which was originally just a normal color, instantly turned pitch black and translucent. Strands of black, icy chi condensed on it. Boom! When Mu Hanxin executed a palm strike, a monstrous icy cold field and extreme cold palm intent rushed at Li Fuchen. This palm strike was actually the finishing move from the first half of the Earth-class low-tier palm art, Dark Cold Palm Art. It might only be the first half and wasn't as powerful as a complete Earth-class low-tier martial art, but it was only slightly inferior. With Mu Hanxin's cultivation at the peak level of reincarnation realm, the power of this palm strike was enough to injure a regular Class 5 demon. "This kid is asking for trouble." Another supreme elder of the Wind Snow sect sneered. Just in time, Li Fuchen could naturally see the power of Mu Hanxin's palm strike, but it wasn't enough to affect him. He activated the Dragon Elephant Power and the Tiger Soul Fist. In an instant, the giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit rose at the same time. In a split second, Li Fuchen executed a fist strike, and the fierce black tiger spirit enveloped Mu Hanxin. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. Within a radius of 10 miles, the tornadoes and snow had all exploded. The hailstones that filled the sky had also been turned into dregs. An indescribable chi wave spread out with the duo at the center. Even though everyone here was at the reincarnation realm, they were still forced to retreat and didn't dare to forcefully resist. At the center of the chi wave, Mu Hanxin, who was withstanding the greatest force, had a pale expression and was sent flying. Even his chi protection was instantly shattered. Li Fuchen was like a reef that had been through 10,000 years. He stood within the chi wave and didn't move at all. When the horrific chi wave rushed over, half of it was repelled by the fierce black tiger spirit and the giant elephant spirit. The remaining chi wave was only able to make Li Fuchen's clothes flutter. A single fist, and Mu Hanxin was defeated. As for what Mu Hanxin said about not retreating after receiving Li Fuchen's palm strike, it was now a joke. Li Fuchen didn't just retreat. He sent Mu Hanxin flying with a single fist. Shi Huawei and the Wind Snow Sect's reincarnation realm experts were flabbergasted. Mu Hanxin was the #1 expert of the Wind Snow Sect, and he couldn't even receive a single fist from Li Fuchen. How powerful was Li Fuchen? Could it be that he had become the disciple of a peerless master in the past 2 years? Was that why he had such terrifying strength? Everyone couldn't help but guess. After forcefully stopping himself from flying back, Mu Hanxin's face turned red. He coughed and said, "Sect Matriarch, quickly invite young hero Li into the sect." Li Fuchen's strength had already convinced him. With Li Fuchen's strength, he might really be able to deal a huge blow to the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. If the Wind Snow sect was to make use of this opportunity and tie Li Fuchen to their battleship, they might not be able to dominate the East Unicorn continent, but they would at least be able to protect themselves. "Young hero Li, please." Shi Huawei calmed her emotions and gestured with her right hand. In the Wind Snow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen was seated on the first seat on the right. The first seat on the left was Mu Hanxin. As for the seat of honor, it was naturally sect matriarch Shi Huawei. No matter what, Shi Huawei was still the sect matriarch, and her status in the sect was half a rank higher than the Supreme Elders. Young hero Li, the Thunder God sect, and the Mystic Tools sect might be one of the top 10 elite factions in the 100-sect alliance like our Wind Snow sect, but their sect foundation is much stronger than our Wind Snow sect. Perhaps only the Eternal Spring Valley can compare with these two major sections. Mu Hanxin took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Tell me the details." Li Fuchen said. On the host seat, Shi Huawei said, "Let's start with the Mystic Tools sect." The Mystic Tools sect is known as the most ancient sect in the East Unicorn continent, and they possess a forbidden technique called the union of man and weapon. But in order to cultivate the union of man and weapon, one's cultivation must be at the reincarnation realm, and the weapon must be a blood-refined weapon. The so-called blood-refined weapon is a special weapon that is refined with the user's essence blood and exclusive materials. The Mystic Tools sect's tool pattern secret technique is actually derived from the union of man and weapon. From what I know, the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Grand Elder Gyun has cultivated the union of man and weapon. He is already halfway fused with a Mystic Class Peak Tier blood-refined weapon. His strength might not be comparable to the Evil King, but in terms of defense, there aren't many that can match him. Union of man and weapon, huh? Li Fuchen didn't know the specifics of the union of man and weapon, but after thinking about it, he felt that this forbidden technique wasn't simple. When the chi was enhanced by the weapon, it would be able to exhibit stronger power. But the weapon and the body were ultimately not a single entity. Therefore, the enhancement wouldn't be able to reach the limits. But the union of man and weapon was probably able to achieve this. Apart from that, the Mystic Tools sect still possesses a battleship. Shi Huawei continued. "Battleship?" Li Fuchen looked at her. Shi Huawei said in a grave tone, "That is a dilapidated battleship. It is unable to fly and can only be placed in the Mystic Tools sect. But its power is earth-shattering. It is said that the Evil King fancied this battleship and wanted to forcefully seize it. But he was severely injured by the Array Pagoda on the battleship. Since then, he didn't dare to find trouble with the Mystic Tools sect." Hearing the statement, Li Fuchen became slightly serious. He was very clear about the power of the Array Pagoda. There was an Array Pagoda in the Black Sky sect ruins, but that Array Pagoda wasn't as powerful as the Array Pagoda on the Mystic Tools sect's battleship. To be able to severely injure the Evil King in a single attack, it wasn't something a regular Array Pagoda could do. If you want to forcefully barge into the Mystic Tools sect, I advise you to forget about it, unless you are stronger than the Evil King. Shi Huawei warned Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "I know my limits. The Array Pagoda might be powerful, but it would only be effective if it could hit the target." With exceptional awareness, Li Fuchen was rather confident. Sure, Huawei shook her head. As for the Thunder God sect, they might be known as the #1 sect in the 100 Sects Alliance, but they are easier to deal with than the Mystic Tools sect. Their greatest reliance is the Thunderfire Array. This is an offensive array with extreme power. If one isn't at the Evil King's level, it is impossible to barge in. Even the Evil King would have to retreat when facing the Thunderfire Array and the Thunder God sect's Reincarnation Realm experts. Thunderfire Array, huh? Li Fuchen revealed a smile. As compared to the battleship, the array's power was much weaker. It wasn't because of the Thunderfire Array. It was mainly because Li Fuchen was confident in his awareness. As long as it wasn't a Class 6 array, Li Fuchen would be able to find the array's flaw. After progressing to the Reincarnation Realm, Li Fuchen was able to utilize even more awareness and wasn't inferior to Battle Spirit Realm Masters. On the opposite side, Mu Hanxin said, "Young hero Li, why don't my Wind Snow sect step forward and ask the Mystic Tools sect and the Thunder God sect to release your Li clansmen?" Li Fuchen sneered and said, "Do you think they will release them? Putting aside the fact that they don't know my strength, even if they know my strength, they will probably force me to hand over the artifacts I obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins." Li Fuchen's rise was too fast, and it was inevitable for the opposition to be suspicious. Instead of that, he might as well be stronger and take the initiative. Mu Hanxin was speechless. Li Fuchen's rise was indeed too strange. Anyone would think that Li Fuchen had obtained great benefits from the Black Sky sect ruins. It was fine if the Mystic Tools sect and the Thunder God sect weren't powerful enough. But the two sects had deep foundations, and even the Evil King couldn't do anything to them. Why would they put Li Fuchen in their eyes? Many thanks to the Wind Snow sect for informing me of this information. In the future, Li Fuchen will definitely repay this favor. Standing up, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed out of the Wind Snow Grand Hall. With another flash, he vanished without a trace. Looking at the direction where Li Fuchen vanished, everyone in the Grand Hall had different expressions. The East Unicorn Continent is going to change again. I hope that it will change in a good direction this time. Mu Hanxin lamented. Earlier on, he had observed Li Fuchen's expression. After hearing the information about the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, Li Fuchen didn't have any apprehension. It was obvious that he had a trump card. Of course, it might be because the ignorant were fearless. Chapter 428. The Thunder God sect was once the #1 sect of the East Unicorn Continent and was now the #1 sect of the 100 Sect Alliance. Thunder rumbled in the surroundings of the Lightning God sect, which was situated in the center of the Lightning God Mountain range. Occasionally, purple lightning snakes would descend from the sky and strike the depths of the Lightning God Mountain range. It was rumored that the Thunder God Mountain range had a unique magnetic field. There were many magnetic mountains, and the magnetic mountains attracted the heavenly thunder, causing the Thunder God Mountain range to be extremely rich in thunder and lightning yuan qi. This was also the reason why the Thunder God sect specialized in thunder and lightning cultivation methods and martial arts. The highest peak of the Thunder God sect was called the Heavenly Thunder Peak. This peak was 70,000 zhang tall, like a giant sword that connected heaven and earth. At the top of the peak, purple lightning flashed and layers of clouds overlapped. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the Thunder God sect and the Thunder God sect's #1 peak, the Heaven Thunder Peak. As expected of the #1 sect, such a sect atmosphere wasn't something the Wind Snow sect could compare with. As for the Azure Water sect's former mountain gate, it was simply like a straw shed. There was no comparison at all. The Thunder God sect has 2 layers of formations. One is a defensive formation, and the other is an offensive formation, the Thunderfire formation. The Thunderfire formation should be set up on the Heaven Thunder Peak. In this way, it can attack anyone who enters the Thunder God sect. However, the most important thing now is to find the Li family first. It was still a little forceful for Li Fuchen to face the entire sect with his own strength. If he was alone, Li Fuchen wouldn't be afraid, but the Li clansmen were in the Thunder God sect, and he mustn't be reckless. When he was just a few miles away from the Thunder God sect, Li Fuchen stopped and released his boundless awareness to search for loopholes in the Thunder God sect's defense array. After a long time, Li Fuchen found a few loopholes and permeated with his awareness. Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely powerful. When he was at the Heaven Dipper realm, it had already faintly surpassed the reincarnation realm. After reaching the reincarnation realm, his awareness wasn't considered weak among the battle spirit realm masters. A single sweep was enough to observe the internal situation of the Thunder God sect. It's at the back mountain of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. Soon enough, Li Fuchen noticed the Li clansmen. In a courtyard surrounded by towering walls, half of the Li family was imprisoned. There was a formation around it, so the Li family couldn't fly out even if they wanted to. Mother! Li Fuchen saw his mother, Shen Yuyan. As for his father, Li Tianhan, he was imprisoned in the Mystic Tools sect. The people of the Li family were not in a good state. They were all emaciated, and their eyes were lifeless. Some of the younger Li family disciples had despair in their eyes, and they were extremely irritable. The dog food is here. Hurry up and eat. Outside the courtyard wall, a deacon of the Heavenly Thunder sect was carrying an iron basin the size of a bathtub, which was filled with food. However, the food was really like dog food, dirty and messy. Ordinary people would feel disgusted just by looking at it, let alone eating it. Furthermore, this iron basin looked like a lot of food, but when it was divided evenly, everyone's portion was pitifully small. Martial artists who had not reached the Heaven Star border realm had a similar need for food as ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen was burning with anger. The Thunder God sect actually treated the Li family like dogs. Damn you lie, damn Thunder God sect. Li Fuchen clenched his fist tightly as killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Son of a bitch, why are you snatching? You're not allowed to eat today. The sound of a whip rang out. An 8 or 9-year-old Li family disciple panicked from hunger. He had just rushed over when he was whipped and rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that his face contorted. Tears welled up in his eyes, but they didn't fall. Clearly, he was already used to it. A bunch of dogs. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed all of you long ago. The Sky Thunder sect's deacon laughed sinisterly. He truly couldn't watch any longer. At this moment, Li Fuchen only had one thought in his mind. He had to rescue the Li family and make the Thunder God sect pay the price. Li Fuchen stood up and burst out with his ardent sun Qi. He turned into a golden stream of light and flew rapidly towards the Thunder God sect. Open. After finding a flaw, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Thousands of green sword lights blasted on a single point on the Thunder God sect's sect protection array. Rumble. The Thunder God sect's sect protection array was originally in an invisible state. After receiving the attack, it immediately revealed itself. It was like an inverted pale blue bowl that covered the entire Thunder God sect. Who is attacking the array? Everyone in the Thunder God sect looked up at the sect protection array. All of them were rather flustered. They thought that the evil king was attacking again. After all, apart from the evil king, who would overestimate themselves and attack the Thunder God sect's sect protection array? Li Fuchen's sword move merely used the ardent sun Qi and blazing flame power. He didn't use his full strength, but it was already beyond a regular 9th level reincarnation realm martial artist. If it was a regular sex array, it would have been broken by a single sword move. Open for me. The ardent sun Qi transformed into the bronze sword Qi before Li Fuchen slashed again. There was a crackling sound as a giant crack appeared. Li Fuchen flashed and entered the Thunder God sect. Swish! Golden streams of light flashed like golden lightning. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived outside the courtyard where the Li clansmen were imprisoned. There was a miserable scream as the Heaven Thunder sect's deacon that had insulted and assaulted the Li clansmen had instantly combusted and turned into ashes. Inside the courtyard, Li Shaodai carried a small bowl of food and handed it to Shen Yuyan. Mother, you eat first. Shaodai is not hungry. Li Shaodai had already recognized Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan as her adoptive parents. Shaodai, you should eat. You have not eaten for an entire day. Shen Yuyan shook her head. Right at this moment, the miserable scream outside attracted the Li clansmen's attention. A voice echoed. Mother, I am Fuchin. Li Fuchin floated up and appeared above the courtyard wall. In an instant, the Li clansmen saw Li Fuchin. Fuchin. Shen Yiyan's face was streaming with tears. The constant hunger didn't make Shen Yiyan depressed. She was most worried about Li Fuchin and Li Tianhan. She would often have nightmares at night and would think that Li Fuchin was dead. Big brother Fuchin. Li Xiaodai was crying even more sorrowful than Shen Yiyan. Mother, everyone from the Li clansmen, your suffering will not be in vain. Li Fuchin didn't break the array as he would definitely have a battle with the Thunder God sect later. This array was considered to be protecting the Li clansmen. Fuchin is here. We are saved. But this is the Thunder God sect. Can Fuchin rescue us? The Li clansmen's eyes were burning with hope, but the hope was so slim. They were both anticipating and afraid. Who dares to be impudent in my Thunder God sect? The Thunder God sect reacted very quickly as 40 to 50 reincarnation realm experts flew towards Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin soared into the sky and was overflowing with murderous aura. I am Li Fuchin, and I am here to collect a debt. Li Fuchin, you are finally here. I thought you have already abandoned your Li clan and your kin. Haha, since you are here, don't think of leaving. Hand over the artifacts, and my Thunder God sect might leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, your Li clan will be exterminated. One of the Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts laughed heartily. Die. Li Fuchin's eyes surged with murderous intent. With a single fist, the reincarnation realm expert instantly burst into a blood mist. Audacious. Courting death. Take him down. The Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts were the strongest in the East Unicorn continent. The Supreme Elder hadn't arrived yet, and only the Intersect Elders had arrived. Once the Intersect Grand Elder gave the order, 5 Intersect Elders lunged at Li Fuchin. All of you shall die. With the giant elephant spirit and the fierce black tiger spirit rising, Li Fuchin executed a fist that had a majestic fist force that could swallow mountains and rivers. A single fist force sent the 5 Intersect Elders flying. Bang, bang, bang. There was a burst of blood mist as all of them died miserably. With Li Fuchin's strength, those below the high level of reincarnation realm were no different from ants. Even high-level reincarnation realm experts wouldn't be able to withstand a single fist from him. Among the reincarnation realm experts, there are only 1 or 2 high-level reincarnation realm experts. The rest of them were mid-level or low-level reincarnation realm experts. What? Is this person really Li Fuchin? Why is he so powerful? The Thunder God sect's Intersect Elders were appalled. Li Fuchin was already at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, and it was already very shocking. Their sect's number 1 prodigy, Sidu Lei, was only at the 7th level of Heaven Dipper realm. Right now, Li Fuchin had killed 5 Intersect Elders in a single fist. With such strength, apart from the Supreme Elder, no one else was a match for him. Everyone attacked together. The Thunder God sect's Intersect Grand Elder had a change in expression as he spoke sternly. When 40 to 50 reincarnation realm experts worked together to attack, even the evil king would have to retreat 3 feet. If he stood still, he would be jolted to death sooner or later. Let this old one meet him. There was a loud and clear voice that echoed like the heavenly thunder. The Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Yulai, and the rest of the Supreme Elders flew down from the Heaven Thunder Peak. Supreme Grand Elder. Everyone spoke with respect. Supreme Grand Elder Yulai was the number 1 expert in the 100 Sects Alliance and was ranked top 5 in the entire East Unicorn continent. In front of him were the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King. Yulai's eyes landed on Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin, I didn't think that you would dare to come to my Thunder God sect. Nobody, you doesn't have a lot of requests. As long as you hand over all the artifacts that you obtained from the Black Sky sect ruins, not only will I let you and your Li clan off, I will also treat you as an esteemed guest. I wonder what do you think? Li Fuchin revealed a sneer. Artifacts belong to the virtuous. The Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder actually used my clansmen to threaten me. I really don't know if it is my honor or the Thunder God sect's humiliation. If the Thunder God sect didn't deal with the Li clan, Li Fuchen might not hand over the artifacts to the Thunder God sect, but he wouldn't look for trouble with them either. It was a pity that the Thunder God sect was more despicable than he imagined. Perhaps in their opinion, Li Fuchen was someone who didn't bother about trifles. Stubborn. Since that is the case, don't blame this old one for being merciless. Yu Lai snorted and surged with thunder chi, forming a layer of thunder armor on the surface of his body. This thunder armor looked extremely solid, and it might only be a thin layer, but it was emitting a horrifying thunder prowess. Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, Thunder Armor Divine Technique. The Thunder Armor Divine Technique could be used for both offense and defense. Not only did it have astounding defense, it could also greatly increase movement speed and attack speed. After forming the Thunder Armor, the thunderbolts in the sky above the Thunder God sect were also attracted and fused into Yu Lai's Thunder Armor, increasing its prowess. Yu Lai grinned and said coldly, "You shouldn't have come to the Thunder God sect. In the Thunder God sect, my strength is 30% stronger than normal. This little bastard is dead." Chapter 429. Yu Lai, you were suppressed by me back at the Black Sky sect ruins. Right now, I can still suppress you. The giant elephant spirit above Li Fuchen's head was getting more condensed and was suppressing the void. Courting death. Yu Lai's face was ashen while his thunderbolt armor was glowing with thunderlight. In the next moment, Yu Lai appeared on the right side of Li Fuchen as though he had teleported. His right fist carried boundless thunderbolts as he blasted at Li Fuchen's head. With the support of the Thunder Armor Divine Technique, even if Li Fuchen encountered the Blood Devil King, he would still be able to contest. As the black fierce tiger spirit rose up, Li Fuchen turned around and sent a fist at Yu Lai's fist. Rumble. The radius of a few miles had turned into a thunderbolt sea. Inside the thunderbolt sea, the black fierce tiger spirit had expanded to the limits and forcefully burst the thunderbolt sea. Yu Lai grunted and couldn't help but take 100 meters back. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move at all and was like a demon god. How can this child's fist force be so powerful? Yu Lai had an extremely unpleasant expression. Inside the Thunder God sect, with the support of the Heaven Thunder, his combat strength had increased by 30%. If he wasn't able to suppress Li Fuchen in such a situation, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's true strength had already surpassed him? My heart is thunder. Heaven Thunder, enter my body. Yu Lai roared while his body was emitting thunder light. He was like a magnet that contained boundless magnetism, attracting countless Heaven Thunder to descend and fuse into his thunderbolt armor and even his body. At the same moment, an extremely horrific thunder power was awakened in Yu Lai's body. This was the power of the 6-star Thunderbolt bone frame. My Heart is Thunder was the Thunder God sect's 5-star secret technique. In the hands of others, this secret technique could only summon thunder and control the surrounding thunder chi to blast at the enemy. But in the hands of Yu Lai, this secret technique could summon Heaven Thunder and fuse it into the Thunder Armor Chi, greatly increasing the power of the Thunder Armor Chi. Of course, this secret technique would only be able to display an effect that surpassed regular 5-star secret techniques in the Thunder God sect. Outside of the Thunder God sect, this secret technique wouldn't be as powerful. 5-star secret techniques would only be able to increase the strength of reincarnation realm experts by 20% to 30%. As for the 6-star Thunder Bone Frame's power, every time it was used, it would decrease by a portion. He would only use it against the Petrified Queen and the Evil King. During normal situations, he wouldn't even need to use it. With the support of the Heavenly Thunder and the power of thunder and lightning, the thunder and lightning armor on Yu Lai's body instantly spread out, covering his head and limbs. From top to bottom, there was not a single gap. Take another punch from me. With the violent thunderbolts, Yu Lai's movement speed increased by several folds and was unbelievably fast. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's exceptional awareness, he wouldn't have been able to react in time. Boom! Fist against fist, the two of them collided again. This time, it was Li Fuchen who was sent flying. As I expected, my body refinement strength is slightly stronger than Yu Lai's in his normal state. However, under the favorable conditions, the opponent's strength surpasses mine by quite a bit. Li Fuchen body tyrannical, coupled with the silver scale treasure armor body protection, did not suffer any injuries. After all, it is just a bombardment. Li Fuchen, hurry up and accept your death. Yu Lai transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward once more. Yu Lai, I shall let you witness my true strength. After confirming his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. The ardent sun chi in his body was transmuted into the bronze sword chi. Within the bone-frame spatial zone, the blazing flame power was surging out violently, as though it was free. Immediately after, Li Fuchen wielded the scarlet blood sword and brandished it horizontally. This sword move was unbelievably tyrannical. The streaks of green sword light were like streaks of aurora that contained indestructible, incinerating, and slicing power. Bang, bang, bang. On Yu Lai's body, the originally seamless thunder and lightning armor was instantly sliced apart like tofu. Without the protection of the thunder and lightning armor, Yu Lai wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. He crossed his arms to protect his face and was sent flying while vomiting a large amount of fresh blood. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength was already comparable to his body refinement strength. With the enhancement of the 6-star secret technique, the bronze sword essence, his strength had a drastic increase. It allowed the green sun sword intent to be tyrannical and blazing. It also had the unstoppable slicing power. Not good. Even the Supreme Grand Elder isn't a match for him. The Thunder God Sect's inner sect elders were in extreme shock. Supreme Grand Elder Yu Lai was the #1 expert in the 100 Sects Alliance. In the East Unicorn Continent, there were only 3 or 4 individuals that were stronger than him. What capabilities did Li Fuchen have to actually be superior to the Supreme Grand Elder? Thunder Fire Array, activate. Inside the Heaven Thunder Peak, the Thunder God Sect Patriarch, Situ Shaw, saw everything and instantly activated the Thunder Fire Array. Crackle. The Heaven Thunder Peak burst out with thunder radiance. Countless thunder dragons broke away from the array and lunged at Li Fuchen. The speed wasn't inferior to a true thunderbolt. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and scattered the thunder dragons. But in the next moment, more thunder dragons attacked. They were accompanied by lumps of blazing fireballs that were the size of millstones. The fireballs were extremely powerful. One of the fireballs didn't manage to hit Li Fuchen and blasted a 100-meter deep pit on the ground. The horrific blazing flame power soared up, and the intense radiance made everyone unable to open their eyes. Bang boom, huff huff, for the Thunderfire Array. As long as the array power didn't stop, the attacks wouldn't stop either. When the sky was filled with thunder dragons and fireballs, it actually gave off an illusion that it was the end of the world. Scatter! Li Fuchen yelled out and executed the green sun sword intent to the extremity. Thousands of green sword lights crisscrossed and intercepted the thunder dragons and fireballs. This child is actually so powerful. The Thunder God Sect Patriarch, Situ Shua, had a gloomy expression. Attack together and eliminate this little bastard. One of the Thunder God Sect's supreme elders yelled out and launched a fist at Li Fuchen. In response, the Thunder God Sect's 40 to 50 reincarnation realm martial artists made a move in unison. Thunder and lightning fist lights, thunder and lightning palm prints, turned into thunder and lightning tides and blasted out. They firmly believed that even if the evil king was here, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences and could only escape in a sorry state. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen's murderous aura was about to burst through the clouds. Tens of thousands of Sect Origin Bronze swords chi spread out and covered the void. With a thought from Li Fuchen, it was like tens of thousands of arrows that were shot in all directions. Boom, 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 ah! The sky was filled with thunder dragons and fireballs that exploded. Immediately after, there were continuous screams, and there would be reincarnation realm experts falling. How could a simple Sect Origin swords be so powerful? But when Li Fuchen's Sect Origin swords was stacked with the bronze sword essence, the power was horrific. It wasn't inferior to a 7-star secret technique. Furthermore, it was a 7-star group attack secret technique and wasn't afraid of group battles. Almost every reincarnation realm expert would have to face hundreds of sword chi. Experts would still be able to resist a little, but those low-level reincarnation realm inner sect elders of the Thunder God sect were only able to defend. In every breath, one of them would perish, and their bodies would be riddled with holes like a hornet's nest. How can this be? The Thunder God sect patriarch, Situ Shua, was in a daze and had a pale expression. How could he not see that Li Fuchen was no longer the same as before? Li Fuchen didn't just have heaven-defying combat strength. His trump cards were enough to threaten the Thunder God sect. If the battle carried on, the Thunder God sect would suffer severe losses. Bastard, you have killed so many reincarnation realm experts in my Thunder God sect. You must die today. Sect Patriarch, hurry up and activate the Thunder Fire power. Yulai, who suffered severe injuries, roared with rage. His body condensed to thunder armor, and he blasted a fist to shatter thousands of sect origin bronze swords. Thunder Fire power combined. Situ Shua gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together. On the heavenly thunder peak, the spinning speed of the Thunder Fire array formation increased. The lightning dragons and the fireballs fused together, forming an even larger and more terrifying Thunderfire dragon. The Thunderfire dragon carried a monstrous chi prowess as it blasted at Li Fuchen. With just this move, even if the Evil King was here, he wouldn't dare to resist it. Green Sun Absolution. While diverting his attention to control the sect origin bronze swords to attack everyone, Li Fuchen brandished the Scarlet Blood Sword. In an instant, a sky-piercing green pillar of light was shot out. This pillar of light was as thick as a water tank and looked as though it was going to pierce through the sky. Within this pillar of light, there were sword lights and sword chi that were in a liquid state. This move had exhausted 20% of Li Fuchen's chi. Li Fuchen was now a third-level reincarnation realm martial artist, and his chi quality was comparable to regular sixth-level reincarnation realm martial artists. The density of his chi was at least at the fourth or fifth level of reincarnation realm. 20% of his chi was a boundless and horrific power. Boom! The Thunder Fire Dragon and the Green Pillar of Light clashed. The Green Pillar of Light was the first to crumble, but the Thunder Fire Dragon's power had been depleted by half. The smaller Thunder Fire Dragon couldn't injure Li Fuchen and was immediately turned into sparks and thunder arcs by Li Fuchen's sword. Old Man Dot. Among everyone, Li Fuchen hated Yulai the most. In the air around Li Fuchen, tens of thousands of sect origin bronze swords appeared again. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of arrows were shot at Yulai. Yulai was already injured, and there were too many sect origin bronze swords. He was drenched in blood, and the thunder armor on his body was shattered and reformed again. The heaven thunder power in his body was already depleted, and the thunder power was also rapidly depleting. Die! Li Fuchen seized the opportunity and brandished his sword. Thousands of green sword lights condensed into a bundle and brushed past Yulai's head. Bang! Yulai's body wasn't damaged, but his head exploded. The number one expert of the 100 Sects Alliance had perished in an instant. Supreme Grand Elder! Everyone yelled out. Li Fuchen, you kill my Thunder God Sect Supreme Grand Elder. My Thunder God Sect is absolutely irreconcilable with you. Situ Shua gritted his teeth and controlled the Thunder Fire array to condense more Thunder Fire dragons. I, Li Fuchen, have never offended the Thunder God Sect. In the Black Sky Sect ruins, there are plenty of artifacts and everyone is relying on their own ability. But your Thunder God Sect doesn't care about honor and capture my Li clansmen to force me to hand over the artifacts. What logic is this? Since all of you are so stubborn, so what if I slaughter the Thunder God Sect? Sect origin swords, use them all. Li Fuchen's long black hair fluttered and he looked like a demon god. In the void around him, a total of 50,000, 10,000 return to origin bronze sword chi emerged. During these 2 years, Li Fuchen's life origin sword energy had already nurtured 100,000 sect origin sword chi. Earlier on, he had only used 50,000 swords. He believed that these 50,000 sect origin bronze swords chi were enough to eliminate all the reincarnation realm experts of the Thunder God sect. As for the Thunderfire array, he would slowly destroy it later. Heavens! The reincarnation realm experts of the Thunder God sect who were able to withstand the sect origin bronze swords chi were in despair. All of their faces were ashen. They weren't Supreme Grand Elder Yulai and wouldn't be able to withstand too many sect origin bronze swords chi. Once 50,000 sect origin bronze swords chi were used, they would surely die. Chapter 430. Situ Shual felt dizzy as he faced the 50,000, 10,000 ancestral sword chi. He was certain that if the Thunder God sect didn't surrender and bow their heads, after today, the Thunder God sect would no longer have any reincarnation realm martial artists. If the opposition was more ruthless, they might slaughter the entire Thunder God sect in a fit of anger. Of course, he could also ask the elders to control the Thunder Fire Array at the Heavenly Thunder Peak to attack Li Fuchen. But without the restraints from the elders, Li Fuchen was able to concentrate on breaking the Thunder Fire Array. Seeing how Li Fuchen was able to easily break the defensive array and enter the Thunder God sect, it meant that Li Fuchen had a certain level of proficiency in breaking arrays. Who knew if the Thunder Fire Array would be broken or not? Why must my Thunder God sect suffer such a calamity? Sidu Shual was in great pain. Before this, their Thunder God sect was the #1 sect in the 100 Sect Alliance. Before the rise of the evil Tao, they were the #1 sect in the East Unicorn Continent. Right now, they were being stepped on by a young man, and all of this was because they abducted the young man's family. If they knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, the Thunder God sect would never provoke Li Fuchen. If they didn't provoke Li Fuchen, the Thunder God sect's elite combat forces wouldn't suffer such severe casualties, and the Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder Yulai wouldn't have perished either. But there were no ifs in this world. Like cause, like effect. When Li Fuchen teleported back, it was the time when the Thunder God sect was at its peak. Situ Shual, whether we fight or surrender, a single word from you will decide the fate of the Thunder God sect. Li Fuchen didn't wish to carry out a massacre. It was already enough to kill the Thunder God sect's Supreme Grand Elder Yulai and close to half of the intersect elders. It was meaningless to continue killing. Of course, it was up to Situ Shual's decision. Situ Shual had a conflicted expression on his face. The Thunder God sect had little hope of fighting. If they surrendered, the Thunder God sect would lose all face, and they wouldn't be able to explain to the dead. On the Heaven Thunder Peak, Situ Lei was also watching. As the first prodigy of the Thunder God sect, Situ Lei has always been very proud. He believes that he can advance to the battle spirit realm and become the #1 expert of the Eastern Lean Continent. But now his pride and fighting spirit had been completely destroyed. Compared to Li Fuchen, he was no different from an ant. When Li Fuchen massacred the Thunder God sect's reincarnation realm experts, he could only watch and didn't even have the qualifications to fight. I can't accept it. Situ Lei clenched his fists tightly, and his teeth creaked. Sect leader, surrender. An inner sect elder who advocated for peace said sorrowfully. Fighting to the death might make the people of the world feel that the Thunder God sect had a backbone. But so what? The Thunder God sect that had lost its top combat strength would only become the target of bullying. At that time, the forces of the demonic path would definitely not let the Thunder God sect off. The Thunder God sect could not act on impulse and end its legacy. Surrendering to Li Fuchen would definitely preserve the majority of their strength. With the Thunderfire Array, the Thunder God sect would still be the Thunder God sect, just not #1 in the 100 Sects Alliance. What's more, Li Fuchen was too outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn Continent. Losing to such an existence wasn't too shameful. Li Fuchen was destined to suppress the East Unicorn Continent, let alone the Thunder God sect. In the future, even the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions would be trampled by Li Fuchen. Grandmaster, we can't surrender. I don't believe that he can break the Thunderfire formation. Of course, there were also those who fought to the death and refused to surrender. You guys can give it a try. Li Fuchen's awareness was already scanning the Thunderfire Array. As long as the Thunderfire array wasn't a Class 6 array, Li Fuchen had the ability to break it. Awareness that was comparable to a Battle Spirit Realm Master wasn't just for show. A few miles behind Li Fuchen, the Li clansmen were already in a daze. A single man and sword was actually able to suppress the entire Thunder God sect. Was this something that a human could do? Mother, Big Brother Fuchen is already invincible, Li Xiaodai said with a face of worship. Beside her, Shunyin nodded repeatedly and was crying tears of joy. We finally made it through. Tianhan, we will be able to reunite soon. Li Tianhan was imprisoned in the Mystic Tool sect and originally thought that the husband and wife wouldn't be able to reunite for the rest of their lives. They didn't expect for the world to change so quickly. Their son carried an invincible strength and suppressed the Thunder God sect, forcing them to lower their heads. On the Heaven Thunder Peak, Situ Shua finally lowered his head. Li Fuchen Yuan. As the Thunder God sect patriarch, he had to consider the big picture and couldn't be swayed by impulse and destroy the Thunder God sect's legacy. Situ Shua, you have made a wise decision. Earlier on, I've already found the flaw of the Thunderfire array. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression. He was able to suppress the Thunder God sect, but it wasn't because he was stronger than the Evil King. The Evil King might have unparalleled martial strength, but in group battles, he was still inferior to Li Fuchen. His awareness was also inferior to Li Fuchen. In group battles, he was inferior to Li Fuchen, which made it hard for the Evil King to contest with so many Reincarnation Realm experts and the Thunderfire array. If his awareness wasn't as good as Li Fuchen's, he wouldn't be able to enter the Thunder God sect so easily. When he was attacking the defense array, he would probably be attacked by the Thunderfire array. Situ Shua's expression changed. He didn't know if Li Fuchen was speaking the truth. If it was true, it was truly extremely dangerous earlier. If he didn't surrender, once Li Fuchen broke the Thunderfire array, it would be the doomsday for the Thunder God sect. It would be hard for them to make a comeback. After forcefully exhaling a turbid breath, Situ Shua felt as though he had aged 10 years. His entire body's strength had been sapped. At the same moment, the rapidly revolving Thunderfire array had gradually slowed down and was hidden in the void. My Thunder God sect is defeated? There were too many people spectating this battle. Almost the entire Thunder God sect was spectating. Once the Thunder God sect was defeated, all of their pride seemed to have been shattered. All of them had sorrowful expressions. Of course, there were plenty of people who were looking at Li Fuchen with admiration. Peerless experts had always been respected by others. The Evil King was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. The 100 Sects Alliance might hate him, but they also respected him. After all, being unrivaled was everyone's dream. When they saw someone achieving it, it was natural for them to have all sorts of emotions. Mother, we're going back. After withdrawing the sect origin bronze swords, Li Fuchen turned around and used a fist to break the courtyard array. Fuchen. Shun Yuyan's slender figure walked out of the courtyard's wall. Li Fuchen descended and said apologetically, Mother, all of you have suffered. If it wasn't for him, the Li clansmen wouldn't have to go through such hardships. Silly child, Mother is already very happy that you are able to return alive. Shun Yuyan reached out and wanted to rub Li Fuchen's head, but her body shook and she nearly fell. After a long period of starvation and malnutrition, Shun Yuyan and the others weren't even comparable to ordinary people. In addition to the ups and downs in their emotions, they suddenly felt dizzy. Li Fuchen looked back and saw plenty of people who had fainted and had weak chi presences. Turning back to look at Situ Shua with cold eyes, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring. The green halo was enlarged to the limits and enveloped the Li clansmen. The most important part of the healing ring was that green crystal. This green crystal contained powerful vitality energy, but Li Fuchen guessed that the vitality energy contained within the green crystal wasn't limitless. Once it was depleted, this healing ring would be rendered useless. Of course, the Li clansmen had low cultivation levels and ordinary vitality energy. Therefore, they couldn't deplete a lot of vitality energy. With the nourishment of the green halo, the Li clansmen recovered one by one. They looked radiant and didn't look like they had suffered from starvation at all. Li Fuchen brought Shun Yuyin, Li Shaodai, and the others and left the Thunder God sect. Along the way, no one dared to obstruct them, and no one dared to have any ideas on the Li clansmen. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing figure, Sidu Shual had a complicated expression. A few years ago, Li Fuchen was just a minor heavenly prodigy, an ant. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen would grow to such an extent? Time and fate. A few dozen miles away from the Thunder God sect. Come out. Li Fuchen yelled out. Young hero, Li has matchless strength and overwhelming martial strength. This old one is impressed. The Wind Snow sect's supreme grand elder, Mu Hanxin, appeared with a face filled with admiration and shock. Right now, he was completely convinced by Li Fuchen. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one in the East Unicorn continent would be able to escape unscathed from the Thunder God sect, let alone suppressing the Thunder God sect and forcing them to lower their heads. Don't ask how he knew. Since Li Fuchen was able to bring the Li clansmen out of the Thunder God sect safely, he knew that the Thunder God sect must have lowered their heads. Otherwise, with the Thunder God sect's arrogance, they wouldn't let them go so easily. Li Fuchen said, Elder Mu, I shall trouble you to bring my mother and the others to the Wind Snow sect. I still need to make a trip to the Mystic Tools sect. With Mu Hanxin's protection, the Li clansmen would be very safe. Mu Hanxin said solemnly, Young hero Li doesn't have to worry. Unless this old one dies, I will ensure their safety. This was a rare opportunity. With Li Fuchen around, the 100 Sect Alliance might not be able to suppress the Evil Dao and the Demonic 10 regions, but they would definitely be able to stand firm and contest with the Evil Dao and the Demonic 10 regions. As for his Wind Snow sect, because they were close to Li Fuchen, they would be able to occupy the most important position. The prerequisite was to maintain this relationship. Fuchen, you have to be careful, Shun Yuyin said with concern. Li Fuchen said confidently, Mother, don't worry. The Mystic Tools sect won't be able to do anything to me. Elder Mu, I shall trouble you then. While speaking, Li Fuchen flashed and turned into a golden stream of light that vanished into the horizon. The Mystic Tools sect was one of the most ancient sects in the East Unicorn continent. Only the Eternal Spring Valley was comparable to the Mystic Tools sect. Their foundation was so profound that even the Thunder God sect wasn't comparable. It could be said that heading to the Mystic Tools sect was much more dangerous than the Thunder God sect. The Thunder God sect's Thunder Fire Array was only slightly stronger than Li Fuchen at its strongest. It wasn't even able to injure Li Fuchen. Of course, if the battle dragged on, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand it. But if Li Fuchen spent some time, he would still be able to break the Thunder Fire Array and wouldn't allow it to continue unleashing its prowess. But the Mystic Tools sect's dilapidated battleship was different. It was basically unbreakable and had immense power. A single attack severely injured the Evil King meant that if Li Fuchen was struck by the attack, he would be in danger too. Of course, apart from the dilapidated battleship, the Mystic Tools sect was much easier to deal with than the Thunder God sect. After all, the Mystic Tools sect's Reincarnation Realm experts were inferior to the Thunder God sect in terms of quality and quantity. Chapter 4:31. From a distance, Li Fuchen's awareness permeated the Mystic Tools sect's defensive array and entered the interior. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found his father, Li Tianhan, and the others in the back mountain. Unlike the Thunder God sect, the Mystic Tools sect treated the Li clansmen as laborers. They were either mining or transporting ores. During the process, the supervisors would whip them from time to time. Damn it! Li Fuchen's anger rose again. If the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect only imprisoned the Li clansmen and didn't humiliate them, Li Fuchen wouldn't start a massacre. But the two sects were used to being superior and didn't treat the Li clansmen as humans. If Li Fuchen didn't return, it was unknown how the Li clansmen would be tortured. After cleaving a crack on the Mystic Tools sect's defensive array, Li Fuchen entered the Mystic Tools sect. The back mountain of the Mystic Tools sect was a vast vein. This vein was very abundant. After countless years of excavation by the Mystic Tools sect, all the ores above the surface were basically excavated, but there were even more ores below the ground. Outside one of the ore mines, Li Tianhan was pulling into her cart and walking with difficulty. Slap! A whip mark appeared on Li Tianhan's naked back. Hurry up and move. What are you dawdling for? The one who lashed out was a supervisor with a protruding mouth and monkey-like chin. After lashing out once, he wasn't satisfied and lashed out 2 more times. When the other laborers saw this scene, they all lowered their heads and had fearful expressions. This supervisor had a nickname, Vicious Wolf. He had a vicious temperament, and every month, there would be 2 or 3 laborers that would die in his hands. Furthermore, they were whipped to death by him. Perhaps the oars on the ore cart were too heavy. When Li Tianhan increased his speed, his strength wasn't uniform. With a clang, the entire ore cart suddenly flipped over and a large amount of ores rolled on the ground. You are courting death. Vicious Wolf's eyes flashed with a vicious light as he lashed at Li Tianhan. This whip even used a trace of qi. If it landed on Li Tianhan's body, his skin would definitely be lacerated and his flesh would be churned. But Li Tianhan was suddenly stunned and looked ahead in a daze. He didn't even feel the whip lashing at him. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, and Du Lang's 7 orifices suddenly spewed out raging flames. His entire body began to burn, and in an instant he was burned to ashes. The whip lost control and flew past Li Tianhan's body. Fuchin! Li Tianhan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Father, I'm here. Li Fuchin landed on the ground and hugged Li Tianhan. Fuchin, it's really you. Li Tianhan's body trembled as he hugged Li Fuchin tightly. For over a year, he had gone through all sorts of hardships and suffered multiple beatings. He had never shed a single tear, but now his eyes were instantly wet. His family would always be his weakness. Whenever he thought of Shun Yuyin and Li Fuchin, he felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He had already neglected his own hardships. Father, I have already rescued Mother and the others from the Thunder God sect. Right now, I will bring you away from the Mystic Tools sect. Li Fuchin's heart was also in pain. What? You saved your mother? Li Tianhan grabbed onto Li Fuchin's shoulder and said excitedly. Yes. Li Fuchin nodded vigorously. That's great, that's great. Li Tianhan was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He was crying and laughing at the same time. He didn't know how Li Fuchin rescued Shun Yuyin, but he knew that Fuchin wouldn't lie to him. Furthermore, his mind was in a mess, and he wouldn't think about how Li Fuchin rescued her. Patriarch Fuchin. One after another, the Li clansmen walked out from their mine. These Li clansmen were all males. After receiving Li Fuchin's transmitted message, they walked out one by one. As for those who obstructed them, they were already burned to death by Li Fuchin's ardent sun field power. Fuchin, what should we do now? A Li clansman asked Li Fuchin. Follow me out of the Mystic Tools sect. While Li Fuchin was speaking, he activated his healing ring and released a green halo, allowing everyone to recover to a healthy state. Who dares to barge into my Mystic Tools sect? Hurry up and die. When Li Fuchin split open the defensive array, the upper echelons of the Mystic Tools sect were already alerted. From the various peaks of the Mystic Tools sect, a large group of reincarnation realm experts flew over, and there were a total of 38 of them. The leaders were obviously the supreme elders of the Mystic Tools sect. Even the Mystic Tools sect's supreme grand elder, Guyun, was among them. As the evil king had barged in once, the Mystic Tools sect was very vigilant. Once there was a commotion, all the reincarnation realm experts would be mobilized. Li Fuchin. After seeing Li Fuchin, Guyun's eyes were wide open, and he was extremely astonished. I didn't think that you would actually cultivate to the 3rd level of reincarnation realm. But since you are here, don't leave. Guyun laughed heartily. In his opinion, Li Fuchin must have learned an incredible array-breaking technique from somewhere. Therefore, he was able to break the Mystic Tools sect protection array with ease. It was a pity that Li Fuchin had underestimated the Mystic Tools sect. How could it be so easy to secretly bring away the Li clansmen? Guyun, Yulai has already died in my hands. It is your turn now. Guyun was someone Li Fuchin had to kill. Not only did Guyun nearly kill him, but he had also caused his father, Li Tianhan, and the others to suffer. Yulai died in your hands? What kind of joke is that? Guiyun didn't believe Li Fuchen's words. In the entire East Unicorn continent, there weren't more than 5 individuals that could kill Yu Lai. Furthermore, among the 5 individuals, only the evil king had a higher chance of killing Yu Lai. As for the others, Yu Lai might not be a match, but he was still able to escape. Whether it is a joke or not, you will know later. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, a round metal plate landed on the ground. In the next moment, with the metal plate as the center, a golden cover enveloped Li Tianhan and the others. This was a Class 5 array board, and Li Fuchen spent 40,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase it. The so-called array board could be considered a cardinal artifact, and it was inscribed with a miniature array. After activating the array board, the array inside could be activated. But the power of the array was too domineering after all. Using a small array board to support the array was still a little forceful. When the power withstood exceeded the limit, the array board would collapse. In addition, if it was used too many times, the array board would also crack. As for those array boards that could withstand more than the limit or those that could be used countless times, it wasn't that there weren't any, but it was too rare and wouldn't circulate in the market. Even if one wanted to buy it, it wasn't that Li Fuchen could afford it. With the array board protecting Li Tianhan, Li Fuchen circulated his qi and soared into the sky. Watch me destroy you with a single fist. Guiyun brandished his fist and blasted a flaming fist at Li Fuchen. In your dreams, the giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit rose at the same time, while Li Fuchen also blasted a fist. Rumble. A violent qi wave radiated in all directions. Guiyun was caught off guard and was sent flying. Li Fuchen's fist caused Guiyun's expression to change. Such a powerful fist had actually reached his class. Again, the red tool pattern on his body lit up, and Guiyun's right fist was burning with red flames. Iron Transformation Divine Fist. Chapter 432. Just in time, Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way as he clashed with Guiyun's fist. It was as though 2 meteorites had collided. Everyone felt as though the void was trembling. Surging energy and flames spread out in all directions. Some of the profound tool's sects intersect elders with weaker cultivations couldn't even stop themselves and were sent flying. Those profound tool's sects intersect elders with stronger cultivations were also forced to retreat several miles away. Guiyun was able to become the Mystic Tool Sect Supreme Grand Elder because he naturally had a 6-star bone frame, and it was the 6-star Blazing Flame bone frame. Therefore, this fist didn't just contain qi and tool pattern power. It also contained the Blazing Flame power. In terms of fist strength, he wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen by much. Let me test his foundation first before eliminating him in a single move. Guiyun was different from Yu Lai, as Guiyun's defense was much stronger than Yu Lai. If his strongest move wasn't able to kill Li Fuchen might lose the opportunity completely. Li Fuchen didn't want to drag things out. Boom, boom, boom. The duo's fists clashed for over a dozen times. Li Fuchen took advantage of his superior body refinement level and ignored the recoil force. Guiyun's body was covered with red tool patterns and didn't care about the recoil force either. I've underestimated you. However, if this is all you've got, then die. The red tool pattern on Guiyun's body was extremely bright, like a red-hot soldering iron. A horrific wave was released. This wave was like a flesh wave and also like a mystic class tool wave. But it was several times stronger than a mystic class tool and was close to an earth class tool. The mystic tool's sect's forbidden technique, union of man and tool. When the evil king was born, Guiyun might be slightly inferior to Yu Lai, but the current Guiyun was only stronger than Yu Lai, because he was already 60% fused with a blood-refined tool. In order to injure him, one would need to have the ability to easily sever a mystic class peak tier tool. Otherwise, even dozens or 100 strikes wouldn't be able to kill him. To a certain degree, he was even more fearsome than a body refinement martial artist. After all, body refinement martial artists still had the body of flesh and blood. After cultivating the union of man and tool, they would only be considered half human and half tool. Apart from that, the union of man and tool would allow the martial artist to exhibit combat strength that was beyond the limits, and there was no need to worry about the burden. Iron Transformation Immortal Fist. It was the same Iron Transformation Immortal Fist, but this time, Guyun's fist became red from inside to outside, as if it was a piece of steel that had just been roasted 100 times. As he punched out, a terrifying and blazing power broke out crazily. Azure, Sun, Sword Intent. Taking a step back, Li Fuchen drew his scarlet blood sword and brandished it, releasing thousands of sword lights. Clang, 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 clang. Guyun's fist technique was straightforward and had very few changes. Although his punch shattered more than 90% of the sword light, there was still 10% of the sword light that cut Guyun's body. However, these sword lights didn't gain anything other than leaving faint white marks on Guyun's body. On the contrary, Guyun's fist force made Li Fuchen explosively retreat several miles away. What a hot and condensed fist power! The unity of man and weapon is indeed worthy of the unity of man and weapon. Li Fuchen was taken aback. In terms of direct combat strength, Guyun was several times stronger than Yulai. Of course, Guyun's speed wasn't as fast as Yulai and seemed rather stupid. I didn't use the core, blazing flame power for that sword move earlier. Neither did I use the bronze sword essence secret technique. But even if I used it, it would probably be hard to kill the opponent in a single move. I will have to execute the Clear Sky Sword Art. To be honest, even if Li Fuchen used his full strength, he was only 70% or 80% confident that he could kill Guyun, but it was enough. After all, in this world, nothing was foolproof and everything had its risks. The core, blazing flame power that Li Fuchen didn't even use during the battle with Yulai burst out and fused into the Ardent Sun Chi. In the next moment, the Ardent Sun Chi turned into the Bronze Sword Chi and poured into the Clear Sky Sword Art martial pattern on his wrist. A resplendent and vast sword light lit up. When Li Fuchen thrust with his sword, the void felt as though it was collapsing. A giant spherical sword light instantly enveloped Guyun. Not good. Guyun was appalled. The red tool pattern on his body flickered violently, and endless flames surged out from Guyun's body to resist the sword light's slashes. But the spherical sword light wasn't so easy to resist. The densely packed sword lights were destroyed and reborn, born and destroyed again. Each cycle would cause a large number of cracks on Guyun's body, making him look like a porcelain man that was about to crumble. Bang! When the spherical sword light's power was exhausted, it suddenly exploded and produced the final and most horrifying round of sword light slashes. Guyun screamed miserably while his body was covered in cracks. His right arm was instantly severed. These sword lights weren't just dense. They obviously contained the mystical power of law, allowing the sword lights to have horrific lethality. He didn't die even after that. Li Fuchen had a higher opinion of Guyun. But it is about time. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Guyun's chest. Bang! Guyun was shattered into thousands of pieces and couldn't be more dead. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that the Mystic Tools Sect's reincarnation realm experts couldn't react in time. Most importantly, they were too confident in Guyun. They believed that with Guyun's defense, even if he wasn't a match, he wouldn't be in any danger. Who would have known that Li Fuchen would suddenly burst out with lethality that was 2 times stronger than before? Bastard, you killed my Mystic Tools Sect Supreme Grand Elder. Today, I shall make you pay with your life. The Mystic Tools Sect Patriarch was burning with rage. He instantly flew to the dilapidated battleship on the main peak. Immediately after, an array pagoda on the deck of the battleship lit up. Woo woo woo. There was a horrifying and ear-piercing sound. An extremely bright wind blade was produced and instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Due to the extreme speed, it looked like a flat white aurora that had extremely ferocious slashing power. Danger! Li Fuchen's awareness had already spread throughout the void. The instant the wind blade was produced, his awareness had traces of stinging pain, and it was something that he had never experienced before. With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged the wind blade attack in advance. PFFF. The ground in front of him trembled lightly, and an unfathomable crack appeared. I must not get hit by this wind blade, otherwise I will definitely be severely injured. Li Fuchen didn't think that his defense was stronger than the Evil King. Even if he had the Earth-class mid-tier silver scale armor, it was still hard to neutralize the impact of the wind blade. Hum, 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 hum. Multiple wind blades were produced, forcing Li Fuchen to dodge in all directions. Everyone attacked together. Let's see how he dodges. The rest of the Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Elders and Intersect Elders made their moves. All sorts of chi forces filled the void and blasted at Li Fuchen. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen quickly summoned the Sect Origin Bronze Sword Chi. A total of 50,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi skimmed at the Mystic Tools sect's members. There were endless miserable screams as the Mystic Tools sect's Intersect Elders perished one after another. Chapter 433. 50,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi was basically Li Fuchen's final trump card. Once it was used, he wouldn't be able to use any more Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi within a short period of time. He would need to spend a few days to nurture it. But Li Fuchen had to use it. The Mystic Tools sect had the advantage in numbers, and he was alone. As the Mystic Tools sect's Intersect Elders fell one after another, the Mystic Tools sect Patriarch was anxious. Li Fuchen, if you don't surrender now, I will eliminate your Li clansmen. That array board is not able to withstand a single attack from the Wind Blade Array Pagoda. Li Fuchen also spoke in a cold voice. If you kill a single member of my Li clansmen, I will slaughter the entire Mystic Tools sect. If you want to fight to the death with me, you can try. Li Fuchen wasn't going to fall for the trick. He was indeed concerned about his father's life and death, but it didn't mean that he would surrender. Because once he surrendered, his and the Li clansmen's fate would be in the hands of the Mystic Tools sect. If that was the case, he might as well act forcefully. He didn't believe that the Mystic Tools sect Patriarch would be so deranged to use the entire Mystic Tools sect as a wager to fight to the death with him. Li Fuchen, you deserve death. The Mystic Tools sect Patriarch was unwilling, but he didn't dare to attack the Li clansmen. He had no choice but to use the Wind Blade Array Pagoda to attack Li Fuchen in a frenzy. However, Li Fuchen's awareness was too powerful. As long as he felt a trace of pain in his awareness, he would immediately dodge the wind blades in advance. As time elapsed, the Mystic Tools sect lost a few more Intersect Elders. The Mystic Tools sect Patriarch roared out in a frenzy. His heart was in a dilemma, and at the same time, he hated Li Fuchen. He was now in a dilemma. If he continued to attack Li Fuchen, all of the Mystic Tools sect's Intersect Elders would perish. If he killed the Li clansmen, Li Fuchen would definitely slaughter the entire Mystic Tools sect in his rage. But he was unwilling to accept this fact. Sect Patriarch, the overall situation is more important. There is no need for us to fight to the death. A Mystic Tools sect's Supreme Elder advised earnestly. He could see that Li Fuchen didn't have the intention to massacre the upper echelons of the Mystic Tools sect. Li Fuchen was just taking revenge on Supreme Grand Elder Guyun and taking revenge on the Mystic Tools sect for imprisoning the Li clansmen. Now that Guyun was dead and over a dozen Intersect Elders were dead, Li Fuchen's anger had almost dissipated. If he continued to fight, the Mystic Tools sect would suffer greater losses. If it really reached that stage, it would only result in a life and death struggle. Most importantly, it was impossible to kill Li Fuchen. If it was possible to kill Li Fuchen, it would be fine to risk it, at least to vent his hatred. Grandmaster, Elder Wu is right. Furthermore, as long as there's life, there's hope. If the life is destroyed, then everything will be destroyed. Another senior elder advised. The Profound Tools sect master began to waver. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about this. However, he was the Mystic Tools sect master. He viewed Mystic Tools sect's glory as his own glory and viewed Mystic Tools sect's humiliation as his own humiliation. His emotions were fluctuating too much, and it was hard for him to make a decision. At this moment, Li Fuchen spoke. Guyun conspired for my artifact, therefore I killed him. Your Mystic Tools sect bullied others and abducted my Lee Klansmen. I have also taken my revenge. Right now, I'm going to bring my Lee Klansmen away. I wonder if your esteemed sect has any objections? Li Fuchen naturally didn't wish to have a life and death struggle with the Mystic Tools sect. His father's life was much more precious than the Mystic Tools sect. As long as he brought the Lee Klansmen away, he would have fewer worries. The East Unicorn Continent was massive, and he would be able to do as he wished. Li Fuchen, my Mystic Tools sect will remember this humiliation today. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch stopped the wind blade array pagoda and gritted his teeth. I hope you won't forget. Li Fuchen had also withdrawn the sect origin bronze swords. Close to half of the 50,000 sect origin bronze swords had been consumed. You may leave before I change my mind. The Mystic Tools sect patriarch lowered his eyes and did his best to control his murderous intent. In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Li Fuchen flew to the side of Li Tianhan and the others and kept the array board. He then swept his chi and brought a large group of Li Klansmen out of the Mystic Tools sect. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing figure, the Mystic Tools sect's #1 prodigy, immovable King Star, Chi Hung clenched his fist tightly. Li Fuchen, there will be a day when I surpass you. The Mystic Tools sect's humiliation was naturally Chi Hang's humiliation too. He couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Of course, he could only say these words in his heart. Right now, the gap between him and Li Fuchen was too huge and it was immeasurable. If he said it out loud, he would only become a joke. But the ups and downs changed. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. They are out, they are out. The Li Klansmen were rather excited. To them, the Mystic Tools sect was simply hell, and they didn't want to stay in there for even a moment. Father, Li Klansmen, all of you have suffered when I wasn't around. But from today onwards, no one will dare to bully my Li Klansmen. The entire East Unicorn Continent will be under my Li Klansmen's control. Li Fuchen knew that everyone needed to vent. Therefore, he spoke an arrogant statement. Of course, this statement wasn't too arrogant as the news hadn't spread out yet. Once it was spread out, anyone who wanted to deal with the Li Klansmen would have to consider if they were qualified or not. Fuchen, you have grown up. My Li Klansmen produced an absolute prodigy like you. I wonder which true god has been moved by you. One of the Li Klansmen's upper echelon said with delight. A few days later, everyone returned to the Wind Snow sect. The entire Wind Snow sect was in an uproar, including the Wind Snow sect's supreme grand elder, Mu Hanshin. Everyone came out to welcome them. Among the crowd, the Wind Snow sect's #1 prodigy, Wind Snow Fairy, Su Lin, was staring at Li Fuchen with a complicated expression. They were all prodigies, but Li Fuchen had left them far behind. If they were fireflies, Li Fuchen would be the sun in the sky. Not only did he look down on the youth generation, he also looked down on the older generation. In the entire East Unicorn Continent, there were probably only 2 or 3 individuals that could contest with him. To be honest, Su Lin was rather jealous of Li Fuchen's strength. After all, who didn't want to dictate their own fate? Who didn't want to be all-powerful and reach the pinnacle? Inside the Wind Snow sect, the Azure Water sect's members were also present. When Li Fuchen headed to the Mystic Tools sect, the entire Wind Snow sect had unanimously decided to let the Azure Water sect become independent. How would the Wind Snow sect dare to dictate Li Fuchen's sect? Ouyang Wentian and the rest of the Azure Water sect felt as though they were dreaming. When they found out that Li Fuchen had suppressed the Thunder God sect, they suspected that the Wind Snow sect was deceiving them. After all, how old was Li Fuchen? How could he suppress the Thunder God sect? It was something that not even the evil king could do. But now, they had no choice but to believe it. To be able to bring back the Li Klansmen from the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect was enough to prove Li Fuchen's strength. The Azure Water sect's youth generation were all looking up to Li Fuchen. It included Li Xiangru, Chen Yuanhu, Xue Feng, Lu Wuhuang, and Yuan Tian. Everyone felt as though they were watching a myth. In the past, they were delusional enough to catch up to Li Fuchen's footsteps. Right now, they had already given up on this thought. Before reaching the reincarnation realm, they didn't dare to have such thoughts. Among the crowd, Guan Shui had the most complicated expression. There were times when she thought about how good it would be if she didn't break off the engagement back then. After all, she was a woman, and which woman didn't wish for their other half to be a dragon or phoenix among men? But the human heart was truly mystical. Li Fuchen was so glorious, but she was relieved. Such a glorious Li Fuchen wouldn't belong to her. On a mountain peak of the Wind Snow sect, the Li clansmen were arranged to stay here. When Li Tianhan and Shun Yin met, they were extremely excited. It was the same for the rest of the Li clansmen. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's achievements had finally spread across the continent. Without a doubt, the entire continent was shaken. Demonic 10 regions, Stone region. After the petrified queen received the news, she remained silent for a long time. The humans are truly tenacious and fortunate. No wonder the East Unicorn continent has never been enveloped by darkness. In every era, there would be an absolute figure. But this Li Fuchen is ultimately just a single individual. It is a fool's dream to think he can contest with the demonic 10 regions and the evil Dao by himself. Blood Devil region. The Blood Devil King grabbed a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist and bit him until his mouth was filled with blood. Who is this Li Fuchen? He is actually able to suppress the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. There must be something fishy about this. One of these days, I shall meet him and see how capable he is. The rulers of the demonic 10 regions didn't really believe the rumors. At least, they felt that the rumors were too exaggerated. Not even the evil king was able to force the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect to lower their heads. But they still acknowledged Li Fuchen's strength. After all, the rumors wouldn't be spread out without a third. Evil region, Evil Fist sect. The evil king revealed an interested expression. He didn't know if the rumors were exaggerated, but he knew that he was looking forward to Li Fuchen's artifacts even more. Li Fuchen was able to be so powerful because of those artifacts. Otherwise, who would be able to achieve such accomplishments in just 1 or 2 years? Help me take care of these artifacts for now. When he barged into the Mystic Tools sect, he had underestimated the power of the dilapidated battleship. If he went again, he wouldn't be injured. When he was on guard, there had never been an existence that could injure him. Region of Extreme Een. The Extreme Een ancestor had a gloomy expression. Along the way, Li Fuchen had destroyed plenty of his halls, making him extremely furious. Now that he knew about the rumors, he didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Li Fuchen. This wasn't because he feared Li Fuchen. Before he understood Li Fuchen's strength, he wouldn't take the risk. Li Fuchen, just you wait. My evil Dao will sweep the entire East Unicorn continent sooner or later. Amir, you will not be able to stop us. The Extreme Een ancestor had to endure this anger for now. Just like the Extreme Een ancestor, the Blood ancestor was also very sullen. Back at the Black Sky sect ruins, he had suffered a loss in the hands of Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen was out, he didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke Li Fuchen. For a moment, he felt extremely sullen. Wait until I nurture a sufficiently powerful blood corpse. You will suffer sooner or later. The Blood ancestor suppressed his anger and went into seclusion. The demonic 10 regions and the evil Dao weren't the only ones that were shaken. The 100 Sect Alliance was even more shaken. They weren't too far away from the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, therefore, they had more detailed information. When they found out that Li Fuchen had killed the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect Supreme Grand Elders, they were all horrified. At the same time, they were silently rejoicing. With Li Fuchen around, their pressure had lessened. At least, they didn't have to worry about the evil Dao and the demonic 10 regions invasion. Chapter 434. Fuchen, the elixirs you gave us are too mystical. In just a short 1 month, your mother and I have progressed by 3 levels. But our chi is very stable, and there isn't a trace of weakness. At a pavilion at the peak of the mountain, Li Tianhan said to Li Fuchen with surprise. Before Li Fuchen returned, the duo had each consumed an earth-shattering fruit. One of them was at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm, while the other was at the 1st level of the Earth Realm. But now that 1 month had passed, Li Tianhan was at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, while Shun Yuyin was at the 4th level of the Earth Realm. Li Fuchen laughed and said, "Father, those elixirs are just the appetizer. Next, I'm going to give you and Mother the main course." While speaking, Li Fuchen took out 2 bottles of elixirs. This bottle is the Spirit Root Elixir, and this bottle is the Star Spirit Elixir. These 2 elixirs can allow you and Mother's bone frames to reach 3-star. In the future, it will be several times easier for you to cultivate. Elixirs to upgrade the bone frame? Li Tianhan's eyes widened. The bone frame was like a person's innate fate, and it determined one's future achievements. The bone frame might be able to change, but artifacts that could change the bone frame were too rare. Even elite factions might not have them. Li Fuchen continued, "I am unable to obtain elixirs to upgrade the bone frame to 4-star or 5-star for now. But there will definitely be a chance in the future. 4-star or 5-star bone frame." Li Tianhan was speechless. "That is too far away. Your mother and I will be satisfied to have a 3-star bone frame." Li Fuchen said, "Father, don't you wish to progress to the reincarnation realm? The lifespan of a reincarnation realm expert is 250 years old. I wish for you and Mother to live for another 200 years. Hearing the statement, Li Tianhan's eyes were burning with passion. How could he not wish to progress to the reincarnation realm? But the chances were too slim and close to 0. Therefore, he never dared to think about it. "Father doesn't have to worry. This isn't a dream. Believe me, Father believes you." Li Tianhan nodded heavily. Li Fuchen had created too many miracles, and Li Tianhan subconsciously chose to believe. With the Spirit Root Elixir and Star Spirit Elixir, Li Tianhan and Shun Yuyin weren't the only ones who upgraded their bone frames to 3-star. Li Xiaodai, who was Li Fuchen's godsister, had also received the same treatment. Her bone frame had also upgraded to 3-star, and she was beaming with joy. As for the remaining Spirit Root pills and Star Spirit pills, they would be kept by Li Tianhan. They could be given to the hardworking descendants of the Leaf family in the future. The Wind Snow sect was huge, and the Azure Water sect was temporarily placed within the Wind Snow sect. After all, it was safer here, and the situation wasn't clear. It was better to be a little more careful. Arriving at the Azure Water sect's mountain peak, Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Ouyang Wentian. "Fuchen." A short moment later, Ouyang Wentian flew over with a respectful smile. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Sect Patriarch, I wonder how long have you been stuck at the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm?" Ouyang Wentian was a 5-star bone frame, and with such a bone frame, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the Battle Spirit Realm in the 7-color continent. But in the East Unicorn continent, due to the thin heaven and earth chi, if there weren't any great opportunities, he would at most be able to reach the mid-levels of the Reincarnation Realm. It was extremely difficult to reach the high levels of the Reincarnation Realm, let alone the breakthrough to the Battle Spirit Realm. It was something that even a 6-star bone frame would find hard to achieve. Ouyang Wentian blushed with shame. It's been 12 years. He spent 8 years to progress from the 1st level of Reincarnation Realm to the 2nd level of Reincarnation Realm. He reckoned that he would need at least another 3 to 4 years to progress to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Li Fuchen flipped his palm, and an primary ascension elixir appeared in his hand. "Sect Patriarch, this primary ascension elixir can assist you in progressing to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. Just treat it as a greeting gift for Sect Patriarch's generosity towards me." The primary ascension elixir could allow a low-leveled Reincarnation Realm martial artist to progress to the next level perfectly. A single elixir was worth 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Fuchen, how can I accept this?" Ouyang Wentian was shocked. After handing the elixir to Ouyang Wentian, Li Fuchen said, "Sect Patriarch doesn't have to say any more. This is a small token of Li Fuchen's appreciation." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen turned and flew off the mountain peak. Staring at the primary ascension elixir in his hand, Ouyang Wentian was filled with gratitude and passion. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had a very peaceful life. Every single day, he would be comprehending the blazing flame bone frames patterns. There was still a difference between the 4-star blazing flame bone frame and the 5-star or 6-star blazing flame bone frame. The high-grade blazing flame bone frame could absorb the blazing flame power that was obviously purer and more vigorous. If Li Fuchen didn't want to be left behind, he had to rely on his own perception and work hard to comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern. If he could comprehend the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 50% and develop the blazing flame divine ability, then even if the opponent had a 6-star blazing flame bone frame, as long as the divine ability wasn't developed, the opponent wouldn't be comparable to Li Fuchen's 4-star blazing flame bone frame. Right now, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had already been comprehended to more than 40% and was very close to 50%. I wonder what exactly is a divine ability. Li Fuchen was very curious. Apart from comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, Li Fuchen was also comprehending the green sun sword intent and the ardent sun divine palm. Once these two martial arts reached the trance stage and comprehended the intent, it would greatly increase Li Fuchen's combat strength. As for his cultivation, it was basically impossible to increase it within a short period of time. He took less than 2 years to progress from the 8th level of Heaven Dipper Realm to the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm. This speed was truly appalling. It was one thing to have sufficient resources, but the main reason was Li Fuchen's powerful spirit soul. Otherwise, even if Li Fuchen consumed elixirs that could increase his mental state, it would be hard for him to control such powerful strength. If the spirit soul was a wooden barrel, the mental state would be the water in the barrel. With a powerful spirit soul, the wooden barrel would be sturdy and huge, allowing it to contain more and heavier water. It could be said that the spirit soul was a person's most important source. Even the bone frame was inferior to the spirit soul. On Wind Snow Mountain, Mu Hanxin and Li Fuchen were enjoying the snowy scenery while drinking tea. The humans are truly miserable. All the regions that are occupied by the demonic 10 regions have become food. In my previous life, I went to a region that was occupied by the demons. There were plenty of cities that were empty and filled with corpses. Mu Hanxin sighed. Li Fuchen was silent. For more than a month, he didn't go out. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase away demons, but it was because he didn't have enough manpower. Based on the current situation, the 100-sect alliance's overall strength was far weaker than the demonic 10 domains and the demonic Dao, especially the demonic 10 domains, which had the strongest overall strength and the most peak experts. If a war were to break out, the 100-sect alliance would be wiped out. Therefore, he hoped that he could reach a higher level. Once he had the strength to easily kill the masters of the monster and demon 10 territories, he would naturally destroy them in one fell swoop. But after hearing Mu Hanxin's statement, Li Fuchen felt that he shouldn't be so calm. Even if he couldn't start an ultimate war with the demonic 10 regions, he had to at least force the demonic 10 regions out of the humans' territory. Looks like it's time to show my sword again. Li Fuchen stood up. Mu Hanxin exclaimed, "Young hero Li, what are you trying to do?" When he said this, he was purely lamenting and didn't have any intention to provoke Li Fuchen. After all, the monster and demon 10 regions were different from the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect. When Li Fuchen was dealing with the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect, he was dealing with one sect at a time. When dealing with the demonic 10 regions, he was dealing with one race at a time. To be honest, if Li Fuchen was to face the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect at the same time, he might not be able to suppress the two sections. His individual martial strength wasn't at the level where he could crush everything and was ultimately a little too forceful. If Li Fuchen was to start a war with the demonic 10 regions, he would be facing 10 existences that were on par with Yulai and Guiyun. At the same time, he would have to face plenty of Class 5 demons, Class 5 peak-grade demonic beasts, and Class 5 high-tier mutated demonic beasts. The scene would be unimaginable. I know what I'm doing. Li Fuchen wasn't foolish enough to start a war with the demonic 10 regions. He was just asking them to restrain themselves. Eldamu, wait for my good news. Li Fuchen flashed and left the Wind Snow sect. Mu Hanxin let out a bitter laugh. No wonder Li Fuchen was invincible at such a young age. Only the evil king would be able to match up to such a vigorous and decisive spirit. He didn't head to a region that was occupied by the demons. There were too many demons in a region, and even if Li Fuchen killed for a year, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. The region that Li Fuchen was heading to was one of the demonic 10 regions, the Horned Devil region. Horned Devil region, Horned Devil Palace. The Horned Devil King was tasting human martial artists. To demons, humans were delicacies. Devouring humans would allow them to strengthen their source. The stronger the human, the more source they would obtain after devouring. It is a pity that I am unable to devour reincarnation realm martial artists. If I could devour a few dozen reincarnation realm martial artists, I might be able to progress to a class 6 demon. The Horned Devil King thought in his heart. Boom! The huge Horned Demon Palace was split into two. The violent sword Chi killed many level 4 fiendish demons and level 3 fiendish demons in an instant. Only level 5 fiendish demons survived the aftermath of the sword Chi. Wielding the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen stood in the sky above the Horned Devil Palace with an indifferent expression. Damn it, who is it? The Horned Devil King soared into the sky and was brimming with anger. I am Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said. Li Fuchen, what are you doing in my Horned Devil region? Do you want to start an all-out war? The Horned Devil King's eyes shrank before he spoke with overflowing anger. Let's fight first. The ardent sun Chi transformed into the bronze sword Chi, and Li Fuchen brandished his sword. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The green sun sword intent was extremely sharp, and the Horned Devil King's body was instantly covered with countless sword scars. Class 5 demons were best at defense. In the entire world, apart from the Evil King, no one could break their defense. Of course, the Petrified Queen's petrification ability was also able to restrain them. No wonder he is the monarch of the Class 5 demons. They were all Class 5 demons, but there were still strong and weak ones. Of course, the weakest one wasn't any weaker than the Wind Snow Sect Supreme Grand Elder, Muhan Xin. Green Sun Absolution. Li Fuchen executed the Green Sun Sword Intense sword move. The green pillar of light pierced through the sky and sent the Horned Devil King flying. When he stood up again, the Horned Devil King's body didn't have an intact place. The most serious part was missing a large piece of flesh. If Li Fuchen did it a few more times, he might be able to kill the Horned Devil King. Li Fuchen, what are you trying to do? The Horned Devil King panicked and quickly pulled out the horn on his head. Now we can have a talk. Li Fuchen withdrew the Scarlet Blood sword and smiled. Chapter 435. Li Fuchen didn't think of starting a war with the demonic 10 regions now. Therefore, he couldn't kill the Horned Devil King. Once he killed the Horned Devil King, the demonic 10 regions would definitely unite again and attack the 100 Sect Alliance. By then, Li Fuchen might be able to protect himself, but the others wouldn't be able to hold on. Without Yu Lai, Guiyun, and dozens of reincarnation realm experts, it would more or less be affected. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't regret it. These two individuals deserved to die, and he wasn't going to compromise. Compromise was the behavior of the weak. With strength that was comparable with the Evil King, no one was able to make him compromise. Li Fuchen, do you know what you are doing? The Horned Devil King held his horn and asked with vigilance. Li Fuchen said, ask the demons of your Horned Devil region to return to your territory. Otherwise, I will kill you next time. Li Fuchen said he was here to have a conversation, but he was actually here to warn the Horned Devil region. Before waiting for the Horned Devil King to reply, Li Fuchen flashed and left. Damn it! The Horned Devil King vented his anger by brandishing his horn. A small mountain peak that was a few dozen miles away had instantly exploded. One day later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Power Devil region. The owner of the Power Devil region was the Power Devil King, and he was a Class 5 power demon. His strength wasn't inferior to the owner of the Mountain Shaking region, the Mountain Shaking Elephant. Roar! A small mountain that was a few dozen feet in height was uprooted. The Power Devil King that was only a few dozen feet in height suddenly exerted his strength and threw the small mountain at Li Fuchen. The small mountain that was flying at high speed produced heat from the friction with the air and instantly combusted. It was just like a giant meteor crashing at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's clothes fluttered as he thrust his sword at the burning small mountain. Bang! The small mountain exploded into millions of pieces and smashed the ground full of potholes, causing smoke and dust to rise. Green Sun Absolution. After this sword, Li Fuchen executed his finishing move. A glaring green pillar of light blasted on the Power Devil King's body. But Li Fuchen was rather surprised that the Green Sun Absolution was only able to slightly injure the Power Devil King. Its defense was obviously superior to the Horned Devil King. Circulating the demon Qi, the Power Devil King's injuries were healed. He grinned sinisterly and said, "You cannot do anything to me." In terms of defense, in the Monster and Demon 10 territories, only the mountain-shaking elephant could compete with him. Both of them had great strength and extremely strong defense. Is that so? What about this sword? Li Fuchen activated the core, blazing flame power, and blasted at the Power Devil King again. The Power Demon King had completely become a target, and he couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He was hit directly. This time, the injuries on the Power Demon King's body were much greater. His chest had caved in, and his flesh was char-black. "What are you trying to do?" The Power Demon King's expression changed. The demonic aura around his body surged as he tried to recover from his injuries. "Tell the fiendish demons of the Power Devil Zone to leave the human territory. This is just a warning." Turning around, Li Fuchen left without any hesitation. The Power Demon King was left with a gloomy expression. Along the way, Li Fuchen sighed to himself. His ability was strong, but it consumed too much qi and he couldn't fight a protracted battle. Whether it was the sword move Green Sun Absolute or the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Mark, they both consumed a lot of true qi. The Green Sun Absolute would consume 20% of his qi, while the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Mark would consume 30% of his qi. When dealing with the Power Demon King earlier, Li Fuchen had used up 40% of his qi. It also meant that if Li Fuchen didn't use the Clear Sky Sword Art, he wouldn't be able to kill the Power Demon King. Most of the rulers of the demonic 10 regions might not be a match for Yulai and Guyun, but they were definitely harder to kill than Yulai and Guyun. The demons' defenses were too tough, and their vitality were also tough. Even the Evil King would need to expend a lot of effort to kill any one of them. I have to cultivate the Green Sun Sword Intent to the trance stage. As such, my regular sword moves will be comparable or even superior to the Green Sun Absolute. The Green Sun Absolute was formidable because it could produce a lot of qi in an instant. But if the Green Sun Sword Intent was at the trance stage, Li Fuchen didn't need to produce a lot of qi. Just by using the sword move's profound laws, he would be able to burst out with astounding lethality. After finding a place, Li Fuchen started to absorb the qi from the low-grade spirit stones to recover his qi. 2 days later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Tiger Devil region. The ruler of the Tiger Devil region, the Devil Pattern Tiger, was originally a Class 5 peak tier demonic beast. It was unknown what demon artifact it consumed, causing its body to mutate. It possessed the characteristics of both demonic beasts and demons, and had developed all sorts of horrific abilities. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the demonic 10 regions and was just inferior to the Petrified Queen and the Blood Devil King. Tiger Devil Roar. On the messy battlefield, there was a tiger demonic beast that was close to 1,000 feet in length. It had dark golden patterns and black fur that let out a heaven-shaking roar. In the next moment, a tiger demonic beast shadow appeared in the air and also roared at Li Fuchen. Buzz! The void trembled, and time seemed to have stopped. "This is the void power?" Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. The tiger's roar obviously contained the void power, and the void within a few miles had been frozen. Of course, it was just a trace. If the tiger demonic beast truly grasped the void power, a single thought would be able to immobilize all life on the continent and allow them to be slaughtered. However, it was something that primary sea realm monarchs and demonic beast kings couldn't achieve. Grasping the void power was already the means of a god. The roar suppressed Li Fuchen as the devil pattern tiger's massive body pounced over and slammed with its claws. Even Li Fuchen would suffer some injuries if he was hit by this claw. But it was obvious that the tiger devil roar was only able to suppress Li Fuchen for an instant. An instant later, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and blocked the devil-pattern tiger's claw attack. The devil-pattern tiger roared again and wanted to continue suppressing Li Fuchen. However, Li Fuchen had already seen through this move. He burst out with his ardent sun field power and shrunk into a ball. This time, Li Fuchen only felt his body turning sluggish and wasn't suppressed. The field power actually contained traces of void power. It might not be comparable to the tiger devil roar, but it was still able to resist. After executing the green sun absolution, Li Fuchen blasted the devil-pattern tiger away. The devil-pattern tiger's strength was only slightly superior to the power devil king, but in terms of defense, it wasn't superior to the power devil king. How was it able to block this sword? One of its legs was nearly severed by Li Fuchen. After leaving behind a warning, Li Fuchen left the tiger devil region and headed for the last region, the mountain shaking region. This time, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to warn all the rulers of the demonic 10 regions, for it was already the limit. After all, he was worried that they might work together. In a mountain shaking region, the giant elephant's roar was constantly echoing. A giant elephant that was 1,000 feet tall was in combat with a puny human. Every clash would cause the ground to split open and the mountain rocks to explode. It was as though two giants were fighting, and the prowess was astonishing. Li Fuchen realized that the mountain-shaking elephant was stronger than he imagined. When its body collided, it actually contained the void power and was able to freeze the void. It might not be as powerful as the devil-pattern tiger's tiger devil roar, but the tiger devil roar required time to activate, while the mountain-shaking elephant only needed an instant to charge. It seems like the mountain-shaking elephant has excavated even more bloodline power from the monarch beast, the mountain-pulling elephant. The monarch beast was naturally a demonic beast king. Chapter 436. When facing the mountain-shaking elephant's charge, Li Fuchen could only use his ardent sun field power to weaken it before using his sword move to injure the enemy. Ignoring the sword wounds on his body, the mountain-shaking elephant continued to charge at Li Fuchen. He would even use his trunk to sweep over and try to restrain Li Fuchen. But how could Li Fuchen allow the mountain-shaking elephant to do as he wished? His body moved around and was always able to avoid the elephant's trunk. No wonder you are an absolute prodigy of the human race. But you must die today. The mountain-shaking elephant shrieked, and the thin and long fur on his body suddenly glowed. A portion of the fur fell off and was shot at Li Fuchen with astounding speed. Seal. The scarlet blood sword was placed horizontally in front of Li Fuchen's chest. There was a burst of green radiance that enveloped Li Fuchen. The green sun sword intent didn't have any moves. As long as Li Fuchen willed it, every move and stance would be the green sun sword intent. In an instant, the glowing fur pierced over. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The green radiance was so powerful that the glowing fur would explode and be destroyed. But there were too many glowing fur, and they were thin and long, allowing them to burrow through any gaps. Over a dozen fur broke through the green sun sword intense blockade and shot at Li Fuchen's body, letting out clanking sounds. The demonic King Mountain pulling elephant's bloodline power is indeed extraordinary. These fur weren't able to injure Li Fuchen and weren't even qualified for Li Fuchen to move. But Li Fuchen could imagine if he was in Yulai or Gu Yun's shoes. Even if they weren't severely injured, they would at least suffer some light injuries. With their attack methods, it would be considered good if they could eliminate 90% of the fur. As for the rest, they would have to rely on their own defenses to resist. The mountain-shaking elephant's expression turned dark. Li Fuchen's sword art was much more brilliant than he imagined. That sword move earlier was simply watertight, and even his innate ability, Rain of Needles, was almost perfectly defended. In the demonic 10 regions, only he and the petrified queen had awakened their innate abilities. He had just awakened it last year. Battle Heaven Tyrant Body. If one innate ability wasn't enough, the mountain-shaking elephant burst out with his second innate ability. That's right, in the short span of a year or two, he had awakened 2 innate abilities. One was the Rain of Needles, and the other was the heaven and earth battle. The body burst out with a thick dark yellow halo. The mountain-shaking elephant flashed and charged at Li Fuchen with an indescribable speed. The mountain-shaking elephant's current speed was too fast, several times faster than usual. If it was during the war with the 100-sect alliance, the mountain-shaking elephant's current speed would be unstoppable. After all, the mountain-shaking elephant's only weakness was its speed. However, Li Fuchen's awareness was even more heaven-defying. Before the mountain-shaking elephant made a move, Li Fuchen had already made an evasive action. Boom! One of the mountain peaks behind Li Fuchen was sent flying and shattered. It wasn't over yet. The mountain-shaking elephant's already long nose suddenly grew longer and thicker. It was just like a divine whip that was glowing with a dark yellow halo as it lashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen dodged again. Gotcha! The ground split open into a ravine that was over 100 feet deep. In the sky, a figure descended from the sky as fast as a meteor. When Li Fuchen's sword blasted on the mountain-shaking elephant's body, he blasted it into the ground and even destroyed the tyrant body state. After jumping out of the ground, the mountain-shaking elephant said proudly, "Li Fuchen, you are much stronger than I imagined. It is a pity that you will not be able to escape death today. With just you, or just the three of them." Li Fuchen looked around. "You know of our existence?" The Horned Devil King flew over from a few dozen miles away, together with the Powered Devil King and the Devil Pattern Tiger. The four of them were in regions that were close to each other. Therefore, they were able to work together in the shortest period of time. "Why? Do you wish to fight against all four of us?" The Powered Devil King sneered with disdain. "Your strength is only slightly stronger than the Elephant King. If the four of us work together, you will definitely die." The Devil Pattern Tiger's eyes contained horrific, murderous intent. The mountain-shaking elephant's body shook as he entered the Battle Heaven Tyrant body state again. "Li Fuchen, you shouldn't have provoked us. You are too arrogant, and this dead end is the price you have to pay for your arrogance. If two more of you come, I might not be able to withstand it. But just the four of you aren't enough to make me fearful." Li Fuchen spoke calmly. "Arrogant." The Horned Devil King pulled out the horn on his head and poured in demon chi. The horn glowed and cleaved at Li Fuchen. The Powered Devil King's body swelled up a few times. He bent his knee and leaped forward, instantly arriving in front of Li Fuchen. The Devil Pattern Tiger activated the Tiger Devil Growl and enveloped the area where Li Fuchen was. The mountain-shaking elephant brandished his trunk and swept at Li Fuchen. When the four of them worked together, it was enough to suppress anyone. Just in time, Li Fuchen's battle intent surged into the sky. Even he himself wasn't too sure what level his strength had reached. The so-called strength didn't just mean offense. It also included defense, awareness, combat skills, and adaptability. A person would only be able to roughly estimate his own strength. Without going through multiple battles, it was impossible to know where his limits were. The ardent sun field power burst out and weakened the Tiger Devil Growl. Li Fuchen used a single sword to knock away the Horned Devil King's horn. He then clenched his left hand into a fist and sent the Powered Devil King flying. In terms of close combat, the Powered Devil King wouldn't be able to catch up with Li Fuchen. It was only during close combat that Li Fuchen was able to combine the Ardent Sun Chi and the Dragon Elephant power for a short period of time. The mountain-shaking elephant's trunk was rather troublesome to deal with. When facing the mountain-shaking elephant's trunk, Li Fuchen swung his right leg and kicked the dark yellow trunk multiple times. He then used the force to soar into the sky. His close combat strength? The Power Devil King's mouth was overflowing with blood, while his right arm was distorted beyond recognition. His right arm might have recovered in the next moment, but it had also consumed plenty of his demon chi and traces of vitality. "Is this all you have?" Li Fuchen took the initiative to attack. He raised his sword and rushed to the front of the Horned Devil King before cleaving. This sword was just an ordinary sword, but with the stacking of the bronze sword chi and the dragon elephant power, this sword looked as though it was going to tear apart the void. A single sword was enough to split open the Horned Devil King's stomach. The speed was so fast that the Horned Devil King didn't even have time to brandish his horn to intercept. Go! A few miles to the right, the powered Devil King's hand surged with demon chi and formed a pitch-black spear. In the next moment, the powered Devil King threw the spear with all his might. The speed of a spear was far beyond the speed of sound, and it was unknown how many times the speed of sound had reached. Before the sound could be transmitted, the spear was already in front of Li Fuchen. Crackle! Li Fuchen didn't even bother to look and raised the scarlet blood sword. A green sword light flickered, and the pitch-black spear was severed into two halves before brushing past Li Fuchen's body. A shadow assaulted from behind. It was unknown when the devil-patterned tiger appeared behind Li Fuchen and had activated the Tiger Devil Roar at close range. When enveloped by the ardent sun field power, Li Fuchen only felt slightly uncomfortable. However, the danger didn't come from the devil-patterned tiger, but the mountain-shaking elephant. The mountain-shaking elephant's body was glowing with a thick, dark yellow halo and was crashing over with astounding speed. Li Fuchen might have heaven-defying awareness, but it was already too late to dodge in advance. He had no choice but to counter with his sword. Boom! The mountain-shaking elephant's tyrant body state was destroyed again, but Li Fuchen was also sent flying. The collision with the tyrant body state was definitely the mountain-shaking elephant's strongest attack. Furthermore, it had the effect of freezing the void. He should be injured, right? The mountain-shaking elephant looked at the giant pit at the front. Inside the giant pit, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and grinned. Again. Damn it. Why isn't he injured at all? The mountain-shaking elephant was certain that Li Fuchen's sword earlier was executed in a hurry, and he didn't have enough time to circulate all his strength. In such a situation, it was already good enough to neutralize 40% of the collision force. The remaining 50% to 60% of the collision force should have been transmitted to Li Fuchen's body. When the tyrant body state, 50% to 60% of the collision force was enough to severely injure any elite human expert apart from the Evil King. However, Li Fuchen was fine. How could he know that Li Fuchen's defense wasn't inferior to his? In terms of chi defense, Li Fuchen wasn't high and was only at the regular 6th level of Reincarnation Realm. But with the silver scale armor, Li Fuchen's chi defense wasn't inferior to Yu Lai. With the addition of his physical defense, Li Fuchen's overall defense was almost unrivaled. Of course, Li Fuchen wouldn't be so foolish to not resist and allow himself to be beaten up. Be it chi defense or physical defense, there would be consumption. Chi defense would consume chi, while physical defense would consume dragon elephant power or chi blood power. Attacked together, I don't believe that he will never be injured. The mountain-shaking elephant was truly infuriated. Together with the Horned Devil King and the Power Devil King, they engaged in close combat with Li Fuchen. The Devil Patter Tiger would also occasionally engage in close combat. Most of the time, he would be using the Tiger Devil Roar to affect Li Fuchen's condition. This battle caused the mountains to crumble and the ground to crack. In the sky, there would be violent winds and thunderbolts. There would be dark clouds that would split open and the sunlight would shine brilliantly. There would be thunderbolts and torrential rain. The battle between 5 elite existences had already affected the weather in the radius of a few hundred miles. Furthermore, the radius was expanding and was rapidly spreading to the surroundings. As for the commotion of the battle could be clearly felt from 1,000 miles away. The nearby demonic beasts of the mountain-shaking region were all fleeing with their tails between their legs. None of them dared to join the battle. Once they entered the core region of the battle, they would be torn to pieces by the violent chi forces. Split. There was a flash of green sword light as Li Fuchen drew a giant wound on the powered Devil King's body, causing fresh blood to spurt out endlessly. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen was getting more and more valiant. During close combat, his consumption wasn't considered huge, but his attack power was extremely formidable. A casual move of his was already comparable to the sword move, Green Sun Absolution. For the first few battles, Li Fuchen didn't even use his close combat strength. Right now, when he went all out, his opponents couldn't suppress him even after working together and were severely injured instead, especially the Horned Devil King and the Power Devil King. Both of them were slightly weaker and had been slashed by Li Fuchen countless times. With the help of the demon Qi and vitality, their injuries were recovering quickly, but their Qi presences were getting weaker and weren't as overbearing as before. The Devil Pattern Tiger and the Mountain Shaking Elephant were in a slightly better state, but they weren't in a much better state. Kill. Chapter 437. Compared to Human Expert, Demon's combat skills are too poor. The moves are stupid. If there are 4 Yulai or 4 Gyun attacking Li Fuchen, the situation is definitely 10 times better than now, can completely suppress Li Fuchen. Most of the time, fiendish demons relied on their tyrannical talent to compete with humans, pull away from him, and consume his true energy. The mountain-shaking elephant was extremely far away and was using its trunk to attack Li Fuchen. His elephant trunk could be long or short and was abnormally tough. In a state of tyrant body, the hardness of his trunk was close to that of a low-grade Earth-class weapon. The Devil Pattern Tiger had also distanced itself and used the Tiger Devil Growl to lock onto Li Fuchen. As an existence that was neither a monster nor a demon, the Pattern Devil Tiger's Tiger Demon Roar was also a kind of innate ability. In fact, the Pattern Devil Tiger had more innate abilities than the Petrified Queen and the Mountain Shaking Elephant. After swallowing the demon treasure, the Pattern Devil Tiger had awakened a total of 3 innate abilities. The Tiger Demon's Roar was the most terrifying one, while the other 2 were of little value. They could only be used to deal with those who were much weaker than him. The Horned Devil King and Power Devil King were frightened by Li Fuchen. Before the Mountain Shaking Elephant said anything, they had already distanced themselves and attacked Li Fuchen from a distance. Although they were far away and their attack power was reduced, it was still better than being oppressed. It was a pity that this tactic was useless against Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen locked the Horned Demon King and killed it directly. As for the other people's attacks, he didn't even try to dodge and directly took them head-on. In any case, it wouldn't take much effort to resist a few times. Horned Demon King, whose shoulder was split by a sword, screamed and retreated. "I'm no match for him. I'll be leaving first." He was really scared. From the start of the battle until now, the demon Qi within his body had been severely depleted. His vitality had also been depleted, and he would need at least half a year to recover. If the battle continued, even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally kill him, he wouldn't be able to endure it. As soon as the Horned Demon King left, the pressure on the 3 of them increased. Very soon, the Power Demon King also left. Only you 2 are left. With 2 fewer opponents, Li Fuchen was even more relaxed. If he went all out, he might not be able to kill the Mountain Shaking Elephant and the Devil Pattern Tiger. But that was too risky. First, he didn't want to start an ultimate war. Secondly, he didn't want to take too many risks. Once he exhausted his full strength, he would also be greatly affected. The core power of the flame, the Clear Sky Sword Art Martial Mark, and even the 10,000 Swords Returned to Origin Bronze Sword Qi were all consumption type and did not have the ability to fight for long. The Mountain Shaking Elephant and the Devil Pattern Tiger had stopped. They naturally understood that the 2 of them weren't able to deal with Li Fuchen. Even 4 of them were suppressed by Li Fuchen, let alone 2. "I'll let you be arrogant for a period of time." The Mountain Shaking Elephant snorted coldly, feeling aggrieved. Aside from the time he was injured by Evil King's punches and kicks, he had never been so angry before. "Li Fuchen, the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I hope you can still be this calm the next time we meet." The Devil Pattern Tiger let out a vicious statement. Li Fuchen said, Li Fuchen will wait for you. But the next time we meet, I might kill you." Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen laughed and left calmly. Li Fuchen believed that this incident would definitely make the demonic 10 regions vigilant. Before they had absolute confidence to deal with Li Fuchen, they wouldn't provoke him too much. Unless they banded together for life, otherwise Li Fuchen would be able to kill his way in at any time and eliminate a few of them. In just a few days, Li Fuchen returned to the Wind Snow sect. "Young hero Li, you are back." Mu Hanxin let out a breath of relief. Li Fuchen said, "The demonic 10 regions are much stronger than before, especially the mountain-shaking elephant. He has already excavated 2 demonic beast innate abilities, and his strength is above Yulai. Had it not been for the existence of the evil Tao, the demonic 10 regions might attack the 100-sect alliance again and start an all-out war." What? The mountain-shaking elephant is so powerful now? Mu Hanxin was shocked. During the previous all-out war, the demonic 10 regions only had the petrified queen and the blood devil king that were stronger than Yulai. There were no more than 3 of them, while the mountain-shaking elephant's strength was inferior to the Eternal Spring Valley's supreme Grand Elder. That's right. The mountain-shaking elephant contains a trace of the demonic king mountain pulling elephant's bloodline. It might only be a trace, but it allowed him to awaken 2 incredible innate abilities. Li Fuchen nodded. Mu Hanxin asked carefully, "I wonder how young hero Li's trip was like." Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. "During this trip to the demonic 10 regions, I challenged the Horned Devil King, Power Devil King, Devil Pattern Tiger, and the mountain-shaking elephant respectively. These 4 aren't a match for me. If they are sensible, they should restrain themselves for a short period of time. Young hero Li has unparalleled strength. This old one admires you." Mu Hanxin took a deep breath and was filled with admiration for Li Fuchen. Among the 4 of them, even the weakest Horned Devil King was slightly stronger than him. But in front of Li Fuchen, they were all defeated one by one. Mu Hanxin couldn't help but admire Li Fuchen. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Horned Devil King, Power Devil King, Devil Pattern Tiger, and the mountain-shaking elephant were much more restrained. They might not have followed Li Fuchen's instructions to summon back their demons and demonic beasts, but they didn't dare to openly devour humans. Previously, the demons and demonic beasts were fearless. If they had a sudden impulse, they would immediately devour an entire city of humans. Right now, they only dared to secretly capture humans to eat. After all, the Horned Devil King and the others were truly afraid that Li Fuchen would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill them. Furthermore, they didn't wish to gather together all the time. If the rulers of the demonic 10 regions were to gather together after being frightened by Li Fuchen, it would definitely be a laughingstock and would be ridiculed by the world. Of course, this was just a temporary situation. Once the demonic 10 regions felt that they had the ability to deal with Li Fuchen, this situation would definitely disappear. By then, they might provoke Li Fuchen in all sorts of ways and force him to come out. Blood Devil Region. Inside the Blood Devil Palace, the Blood Devil King had a gloomy expression. He already knew that Li Fuchen had arrived at the demonic 10 regions a few days ago. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be so powerful. Even the mountain-shaking elephant and the others were defeated by Li Fuchen. He was very apprehensive of such strength. This child cannot be left alive. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will become a variable sooner or later. To be honest, the demonic 10 regions were already very satisfied with the current situation. The 100-sect alliance was weak, and they could openly devour humans. Furthermore, with the evil king around, they wouldn't be able to rule the East Unicorn continent. Therefore, it was best to maintain this situation. But Li Fuchen's appearance wasn't part of the plan. With Li Fuchen around, the 100-sect alliance would catch up sooner or later. By then, the demonic 10 regions wouldn't be able to be as unrestrained as before. I have to discuss this with the queen. In the demonic 10 regions, he and the petrified queen had always been half the power. Normally, as long as the 2 of them had the same opinion, the others would listen. A blood rainbow rose up as the Blood Devil King flew towards the stone region. My current combat strength is still not powerful enough. If I don't rely on the core, blazing flame power, the clear sky sword art martial pattern, and the sect origin bronze swords, I will be able to kill the mountain-shaking elephant. That is true strength. In addition, the green sun absolution consumes too much chi. Unless it is a crucial moment, I will use it as little as possible to prevent the enemy from exhausting my chi. Li Fuchen's chi cultivation was his greatest weakness. Once he entered a protracted battle, he would easily exhaust his chi. This was something that Li Fuchen had to consider. I wonder how to undo the first seal of the joint heaven sword. Li Fuchen thought about it and felt that undoing the first seal of the joint heaven sword was the fastest method. Everything else would require a lot of time, but time would never wait for anyone. Ever since Li Fuchen comprehended the mystic heaven sword intent, he felt that the first seal of the joint heaven sword had loosened. Why don't I ask Elder Mu? If it was in the past, Li Fuchen would never expose the joint heaven sword. After all, Earth-class low-tier weapons were rare in the East Unicorn continent, let alone the joint heaven sword that had multiple seals and could be upgraded. Once it was exposed, there would definitely be a bloody contest, and Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to keep it. But now, he didn't have to worry about this anymore. If anyone wanted to snatch his joint heaven sword, they would have to ask if he agreed. An artifact sword that could be upgraded after undoing the seal. Mu Hanxin revealed an astonished and envious expression. I wonder if Elder Mu has a solution? Li Fuchen asked. Mu Hanxin muttered for a moment and said, I heard that these sealed weapons would usually have a weapon spirit. Young hero Li might be able to communicate with a weapon spirit. Weapon spirit? Li Fuchen said. Isn't it said that only heaven-class weapons contain weapon spirits? Mu Hanxin smiled bitterly and said, Young hero Li, I can see that even if your artifact sword isn't a heaven-class artifact sword, it isn't too far off. It is said that Earth-class peak-tier weapons might also contain weapon spirits. I see. Li Fuchen understood. It seemed like the joint heaven sword was indeed different. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that every time a seal was undone, the joint heaven sword would be upgraded by 1 grade. From the looks of it now, it might be more than that. Young hero Li, it is best not to expose your joint heaven sword. This sword is too precious. To be honest, if it wasn't for his lack of strength, Mu Hanxin would want to snatch it. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was a swordsman. If he had an artifact sword that could be upgraded, it would bring him immense combat strength in the future. Li Fuchen didn't think much of it. In the East Unicorn continent, he wasn't afraid of anyone trying to snatch it. Elder Mu, I have troubled the wind snow sect for the past few days. This pair of gloves shall be considered as a reward. Li Fuchen took out a pair of silver-threaded gloves and tossed it to Mu Hanxin. Mu Hanxin received it and had a drastic change in expression as he was extremely excited. It was obviously a pair of Earth-class low-tier gloves. The reason why his strength was inferior to Yu Lai, Gyun, and the Great Elder of Eternal Spring Valley was mainly because he had only practiced half of the Earth Realm low-rank martial art. Innately, he was 1 level lower than the 3 of them. Although even if he had practiced the complete Earth Realm low-rank martial art, he would still be no match for the 3 of them. But after all, they were at the same level. With this pair of Earth-class low-tier gloves, his strength would definitely surpass the trio and increase by a whole level. Many thanks, young hero Li. Mu Hanxin was so excited that his body was trembling. Li Fuchen smiled and said, I might have to trouble Elder Mu in the future. Earth-class low-tier gloves were around 1,000 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each, and it wasn't considered too precious to him. Young hero Li doesn't have to worry. I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or go through a sea of flames. At this moment, Mu Hanxin had completely submitted to Li Fuchen and would only follow Li Fuchen's lead. Chapter 438. For the next few days, Li Fuchen attempted to communicate with the sword spirit in the joint heaven sword. Communicating with the artifact spirit was different for each individual. Some artifact spirits would automatically choose their masters. Some artifact spirits were untamed and had to be subdued with willpower. There were also some artifact spirits that were extremely evil and wouldn't require communication, as they would take the initiative to tempt the master. Due to the joint heaven sword being in a sealed state, the sword spirit should be sealed too. Therefore, it was rather difficult for Li Fuchen to communicate with it. The only thing Li Fuchen could rely on was his exceptional awareness. He could use his awareness to sense the existence of the sword spirit before communicating with it. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen would take out a portion of time to sense the sword spirit. He might not have any gains, but during the sensing process, Li Fuchen had a deeper understanding of the joint heaven sword. He also had a deeper comprehension of the sword pattern in the joint heaven sword. His sword pattern foundation was steadily increasing. The joint heaven sword's sword pattern is too profound. I might only be able to sense the sword pattern at the outermost layer of the joint heaven sword, but it still gives off an awe-inspiring feeling like the heaven Tao. Li Fuqian had a feeling that if he could completely grasp the joint heaven sword's basic sword pattern, his sword pattern proficiency would definitely reach an extremely high level. It was just a matter of time before he became a sword pattern grandmaster. A sword pattern grandmaster was able to condense an earth-class low-tier or above sword pattern. Even if he was holding a piece of wood, he would be able to exhibit the power of an earth-class weapon within a short period of time. On this day, Li Fuqian continued to sense the sword spirit and the wonders of the sword pattern. All of a sudden, Li Fuqian was enlightened, and the sword pattern foundation in his mind was fused to produce an earth-class low-tier sword pattern. This earth-class low-tier sword pattern was extremely profound and was like an illusory sharp sword. Picking up a withered branch, Li Fuqian poured the earth-class low-tier sword pattern into it. TSS, TSS. The withered branch burst out with a shocking sword light. At that moment, the withered branch's chi presence wasn't inferior to the earth-class low-tier artifact sword, the Scarlet Blood Sword. But in the next moment, the withered branch exploded and turned into fine sand. The earth-class low-tier sword pattern was too dominant, and the withered branch wasn't able to withstand it. After comprehending an earth-class low-tier sword pattern, perhaps I can try to complete the Silver Sword Essence Remnant chapter. The Sword Essence secret technique that Li Fuqian obtained was divided into 3 parts. Only the Black Iron Sword Essence and the Bronze Sword Essence were complete, and the Silver Sword Essence was only a small part. An incomplete Silver Sword Essence naturally couldn't be cultivated because the final condensed Silver Sword pattern wouldn't be an ordinary Earth-class mid-tier sword pattern, but an extremely special type of Earth-class mid-tier sword pattern. After all, if it was an ordinary sword pattern, it would be too simple. One must know that every Sword Rune Grandmaster had mastered many Earth-class sword patterns. Didn't this mean that every Sword Rune Grandmaster could create a Sword Essence secret technique? The sword patterns in the Sword Essence secret technique were very suitable for the human body. They could perfectly fuse with the human skeleton and become a part of the skeleton. If it was an ordinary sword pattern, it might be able to strengthen the skeleton, but it would also block the skeleton and cause the skeleton to lose its growth potential. With the incomplete Silver Sword Essence, Li Fuqian dared to say that he tried to perfect it. As for his own creation, forget it. The Sword Essence secret technique was too overpowered. It could be stacked with other amplification secret techniques. If Li Fuqian didn't guess it wrongly, the person who created the Sword Essence secret technique was definitely a strategically advantageous individual. Their cultivation was at least at the primary sea realm or even beyond, because there might be a golden sword essence later on. Have you finally grasped the Joint Heaven Sword's basic sword pattern? An illusory voice echoed from the Joint Heaven Sword. Sword Spirit. Li Fuqian's heart jumped as he asked. That's right, it is this lord. Since you are able to obtain the Joint Heaven Sword, it means that you are fated with the Joint Heaven Sword and also with me. Right now, I shall release a trace of chi presence to assist you to undo the first seal. While speaking, a trace of destructive and severe chi presence was emitted. Li Fuqian had almost subconsciously executed the mystic heaven sword intent. With the combination of the two, there was a sound of chains breaking from within the Joint Heaven Sword. At the same moment, an incomparably dense and tyrannical sword chi rushed into the sky and pierced through the boundless wind and snow. The first seal of the Joint Heaven Sword was undone. Earth-class mid-tier, wielding the Joint Heaven Sword and sensing the power of the sword chi, Li Fuqian raised his brows. If the first seal was already at the Earth-class mid-tier, wouldn't the second seal be at the Earth-class peak tier, or even the Heaven-class low tier? It is truly an incredible artifact sword. Li Fuqian was in a great mood. Earth-class mid-tier weapons were rarely seen in the 7-color continent and were often out of stock in the market. Especially artifact swords, they were out of stock and the supply couldn't meet the demand. Most of the time, people had to spend a huge sum of money to contest for them in auctions. With the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength would definitely increase by several folds. It is naturally incredible. In ancient times, the Joint Heaven Sword is the leader of the 3 great divine swords and has slaughtered countless saints. A trace of sword chi power is enough to eliminate countless of you. The sword spirit said proudly. Li Fuchen let out a smile and immediately asked, "What is the level of a saint?" "You are still far from that level. It will be a waste of time to tell you." "All right, you have only undone the first seal. It is very exhausting for me to talk to you. I shall go to sleep first. Remember not to disturb me if there is nothing important." After speaking, there was no more sound. Saints should be existences that are far beyond primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuchen currently knew that the highest realm was the primary sea realm. As for the realms above the primary sea realm, perhaps he would only find out in the 7-color continent. Of course, just like what the sword spirit said, it was useless for him to know. Once he reached the battle spirit realm, or even the primary sea realm, he would naturally find out. That's right. I wonder if there's a sword or inheritance after undoing the first seal. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen brandished at the sky. This sword was like a sword of heaven and was silent. The wind and snow above the wind-snow mountains were split open. The clouds above the wind and snow were also split open. The sky looked as though it was split into 2 and a horrific chi presence was extending out. Immediately after, his mind was filled with a lot of information. The information was very messy at first, but soon enough, it formed into a sentence. High Heaven Sword Art. Earth-class mid-tier sword art. Earth-class mid-tier sword art, huh? Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He might already have the Green Sun Sword intent, but it didn't mean that he didn't need other Earth-class mid-tier sword arts. Furthermore, the Green Sun Sword intent didn't have any moves. It might be very powerful, but he still had to slowly comprehend it. But the High Heaven Sword art was different. With the Joint Heaven Sword, the speed of comprehending the High Heaven Sword art would be several times faster. Furthermore, the High Heaven Sword art contained moves that were stronger with each move. The profoundness of the moves would definitely be far beyond the Green Sun Absolution. After all, the Green Sun Absolution was created by Li Fuchen and it wasn't considered anything. It was just a huge chi output. Once this sword is upgraded, no one in the East Unicorn continent will be a match for young hero Li. Li Fuchen's brandishing of the sword caused a huge commotion. Mu Hanxin, who was familiarizing himself with the Earth-class low-tier gloves, quickly looked up and saw an unforgettable scene. If the outer sword pattern of a Joint Heaven Sword was the basic sword pattern, then after undoing the first seal, the sword pattern was extremely profound. It was as though countless Earth-class sword patterns were combined together. A single glance was enough to make Li Fuchen's scalp go numb. He knew that he wouldn't be able to comprehend it without a few years. Kid, comprehend more sword patterns. It will be beneficial for you. The sword spirit that was in a deep slumber suddenly tossed out a statement. Li Fuchen had deep thoughts. Sword patterns were the same as sword arts and were a part of the sword Tao. Comprehending sword patterns was also the same as comprehending the sword Tao. Of course, comprehending sword patterns wasn't something that could be done overnight, and there was no way to be impatient. I will cultivate the High Heaven Sword art first. Li Fuchen really wanted to know how the High Heaven Sword art was compared to the Green Sun Sword intent. Huff, huff, huff. On the snow-covered mountain peak, there was a snowstorm. TSS. A pale blue sword light seemed to have a spirit as it shuttled through the snowstorm with lightning speed. TSS, TSS, TSS. More pale blue sword lights were activated, and each of them had a different trajectory. The awe-inspiring sword lights had extraordinary spirituality. The one practicing the sword was naturally Li Fuchen. The High Heaven Sword art had moves, and it was much easier to cultivate than the Green Sun Sword intent. Of course, it was mainly because the High Heaven Sword art and the Joint Heaven sword intent were very compatible. It was much easier to cultivate. In just 3 short days, Li Fuchen had cultivated the High Heaven Sword art to the subcompletion stage. The High Heaven Sword art had a total of 4 moves. The first move corresponded to the subcompletion stage. The second move corresponded to the completion stage, which was the subperfection stage. the third move corresponded to the perfection stage, and the fourth move corresponded to the trance stage. As long as the first move was cultivated, the high heaven sword art would be considered to be at the subcompletion stage. After cultivating the second move, the high heaven sword art would be at the completion stage, so on and so forth. But it didn't mean that the first move would be useless after cultivating the second move. Cultivating the first move might be considered to be at the subcompletion stage, but if the second move was cultivated, the first move's power would also increase and reach the completion stage. This move is like a fish in the water and is extremely agile. It is simply the polar opposite of the Green Sun Sword Intent. The Green Sun Sword Intent might have thousands of sword lights that were shot out at the same time. It was massive and extremely gorgeous, but as long as the opponent could react, it was easy to guard against it. But it wasn't so easy to guard against the Green Sun Sword Intent. Of course, it didn't mean that the Green Sun Sword Intent was inferior to the High Heaven Sword Art. In terms of power, the Green Sun Sword Intent seemed to be superior to the High Heaven Sword Art. Furthermore, no matter when, having more sword lights would always be an advantage. When thousands of sword lights were blasted out, there weren't many in the same realm that could block it. The first move took Li Fuchen 3 days. The second move took Li Fuchen 10 days. This move was called Wave Breaker, and it was very tyrannical and ferocious. When the sword was executed, the sword lights were like shuttles and emitted a fearsome and glorious prowess. As for the third move, it was called Rise to the Heavens, and the fourth move was called High Heaven Sword. If I can cultivate the third move, the power will probably be comparable with the Green Sun Absolution. The Green Sun Absolution was created by Li Fuchen. After all, there were plenty of areas that weren't perfect. The Sword Dao laws contained within were also rather shallow. But the High Heaven Sword Art was different. Every move was extremely profound, and only 30% of Qi would be able to produce 100% of the effect. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Qi consumption for the third move wouldn't exceed 10% of the Green Sun Absolution. Chapter 439. Above the Sea of Clouds, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword art. In the Wind Snow sect, there were too many restrictions, and he couldn't practice without restraint. But in the Sea of Clouds, there weren't such restrictions. There was only a vast sea of clouds in all directions and nothing else. After practicing the High Heaven Sword Art a few times, Li Fuchen's sword prowess flourished and the surrounding sea of clouds surged. A sword light that penetrated through the sky broke through the sea of clouds and penetrated through the heaven and earth. In the eyes, there was only that blue and tyrannical sword light that made one's heart palpitate. The High Heaven Sword Art's third move, Soar to the Heavens, was completed. This move was similar to the Green Sun Sword Intent, but the Sword Dao laws contained in the two moves were entirely different. The Green Sun Sword Intent was like the radiant sunlight, resplendent and glorious. But Soar to the Heavens was incomparably tyrannical and emitted the will to defy the heavens. The High Heaven Sword Art originally had the intention to rule over the heavens. It might not be able to truly rule over the heavens, but the Sword Intent didn't allow anyone to resist, not even the heavens. With the Joint Heaven Sword, my cultivation speed of the High Heaven Sword Art is too fast. Perhaps I might be able to reach the trance stage earlier than the Green Sun Sword Intent and comprehend the fourth move, High Heaven Sword. Sheathing his sword, Li Fuchen shot down from the clouds and landed inside the Wind Snow sect. Young Hero Li, the 100 Sects Alliance's conference is going to start at noon tomorrow. Mu Hanxin reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. There is no hurry. We will depart tomorrow morning. The conference location wasn't too far from the Wind Snow region and could be reached in half a day. As for the content of this conference, it was related to Li Fuchen. The 100 Sect Alliance originally had 3 alliance leaders, Yu Lai, Guyun, and the Eternal Spring Valley Supreme Grand Elder Su Yuanhe. There were 7 Vice Alliance leaders, and they were the Supreme Grand Elders of the top 10 factions. Mu Hanxin was also one of them. Now that Yu Lai and Guyun were killed by Li Fuchen, there were 2 fewer alliance leaders. Li Fuchen's combat strength was exceptional, therefore, he naturally had to take the position of alliance leader. Therefore, the main content of this 100-sect alliance conference was to reconfirm the alliance leader and deputy alliance leaders. On the next morning, Li Fuchen and Mu Hanxin headed towards the White River region, which was near the Wind Snow region. The White River Zone's White River sect was a first-rate sect. In the White River Zone, there was a White Cloud Mountain. On the White Cloud Mountain, there was a palace. This palace was the 100-sect alliance's new conference hall. Early in the morning, the supreme grand elders of the various sects and forces had arrived. Even the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect had sent a supreme grand elder. There was no helping it. If the Lightning God sect and Mystic Tools sect did not come, it would be equivalent to leaving the 100-sect alliance. There were only two outcomes for leaving the 100-sect alliance. The first was to be annihilated by the demonic Tao or the demonic 10 domains. The second was to surrender to the demonic Tao. With the bloodline of the Thunder God sect and the Profound Tools sect, how could they surrender to the demonic Tao? When it was almost noon, Li Fuchen and Mu Hanxin had yet to arrive. This Li Fuchen sure is arrogant. The great elder of the Dolin clan, Xiahou Wu, was secretly dissatisfied. He's here. Someone looked up. Two figures shot down from the sea of clouds. One of them was the white-haired Mu Hanxin. There was another figure, and it was naturally Li Fuchen. I have made everyone wait. Mu Hanxin cupped his fist. Li Fuchen sized up everyone. Yeah, Li Fuchen could sense that the body of the Dolin clan's supreme grand elder, Xiahou Wu, contained a tyrannical power. This power was very mystical and existed in a special form. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen's exceptional awareness, he wouldn't be able to detect it. The Battle Spirit Bone Frame is indeed a special bone frame, even though it is one of the weaker special bone frames. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Fuchen said, "Let the conference begin." In response, everyone entered the palace hall. They didn't feel anything about Li Fuchen's attitude. After all, Li Fuchen's strength had far surpassed them and was on a completely different level. Inside the palace hall, there was a long stone table. Li Fuchen sat at the host seat of the stone table, while the rest sat on both sides of the stone table. After everyone sat down, Li Fuchen said, "Previously, the 100-sect alliance had 3 alliance leaders and 7 vice-alliance leaders. This time, I have decided to have 1 alliance leader, 2 vice-alliance leaders, and 8 doyens. I shall assume the position of the alliance leader. The vice-alliance leaders shall be Elder Mu and Elder Su. As for the rest of the vice-alliance leaders, they shall be the doyens. I wonder if everyone has any objections?" Su Yuanhe frowned. He didn't have any objections if Li Fuchen was the alliance leader, but he had some objections if he was demoted to a vice-alliance leader. The alliance leader and vice-alliance leader might only have a difference of 1 word, but their authority was completely different. As a vice-alliance leader, it meant that he had to listen to Li Fuchen completely. Otherwise, he would be betraying the 100-sect alliance. Admiring Li Fuchen's strength and submitting to Li Fuchen were 2 different things. Su Yuanhe wasn't the only one who was dissatisfied. The rest of the vice-alliance leaders were also very dissatisfied. It was fine if Li Fuchen was the alliance leader, but he actually helped Mu Hanxin to be one of the 2 vice-alliance leaders. Mu Hanxin's strength was around the same level as them, and might even be inferior. How could he be above them? This was too nepotism. Alliance leader, I don't have any objections if you're the alliance leader, but please reconsider the position of vice-alliance leader. The Golden Extinction Hall's Supreme Grand Elder, Shi Fang, stood up and took a glance at Mu Hanxin before speaking slowly. Li Fuchen said with a smile that didn't look like a smile, "Oh, it seems like Elder Shi isn't convinced of Elder Mu. Elder Mu, why don't you spar with Elder Shi?" "Elder Shi, please." Mu Hanxin flew out of the palace and stood in the sky outside the palace. "Let's fight then. Who is afraid of who?" Shi Fang had also flown out and fought with Mu Hanxin. Boom boom. In the sky, chi forces were crisscrossing and thunderbolts were flashing. Dark cold palm art. After a few moves, Mu Hanxin executed a palm strike. The dark cold palm intent broke through Shi Fang's blockade and sent him flying. Earth-class low-tier gloves. Shi Fang suddenly had a change of expression. That's right. Mu Hanxin smiled and said, there were only a few Earth-class equipment in the entire East Unicorn continent. The Black Sky Sect ruins might have some, but it was too dangerous. A slight misstep might result in death. Originally, Shi Feng and Mu Hanxin were evenly matched, but now Mu Hanxin had tossed him aside. After all, Shi Feng didn't have an Earth-class low-tier weapon and was the same as Mu Hanxin. He had only cultivated an incomplete Earth-class low-tier martial art. Earth-class low-tier weapon. Everyone couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had a great harvest in the Black Sky Sect ruins and had provoked Yu Lai, Guyun, and even the evil Dao's elite experts to mobilize. In their opinion, Mu Hanxin's new Earth-class low-tier weapon should be a gift from Li Fuchen. He is truly lucky. The Celestial Star Sect's Supreme Grand Elder's eyes were burning with passion. If he also had an Earth-class low-tier weapon, he would be able to contest with the mid-ranked existences of the demonic 10 regions. It was a pity that there weren't many Earth-class weapons in the entire East Unicorn continent. Elder Mu, let me experience your superior moves. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Gu Yifeng, walked out. Gu Yifeng was one of the few people who possessed an Earth-class low-tier weapon. Before Guyun and Yu Lai perished, their strength was at least top 5. Chapter 440. The battle between Gu Yifeng and Mu Hanxin was several times more intense than the battle between Shi Feng and Mu Hanxin. In the sky, Sword Intense and Palm Intense were shuttling. But Li Fuchen could see that in terms of pure attack power, Mu Hanxin was stronger than Gu Yifeng. After all, Mu Hanxin's Palm Intent was already materialized while Gu Yifeng's Sword Intent wasn't materialized yet. This was the power of Earth-class martial arts. The intent could materialize and increase the lethality. Furthermore, the mysticism contained within was far superior to mystic-class martial arts. Of course, Gu Yifeng wasn't weak either. His Sky Dragon sword art was very close to Earth-class low-tier sword arts. It was just like how Li Fuchen was able to push the Meteor sword art from Mystic class low tier to Mystic class peak tier. As long as one had enough perception and was willing to spend time, the martial arts grade could be increased. Bang! After sending Gu Yifeng flying with a palm strike, Mu Hanxin said, Elder Gu, you aren't a match for me. Receive another sword move from me. Sky Dragon sword art, Rage of the Sky Dragon. Gu Yifeng yelled out and brandished his gorgeous longsword. Countless sword lights gathered together and formed a giant dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This giant dragon had both prowess, and it was obvious that it had materialized the sword intent. What a great Earth-class sword move. How could Mu Hanxin not see that Gu Yifeng's sword move had materialized the sword intent, and the power was completely different from the previous sword moves? With both palms, Mu Hanxin burst out with the extreme cold palm intent and froze the void. Bang, 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 bang. In the sky, there was a burst of hail and overflowing sword chi. Boom! Gu Yifeng was still a step behind and was forced to take a step back. But Mu Hanxin's body merely shook, and he had a greater advantage. Elder Gu, thank you for letting me win. Mu Hanxin cupped his fist and had a face of admiration. He had cultivated the dark cold palm art for many years and was actually only slightly superior. It was imaginable how profound Mu Hanxin's sword Dao proficiency was. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge Elder Mu? Li Fuchen asked. Everyone went silent in response. Even if Mu Hanxin's current combat strength was inferior to Yu Lai and Guyun, he wasn't that much inferior. They weren't confident they could defeat Mu Hanxin. Since that is the case, the Vice Alliance leaders shall be Elder Su and Elder Mu. Li Fuchen immediately made the decision. Wait, the great elder of the Dolin family, Xiahou Wu, stood out. Why? Does Elder Xiahou want to challenge Elder Mu? Li Fuchen looked over. Xiahou Wu shook his head with a smile. Elder Mu is not my opponent. The opponent I want to challenge is you. You want to challenge me? Li Fuchen laughed. He could tell that Xiahou Wu's strength was very strong, even stronger than Yu Lai and Guyun. This was because of the tyrannical energy in his body. If he guessed correctly, that overbearing power should be battle spirit energy. Moreover, it was battle spirit energy that was stimulated to the limit. It was likely that the embryonic form of the divine ability had begun to form. Of course, even if the opponent developed the battle spirit divine ability, Li Fuchen was confident he could defeat the opponent. Although they were known to be invincible in the same realm after developing their divine abilities, unfortunately, their cultivation techniques and martial arts had to keep up. Elder Xiahou, the alliance leader, isn't someone that you can challenge as you wish. If you want to challenge the alliance leader, you have to get past me first. Mu Hanqin had already submitted to Li Fuchen and naturally wouldn't allow Xiahou Wu to challenge Li Fuchen casually. To deal with you, I only need one move. Xiahou Wu stood with his hands behind his back, boasting shamelessly, "Bring it on." Mu Hanqin stared at Xiahou Wu coldly from outside the palace. "Since that is the case, I shall let you see my Xiahou Wu's strength." Xiahou Wu flew out of the palace and stood in front of Mu Hanqin. Originally, if Li Fuchen didn't kill Yu Lai and Gu Yun, Xiahou Wu was preparing to contest for the alliance leader's position. But it wasn't too late now. Even if he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen, as long as he could fight evenly with Li Fuchen or was just slightly inferior, Li Fuchen believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to monopolize the alliance leader's position. Boom! The duo's first clash was earth-shaking, and the surging qi waves nearly shattered the white cloud mountain. Amidst the qi waves, a figure was sent flying. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Mu Hanqin. Mu Hanqin's eyes were extremely grave. He didn't expect for Xiahou Wu's battle spirit power to be so powerful. Not only was his dark cold palm intent unable to approach Xiahou Wu, but it was also repelled by Xiahou Wu, causing his palm to feel numb. "Elder Mu, if it was in the past, I would definitely not be a match for you. But a few months ago, I have already developed my battle spirit power to the extremity and produced the fledgling stage of the divine ability." As Xiahou Wu spoke, his body suddenly burst out with a yellow radiance. Battle Spirit Divine Abilities Fledgling Stage. Battle Spirit Tyrant Body. Fledgling Stage of Divine Ability. Mu Hanqin had an unpleasant expression. Those who grasped divine abilities were all extremely powerful existences and were considered invincible in the same realm. Xiahou Wu might only have grasped the fledgling stage of the divine ability, but it was already incredible. "Receive another palm strike for me." Mu Hanqin wasn't willing to accept it and sent a palm strike at Xiahou Wu. In the void, a black palm that was emitting boundless cold qi froze the void and instantly appeared in front of Xiahou Wu. For this palm strike, Mu Hanqin had already exerted his full strength and didn't hold back. Just in time, Xiahou Wu laughed heartily and executed a fist strike. Bang! The black palm instantly exploded and a materialized cold underworld palm intent struck on Xiahou Wu's body. It was only able to shake the yellow radiance slightly, but Mu Hanqin wasn't able to withstand Xiahou Wu's fist force. His body shook violently, and he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. The Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was the fledgling stage of the divine ability, and it didn't just increase the defense. It contained mystical laws and was extremely mystical. When executing a fist with the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body, the fist force would also contain mystical laws. If one had to describe it, the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was similar to the Earth-class body refinement intent and was extremely tyrannical. Of course, Xiahou Wu's Battle Spirit Tyrant Body was only at the fledgling stage of the divine ability. If he completely grasped the Battle Spirit Tyrant Body, it was unknown how powerful it would be. "Elder Mu, you may stand down." Li Fuchen sized up Xiahou Wu with some interest. This was the first time he saw a divine ability, even though it was only at the fledgling stage. "Alliance leader, please enlighten me." Xiahou Wu's mouth formed an arc as he smiled and said, "Elder Xiahou, it doesn't matter if you're a match for me. You will definitely have a spot as the Deputy Alliance Leader. Of course, if you defeat me, I will give up the Alliance Leader position to you too." Li Fuchen flashed and appeared outside the palace hall. In response, everyone else walked out of the palace hall. Inside the palace hall, They might be able to use their awareness to observe the commotion outside, but how could it be comparable to using their naked eyes to observe with their awareness? All right, Xiahou Wu was delighted. With Li Fuchen's statement, he was at ease. After all, he didn't have absolute confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. If he was inferior to Li Fuchen and Li Fuchen bore a grudge against him, it would be very bad. In the sky above the White Cloud Mountain, violent winds were biting cold and lightning were constantly striking down from the dark clouds like snakes. Li Fuchen and Xiahou Wu were 1 mile apart as they stood in the sky. Alliance leader, be careful. Xiahou Wu's body was emitting a golden halo that was getting brighter while a tyrannical qi presence rushed into the sky. Just do your best. Li Fuchen felt that Xiahou Wu's battle spirit tyrant body should be similar to the mountain-shaking elephant's innate ability, the battle heaven tyrant body. When in the tyrant body state, the essence, qi, and spirit would be at the extremity. At the same time, be it defense, attack, or speed, they would all be greatly enhanced. In the void, a dazzling yellow light suddenly appeared. Within the radiance, Xiahou Wu blasted a fist at Li Fuchen at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. This fist was extremely concentrated with essence, qi, and spirit. This fist contained an indestructible intent. When this fist was executed, the void seemed to have frozen. A tyrannical intent enveloped Li Fuchen while the fist was constantly enlarging in Li Fuchen's eyes. The power of law contained within is much stronger than the mountain-shaking elephant's battle heaven tyrant body. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. The mountain-shaking elephant was already very powerful. After executing his innate ability, the battle heaven tyrant body, his strength was even stronger, and he was much stronger than Yu Lai and Guiyun. Xiahou Wu wasn't considered especially powerful, but after executing the fledgling divine ability, the battle spirit tyrant body, his strength had actually surpassed Yu Lai and Guiyun. It was imaginable how powerful the fledgling divine ability, the battle spirit tyrant body was. It was definitely superior to the mountain-shaking elephant's battle heaven tyrant body. It was a pity that if Li Fuchen could suppress the mountain-shaking elephant with ease, he could naturally suppress Xiahou Wu with ease too. Li Fuchen didn't draw the joint heaven sword as he wanted to defeat Xiahou Wu convincingly. When the scarlet blood sword was drawn, the ardent sun qi turned into the bronze sword qi. Together with the blazing flame power and dragon elephant power, they surged into the scarlet blood sword. Clang! Li Fuchen cleaved on Xiahou Wu's fist. The originally confident Xiahou Wu had a violent change in expression after making contact with this sword. The power contained in this sword was too horrific, and it was simply overwhelming. PFFF. Like a flickering candle flame, Xiahou Wu's battle spirit tyrant body state was immediately extinguished. The sinister glove on his fist was also shattered. Xiahou Wu vomited fresh blood violently and was sent flying. A single sword and Xiahou Wu was defeated. He was defeated just like that. Apart from Mu Hanxin, everyone else was flabbergasted. Xiahou Wu could defeat Mu Hanxin with ease. Mu Hanxin could defeat Shifeng with ease, but Li Fuchen defeated Xiahou Wu with a single sword. What kind of strength was this? Only Mu Hanxin knew that Li Fuchen's strength was far beyond this. If Li Fuchen took out that upgraded sword, just the sword prowess would be enough to scare Xiahou Wu away and cause Xiahou Wu to lose the will to fight. Li Fuchen shook his head as Xiahou Wu actually wanted to have close combat with him. Didn't he know that close combat was Li Fuchen's strongest combat strength? Let alone one Xiahou Wu. Even 4 Xiahou Wus wouldn't be enough. The Eternal Spring Valley's supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe, took a deep breath and let out a bitter laugh. His original dissatisfaction was completely gone. What a joke. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't just 1 level stronger than him. It was at least 2 levels stronger. If he was in Li Fuchen's shoes, he wouldn't be given the position of Alliance Leader. Giving him the position of Vice Alliance Leader was already giving him high regard. Alliance Leader's sword art is matchless. This old man, Su Yuanhe, is impressed. Su Yuanhe cupped his fist and said respectfully, Alliance leader's matchless sword art is our 100 Sects Alliance's blessing. The rest of the people came back to their senses and cupped their fists respectfully. If they still had some thoughts before, they didn't have any thoughts now. In the face of absolute strength, any thoughts were unnecessary and laughable. Mu Hanxin sneered. These people knew to lower their heads now. Sheathing the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen said, I said it before. It doesn't matter if Elder Xiahou wins or loses, he will still have a spot as the Vice Alliance leader. Right now, I shall appoint Elder Xiahou as the third Vice Alliance leader. Does anyone have any objections? We have no objections. Chapter 441. After confirming the Alliance's roles, Li Fuchen made a request as the Alliance leader. Everyone, I need spirit stones to cultivate. If you can provide a certain amount of spirit stones, I promise that in the next few years, I will give each of you 1 or 2 low-tier Earth class tools. Of course, the more spirit stones you provide, the sooner you will get the low-tier Earth class tool. Next, please send me a private message. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen said, of course, if anyone doesn't trust this Alliance leader will not force you and will not make things difficult for you. Finishing his statement, Li Fuchen smiled and glanced at everyone. In the palace hall, there was silence. Everyone was thinking about the credibility of Li Fuchen's words. The White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder took a glance at Mu Hanxin and the Earth-class low-tier gloves. He gritted his teeth and transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Alliance leader, my White River Sect is willing to contribute 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It didn't matter if Li Fuchen was a man of his words. He had to fight for it. His White River Sect was a first-rate sect. If he could have a low-tier Earth-grade weapon, it would be enough for him to gain a foothold among the top powerhouses. In other words, if Li Fuchen had deceived him, he would at most lose 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. To the White River Sect, it wasn't considered a huge loss. However, if he hadn't lied to him, then he would have profited greatly. Earth-level low-tier equipment in the East Lean continent cannot be bought with spirit stones is a priceless treasure. All right, I wonder what type of Earth-class low-tier equipment you require. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to the White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder. The White River Sect's Supreme Grand Elder revealed a delighted expression. Since Li Fuchen asked in such detail, it meant that he was reliable. He quickly transmitted a message. I will definitely want a weapon for the first item. A great spear or a pike will do. No problem. Li Fuchen nodded. Leader, our flourishing school is willing to offer 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. My Thunderbolt sect is willing to offer 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. None of the top 10 factions spoke. The ones who spoke first were the first-rate sects or the few remaining second-rate sections. As for the third-rate sects, they had either been destroyed by the demonic path forces, surrendered to the demonic path forces, or became the vassals of the large sections. They were not qualified to participate in the Alliance Conference. Soon, the top 10 forces could no longer hold themselves back. Alliance Master, our 3 Absolute Palace is willing to pay 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Golden Absolute Palace is willing to pay 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. High Heaven Sword Sect bids 180,000 low-rank spirit stones. The Sky Dragon Sword Sect offers 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Eternal Spring Valley bids 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the voices echoed in his ears, the smile on Li Fuchen's face was getting brighter. He didn't expect these sects to be so rich. Just the low-grade spirit stones from a top-notch sect was enough for him to return to the 7-color continent. But thinking about it, it was normal. The East Unicorn continent might be barren, and there weren't many spirit stone veins, but everyone here was a pinnacle existence that controlled a region. It was easy for them to take out 100,000 to 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the 7-color continent, a major clan in a city would be able to take out 10,000 to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones by clenching their teeth. The East Unicorn continent's sect forces, if they clenched their teeth, they could probably take out 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for whether it would affect the operation of the sect, it was unknown. After all, every Heaven Dipper realm martial artist in the sect would be given out low-grade spirit stones. Reincarnation realm martial artists would also need low-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Apart from that, some of the places in the sect that were covered with arrays, especially the sect protection array, would require spirit stones to operate. If the array relied on thin heaven and earth chi, the effects of the array would be greatly reduced. My Thunder God sect is willing to pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Mystic Tools sect is willing to pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Finally, the Thunder God sect and the Mystic Tools sect each reported a number. These two sects had a feud with Li Fuchen. Therefore, they were certain that Li Fuchen wouldn't give them Earth-class low-tier equipment. But they were afraid that Li Fuchen would settle the score later. Therefore, they had no choice but to report a number that wasn't considered too much, but wasn't considered too little either. There was a total of 36 sects, and Li Fuchen calculated in his heart. The 36 sects had contributed a total of 4.08 million low-grade spirit stones. This was an extremely appalling number, and in the seven-color continent, most of the Battle Spirit Realm Masters weren't as wealthy as him. There was no other choice. Battle Spirit Realm Masters had to rely on themselves to earn spirit stones, but Li Fuchen could rely on the entire continent to earn spirit stones. This was a profitable business. It was as if he had picked it up for free. Li Fuchen was bursting with joy in his heart. After everyone finished transmitting their messages, Li Fuchen said seriously, "For the first batch, I will offer 5 Earth-class low-tier equipment. The sects that will receive them are the Wind Snow Sect, Eternal Spring Valley, High Heaven Sword Sect, White River Sect, and the Thunderbolt Sect. Everyone, please wait for the good news. In addition, I will also gift some Earth-class low-tier elixirs to the rest of the sections. It will be helpful for your cultivation or the cultivation of the heart. As for the Earth-class low-tier equipment, all of you will have to wait a little longer." Li Fuchen wasn't going to satisfy everyone at once. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. He had to whet their appetites in order to make them obedient. If he was to satisfy everyone at once, there might be some other problems. In addition, the White River Sect and the Thunderbolt Sect might not be offering as many spirit stones as the other elite factions, but Li Fuchen intentionally placed them as the first batch. It was to stimulate the other factions, especially these elite factions. While speaking, Li Fuchen took out an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor from his storage bag and handed it to Mu Hanxin. "I just happen to have an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor here." On the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen had obtained plenty of Earth-class low-tier artifact armors and weapons, but he had basically sold them for low-grade spirit stones. This Earth-class low-tier artifact armor was from the Scarlet Fire Fist. The gloves that Li Fuchen gifted to Mu Hanxin were also from the Scarlet Fire Fist. Artifact armor? Mu Hanxin was delighted. With the gloves, even if his strength wasn't top 10 in the East Unicorn continent, he would at least be top 15. With this Earth-class low-tier artifact armor, his overall strength would at least be top 10. If he was to go against Xiahou Wu again, he would at least have a chance and wouldn't be easily injured. Earth-class low-tier artifact armor? Including Su Yuanhe and Xiahou Wu, everyone had envious expressions. They didn't even have Earth-class low-tier weapons. But Mu Hanxin had an artifact armor. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. But there was no other choice as Mu Hanxin was too close to Li Fuchen. "Congratulations, Elder Mu." The various sects' supreme elders were looking at the artifact armor in Mu Hanxin's hands with passionate eyes. "Haha, same to you." Mu Hanxin grinned and laughed heartily. "All right, the Alliance Conference has ended. Everyone, return and prepare the spirit stones." Li Fuchen waved his hand and ended the conference. For the next few days, he was going to make a trip back to the seven-color continent. Of course, before returning, he had to wait for the various sects to deliver the low-grade spirit stones. 1 week later, the various sects had all delivered their spirit stones over. Some of the sects changed their minds at the last minute and said that they wanted to contribute more low-grade spirit stones, hoping that Li Fuchen would put them in the second batch. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't reject them. As such, the original 4 0.08 million low-grade spirit stones had turned into 4.6 million low-grade spirit stones. With so many low-grade spirit stones, I can make over 20 trips. After consuming 210,000 low-grade spirit stones, the teleportation board's energy pool was filled up. Li Fuchen activated the energy pool and turned into a stream of light that vanished from the East Unicorn Continent. 7-color continent, Violet Flower Kingdom, South Forest City. In a single day, more than half of the Earth-class low-tier equipment in the South Forest City had been bought. At the same time, half of the Earth-class elixirs in the Violet Flower Kingdom had been bought. With a massive amount of spirit stones, Li Fuchen bought whatever he saw that was useful. Some were for the various sects, some were for the Azure Water sect, some were for the Li clan. Of course, the most valuable items were naturally for himself. After a final calculation, just the Earth-class low-tier equipment had cost Li Fuchen 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Because Li Fuchen had bought 150 items, 80 of them were weapons and 70 of them were artifact armors. Weren't the demonic 10 regions powerful and tyrannical evil Dao factions? For the next few years, once the 100-sect alliance was equipped with Earth-class low-tier equipment, they would be able to suppress the two major factions. As for the elite few, Li Fuchen would just need to delay them. One day later, Li Fuchen activated the teleportation board and returned to the East Unicorn Continent again. Let's wait a little longer. I will give them the Earth-class low-tier equipment after a few more days. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to start the second Alliance Conference. The Spirit Stones used for the 2 teleportations and the Spirit Stones used to fill up the Chi pool have cost a total of 630,000. With the addition of the Spirit Stones used for the purchases, I have spent a total of 2 million Spirit Stones. Spirit Stones are truly used up quickly. Looking at the 2.6 million low-grade Spirit Stones piled up in the Wrist Guard Spatial Zone. This was the first time Li Fuchen felt that the teleportation board was a divine artifact, and he could be considered a continent merchant. If he relied on himself, he didn't know when he would be able to accumulate a few million low-grade Spirit Stones. 200 Vajra elixirs and 200 body forging golden elixirs should be able to increase my body refinement by another level. 400 Earth-class mid-tier body refinement elixirs had cost Li Fuchen 440,000 low-grade spirit stones. In fact, without relying on the body refinement elixirs, Li Fuchen's body refinement was also slowly increasing. After consuming the elixirs, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was increased to 25,000 strands. Right now, it was already 26,000 strands. Body refinement martial artists might consume resources, but they wouldn't consume resources as much as Li Fuchen. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's spirit soul was too powerful and his awareness was also powerful. He was able to control more chi power or extraordinary chi power. If it was other body refinement martial artists, even if they had sufficient resources, they wouldn't be able to progress so quickly. It was because they wouldn't be able to control their chi power. If they forcefully consumed a large number of body refinement elixirs, it would only cause their chi power to mutate and cause their body to explode. Li Fuchen didn't have so many restrictions. As long as he had a way to remove the impurities in his body, he would be able to constantly use body refinement elixirs to increase his body refinement. The unrestrained increase in speed allowed Li Fuchen to consume resources that were a few times or even 10 times more than others on the body refinement path. After consuming the Vajra elixirs, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was rapidly increasing. 28,000 strands, 30,000 strands, 35,000 strands, 40,000 strands, 50,000 strands, 55,000 strands. In just a few days, Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power had climbed to 55,000 strands. Chapter 442. There are too many impurities. I have to remove them. As the dragon elephant power was doubled, Li Fuchen's chi blood was filled with impurities and it made Li Fuchen feel uncomfortable. After consuming Earth-class mid-tier elixirs to temper impurities, the impurities in Li Fuchen's body were rapidly reduced. After a few more days, Li Fuchen's body was only left with less than 10% of the impurities. A portion of the impurities were from the Vajra elixirs and the body-forging golden elixirs. There were also some impurities from the tempering elixirs. If Li Fuchen wanted to refine all the impurities, he would have to rely on himself. Of course, if there were a few Earth-class high-tier elixirs or one Earth-class peak-tier elixir, he would be able to reduce the impurities. But Earth-class high-tier elixirs wouldn't even appear in the market and couldn't be purchased with spirit stones. In just 1 week, the elixirs consumed are worth 500,000 spirit stones. Even if the impurities are all removed, I reckon I will need more than 2 million low-grade spirit stones to increase my cultivation to the next level. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. If he wanted to shorten the cultivation time, he had to rely on resources. If he didn't rely on elixirs, his body refinement would also be at this level, but it would be delayed by at least 5 years or even more than 10 years. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish. His spirit soul was his advantage, just like those heavenly prodigies with body refinement bone frames. Why would they slow down their cultivation just to save resources? But even heavenly prodigies with body refinement bone frames wouldn't be able to improve without restrictions like Li Fuchen. Firstly, they wouldn't be able to control the sudden increase in body refinement. Secondly, they didn't have the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, the Dragon Elephant body forging chapters. The higher the grade of the body refinement technique, the faster the body refinement martial artist cultivation speed. Elder Mu, inform everyone that I am going to convene the Second Alliance Conference. On this day, Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted to Mu Hanxin. Yes, Alliance leader. Mu Hanxin immediately sent out the reincarnation realm experts from the Wind Snow sect to relay the message to the various factions. 1 week later, the Second Alliance Conference was held at the White River region's White Cloud Mountain. Inside the palace, all of the faction's supreme grand elders were present. Swish! Li Fuchen took out 4 Earth-class low-tier weapons and tossed them on the stone table. This is my spear. The White River region's supreme grand elder Xian Weiyuan reached out, and a black gold spear landed in his hand. Buzz! After pouring his chi into the spear instantly burst with an invincible and piercing spear light. Fuchen, Xian Weiyuan, was ecstatic. He had never thought that he would be able to get his hands on an Earth-grade, low-rank long spear in such a short time. Compared to this long spear, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing. High Heaven Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Hua Jinxiu also reached out and pulled the only Earth-grade low-rank artifact sword over. It was a green, treasured sword. Once the sword was pulled out, the sharp sword chi skyrocketed, causing the entire interior of the palace to be filled with cold air and numb scalps. Alliance Leader Long, Alliance Leader. His basic strength was about the same as Sky Dragon Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder Gui Feng. But Gui Feng had a low-grade Earth-grade treasured sword while he didn't, so he had always been suppressed by Gui Feng. The Eternal Spring Valleys, Su Yuanhe, and the Thunderbolt Sect's Tang Yuan also obtained Earth-class low-tier weapons. Su Yuanhe's mood was better than everyone present. He, Su Yuanhe, had already cultivated the Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, 8 Desolate Eternal Spring technique, to the highest rank, and had grasped the 8 Desolate Eternal Spring technique intent. His strength was already comparable to Mu Hanxin. With the Earth-class low-tier whip, his strength had reached an extremely horrific level. Apart from Li Fuchen, the Evil King, and the Petrified Queen, he didn't fear anyone. In fact, if the Black Sky Sect ruins didn't open, he was confident he could contest with the Evil King. It was a pity that the Evil King had a bountiful harvest in the Black Sky Sect ruins and was much stronger than before. If he wasn't injured in the Mystic Tools sect, he would have already attacked the 100 Sect Alliance. Alliance Leader, I wonder where did these Earth-class equipment come from? Xiahou Wu asked with an unbearable itch. Everyone looked at Li Fuchen in response. They were also very curious, as they didn't know where Li Fuchen obtained so many Earth-class low-tier equipment. Li Fuchen knocked on the stone table with his finger. This is my secret, and it isn't convenient to divulge it. In response, Xiahou Wu was rather disappointed. In his opinion, Li Fuchen must have found an ancient hidden domain. In this ancient hidden domain, there were plenty of ruins. If Xiahou Wu could enter this hidden domain, you wouldn't need to look at Li Fuchen's face. But if Li Fuchen didn't say it, Xiaohu couldn't do anything either, as he couldn't force Li Fuchen to say it. In the entire continent, there was probably no one who could force Li Fuchen. After staring at Xiahou Wu until Xiahou Wu's hair stood on end, Li Fuchen shifted his gaze. Those who didn't obtain any Earth-class low-tier equipment don't have to be anxious. I have some Earth-class low-tier elixirs here, one for each of you. Li Fuchen took out bottles of elixirs and distributed them to everyone. Everyone was looking forward to these Earth-class low-tier elixirs. The East Unicorn Continent's generation gap was too severe. Earth-class equipment and elixirs were all things that could only be encountered and not sought. If there were sufficient resources, they wouldn't be stuck at the reincarnation realm and would have already progressed to the battle spirit realm. Of course, the restriction of heaven and earth chi was also a major factor. 10 days had passed since the second Alliance Conference. Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern was finally comprehended to 49%. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that once he comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to 50%, he would definitely be able to awaken the blazing flame divine ability. This step is probably the most difficult. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and immersed himself in the world of blazing flames. In the bone frame spatial zone, as Li Fuchen comprehended more blazing flame patterns, the blazing flame started to burn from the root of the blazing flame bone frame. Right now, the blazing flame was only at 49% and was just one step away from 50%. Li Fuchen didn't know that when he was comprehending the blazing flame patterns, the blue spirit soul in his mind finally had a trace of change. In the center of the blue spirit soul, there was a trace of pale purple that was created out of nothing. This pale purple was so pure and flawless. After being affected by the pale purple, the blue spirit soul had become transparent, and there were traces of pure purple electric currents that were flickering. Li Fuchen, who was comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, hadn't noticed the changes in his spirit soul. He only knew that his perception seemed to have improved a lot, and there was a trace of connection with the blazing flame law. 49%. 49%, 49%, 49%. There was a frenzied flash of spirit light, and the blazing flame on the blazing flame bone frame had finally burned to 50%. Boom! In the next moment, Li Fuchen felt that the blazing flame bone frame was absorbing the blazing flame power at a speed that was 10 times faster. If when comprehending 10% of the blazing flame patterns, the absorption of the blazing flame power would be 10 times faster than the initial speed, then 49% would be 50 times faster, and 50% would be 500 times faster. In almost every blink of the eye, Li Fuchen would see the fireball in the bone frame spatial zone getting bigger, and this fireball was the blazing flame power. At the same moment, inside the fireball, a blazing flame crystal was being produced. The blazing flame crystal was very flawless, so flawless that it looked a little illusory. On the surface of the blazing flame crystal, blazing flame patterns were rapidly extending. These blazing flame patterns weren't as mystical and profound as the blazing flame bone frame pattern, but they were self-contained and were similar to array patterns and martial patterns. A power that made contact with the blazing flame law spread out. This is the blazing flame divine ability. Li Fuchen was extremely curious. The blazing flame crystal was gradually condensing and emitting a stronger blazing flame wave. Li Fuchen had a feeling that once this blazing flame wave burst out, it would explode and incinerate everything. Swish! Li Fuchen soared into the sky and left the wind-snow sect before arriving above the clouds. I wonder how powerful this blazing flame divine ability is. Li Fuchen's awareness entered the blazing flame crystal and tried to activate it. Blaze! Li Fuchen's body was instantly ignited with ferocious flames. His hair had turned into flames, his eyebrows had turned into flames, even his eyes had flames. Even his clothes were burning, but the strange thing was that his hair, eyebrows, eyes, and clothes weren't burned into ashes. It seemed like there was a law protecting them, and the flames were only burning outside of the law. Blazing flame divine ability. Heart of Blazing Flame. The moment Li Fuchen activated the Blazing Flame crystal, he knew the name of this Blazing Flame divine ability. Go! Clenching his right fist, Li Fuchen blasted a fist forward. Huff, huff, huff. Immediately after, a Blazing Flame fist was blasted out and evaporated a large portion of the sea of clouds. The Blazing Flame fist was extremely scorching and extremely condensed, because this Blazing Flame fist was produced by the Blazing Flame power. It was just like the relationship between martial arts and Qi. When Qi was blasted out, it would produce massive lethality. But after being activated by martial arts, the lethality would increase drastically. The Blazing Flame power was much more terrifying than Qi, and the Blazing Flame divine ability was much more terrifying than regular Earth-class martial arts. When the two were combined, the burst of power was obviously superior to Li Fuchen's previous strength. After drawing the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen wielded it with both hands and slashed. Blaze. The giant Blazing Flame sword Qi split the surging sea of clouds into two. Its power was even superior to the Blazing Flame fist. The Heart of Blazing Flame allows me to freely control the Blazing Flame power. I can use the Blazing Flame power to replace Qi and burst out with stronger strength. Li Fuchen was surging with emotions. Before this, he wasn't able to burst out with too much Blazing Flame power at once, because the Blazing Flame power was too violent, and if he used too much, it would easily burn his meridians and destroy his flesh. But after awakening the Heart of Blazing Flame, Li Fuchen was able to control the Blazing Flame power perfectly. With the enhancement of the Heart of Blazing Flame, he would be able to burst out with even more terrifying power. In other words, only by awakening the divine ability would he be able to control extraordinary power or special power perfectly. However, the Blazing Flame divine ability is unable to be combined with Qi and martial arts. When executing the Blazing Flame divine ability, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to burst out with Qi, execute martial arts, or use secret techniques. The Blazing Flame power could only be combined with the Blazing Flame divine ability. It would repel all other powers and methods. The Blazing Flame power is still too little. 2 attacks have exhausted half of the Blazing Flame power. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile while looking at the fireball that had shrunk to half its original size in the bone frame spatial zone. Chapter 443. That's right, I obviously felt that my perception had increased by a lot. Therefore, I was able to awaken the Blazing Flame divine ability, Heart of Blazing Flame. What exactly is going on? Li Fuchen's awareness entered his mind. The instant he saw the spirit soul sphere, Li Fuchen finally understood why his perception had suddenly increased. At the start, his spirit soul was gray. Then it turned into light green, green, light blue, blue. Right now, his blue spirit soul had a smear of pale purple. It meant that the next spirit soul color would be the purple element spirit soul. Is my spirit soul going to evolve? Li Fuchen's mood was even more excited than when he awakened the Blazing Flame divine ability. The Blazing Flame divine ability was ultimately an external power, while the spirit soul was the most fundamental existence. With a stronger spirit soul, all other aspects would be enhanced. When he had the blue spirit soul, his perception was already far beyond the 6-star bone frame, and was at least a 7-star bone frame. Li Fuchen couldn't imagine what level his perception would be at with the pale, purple spirit soul. If my spirit soul didn't have any changes, my comprehension of the Blazing Flame pattern would probably be stuck at 49%. I would at most be able to comprehend the fledgling form of the divine ability. The difference between the fledgling form and the divine ability was rather huge. If Xiahou Wu's fledgling form could evolve into a true divine ability, his strength would probably be comparable with the Petrified Queen. The Petrified Queen was so powerful because she had awakened a powerful innate ability, the Petrified Technique. In fact, the mountain-shaking elephant's battle heaven tyrant body should also be very powerful. but Li Fuchen reckoned that the battle heaven tyrant body should only be at the fledgling form of the innate ability and was similar to the fledgling form of the divine ability. Of course, the mountain-shaking elephant possessed the bloodline of the demonic king. Mountain-pulling elephant, therefore, his foundation strength was very powerful. Once his reign of needles and battle heaven tyrant body evolved into true innate abilities, his strength might even surpass the petrified queen and be comparable with the evil king. When the pale, purple spirit soul appeared, Li Fuchen's perception had greatly increased, and his comprehension speed of the blazing flame pattern had also increased significantly. 51%, 52%, 55%. After the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to 50%, every additional 10% would increase the speed of absorbing the blazing flame power by 10 times. At 55%, it would be 550 times. But even with an increase in perception, it was still rather difficult to cultivate the Green Sun Sword intent and High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage within a short period of time. After all, these two sword arts were Earth-class mid-tier sword arts. Even a Battle Spirit Realm Master wouldn't be able to comprehend the intent within a short period of time. Evil Domain, Evil Fist Sect. Rumble. Above the dark sky, thunder and lightning crisscrossed, and the wind howled. These lightning bolts were all purplish-black in color, as if they had been affected by something. Not long after, the wind became even more violent, and the sky became darker. The thick dark clouds converged to form a black shadow, and an indescribable demonic aura suddenly exploded, engulfing the entire Evil Fist sect. Welcome back, Sect Master. Everyone from the Evil Fist sect congratulated in unison, their voices suppressing the sound of thunder. Help me send a message. 1 month later, I will challenge Li Fuchen. The location will be the 100 battle regions, 100 battle planes. The Evil King's voice was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Yes. An elder of the Evil Fist sect nodded. In less than a month, the news of the Evil King challenging Li Fuchen had spread throughout the continent. The Evil King was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn continent. With his strength alone, he had deterred the demonic 10 regions and the 100 Sects Alliance. Li Fuchen was the most outstanding heavenly prodigy in the history of the East Unicorn continent. Before the age of 30, he already had the strength to suppress everyone. The battle between the two of them was said to be the pinnacle battle in the East Unicorn continent for the past few centuries. Whoever won would be the supreme existence of the continent. Once this news was spread out, the continent was in an uproar. At the Wind Snow sect, Mu Hanxin had a worried expression. The Evil King wasn't easy to deal with. The Evil King didn't just cultivate an Earth-class low-tier evil Dao cultivation technique. He also cultivated an Earth-class low-tier evil Dao martial art. After the Black Sky Sect ruins was opened, he even obtained an Earth-class glove and an Earth-class cloak. No one knew how strong he was. Had it not been for his carelessness when he barged into the Mystic Tools sect and was severely injured by the Array Pagoda on the dilapidated battleship, before Li Fuchen returned, the 100 Sect Alliance might have already been conquered. Alliance leader, this battle is extremely treacherous. You must be fully prepared. Mu Hanxin reminded Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded lightly. This battle will happen sooner or later. It just so happens that I wish to know how strong the Evil King is now. He wasn't confident that he could defeat the Evil King. Back at the Black Sky Sect ruins, he had personally witnessed the Evil King obtaining a glove and a cloak. His silver-scaled armor was an Earth-class mid-tier artifact armor. It meant that the Evil King's glove and cloak were also Earth-class mid-tier. Of course, he might not be confident that he could defeat the Evil King, but it wasn't that easy for the Evil King to defeat him either. Elder Mu, here are 6 sets of equipment. Distribute them to Matriarch Shur and the other Supreme Elders. Li Fuchen took out 6 Earth-class low-tier weapons and 6 Earth-class low-tier artifact armors from his storage bag. The Wind Snow sect had a total of 7 individuals that were above the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. They were the 6 Supreme Elders and the Wind Snow sect Matriarch Shurhuawei. All 7 of them cultivated the Darkhold Palm art and weren't considered weak. After equipping the artifact armors and weapons, they would be able to resolve plenty of matters during crucial moments. So many Earth-class equipment. Mu Hanqin was shocked. He thought that during the Second Alliance Conference, Li Fuchen had already taken out all the Earth-class equipment and didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be hiding something. After thinking about it, everyone in the Alliance had their own thoughts. If it was Mu Hanqin, he wouldn't allow everyone to obtain Earth-class equipment at once. Li Fuchen had taken out 6 sets of Earth-class equipment at once, and it was enough to show that Li Fuchen was confident in the Wind-Snow sect and treated them as his own people. Alliance leader, are you worried that a war might break out? After keeping the Earth-class equipment, Mu Hanqin asked with hesitation. Li Fuchen replied, I have to be on guard. During the battle between him and the evil king, all the elite experts would definitely be present. If he didn't prepare for the worst, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Alliance leader doesn't have to worry. The Wind-Snow sect will pledge our lives to follow you. With these 6 sets of Earth-class equipment, Mu Hanqin was extremely confident. As long as it wasn't the evil king, the petrified queen, or the blood devil king, there was nothing to fear. In the blink of the eye, 1 month was up. On this day, at the 100 Battle Region's 100 Battle Plains, multiple figures flew over from the sky. The 100 Battle Region was the most chaotic region in the East Unicorn Continent. At the same time, it was also the largest region in the East Unicorn Continent. Its surface area was dozens of times bigger than the Azure Water region. This region was an ungoverned region. After the Evil Dao, the 100 Sects Alliance, and the Demonic 10 regions split the world into 3, this region became the border of the 3 major factions. 100 Battle Plains, the border of the 100 Battle region. It was once one of the battlefields of the absolute experts. No one knew how powerful those absolute experts were back then and how strong they were. They only knew that after the 100 Battle Plains suffered the devastation from those absolute experts, it had become extremely dangerous. There are some extremely dangerous places that even reincarnation realm experts would be in danger. Swish, swish, swish. There were continuous air-piercing sounds. The first to arrive were the experts from the Demonic 10 regions. They were the Petrified Queen, Blood Devil King, Mountain Shaking Elephant, Devil Pattern Tiger, Power Devil King, Horn Devil King, Ground Rat King, Winged Devil King, Green Devil King, and Gray Devil King. Each of them brought along a different number of subordinates. It is best if the Evil King and Li Fuchen suffer severe injuries. A terrifying existence with a rat head and human body emerged from the surface of the ground and grinned sinisterly. The Ground Rat King was the ruler of the Ground Rat region of the Demonic 10 regions. He wasn't strong, but his survivability was extremely strong. If he focused on escaping, no one would be able to kill him. It is not enough for both sides to suffer severe injuries. It is best if one perishes and the other is on the verge of death. The Gray Devil King, who had gray skin and a body size of 40 feet, spoke. The Gray Devil King's strength was similar to the Horn Devil King. In the Demonic 10 regions, the strongest individual was naturally the Petrified Queen. The Blood Devil King and the Mountain Shaking Elephant were on the same level, while the Devil Pattern Tiger and the Power Devil King were on the same level. As for the rest, their strength was almost the same. Do not underestimate the Evil King. His strength is probably at another level. The Petrified Queen had a grave expression. Before obtaining the gloves and cloak, the Evil King's strength was already superior to her. Although they didn't use their full strength back then and were merely probing each other. That's right. The Evil King is more worthy of our attention. I hope that Li Fuchen is strong enough. The Blood Devil King also had a grave expression. They are here. Just as the Blood Devil King finished speaking, there were continuous air-piercing sounds. The experts from the Evil Dao and the 100 Sects Alliance had arrived. On the side of the demonic path forces, the golden-masked Evil King led the way, his aura like that of a king descending upon the world. To his left was a pale old man with cold and merciless eyes. To his right was a majestic old man with red hair and red eyes. The 2 elders were the Evil King's left and right hands, the extreme Een Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor. Behind the trio, there were plenty of high-leveled reincarnation realm experts. The one with the silver mask was the Evil Fist Sect's high-leveled reincarnation realm expert. The rest were the extreme Een cult and 10,000 blood cult's high-leveled reincarnation realm experts. All of them were at least at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. On the other side, the 100 Sects Alliance's experts led by Li Fuchen had also flown over. Li Fuchen was wearing green robes and had a long sword at his waist. He looked exceptionally graceful. Mu Hanxin was in high spirits as he flew on the left side of Li Fuchen. The Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe, was smiling as he flew on the right side of Li Fuchen. Behind him were Hua Jinxiu, Gu Yifeng, Xiahou Wu, and the others. The 100 Sects Alliance's Qi presence seems a little different. The Blood Devil King couldn't help but comment. How is it different? I feel that it is about the same. It might be because of Li Fuchen's existence that they are more confident. The mountain-shaking elephant said with disdain. Apart from Li Fuchen, he didn't even bother about anyone else. When his eyes landed on Su Yuanhe, the mountain-shaking elephant's eyes flickered with murderous intent. During the previous battle, he had lost a descendant, but with Su Yuanhe obstructing him, he wasn't able to take revenge. Li Fuchen, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. Otherwise, my Evil Fist sect will eradicate your entire clan. On the right side of the Evil King, one of the silver-masked individuals shouted, courting death. The joint heaven sword was instantly unsheathed as Li Fuchen slashed. Thousands of sword lights were like radiant sunlight that instantly penetrated the silver-masked individual's body. Chapter 444. Puff, puff, puff. Like a sieve, the silver-masked man died instantly. So strong. Grandmaster Zenith Een and the Blood Ancestor were startled, and apprehension appeared on their faces. Just from this sword art, the duo knew that they weren't a match for Li Fuchen. This kid's luck is really heaven-defying. Damn it. Thinking of what happened in the ruins of the Black Sky sect, the Blood Ancestor was still angry. The golden-masked Diablo snorted coldly. Sir, you're really domineering. You want to silence me with just one sentence? Li Fuchen said, if you threaten my family, I will naturally kill without mercy. There is no need to be tyrannical. My subordinate threatened your family, and you want to kill him? Since you killed my subordinate, how should I deal with you? The Evil King's eyes shone with a demonic light, and his aura was terrifying. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. If you have the capability, then do as you please. I'm just afraid you don't have the capability. How dare you? Evil King was so angry that he laughed. This was the first time someone spoke to him like this ever since he was born. He really didn't know if Li Fuchen was courageous due to his superior skills or if he didn't know his limits. Is this Li Fuchen really a young prodigy that isn't even 30 years old? The petrified queen was rather astonished. A person's ability could increase exponentially in a short period of time, but it was hard to achieve the same result with experience and imposing manner. Li Fuchen's relaxed manner didn't look like a young man at all, but more like a veteran general who had been through the battlefield for a long time. Even when facing a formidable foe, he could still talk and laugh freely. Evil King, let's cut the crap. Let's fight. Li Fuchen took a step forward, and the surging sword Qi started to converge. As you wish. The Evil King took a step forward and blasted at Li Fuchen with his horrific evil Dao Qi presence. Kill. Both of them were swift and decisive people. Once the killing intent rose in their hearts, they immediately attacked. In the void, two figures crisscrossed and flashed. There was a massive Qi wave that burst out. Behind the Evil King, the ground was split open and the cut was smooth. Behind Li Fuchen, the ground was plowed by the horrific fist force that was a few miles long and a few feet deep. The battle has begun. Everyone retreated, giving the two of them a fighting space of more than 10 miles. Great sword technique. Take my demonic tempest shower. The Evil King let out a long roar. Behind him, a shadow of a ferocious demon was born. In the next moment, the sky was filled with shadows of fists. Each shadow of the fist carried the force of a thunderbolt, and each shadow of the fist carried an unparalleled demonic fist intent. With a single punch, half of the sky darkened and fell into chaos. Earth-class low-tier devil, Tao, cultivation method, black demon tactics. Earth-grade low-rank demonic Tao, fist art, extreme demonic fist. Good timing. You're like a fish in water. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword drew across the sky, and countless blue sword lights were shot out like a school of fish, intercepting the fist shadows. Bang, 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 bang. The force of the explosion was terrifying. Devil sun in the sky. A black sun slowly rose up. In the next moment, the black sun was like a bullet that was instantly launched at Li Fuchen. The speed was so fast that it felt like it was teleporting. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp as he raised the joint heaven sword above his head and cleaved. The brilliant sword light looked like it was going to cleave and slash everything. It flashed across the constantly expanding black sun. It was completely silent. The black sun was split into two halves and shot out from both sides of Li Fuchen. Boom, boom. Behind Li Fuchen, there were two giant cracks that were just like two large canyons. If the reincarnation realm had 16 levels, the Evil King's combat strength was almost at the regular 16th level of reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the 3rd level of reincarnation realm, but his chi quality was already at the 6th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the blazing flame power on the periphery of the fireball, he would be able to reach the 7th level of reincarnation realm. When complemented with the perfection stage green sun sword intent, or the high heaven sword art, he would be able to reach the 10th level of reincarnation realm. With the enhancement from the earth-class mid-tier joint heaven sword, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the 13th level of reincarnation realm. Lastly, it was the bronze sword essence secret technique. This secret technique would be able to increase Li Fuchen's strength by 3 levels. As such, Li Fuchen's combat strength was basically comparable with the Evil King. If he didn't use his trump card, it wouldn't be easy to determine the victor. As for the core, blazing flame power, Li Fuchen planned to use it sparingly. Different from regular blazing flame power, the core blazing flame power was the essence of the blazing flame power. If he used too much, it would affect the absorption of the blazing flame power. Otherwise, his strength would be able to increase by another level. But this increase was meaningless. Li Fuchen had a feeling that the Evil King hadn't gone all out yet. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was confident that he could defeat anyone with the same combat strength, because he had exceptional awareness. The ground cracked, and chi waves engulfed the area. The duo's battle area was getting bigger. Unknowingly, the duo arrived at a barren mountain that was 2,000 feet in height. On one end of the barren mountain was the Evil King, and on the other end was Li Fuchen. The duo couldn't see each other, but their awareness could sense each other. Black lightning surged violently as the Evil King's fist penetrated the barren mountain, leaving behind a deep hole in the center of the mountain. On the other side of the hole was Li Fuchen. It was a pity that it was just an illusion left behind by Li Fuchen. In the next moment, the barren mountain was split into two. A blue sword light that had heaven-defying willpower suddenly extended out and enveloped the Evil King. The Evil King frowned while the cloak on his back shook like a dark cloud. The strange thing was that the Evil King's figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fuchen and blasted a fist over. The illusion was shattered while Li Fuchen dodged 100 feet away. He suddenly thrust his sword and thousands of green sword lights burst out from a single point. The cloak engulfed the dark cloud, and the Evil King vanished again. This time, Li Fuchen could clearly sense that the Evil King's speed had suddenly increased by several times. Or it should be said that the air resistance had suddenly decreased by several times. Furthermore, the cloak obviously had the effect of eliminating the air-piercing sound. When the Evil King moved, it wasn't just extremely fast, it felt as though he was teleporting. It was also silent and didn't have any movement. This cloak is mystical. It should be a cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen executed the Flying Flame 9 transformations and instantly dodged the Evil King's attack. The Flying Flame 9 transformations was a Mystic-class peak-tier light body technique. In the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen might not be able to casually cultivate Earth-class martial arts, but it was still very easy for him to find a suitable mystic class peak tier light body technique. After cultivating the flying flame 9 transformations to the trance stage, Li Fuchen's movement speed was shockingly fast within short distances. When complemented with his exceptional awareness, it was nearly impossible for the Evil King to sneak an attack on him. After all, the Evil King wasn't truly teleporting, and every time he moved at high speed, he would have to shake the cloak. The Evil King seemed to know that he couldn't sneak an attack on Li Fuchen. He flew up and stood in the sky. Li Fuchen, I have to admit that you are the strongest opponent that I have ever encountered. The golden mask covered the Evil King's face, but everyone could clearly hear the praise in the Evil King's tone. Li Fuchen's body had also flown up and was facing the Evil King from a few miles away. Evil King, show me your true ability. The probing had ended, and it was time for the real battle. The Evil King didn't make a move immediately. Li Fuchen, I heard that you were originally a 1-star normal bone frame. I wonder when did you possess the blazing flame bone frame, and can even activate the blazing flame power. Without the blazing flame power, you would already be dead earlier. Li Fuchen didn't comment. The Evil King continued, you have the blazing flame bone frame, but don't you know that I also have the devil thunderbone frame? I shall let you witness what is the devil thunderbone frame. The devil thunderbone frame was a mutated thunderbolt bone frame. In this world, there were many types of bone frames. There were extraordinary bone frames, mutated extraordinary bone frames, and special bone frames. Mutated extraordinary bone frames were very rare and were almost as rare as the special bone frames. As for the strength of the bone frame, no one could say for sure if it was comparable to the special bone frames. After all, no matter how powerful the bone frame was, it depended on the owner. Crackle boom. The Evil King's body surged with purplish-black thunderbolts. When the purplish-black thunderbolts fused with the black devil chi, it caused the Evil King's chi presence to surge crazily. It was as though his entire body had become the source of the purplish-black thunderbolts. Countless purplish-black thunderbolts swept out and wreaked havoc in all directions. This is the Evil King's true strength. Everyone held their breaths and had unpleasant expressions. During the battle between the Evil King and Li Fuchen, the strength that he burst out was enough to suppress them. With the addition of the Devil Thunderbone Frame's power, if the Evil King wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing chickens. It was impossible for them to resist. Devil Thunderbone Frame, huh? Li Fuchen's expression had a slight change. He might not have heard of the Devil Thunderbone Frame before, but just from a name, he knew that it was an extremely formidable Thunderbolt Bone Frame. Correspondingly, the Devil Thunder power was definitely superior to the Thunderbolt power. His Blazing Flame power was inferior to Yu Lai's Thunderbolt power. After all, his Blazing Flame Bone Frame was only 4-star while Yu Lai's Thunderbolt Bone Frame was 6-star. Devil Wind Shower. When executing a fist, a purplish-black Thunderbolt Fist shadow enveloped Li Fuchen. When facing such a large area of effect attack, Li Fuchen's Flying Flame 9 transformations couldn't dodge and had no choice but to resist. Crackle boom. Li Fuchen burst in retreat while his body was covered with purplish-black electric arcs. The Evil King's strength had actually increased by 1 or 2 levels. If Li Fuchen didn't dual cultivate and his body refinement was stronger than his chi cultivation, this fist would have severely injured him. I am fine. The Evil King took a deep breath and executed the finishing move of the extreme Evil Devil Fist, Devil Sun in the sky. Like a bouncing star, a black sun that was mixed with purplish-black thunderbolts was shot out. When it approached Li Fuchen, it had already expanded to a few hundred meters in size. It was simply unavoidable and unavoidable. Bronze Sword Essence, Shadow of Scarlet. Circulating the 5-star secret technique, Shadow of Scarlet. The bronze sword chi in Li Fuchen's body was released in an extremely mystical way and formed into a bronze shadow. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, the bronze sword shadow had also brandished its sword. In the next moment, there was a giant bronze sword light that had the willpower to go against the current and slashed on the black sun. The bronze sword light exploded while the black sun was still shooting over. But the power had already been reduced by half as it was shattered by a single palm strike from Li Fuchen. What? Stacking of secret technique? The evil king's vision was terrifying, and he could clearly sense the changes in Li Fuchen's chi. Chapter 445. How could the evil king know that Li Fuchen's sword essence secret technique could be stacked with most of his secret techniques? Even the sect origin swords could be stacked, therefore, it could also be stacked with a shadow of scarlet that had both offense and defense. To be serious, the sword essence secret technique wasn't considered a regular secret technique. It was a secret technique that modified the bones. If it was a regular secret technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to execute two secret techniques at the same time. But when the two secret techniques were stacked, Li Fuchen felt that his chi consumption had increased significantly. Just executing the Shadow of Scarlet was already exhausting a lot of chi. After stacking with the bronze sword essence, the chi consumption had increased drastically. Li Fuchen was only at the 3rd level of Reincarnation Realm after all. His strength might be formidable, but it couldn't conceal his lack of chi. Of course, no matter how little chi he had, it was still dozens or even 100 times more than the blazing flame power. He didn't have to worry about chi exhaustion for now, unless he used a sword move like the Green Sun Absolution that consumed a lot of chi. I would like to see how long you can last. The evil king spoke in a calm tone. Even though Li Fuchen's strength was beyond his imagination, it was still inferior to him. Furthermore, a battle was exhausting. Be it Li Fuchen's chi or extraordinary power, they were both lesser than the evil king. If the battle dragged on, the evil king would be the one to die. Li Fuchen naturally didn't wish to fight a protracted battle with the evil king. As of now, he had yet to execute the High Heaven Sword Art's 3rd move, Soar into the Sky. It was time to execute it now. The joint heaven sword was glowing as Li Fuchen executed an absolute sword move. This sword move didn't consume as much chi as the Green Sun Absolution, but the power wasn't inferior. It contained Sword Dao laws and was extremely mystical. It could use 10% of the power to burst out with 30% of the lethality. Furthermore, this sword move might be straight, but it was too fast. It was so fast that the evil king didn't have time to use his full strength. Without a choice, the evil king could only burst out with the Devil Thunder core power. The purplish-black thunderbolts on the surface of his body turned into black thunderbolts that were even more powerful. It didn't just block Li Fuchen's sword light, it had also immediately extinguished the sword light. After the evil king burst out with the Devil Thunder core power, even if his strength wasn't at the regular 19th level of Reincarnation Realm, it wasn't too far off. Demon Hammer Strike. The core power of the Devil Thunder would affect the efficiency of absorbing the power of the Devil Thunder. The evil king did not intend to consume too much of the core power of the Devil Thunder. Therefore, the first thing he did was to display the most true chi-consuming and the most terrifying killing move of the extreme demonic fist, Demonic Hammer Strike. The evil king leaped into the sky and arrived above Li Fuchen. He clenched his fists tightly, and 2 black spheres of light appeared on his fists. Buzz! Buzz! At a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, the evil king's left and right fists bombarded the void one after another. At this moment, there seemed to be ripples in the void. Patches of black ripples extended towards Li Fuchen. The speed at which the ripples spread was too fast, and the area it covered was also extremely wide. The ground beneath Li Fuchen was instantly dislocated, as though there was an earthquake. Crack! Sensing the terror of this fist, Li Fuchen quickly burst out with the core, blazing flame power, and slashed with his sword. The ripples were split apart layer by layer. Finally, Li Fuchen was shaken to the ground by the ripples and was shaken into the ground. What a terrifying move. The petrified queen believed that she wouldn't be able to block the evil king's fist. Of course, as the #1 expert of the demonic 10 regions, she wasn't a fool to forcefully resist the evil king's strongest kill move. Back then, Yulai's strength was much inferior to her, but with his superior speed, he was still able to escape. Even if she couldn't defeat the evil king, The petrified queen was confident that she could protect herself. How can he be so powerful? The mountain-shaking elephant's eyes contracted and had an appalled expression. Back when he exchanged moves with the evil king was already able to suppress him, but wasn't able to instantly kill him. Right now, the evil king was already able to instantly kill him. Even if the mountain-shaking elephant activated his innate ability, the battle heaven tyrant body, he would still be turned into a blood mist without any suspense. As for Li Fuchen's strength, it had also shocked the mountain-shaking elephant. Previously, it was already very terrifying for Li Fuchen to fight against 4 people by himself. But as compared to the strength that he burst out with now, it was undoubtedly insignificant. The situation of the East Unicorn Continent is changing too quickly. At this moment, even the Blood Devil King was trembling with fear. The Evil King and Li Fuchen were both existences that had broken the balance. With these 2 individuals around, how could the Blood Devil King stand out? He couldn't help but recall a saying that was passed down among the humans. The river flows east for 30 years, then west for 30 years. Previously, the demonic 10 regions were extremely awe-inspiring. But after the evil Tao emerged, the demonic 10 regions immediately quieted down. Right now, the 100 Sects Alliance had also caught up. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to live past today. Otherwise, the demonic 10 regions would be at the bottom. They wouldn't dare to offend the evil Tao. They wouldn't even dare to offend the 100 Sects Alliance. Seeing Li Fuchen being smashed into the ground, Mu Hanxin's heart tightened. He didn't expect the evil king to be so powerful. He knew Li Fuchen's strength better than anyone else. The other members of the 100 Sects Alliance didn't have great expressions either. They might not have submitted to Li Fuchen and were rather unconvinced and unwilling, but Li Fuchen was still the alliance leader of the 100 Sects Alliance. Once Li Fuchen died, the 100 Sects Alliance would be finished too. The current evil king was unstoppable. Everyone let out a breath of relief as Li Fuchen wasn't dead and wasn't even injured. The ground shook as Li Fuchen rushed out. The evil king's fist earlier was only 10% or 20% stronger than him. It wasn't even able to injure him. Frowning, the evil king's eyes burst with devilish light. Li Fuchen's defense was simply beyond his expectations. He didn't think that this fist would be able to kill Li Fuchen, but it should at least be able to injure Li Fuchen a little, right? But with the current situation, even if he executed dozens of fists, he might not be able to kill Li Fuchen. After dozens of fists, his devil thundercore power would be depleted by at least half. I cannot drag this on. The evil king made up his mind. He isn't even injured after that. The extreme Yin ancestor and the blood ancestor opened their mouths, but couldn't make a sound. After forcefully letting out a turbid breath, the evil king sized up the silver scale armor inside Li Fuchen's damaged clothes and said slowly, "This armor of yours should be Earth class mid-tier, right? Otherwise, that fist earlier would have severely injured you." That's right. Li Fuchen didn't lie. It didn't matter what he said. As long as he was defeated or killed, he wouldn't have a good ending. But if he wasn't defeated, so what if he exposed the silver scale armor? No one would dare to snatch it, and no one would be able to snatch it. Earth-class mid-tier armor. The extreme Yin ancestor and the blood ancestor revealed greedy expressions, but they were quickly disappointed. With the evil king around, if Li Fuchen died, they wouldn't have a chance to obtain this armor. On the 100 Sect Alliance's side, everyone had expressions of shock and jealousy. They didn't even have an entire set of Earth-class low-tier equipment. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to have an Earth-class mid-tier armor. How profound was Li Fuchen's fated encounter? Why didn't they have such profound fated encounters? Your artifact sword should also be Earth-class mid-tier. The evil king continued. Right now, everyone was numb. This Li Fuchen was simply a heavenly prodigy, a favored child of the heavens. His equipment was Earth-class mid-tier, while they were still struggling at the Earth-class low-tier. Your fated encounter is heaven-defying. If you're given time, the entire East Unicorn Continent will be under your rule. It is a pity that you encountered me. While speaking, the evil king withdrew the black devil chi in his body. In the next moment, the horrific and violent devil thunder power replaced the chi and filled the body. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. In normal situations, extraordinary power wouldn't be able to fill the body and would only burst out together with the qi. Furthermore, the amount of extraordinary power that burst out wouldn't be too much, as it might destroy the meridians and flesh. But right now, the evil king's body was obviously filled with devil thunder power, and his body wasn't damaged at all. This meant that the evil king had awakened a devil thunder divine ability. Is this your true trump card? Li Fuchen was moved. The evil king let out a light smile, while his body suddenly released a purplish-black thunderlight. The violent qi prowess had caused the sky to change. The ground couldn't withstand the pressure and started to crack. Pieces of rocks and soil rose into the air and floated there. You are very unfortunate. During my seclusion, I have already awakened a devil thunder divine ability. Just by relying on this divine ability, I am confident that I can fight against a regular first-level battle spirit realm expert. The evil king's voice was extremely cold. A battle spirit realm expert must have cultivated an earth-class cultivation technique. But without the extraordinary bone, frame, and divine ability, one would only be a regular first-level battle spirit realm martial artist. If it was a first-level battle spirit realm martial artist that cultivated an earth-class low-tier cultivation technique, the evil king was confident to contest with him. This was because of his confidence in the devil thunder divine ability. As for a first-level battle spirit realm martial artist that cultivated a mystic-class peak-tier cultivation technique, it was almost impossible. The evil king knew clearly that if one didn't cultivate an earth-class cultivation technique, it was impossible to progress to the battle spirit realm. Let's fight. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. He had indeed underestimated the evil king, but it wasn't as if he didn't have a trump card. Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The evil king made a move. The instant he made his move, the thunder light on his body was blazing to the extreme. Thunder patterns were swimming in the thunder light, and they were divine ability patterns. When the evil king opened his right hand, a massive purple-black thunder sphere was produced. The evil king swung his hand, and the thunder sphere was blasted at Li Fuchen. The thunder sphere was expanding at an extreme speed, and the power was at the extreme. The horrific thunder power had electrocuted all the rocks and soil into dust. The wandering thunder power had also affected everyone, causing their bodies to feel numb and forcing them to retreat frantically. Too terrifying. Is this the power of a divine ability? Everyone was terrified. It was recorded in the ancient records that a martial artist that awakened a divine ability would be invincible in the same realm. This statement wasn't just for show. Clear Sky Sword Art. Li Fuchen activated the Clear Sky Sword Art martial pattern on his wrist and clashed with the evil king's Devil Thunder divine ability. A resplendent and boundless sword light burst out and was also in the shape of a sphere. Boom! The world lost its color, and the only thing that could be seen was the devastating purple-black thunder and the resplendent sword light. It was obvious that the evil king's Devil Thunder divine ability had its own circulation system. The Devil Thunder power was circulating and was able to maintain a complete state. As for Li Fuchen's Clear Sky Sword Art, it was ultimately inferior by one level and quickly crumbled. Chapter 446. It is over. The evil king felt that it was a pity. Killing an unrivaled prodigy would definitely make one sigh. It was just like destroying a priceless artwork. But this sigh was only for an instant. The path of the martial Tao had always been the survival of the fittest. After killing Li Fuchen's chi fate would more or less be absorbed by the evil king. Impossible. Mu Hanxin had a painful expression and a trace of fear. So what if he is an unrivaled prodigy? A dead prodigy is just a wild dog. The blood ancestor grinned. At the side, the extreme ancestor nodded. Is he still a stepping stone for the evil king? The petrified queen sighed. She wasn't just sighing for Li Fuchen, she was also sighing for the future of the demonic 10 regions. With the evil king around, the demonic 10 regions would probably be the same as before. They could only hide in a corner and wait for an opportunity. It was fortunate that demonic beasts and demons had a lifespan that far surpassed humans. As long as the evil king didn't progress to the battle spirit realm, he would eventually die of old age. The spectators all had different thoughts. TSS, TSS, TSS. After wreaking havoc, the thunder sphere had expanded to the size of a few miles. Immediately after, the circulation system collapsed and it suddenly exploded. Countless purplish-black thunderbolts wandered in the air and plowed the ground over and over again. The dense electric arcs had even filled the space over a dozen miles. Just this divine ability was probably enough to kill thousands of Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. Finally, the thunderbolts dispersed and the electric arcs were extinguished. At the place where Li Fuchen was, a giant pit appeared in everyone's vision. This pit was too big and was able to contain a small city. The center of the pit was over 1,000 feet deep, and when looking down from the sky, it was extremely shocking. The evil king's expression suddenly changed. It was as though he saw something unbelievable. Soon enough, the others also noticed something strange. In the center of the pit, a figure gradually became clear. Normally, the evil king's divine ability was enough to shatter a person's body and bones. At most, the person would only be able to preserve their equipment. But Li Fuchen was actually able to preserve his body, and it was truly a miracle. Immediately after, an even greater miracle happened. Li Fuchen, who was supposed to be dead, actually moved. Swish! Bending his knee, Li Fuchen flew into the sky. Evil monarch, your divine ability isn't powerful enough. At this moment, apart from a few scorch marks on his body, he was not injured at all, and his aura was not weak in the slightest. How did you do it? Evil King's voice was deep. I did it just like that. Li Fuchen replied. The Alliance Master isn't dead. Mu Hanxin was on the verge of collapsing. He felt as though he had just experienced life and death. He's still alive? Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to say. This was especially true for Grandmaster Zenith Een and the Blood Ancestor. The two of them looked as if they had eaten filth, their complexions extremely unsightly. After sizing up Li Fuchen carefully, the evil monarch finally saw something. Li Fuchen's body was emitting a layer of pale, golden halo. This halo contained chi blood waves, but it was several times stronger than chi blood. It was obviously the extraordinary chi power that was produced when the body refinement reached a certain level. His body also had extraordinary chi power, but it wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. It wasn't as simple as just 1 or 2 levels lower. Evil King, what skills do you have? Bring them all out. The reason why Li Fuchen had the confidence to return to the East Unicorn Continent wasn't because of his strength, but because of his superior defense. Class 5 demons had extremely tough defenses and were extremely hard to kill, unless one's strength was far superior. Li Fuchen's physical defense was much stronger than Class 5 demons. Back at the Black Sky Sect ruins, Li Fuchen's physical defense was already at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn Continent. It was fine if it was just that, but Li Fuchen's chi defense wasn't to be underestimated either. After all, it was enhanced by the silver scale armor. After the chi defense weakened, the lethal power that actually landed on Li Fuchen's body was already reduced by half. Therefore, the Evil King's Devil Thunder Divine ability was only able to put Li Fuchen in a miserable state, but it wasn't able to truly injure Li Fuchen. Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The Evil King didn't say anything as he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could withstand 2 rounds of Supreme Black Devil Thunder. The horrific Supreme Black Devil Thunder burst out and engulfed Li Fuchen again. This time, Li Fuchen didn't even execute the Clear Sky Sword Art and used the High Heaven Sword Art to eliminate a portion of the Supreme Black Devil Thunder's power. As for the remaining power, Li Fuchen would forcefully resist it. There was another giant pit on the ground. Li Fuchen was still standing in the pit, and his body was still unscathed. Dying. The Evil King was enraged and blasted the 3rd round of Supreme Black Devil Thunder at Li Fuchen. The Devil Thunder power in the Evil King's body had been accumulated for over a dozen years, and it was far more vigorous than Li Fuchen's blazing flame power. Therefore, even if the Evil King executed the Supreme Black Devil Thunder over a dozen times, he would still be able to withstand it. 4 rounds. 5 rounds. 6 rounds. The evil king had released 4 rounds of supreme black devil thunder in a single breath. That giant pit had increased from 1,000 feet to a few thousand feet in depth. Even the underground undercurrents had been blasted out before they were vaporized by the thunderbolts and rose into the sky. But Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. Evil king, you cannot kill me. Li Fuchen's dragon elephant power was extremely vigorous. With 55,000 strands of dragon elephant power protecting his body, Li Fuchen's body was watertight. Unless the evil king was able to destroy the dragon elephant power, it was impossible to injure Li Fuchen. On the contrary, Li Fuchen's chi was extremely chaotic. The 5-star secret technique, Shadow of Scarlet, had already been dispersed by the first round of Supreme Black Devil Thunder. Subsequently, Li Fuchen had to rely on the Silver Scale Armor's barrier as the first layer of defense. Every time the barrier was destroyed, Li Fuchen's body would suffer a chi impact. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's body refinement was tough enough. Just a portion of the dragon elephant power was enough to suppress the chaotic chi. If it was someone else, their body would have exploded and died. This is impossible. The evil king was panting slightly. Even if the devil thunder power in his body was very vigorous, after executing the supreme black devil thunder so many times, it felt like it was being emptied. But what about Li Fuchen? Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. How could the evil king remain calm? Evil king, you have a divine ability. I, Li Fuchen, also have a divine ability. Taking a beating wasn't Li Fuchen's style. The violent, blazing flame power surged into Li Fuchen's body from the bone frame spatial zone. In an instant, Li Fuchen turned into a flaming man, and a chi presence that wasn't inferior to the evil king burst into the sky. Li Fuchen's blazing flame power might be inferior to the evil king's devil thunder power, but Li Fuchen had a higher utilization rate. This was mainly because Li Fuchen cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier cultivation technique, Ardent Sun Divine Technique. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the more meridians would be opened up. There were some meridians that could only be found by following the cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be hard to find them even with the awareness scan. The blazing flame power was the same as chi. It had to be burst through the meridians. The more meridians there were, the more blazing flame power that could be burst out in an instant. Blazing flame patterns were circulating on the surface of Li Fuchen's body. Immediately after, Li Fuchen raised the joint heaven sword and slashed at the evil king. Swish! The ferocious blazing flame sword chi felt like it was going to explode the void as it cleaved at the evil king. The heart of blazing flame divine ability was very unique. It wasn't like the supreme black devil thunder, which could only be released in one way. The heart of blazing flame could be released in any form because it had completed the final transformation inside Li Fuchen's body. If the supreme black devil thunder was a martial art, then the heart of blazing flame was a cultivation technique. One was transforming on the outside, while the other was transforming on the inside. Blazing flame divine ability. The evil king's expression changed as he quickly released the supreme black devil thunder. Rumble. The radius of a few miles was split up by the sea of thunder and the sea of flames. The horrific prowess made everyone speechless. The divine ability duel was too horrific. If one had to describe it, it was as though two individuals were using Earth-class high-tier martial arts to duel. Ultimately, the blazing flame sword chi was still slightly inferior and was extinguished by the supreme black devil thunder. However, the supreme black devil thunder had lost most of its power and its circulation system had collapsed. It was unable to deal with Li Fuchen. How is this possible? His blazing flame divine ability is actually able to contest with my supreme black devil thunder. The evil king had an extremely gloomy expression. All of a sudden, he thought of something. Extraordinary power also required meridians to burst out. The reason why Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability was able to contest with his supreme black devil thunder was because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique's grade was higher than his. Therefore, Li Fuchen's meridians were naturally more developed. Boom! Boom! The two's divine abilities collided again and again. After releasing 4 blazing flame divine abilities, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile in his heart. The blazing flame power in his body was only enough to execute the heart of blazing flame 6 times. It was merely 2 more times than when he just awakened the heart of blazing flame. Li Fuchen's devil thunder power was definitely much more than his. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already used up 6 divine abilities. With the addition of these 4 divine abilities, Li Fuchen's devil thunder power probably wouldn't be able to last much longer. Li Fuchen, you are not bad. You are actually able to contest with me to this extent. The evil king didn't execute any more divine abilities. So what if he used up Li Fuchen's blazing flame power? With Li Fuchen's defenses, the evil king wouldn't be able to kill Li Fuchen within a short period of time. Once the battle dragged on, even if the evil king killed Li Fuchen, he would exhaust a lot of his energy, giving others the opportunity to kill him. If he wanted to kill Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to rely on himself. He had to rely on everyone to work together. After all, no matter how tough the defense was, there was a limit. As long as the attacks were frequent enough, even a piece of wood could be smashed into pieces. Of course, if Li Fuchen could rely on his physical defense to resist the evil king's attacks, the evil king wouldn't hesitate and would immediately leave. But Li Fuchen's physical defense obviously wasn't at this level. He had to rely on his chi defense to act as the first layer of defense. Li Fuchen felt it was rather strange and got vigilant. Petrified Queen, if you don't make a move now, when are you going to do it? The evil king suddenly looked towards the Petrified Queen's direction and yelled out, I will naturally make a move. It was unknown when the Petrified Queen had already appeared a few miles behind Li Fuchen. She slapped at Li Fuchen with both hands, and an overwhelming white radiance enveloped Li Fuchen. Innate ability, Petrification Technique. The Petrification Technique was lacking in terms of offense, but even the evil king wasn't willing to be enveloped by the Petrification Technique. Back then, Yulai was only touched by a little bit of the Petrification Technique and was instantly injured. Chapter 447. Once the Petrified Queen made her move, the demonic beasts and demons of the Monster and Demon 10 territories also made their moves. Kill. Without waiting for the evil king's order, the Zenithine Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor had already charged towards the 100 Sect Alliance experts. With his aura exploding, Mu Hanxin roared, the demonic Dao and the demonic 10 regions have gone too far. Kill as many as you can and raise the prestige of our 100 Sect Alliance. Crackle. Su Yuanhe took out a long green whip and whipped a silver-masked man to death. The green treasured sword in Hua Jinqiu's hand stabbed out wildly, and streams of tyrannical sword chi shot out. At this juncture, not a single person from the 100 Sect Alliance took a step back. If they did, they would face annihilation. As compared to the 100 Sect Alliance, Li Fuchen had to face a much more severe situation. He had 3 opponents, the Evil King, the Petrified Queen, and the Blood Devil King. Needless to say, the Evil King was stronger than him. The Petrified Queen's petrification technique was an extremely powerful innate ability, and the Blood Demon King had also grasped an innate ability, the Blood Lightning technique. But for the trio to kill Li Fuchen, it was still very difficult. After withdrawing the blazing flame power, Li Fuchen's body was filled with ardent sun chi again. In order to weaken the Petrify art, using the ardent sun field power was definitely the best. After all, the Petrify art contained the Petrification Dao laws, and the ardent sun field power also contained the ardent sun Dao laws. After weakening a portion of the Petrify art, Li Fuchen was confident he could resist the remaining Petrify art. But to release the ardent sun field power, it required the support of the ardent sun chi. As such, Li Fuchen's combat strength will be greatly reduced. After all, Li Fuchen's strongest chi was the bronze sword chi and not the ardent sun chi. The ardent sun true chi passed through the bronze sword essence and instantly transformed into bronze sword chi. In the next moment, Li Fuchen placed the joint heaven sword horizontally in front of him. A resplendent green radiance burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen. The green sun sword intent had no concept of moves. Every move was the Green Sun sword intent and could be used for both offense and defense. Ka. The moment the green light enveloped Li Fuchen, the white light had already engulfed him. Visible to the naked eye, the earth began to petrify, the dust in the air began to petrify, and even the heaven-earth Yuan Qi began to petrify. The petrify technique could petrify anything. It was rumored that the best petrify technique could even petrify the void. Azure Sun Sword intent was eroded by the white light, and part of it was petrified. After a while, Li Fuchen was wrapped in a huge white stone ball. Blood lightning art. A blood-colored ball of light condensed in the Blood Demon King's hand. Blood-colored lightning surged on the blood-colored ball of light as it smashed towards the white stone ball. The white stone ball exploded, and Li Fuchen, who was within it, staggered backwards. The Petrified Queen's petrification technique was very mystical. It forcefully sealed his Green Sun Sword intent and brittle his defense. Fortunately, it could only brittle his true Qi defense and not his physical defense. Supreme Black Demon Thunder. The evil king followed closely behind and blasted at Li Fuchen with the Supreme Black Devil Thunder. This time, Li Fuchen suffered serious injuries. His skin was lacerated and there were scorch marks everywhere. After all, his true Qi defense had been destroyed by the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder spell. The silver scale armor itself could only weaken a small part of the Supreme Black Demon Thunder's power. The rest had to be resisted by the Dragon Elephant Force and Qi Force. Injured, Blood Demon King is happy. He is really afraid that Li Fuchen will not be injured. Li Fuchen, today is the day you die. Evil King's gaze was cold and callous. Li Fuchen, surrender. The petrified queen persuaded. Li Fuchen grinned. Do you think you have me for sure? Li Fuchen executed the Flying Flame 9 transformations to dodge the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder spell. Thousands of green sword lights were shot at the Blood Demon King. PFFF. The Blood Demon King's body was penetrated repeatedly. The Blood Demon King's strength was only equivalent to a regular 14th level reincarnation realm expert. How could he resist Li Fuchen's attack? It was fortunate that the Blood Demon King's greatest trump card was his tenacious vitality. It was 10 times more tenacious than the Horned Devil King and the other Class 5 demons. This was also the reason why he was able to sit firmly on the number 2 seat of the Demonic 10 regions. Li Fuchen's sword lights weren't just targeting the Blood Demon King. The Petrified Queen was also within the sword light's attack range. But the Petrified Queen was indeed the Petrified Queen. She took out a shield, and there was a burst of white radiance on the shield. It instantly turned into a thick rock wall that blocked in front of her. The rock wall naturally couldn't withstand the sword light's penetration, but it had eliminated most of the power. The remaining power wasn't enough to threaten the Petrified Queen. Everything was done while flying at a high speed. In a split second, Li Fuchen was already close to the Blood Demon King. When facing the trio's alliance, Li Fuchen could only stall one of them. Otherwise, when facing the trio's continuous attacks, Li Fuchen would be exhausted to death sooner or later. The evil king naturally saw through Li Fuchen's thoughts. He didn't bother about the Devil Thunder's power consumption and blasted the Supreme Black Devil Thunder at Li Fuchen, who was flying in the sky. Bang bang. No matter how fast Li Fuchen's flying speed was, it wasn't comparable to the speed of the thunder. He was immediately struck and his Qi defense collapsed, causing him to be blasted to the ground. Haha, Blood Thunder technique. The Blood Demon King tossed a Blood Thunder, which exploded on Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's mouth was bleeding. His defense was divided into 2 layers, and with both layers, no one in the East Unicorn continent could injure him. But if one layer was destroyed, there were still a few people that could injure him, and the Blood Demon King was definitely one of them. The evil king knew that this opportunity couldn't be missed and executed the 12th Supreme Black Devil Thunder. Immediately after, the Petrified Queen's Petrify technique had also enveloped Li Fuchen. Even if he doesn't die now, he should be close. The Blood Demon King opened up his palm and continued to condense Blood Thunder. Li Fuchen's injuries were indeed severe. He might have executed the Green Sun sword intent to defend at the first moment, but he was still severely injured by the supreme Black Devil Thunder. The Petrified Queen's Petrify technique had solidified his wounds into rocks, and the Petrify power was trying to invade Li Fuchen's body through the wounds. Once it invaded, Li Fuchen would definitely turn into a stone statue. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen burst out with blazing flame power again. With the burst of blazing flame power, the Petrify power was dispersed, and the rocks on the surface of the wounds had exploded. Li Fuchen's injuries were even more severe, but it was better to get the pain over with. After doing everything, Li Fuchen activated the healing ring. Under the cover of the green halo, Li Fuchen's injuries were recovering at a visible speed. As such, when the Blood Demon King's Blood Thunder was blasted over, Li Fuchen had already recovered and slashed at the Blood Thunder. PFFF. The Blood Thunder was split open, and the remaining blazing flame sword chi made the Blood Demon King scream miserably. His body felt as though it was on fire and was emitting green smoke. What? His injuries have recovered? The Petrified Queen took a deep cold breath. Even if the Blood Demon King wanted to recover from such injuries, he would need a certain amount of time. How did Li Fuchen do it? The Evil King's expression turned gloomy again. Li Fuchen had too many tricks, and it wasn't something a young man should have. It was more like an old monster that had lived for many years and had plenty of trump cards. No one would know how many trump cards Li Fuchen had until the very end. When Li Fuchen was tangling with the three experts, the 100 Sex Alliance, the Evil Tao, and the Demonic 10 Regions were in full swing. Damn it, where did they get so many Earth-class low-tier equipment? The Blood Ancestor cursed loudly. The one fighting with the Blood Ancestor was the High Heaven Sword Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Hua Jinxiu. Originally, Hua Jinxiu wasn't a match for the Blood Ancestor, but it was unknown when Hua Jinxiu obtained an Earth-class low-tier artifact sword and even an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. The Blood Ancestor's various sinister methods weren't able to deal with Hua Jinxiu and was instead forced into a miserable state. If the Blood Ancestor didn't carry a large number of blood corpses, he would already be injured. The extreme Ancestor was also very gloomy. His strength was stronger than the Blood Ancestor, but his opponent was even stronger than Hua Jinxiu. It was the originally unremarkable Wind Snow Sect's Supreme Grand Elder, Mu Hanxin. When being suppressed by Hua Jinxiu's cold underworld palm intent, the extreme Ancestor could only defend. The Evil Tao was gloomy, but the Demonic 10 Regions were even more gloomy. The mountain-shaking elephant originally wanted to take revenge and immediately went to look for the Eternal Spring Valley's Supreme Grand Elder, Su Yuanhe. As a result, he was stunned by Su Yuanhe's slap. That's right, he had awakened 2 fledgling innate abilities and had a drastic increase in strength. Logically, he should be able to suppress Su Yuanhe. However, Su Yuanhe actually had an Earth-class low-tier whip and an Earth-class low-tier artifact armor. When the whip struck, even his Battle Heaven Tyrant body couldn't withstand it. Furthermore, Su Yuanhe's whip art was at the acme stage and would always be able to wrap around him, restricting his movements and preventing him from exhibiting his pinnacle combat strength. The Devil Pattern Tiger, Powered Devil King, Horned Devil King, Ground Rat King, Winged Devil King, Green Devil King, and Gray Devil King were all extremely sullen. Their opponents had excellent equipment, and with the enhancement of the equipment, the strength they could exhibit would only be stronger than them. After taking a glance at the battlefield, Mu Hanxin sneered. The current 100 Sex Alliance was no longer the 100 Sex Alliance of the past. The high-level reincarnation realm experts that came this time were all equipped with Earth-class low-tier weapons and armors. Their overall strength was instantly superior to the Demonic 10 Regions and the Evil Tao. Even if they were to face the alliance of the 2 major factions, they wouldn't be fearful. All of these changes were brought about by Li Fuchen. To be honest, Mu Hanxin also wished to know where did Li Fuchen obtain so many Earth-class low-tier equipment. After all, there were too many, and it was enough to fully equip all the high-level reincarnation realm experts of the 100 Sex Alliance. This wasn't just increasing the individual strength, it was increasing the overall strength. Of course, Mu Hanxin knew that this was Li Fuchen's secret and even if he was going to die, he wouldn't casually ask about it. Li Fuchen was still in battle with the evil king and the other experts. Before coming, Mu Hanxin had already made ample preparations. He originally didn't intend to distribute the Earth-class low-tier equipment, but he had distributed them one by one. He was afraid of any accidents. In any case, Li Fuchen had as many Earth-class low-tier equipment as he wanted. He was just distributing them in advance. Seeing that the 100 Sects Alliance was in a great situation, Li Fuchen had less worries. The evil king, petrified queen, and the blood devil king were also observing the situation on the battlefield. When they saw that the 100 Sects Alliance was suppressing the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions, the trio looked at each other with unpleasant expressions. This wasn't just a simple change, it was obviously a reversal of the situation. The situation of the East Unicorn Continent had instantly reversed. If they didn't guess wrongly, everything was because of Li Fuchen. We must kill him. Chapter 448. Immediately after, the evil king, the petrified queen, and the blood devil king's attacks were even more ferocious. As long as Li Fuchen was eliminated, the 100 Sects Alliance would just be a group of small fries for them to crush. 13 strike, 14 strike, 15 strike. Unknowingly, the evil king had already activated the supreme Black Devil Thunder for 15 times. The Devil Thunder power in his body was almost depleted. The evil king didn't plan to use the remaining Devil Thunder power. After all, it was his foundation. Once the Devil Thunder power was depleted, it would be 10 times or even 100 times more difficult to accumulate Devil Thunder power. He wouldn't be able to recover to his peak condition within 1 or 2 years. Furthermore, so what if the remaining Devil Thunder power was depleted? Li Fuchen's healing cardinal artifact could obviously support a few more rounds of healing. 1 or 2 attacks wouldn't be able to kill the evil king. Li Fuchen's healing ring indeed couldn't last for a few more rounds. The green crystal on the ring had dimmed significantly, but he was already very satisfied that he could last until now. After losing the restraints of the supreme Black Devil Thunder, Li Fuchen continued to approach the Blood Devil King. Among the 3 experts, the Blood Devil King was the weakest and the easiest to cripple. The Blood Devil King retreated, and his subconscious told him not to engage in close combat with Li Fuchen. However, Li Fuchen's green sun sword intent was extremely fast. Thousands of sword lights shot out, and the Blood Devil King's body was filled with holes, making it impossible for him to increase his speed. Devil Sun in the sky. Even without the supreme Black Devil Thunder, the evil king was still the evil king, and his strength wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen, unless Li Fuchen used his blazing flame divine ability. With a shake of the cloak, the evil king instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen and blasted a black sun at Li Fuchen. I have been waiting for you. The moment the evil king appeared, Li Fuchen had already used the Flying Flame 9 transformation to dodge, leaving behind only an afterimage. The evil king's reaction was extremely fast, but he was still a step too slow. Evil king, this is my gift to you. On the left side of the evil king, Li Fuchen produced a dark red metal bullet and shot it at the evil king. By the time the evil king reacted, the metal bullet was already 10 feet away from him. No matter how stupid evil king was, he knew that this metal bullet was not simple. Hence, he immediately activated his phantom cloak and planned to leave. Boom! The iron bomb exploded, and its explosive power was even greater than that of the evil king's supreme Black Demon Thunder. The terrifying fireball rose into the sky and turned into a fire dragon that wreaked havoc. The evil king did not even have the time to take a breath before he was severely injured. His skin and flesh cracked open, and there were flames coming out of it. Even though the evil king instantly unleashed the power of the demon thunder to protect his body, it was still too late. What is this? Evil king was a little dumbfounded. He was stunned by the explosion. The might of this metal bullet was clearly not inferior to the Formation Pagoda on Mystic Tool's Sex damaged battleship. Evil king was stunned. Petrified Queen and Blood Devil King were also stunned. The power of this iron bullet was too great. Even the evil king was heavily injured in an instant. If it landed beside the two of them, The Petrified Queen would barely be able to keep her life, but the Blood Devil King would definitely die. After all, no matter how much vitality he still had to preserve a large portion of his body. If even his body was blown up, what was the use of having more vitality? As expected of a quasi-level 6 firearm, Dragon Fire Bullet. This Dragon Fire Bullet was Li Fuchen's strongest trump card. On the East Unicorn Continent, the Thunderbolt sect was the best at refining firearms. But on the Seven Color Continent, there were too many formidable firearms refiners. A mere Thunderbolt sect wouldn't even be presentable on the Seven Color Continent. This Dragon Fire Bullet had cost Li Fuchen 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, there was only one of it. If it was used properly, it would be enough to injure a regular first-level battle spirit realm master. Taking advantage of the weakness, Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to blast the High Heaven Sword Art's third move, soar into the sky at the Evil King. PFFF. Blood sprayed out. At the crucial moment, the Evil King shook his cloak and distanced himself from this place. It was a pity that half of his body was still slashed by the sword, and his left arm was turned into a blood mist. Not good. The Petrified Queen and Blood Devil King turned pale with fright while feeling bitter in their hearts. The trio had worked together, and Li Fuchen had actually turned the tables. Evil King, don't think about leaving. Li Fuchen chased after the Evil King. As long as he killed the Evil King, even if the others worked together, he would still be able to defeat them. Hateful. The Evil King activated the Ghost Cloak and fled far away. As for the extreme Ancestor, the Blood Ancestor, and the others, he couldn't be bothered anymore. Retreat. The Petrified Queen and Blood Devil King didn't dare to fight with Li Fuchen anymore. They quickly gave the order to retreat. Die! Li Fuchen executed the Green Sun Sword intent to the extremity. Thousands of sword lights were shot out in the air. A large number of Class 5 peak-tier demonic beasts and a few Class 5 demons were pierced by the sword lights and burst in a blood mist. Sect Origin Swords. This wasn't the end yet. 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi appeared around Li Fuchen and blasted at the Blood Devil King. The Petrified Queen's defense was too incredible, and 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Chi wouldn't be able to kill her. Damn it. The Blood Devil King's scalp turned numb. He turned around and executed the Blood Thunder technique to blast tens of thousands of Sect Origin Bronze Sword Chi, but even more Sword Chi enveloped him. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The blood mist exploded violently, and the Blood Devil King couldn't even maintain his human form. Hurry up and leave. The Petrified Queen executed the Petrify technique and petrified half of the Sword Chi before urging the Blood Devil King to leave. Swish! The Blood Devil King, who was only left with a blood shadow, fled frantically with extreme speed. A pity, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. He might have the Flying Flame 9 transformations, but the Flying Flame 9 transformations could only increase his speed within a short distance. Long-distance speed wasn't comparable to these people. After all, speed was related to cultivation level and chi quality. But after such severe injuries, it was impossible for the Blood Devil King to recover without 1 or 2 years. Ultimately, more than half of the evil Dao forces had perished, and even the extreme Ancestor had perished. The Blood Ancestor was rather lucky, mainly because his survivability was too tough. Even if he wasn't as good as the Blood Devil King, he wasn't too far off. Half of the demonic 10 regions had also been slaughtered. Among them, the Horned Devil King, Green Devil King, Gray Devil King, and a few of the weaker demonic region lords had perished. Of course, Li Fuchen was the main reason why they were able to kill these elite existences. Apart from the Evil King and the others, there weren't many that could withstand a single sword from Li Fuchen. After a single sword, these people basically didn't have any combat strength. They were swarmed by the 100 Sects Alliance's experts and slaughtered like vegetables. After the battle ended, Su Yuanhe, Xiahou Wu, and Muhan Xin led the 100 Sects Alliance's experts and bowed with cupped fists. Alliance leader has unparalleled strength and overwhelming martial strength. We are willing to follow until death. This battle didn't just scare the evil Tao and demonic 10 regions. The 100-sect alliance was also trembling with fear. Li Fuchen's combat strength was too heaven-defying, and he had endless methods. Let alone the fact that their strength was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Even if they were stronger than Li Fuchen, they would still be apprehensive. The evil king was severely injured by Li Fuchen and had to flee miserably. In their opinion, even if there were two evil kings, Li Fuchen would still be able to deal with them. However, Li Fuchen wouldn't use those methods unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, they didn't have any other thoughts right now. They were afraid that if they didn't react proactively, they would become the next Under God sect or Mystic Tools sect. Everyone has contributed greatly in obtaining complete victory in this battle. I, Li Fuchen, am not a ruthless person. As long as everyone knows their place, I will not mistreat everyone. Li Fuchen swept a glance at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu was the most quick-witted person among everyone. Xiahou Wu was shocked and quickly said, "Alliance leader doesn't have to worry. Our Dolin clan will definitely obey the Alliance leader's decree." "That is good." Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't think of ruling the entire East Unicorn continent by himself, as it was too tiring. It was enough to restrain these people. After all, his journey wasn't just the East Unicorn continent. The East Unicorn continent was just his starting point. After taking inventory of the spoils, everyone left the battlefield. Before they came, everyone was apprehensive. Before they left, everyone was feeling contented. This battle was too satisfying. For the past few years, the 100-sect alliance had been extremely sullen. They had close to 100 regions and had lost more than half of them. Everyone had lost face and couldn't lift their heads. Even though they were able to defeat the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions, because of Li Fuchen and not the 100-sect alliance, everyone had put in effort. Even if they didn't make any contributions, they still put in hard work. In the blink of the eye, 1 week had passed. 20% of the blue spirit soul in Li Fuchen's mind had turned pale purple. When the spirit soul started to transform, the transformation speed would be extremely fast. This time, it was already considered slow. As the spirit soul gradually changed color, Li Fuchen's perception had increased by an unknown amount. The blazing flame bone frame pattern had been comprehended from 55% to 58%. After awakening the first divine ability, the difficulty of comprehending the extraordinary pattern on the bone frame would increase by several times. This was mainly because the higher the level of the extraordinary pattern, the closer it was to the great Tao laws. If Li Fuchen's perception didn't increase by several times, the time required to comprehend the extraordinary pattern would increase by several times or even dozens of times. After all, there was a limit to a person's perception. If one couldn't comprehend it, it was normal to not be able to comprehend it for the rest of one's life. It was the same logic for regular martial artists. Even if they lived for a few hundred years, they wouldn't be able to cultivate a high-class martial art to the trance stage. Li Fuchen's perception was already heaven-defying, but now it was even more heaven-defying. Apart from the increased speed of comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the green sun sword intent and the high heaven sword art was also increasing. I've already used up the dragon fire bomb. With my current strength, it will be a little forceful to face the evil king again. It is a good idea to return to the 7-color continent to search for trump cards that are similar to the dragon fire bomb. But in comparison, increasing my strength is the best way. External items were ultimately external items. They could only help him for a moment and not forever. Comprehending the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined. After half a month, the High Heaven Sword art was just one step away from the trance stage. However, he wasn't able to take this step, and it felt as though there was a shackle that was restricting him. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. He knew that the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent wasn't a trivial matter. If the Earth-class low-tier sword intent had only made contact with the Sword Tao Law, then the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent had already grasped a trace of the Sword Tao Law. Once Li Fuchen grasped the Earth-class mid-tier sword intent, he didn't even need to rely on the heart of blazing flame to contest with the evil king. Furthermore, He could fight for a long time. Chapter 449. Monster and Demon 10 Territories, Stone Domain. Other than the Petrified Queen, the other Demon Region lords were also gathered in the 10,000 Snake Stone Palace. This time, the Monster and Demon 10 regions were too miserable. Although only 3 of the 10 Monster and Demon Region lords died, and most of their top combat power was retained, half of the level 5 fiendish demons and peak level 5 demonic beasts they brought with them died. This Li Fuchin is too formidable. We aren't a match for him. The mountain-shaking elephant still had a lingering fear in his heart. On the battlefield, he had almost died. If he hadn't made a prompt decision to ignite his blood essence to erupt with battle strength, how could he be sitting here and talking right now? Is there a need for you to say that? This child's growth trajectory is unpredictable. It isn't an exaggeration to say that he is the #1 prodigy of the East Unicorn continent in the past millennium. In a few more years, I really don't know to what extent he will grow. Compared to the mountain-shaking elephant, the Blood Devil King was even more terrified. He had experienced life and death, and if it wasn't for the Petrified Queen's help, he would definitely be dead. In my opinion, we should head to the Myriad Demon Island and the Chaos Demon Island in the North Sea to seek support. The Gopher King suddenly said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and their expressions darkened indeterminately. The experts among the demonic beasts and demons weren't just the 10 of them. In fact, the demonic beasts and demons on the Myriad Demon Island and the Disorder Devil Island were even more terrifying. There were even Class 6 demonic beasts and demons. But ever since the East Unicorn continent had a great change in heaven and earth, there were restrictions on any Class 6 demonic beasts and demons. As long as they broke through to the Class 6, they would be constantly suppressed by heaven and earth. Furthermore, as time passed, the suppression would become more and more terrifying until they were crushed into pieces. Therefore, in the demonic 10 regions, as long as anyone broke through to the Class 6, they would immediately head for the Myriad Demon Island or the Disordered Devil Island. But the Myriad Demon Island or the Disordered Devil Island was separated from the East Unicorn continent by a small ocean, and this small ocean was too dangerous. The reason why it was so dangerous was that there were sea beasts living in the ocean. Sea beasts were also demonic beasts, but they were demonic beasts that lived in the sea. Although they were both demonic beasts, the sea beasts would not give face to the demonic beasts on land. They would eat whatever they wanted, just like the demonic beasts on land. If there was no stronger demonic beast to rule over them, they would actually kill each other and devour each other's demonic cores. Of course, while the sea beasts were cruel to demonic beasts, the sea beasts were even more cruel to humans. As long as they saw humans, they would madly hunt them down. The Myriad Demon Island and the Chaotic Demon Island are not easy to go to. The Petrified Queen said, unless it was absolutely necessary, she really did not want to leave her fate in the hands of the ocean. The Gopher King said, actually, it isn't impossible to communicate with sea beasts. My Gopher region is close to the Northern Sea, and we have befriended a powerful Class 5 peak grade sea beast. Oh, how strong is the other party? What authority does he have in the coastal waters of the North Sea? The Blood Demon King's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. They were both Class 5 peak demonic beasts, but the difference in strength was huge. Excluding the mutated demon beasts, those who have comprehended the innate ability are undoubtedly the truly powerful peak level 5 demon beasts. For example, the mountain-shaking elephant and the magic pattern tiger can only be regarded as slightly more powerful peak level 5 demon beasts, because both have not awakened the true innate ability, only awakened the embryonic form of the innate ability. However, the mountain-shaking elephant has the bloodline of the Demon King mountain pulling elephant, so its strength is a little stronger, but it is still a little worse than the truly powerful peak level 5 demon beasts, and a magic pattern tiger has swallowed the demon treasure. At the same time, has the demon chi and demon chi, so its strength is also relatively strong. Meanwhile, the Petrified Queen is a truly powerful peak level 5 demon beast. This peak level 5 sea beast is a member of the sea rat race, and he has comprehended a type of innate ability, water seismic wave. In the sea, He can release a seismic wave to attack the enemy. On land, the power might be slightly weaker, but it should be about the same as the Blood Demon King. The Gopher King glanced at the Blood Demon King and said, "Sea rat race." The petrified queen's eyes lit up. She had heard of the sea rat race before. This sea beast race has a huge population, and they are the hegemon of the coastal waters of the North Sea. The Gopher King continued, "His status in the sea rat race isn't low, just like the Elephant King, who has the bloodline of the Demon King. He promised that as long as we give him 1,000 storage bags and 5 million inferior grade spirit stones, he will help us cross the sea. 5 million inferior grade spirit stones. His appetite is really huge." The mountain-shaking elephant couldn't help but comment. Martial artists needed to use spirit stones to cultivate. Demonic beasts and demons also needed spirit stones to cultivate. Be it heaven and earth chi or chi from spirit stones, they actually contained great Tao laws. When martial artists absorbed the chi, they would also absorb the corresponding great Tao laws and convert them into their own chi. Demonic beasts would also absorb the corresponding great Tao laws and convert them into their own demonic chi. As for why demonic beasts and demons could devour humans to increase their strength, it was because the human bloodline could perfect their bloodline and increase their wisdom. 5 million low-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. After all, they didn't occupy a large territory in the East Unicorn continent, and they needed spirit stones to cultivate. Under the situation where their cultivation levels were similar, they would consume spirit stones at a rate that was 10 times faster than humans. 5 million it is then, since we can continue to dig in the future. The petrified queen nodded in agreement. As for 1,000 storage bags, it was a small matter. They had killed more than 1,000 Heaven Dipper realm martial artists, and basically, every Heaven Dipper realm martial artist would have one storage bag. At the same time, the Evil King and the Blood Ancestor were also having a discussion. After recuperating for a period of time, the Evil King's severed left arm had recovered a little. Of course, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to fully recover. He wasn't Li Fuchin and didn't have any healing cardinal artifacts or Earth-class elixirs. The Blood Ancestor's injuries weren't light either. At the final juncture, he had to burn his essence blood to escape. Evil King, this child is an anomaly. We are unable to rule the East Unicorn continent by ourselves. We have to contact the Evil Ancestor Island and ask the Evil Ancestor to send a group of experts over. Those that the Blood Ancestor addressed as the Evil Ancestor were naturally Battle Spirit Realm Evil Tao Masters. After the world changed, the East Unicorn continent wasn't suitable for Battle Spirit Realm Masters to survive. Those Evil Tao Masters that survived brought plenty of people to leave the East Unicorn continent and found an island group in the Western Sea as a shelter. The lifespan of a Battle Spirit Realm Master was 500 years. After so many years of reproduction, the Evil Ancestor Island had plenty of people, and there might be reincarnation realm existences that were stronger than the Evil King. But to be honest, the Evil King and the Blood Ancestor had never been to the Evil Ancestor Island. They had only seen the people that came to the East Unicorn continent from the Evil Ancestor Island and had received some aid. Furthermore, they found out from those people that there were still surviving Evil Tao Masters on the Evil Ancestor Island, and there wasn't just one. The Evil King stayed silent for a moment before saying, "Let's talk after my injuries are more or less recovered." He was an ambitious person, and even if the Evil Ancestor Island sent people, he still wished to be in the highest position and not be ordered around. Therefore, he would only seek help from the Evil Ancestor Island after his injuries were more or less recovered. The Blood Ancestor nodded as he naturally knew what the Evil King was thinking. Of course, he was just saying it casually. It was still unknown if the Evil Ancestor Island would send anyone over. After all, the Evil Ancestor Island and the East Unicorn continent were separated by a small coastal sea. It wasn't that easy to come over alive. When 40% of the blue spirit soul turned pale purple, Li Fuchin finally comprehended the High Heaven Sword art to the trance stage. High Heaven Sword. Above the sea of clouds, Li Fuchin rushed into the sky and brandished his sword. This sword was an extremely terrifying sword. When the sword was brandished, the surging sword Tao law was emitted. With the support of the sword Tao law, the sword seemed to ignore space and distance. There was a flash of blinding blue light, and a hole appeared in the sea of clouds. It was so fast that it felt like it was already there. Such a powerful, high-heaven sword intent. Li Fuchen lamented. Sword intent was the materialization of sword Tao law. The stronger the sword intent, the stronger the sword Tao law contained. If it was a heaven-class sword intent, it could even interfere with the operation of heaven and earth. If it was just this, the high heaven sword intent wasn't considered powerful. In that instant earlier, Li Fuchen could clearly feel that the high heaven sword field released by the sword had already suppressed the void. Only a sword field that contains sword intent is considered a true sword field. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if he encountered someone stronger than him, as long as the opponent couldn't contest with the high heaven sword field, the opponent would be at his mercy. Unless the opponent's defense was at a level where Li Fuchen couldn't break through. Of course, this was an Earth-class mid-tier sword intent. If it was an Earth-class low-tier sword intent, it would be a different story. Like the Evil King's field power, it didn't affect Li Fuchen. But it was mainly because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique and martial arts were all at the Earth-class mid-tier. Even if he didn't cultivate them to the extremity, the field power produced was already extraordinary and was enough to neutralize the opponent's field power. Earth-class intent can be separated from martial arts and exist independently. I wonder what the exact situation is. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and drew a line. PFFFTSS. A formless and immaterial sword intent burst out. Along the way, it constantly absorbed heaven and earth chi to strengthen itself. It then split the sea of clouds into two halves before crashing onto the ground ruthlessly. There was a crack in the ground, and the sword intent hadn't dispersed yet. It was emitting a horrific, murderous, and sharp chi presence. I see. Li Fuchen understood. After cultivating the high heaven sword art to the trance stage, Li Fuchen's body was branded with the high heaven sword intent. In the future, even if he lost his memories, he wouldn't forget how to execute the high heaven sword art as it had already become his instinct. Mystic-class sword arts weren't able to do this. This was mainly because when a Mystic-class sword art was cultivated to the extremity stage, after producing the Mystic-class sword intent, the sword Tao law contained would be too weak and wouldn't be enough to brand it in the depths of the body. The path of the martial Tao is truly mystical. Perhaps there will be a day when I grasp the complete law and I will truly be able to change the world. Li Fuchen recalled about the 100 battle regions, 100 battle plains. The 100 battle plains was so dangerous because of the aftermath of the battle between the battle spirit realm masters. The intents contained in the battle would be intertwined and form all sorts of perilous situations. As a result, the laws of the 100 battle plains had changed. It was a kind of chain reaction, and it wasn't possible for a single person to do it. Of course, as time elapsed, everything would probably be restored, unless the opponent's intents were at the state of eternity. Chapter 450. His high heaven sword art had reached the trance stage, and he had comprehended sword intent. However, his green sun sword intent had not made any progress. Li Fuchen knew that the green sun sword intent was rather special. With sword intent as its name, one could imagine how terrifying the power would be once the true green sun sword intent was comprehended. Furthermore, the green sun sword intent did not have any moves. It could be used for both offense and defense. After comprehending the high heaven sword intent, Li Fuchen might be able to cover his entire body with sword intent, but the defensive effects weren't great. It was mainly because the Ling Tian sword intent was a pure offensive sword intent. It was originally meant to be used for attacking. Perhaps my Azure Sun sword intent has not been completely perfected. Li Fuchen thought of a possibility. The power of the Azure Sun sword intent depended on the martial artist's own perception. The stronger the perception, the more terrifying the Azure Sun sword intent that was comprehended. If one's perception wasn't too high, being able to comprehend the low-grade, Earth-level Azure Sun sword intent was already not bad. Of course, the lowest power of the Azure Sun sword intent was the Earth-level low rank. It was impossible to comprehend the profound level azure sun sword intent. Thinking of this, Li Fuchen's mind became active. He felt that he might have gone astray, but he still had a chance to correct it. The cultivation picture of azure yang sword intent emerged in his mind, and Li Fuchen started from the first picture and slowly sorted out. The more Li Fuchen sorted out, the more certain that his green yang sword intent was indeed not perfect. Perhaps the starting point was right, but the path after that was crooked, and the starting point often determined the final level of the green sun sword intent. For example, if the starting point was low, the final level of the green sun sword intent would naturally be Earth-class low tier. If the starting point was slightly higher, the final level of the green sun sword intent could be Earth-level intermediate. Li Fuchen's starting point was undoubtedly very high, but it was a pity that it was crooked and wasn't perfect. However, this was mainly because the time he spent comprehending the azure yang sword intent was too short. As time passed, his azure yang sword intent would gradually be perfected, but the time spent would increase by several times. Now that Li Fuchen's perception has greatly increased, and he has woken up in advance, there is no doubt that there is a chance to perfect the green sun sword intent in a short time. Perfecting the green sun sword intent wasn't something that could be done in a day. When comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern, there would be changes every day. During this period of time, Li Fuchen's blazing flame pattern had already been comprehended to the 65% mark. For the blazing flame bone frame pattern, the further one progressed, the harder it would be to comprehend. There was no reason for Li Fuchen to comprehend it to the 65% mark so quickly. However, Li Fuchen's perception was also changing every day. Even if he wasn't able to keep up with the increasing difficulty of the blazing flame bone frame pattern, he wouldn't be left behind. As the blazing flame pattern was comprehended to 65%, Li Fuchen's heart of blazing flame had been enhanced by one level. If he were to face the evil king now, his heart of flame would be able to suppress the evil king's supreme black devil thunder. After the great victory, the 100-sect alliance began to reclaim their lost territories. Actually, even without the 100-sect alliance, the demonic Dao and demonic 10 regions had already retreated. What a joke! If they didn't withdraw and provoke Li Fuchen to start a massacre, they wouldn't even have the time to recuperate. For now, every second counted. The former Heaven Fiend sect was now the Heaven Fiend Hall. Because of the defeat of the Fiend Dao forces, a storm was brewing in the Heaven Fiend Hall. Some wanted to return to the 100-sect alliance, such as the Yin clan. Some didn't, such as the Heaven Fiend Hall's hall head, Li Xietian. Li Xietian wasn't willing to return to the 100-sect alliance because he was afraid of being punished by the 100-sect alliance. They might have betrayed the 100-sect alliance and surrendered to the Fiend Dao, which was a great crime. But back then, they either surrendered or were annihilated. There wasn't a third choice. Even if the 100-sects alliance punished them, they wouldn't punish them to death. Li Xietian was afraid of Li Fuchen. After all the calculations, he didn't expect that Li Fuchen would actually stand at the pinnacle of the East Unicorn Continent and nearly rule over the entire East Unicorn Continent. Back then, Li Xietian had tried to kill Li Fuchen multiple times, and there was a huge grudge. Therefore, he would never return to the 100-sects alliance, as it would be courting death. However, the Yin clan wanted to return to the 100-sects alliance, and with the Yin clan taking the lead, many of the clans in the Heaven Fiend Hall had thoughts. As compared to the Fiend Dao, the 100-sects alliance was too bright and didn't need to be afraid. It would be willing to be on tenterhooks every day. In the Heaven Fiend Hall's Grand Hall, Li Xietian said coldly, "Yin Baitian, we have betrayed the 100-sects alliance. Do you think we will have good days if we return?" Yin clan head Yin Baitian said, "Not having good days is better than having no hope. Furthermore, we had no other choice back then. Are you really going to return to the 100-sects alliance?" Li Xietian glared at Yin Baitian. Yin Baitian replied, "Yes." He naturally knew why Li Xietian didn't want to return to the 100-sects alliance. It was a pity that Li Xietian was the one who offended Li Fuchen and not his Yin clan. "Do it." Li Xietian gave an eye signal to a few of the Heaven Fiend Hall Supreme Elders. Among them was the #1 expert of the Heaven Fiend Hall, Li Feihe, who was at the 4th level of Reincarnation Realm. Rumble. When their chi presences burst out, the Heaven Fiend Hall's Grand Hall immediately collapsed. Yin Baitian sneered and didn't make a move. Beside him, the peerlessly beautiful Yin Qingwu stood out. Die. Yin Qingwu drew her curved saber and casually slashed a few times. In the void, the black saber lights interweaved like a net and looked like black threads. Walala. Li Xietian and the others didn't even have time to scream and were split into pieces. You progressed to the reincarnation realm? Li Feihe's body was covered in black lines as he stared at Yin Qingwu. Li Feihe had concealed himself too deeply. He was obviously at the reincarnation realm, but had restricted his chi presence to the Heaven Dipper realm. Yin Qingwu didn't say anything and had an indifferent expression. Crash! Li Feihe's body split open, and he died with everlasting regret. Qingwu, your strength has improved again. Yin Baitian looked at his familiar, yet unfamiliar daughter and sighed. Ever since the Stars ranking tournament ended, he noticed that Yin Qingwu had some changes. Subsequently, she told him that she had already progressed to the reincarnation realm and didn't need to consider Li Xietian's opinion. Even though he couldn't believe it emotionally, his rationality told him that his daughter wasn't the same as before. Fortunately, apart from being a little unfamiliar, she didn't change at all. Qingwu, do you want to return to the 100-sex alliance with us? Yin Baitian asked. Yin Qingwu shook her head. It's fine. I still have some things to do. All right then. Be careful. Yin Baitian nodded. Father, don't worry. I am still Yin Qingwu and your daughter. It's just that there are some things in my mind. Yin Qingwu suddenly said. All right. Yin Baitian revealed a smile. He believed that Yin Qingwu didn't lie to him, and he could feel her emotions. To be serious, he had always felt that Yin Qingwu's feelings towards him and the Yin clan hadn't changed. It was just in a different way. Li Fuchen, I wonder if you were the same as my daughter and have encountered a great fated encounter? Yin Baitian thought of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's growth trajectory was too strange, and it was the same as Yin Qingwu. Eternal Spring Region, 2 Seasons Mountain. The Eternal Spring Region could be said to be the most beautiful region in the East Unicorn Continent. The mountains here were definitely the most beautiful mountains in the East Unicorn Continent. The 2 Seasons Mountain might not be the Eternal Spring Valley's mountain gate, but it was a mountain peak that was heavily protected by the Eternal Spring Valley, and no one was allowed to damage it. Today, there was a tea party being held on the 2 Seasons Mountain. The host of the tea party was Li Fuchen. In addition, Su Muyu, Fan Xinsong, Fan Xinyu, and some of the heavenly prodigies that Li Fuchen knew were all here. There were also plenty of heavenly prodigies that Li Fuchen didn't know. Li Fuchen's current identity was the alliance leader of the 100-sect alliance, and he was the most fearsome heavenly prodigy in history. Everyone wanted to pay respects to him, and Li Fuchen wasn't a cold and emotionless person. Be it Su Muyu or the Fan siblings, they were all his friends, and it was reasonable for him to meet them and interact with them. He also wanted to support these heavenly prodigies and allow them to become the pillars of the East Unicorn Continent as soon as possible. It wasn't that Li Fuchen was kind, but he felt that it was a pity. These heavenly prodigies were considered first-rate prodigies in the 7 Color Continent's Violet Flower Kingdom. However, the East Unicorn Continent's resources were too barren. If they wanted to achieve something, they would have to put in 10 times or dozens of times more effort. Since Li Fuchen had the capability, he didn't mind helping them. It is my honor for everyone to participate in this tea party. These are Earth-class heart cultivation elixirs and should be useful for everyone. In addition, I will also reward the top 10 rankers of the tea party with Earth-class elixirs. During the tea party, Li Fuchen waved his hand, and there was an additional sparkling and translucent elixir in front of everyone. After smelling the fragrance of the elixir, the heavenly prodigies were shocked and delighted. This was an Earth-class heart cultivation elixir, and it was enough for them to have a drastic increase in their mental state within a short period of time. With a drastic increase in their mental state, they would naturally be able to increase their cultivation rapidly. It wasn't exaggerating to say that this one-heart cultivation elixir was enough for them to save a few years of bitter cultivation. After hearing that there would be rewards for the top 10 rankers of the spars, everyone was eager to try. When the tea party started, everyone drank tea while watching the spars. In the pavilion that Li Fuchen was in, Fan Xiansong laughed and said, "Li Fuchen, you are now the alliance leader of the 100 Sect Alliance. You won't be bored when you are with us." Li Fuchen said, "This world is very big, and I'm just walking a little ahead." He was only at the reincarnation realm now. After the reincarnation realm, there was still the battle spirit realm and the primary sea realm. There were even higher realms above the primary sea realm. The saint that the joint heaven sword spirit mentioned was obviously an existence that was far superior to the primary sea realm monarchs. In the eyes of these experts, Li Fuchen was probably no different from Su Muyu and the others, as they were all very weak. Su Muyu said, "It is a pity that the East Unicorn continent has restricted us. It is said that once a martial artist progresses to the battle spirit realm, they will be expelled from the East Unicorn continent." That's right. I also found out from an ancient book that there are actually battle spirit realm experts living on the islands around the East Unicorn continent, but they are unable to enter the East Unicorn continent. Fan Xinyu nodded. Li Fuchen said, "This is too far away from us. It is better not to talk about it." Chapter 451. After the tea party ended, Li Fuchen rewarded the top 10 participants with some pills. Before he left, he gave each of his siblings, Su Muyu and Fan Qiansong, a storage bag. Other than pills, there were also Earth-class equipment and other good stuff. It is time to tour the East Unicorn continent. In the entire East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen had been to very few places. In the past, he didn't have the strength. Now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to explore. Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. It would normally only take a few days to travel from one region to another. This was after he stayed for a while to admire the beautiful scenery. Of course, it was just a cursory glance. If he wanted to see every beautiful scenery, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. He didn't have so much time to waste. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already traveled through dozens of regions. During the journey, Li Fuchen found that his body and mind were much more joyful and his mind was much more broad-minded. He felt that the world had never been so vast before. Traveling is also a way to cultivate the mind. On the path of martial arts, apart from cultivation, there are times when you need to relax. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the demonic 10 regions. The monster and demon 10 territories were much more barbaric than the human territory. It was very primitive, but this kind of primitive was sometimes a kind of beauty. Li Fuchen sighed in secret. It was reasonable to exist. Demonic beasts and demons may be savage, but they also sharpen humans. If there were no external enemies, humans would still have internal strife. Of course, the premise was that it was within a controllable range. Previously, the monster and demon 10 regions were somewhat out of control, and they were too harmful to humans. Along the way, Li Fuchen didn't kill a lot of demonic beasts and demons. To him, as long as he eliminated the demonic 10 regions masters, he didn't have to worry about the rest. Of course, when he was in a bad mood, Li Fuchen would go on a killing spree. Take, for example, in the Horned Devil region, Li Fuchen saw many human prisons. In these human prisons, there were more than 10 million humans imprisoned. Even if Li Fuchen was a fool, he would know that these humans were the demon's rations and would be eaten at every turn. Kill. The Ardent Sun domain expanded to its limit. Under the Ardent Sun domain, as long as it was not a level 5 fiendish demon, it would burn to death. The doors of the prisons were melted by Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun field power. Countless humans walked out of the prisons while trembling with fear. "You're free," Li Fuchen shouted. "Damned human, this is the territory of my monster and demon 10 territories." A few class 5 demons flew into the sky. They had never seen Li Fuchen before. Even if the demonic 10 regions were defeated, they thought that the demonic 10 regions were very safe. Die! Without even drawing his sword, Li Fuchen brandished his finger and burst out with the high heaven sword intent. Puff, puff, puff. the 5th-grade demons were instantly shredded into a mist of blood by the sword chi. I am the alliance leader of the 100 Sect Alliance, Li Fuchen. The demonic 10 regions have been defeated. Everyone can return home in peace. Li Fuchen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. 100 Sect's alliance leader Li Fuchen. These humans have been imprisoned for too long. Even if they were newly imprisoned, it was before the demonic 10 regions' defeat. How could they have heard of the 100 Sect's alliance leader, Li Fuchen's name? But they knew that Li Fuchen was definitely an absolute expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have barged into the Horned Devil region alone and killed demons like slaughtering chickens. I know who he is. He is the human race's absolute prodigy, Li Fuchen. There were people who had heard of Li Fuchen's name, although they didn't know that Li Fuchen was so powerful. Every time Li Fuchen arrived at a region, he would definitely release the humans that were imprisoned. He had killed so many humans that the demonic 10 regions were trembling with fear. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen didn't start a massacre. Li Fuchen found it strange that the rulers of the demonic 10 regions had vanished. Li Fuchen guessed that they had either gone to look for reinforcements or had hidden themselves. This journey took Li Fuchen 3 months, and half of the time was wasted in the demonic 10 regions. During the later stages, the 100 Sect Alliance didn't need Li Fuchen's orders and had already sent people to the demonic 10 regions to search for the human prisons. They would also go on a killing spree, turning the demonic 10 regions into a river of blood. If the rulers of the demonic 10 regions didn't appear, the demonic 10 regions would probably become history. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the Northern Sea and was near the coast of the Western Sea. There were countless humans living here, and a few hundred miles away, there were cities. This place was the intersection between the evil Tao and the demonic 10 regions. Due to the strength of the evil Tao, the demonic 10 regions weren't willing to provoke them. Therefore, these humans were able to survive. The evil Tao might be inhumane, but they wouldn't massacre humans wantonly. Only the blood ancestor would frequently massacre humans to refine blood corpses to condense the myriad blood pearl. But he would normally do it in places with a lot of humans. There were too few humans here, and if they were all killed, this place would truly become a land of death. Of course, even if there were few humans, Li Fuchen reckoned that there were at least 10 million humans here. There was no choice as humans were reproducing too quickly. If a couple was willing, it wouldn't be a problem for them to have 3 or 4 children. Those who weren't willing were mainly because they couldn't afford to raise them. On a barren and short mountain, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and comprehended the green sun sword intent. In front of him was a white beach and surging waves. In the sky, there was a blazing sun that was emitting boundless light and heat. During the past 3 months, 70% of his spirit soul had turned pale purple. With his powerful perception, he finally corrected the green sun sword intent. The corrected green sun sword intent was actually an Earth-class high-tier sword art. In terms of lethality, it was even superior to the High Heaven sword art. But Li Fuchen knew that the perfection stage of the green sun sword intent wasn't comparable to the trance stage of the High Heaven sword art. When martial artists fought, it wasn't the one with the stronger attack that would win. It depended on various factors. The High Heaven sword art's lethality might not be comparable to the green sun sword intent, but the High Heaven sword field was able to suppress the opponent. As long as the opponent couldn't resist the High Heaven sword field, they would be at Li Fuchen's mercy. This was something that the green sun sword intent couldn't compare with. Therefore, in order to make the green sun sword intent a true killer move, Li Fuchen had to comprehend the sword intent. Before comprehending the sword intent, the green sun sword intent contained sword Tao laws that were rather scattered and didn't have a core. After comprehending the sword intent, the sword Tao laws would form a closed loop and form an independent body. It was a pity that even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul was 70% pale purple, it wasn't a simple task to cultivate the green sun sword intent to the trance stage. Earth-class high-tier sword arts were considered elite sword arts in the 7-color continent. As for Earth-class peak-tier sword arts, only monarch sects would have them. Sitting cross-legged on the short mountain, Li Fuchen's body was emitting green light. He was like a green blazing sun and was resonating with the blazing sun in the sky. Apart from correcting the green sun sword intent, during these 3 months, Li Fuchen had comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 70% mark. After comprehending the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 70% mark, even Li Fuchen found it extremely strenuous to comprehend it. It was fortunate that the more he comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern, the deeper Li Fuchen felt his comprehension of the green sun sword intent. The green sun sword intent didn't just contain the Sword Dao laws, it also contained the blazing flame laws. Or rather, it was the blazing flame Sword Dao laws. As the days passed by, Li Fuchen continued to sit on the short mountain. Be it the wind, rain, lightning, or thunder, nothing was able to shake Li Fuchen's body. There were times when the green light expanded, and even the dark clouds would disperse. It was just like a blazing sun that was rising from the ground. But later on, the green light on Li Fuchen's body was gradually withdrawn until there wasn't a single anomaly. Rumble. It was unknown when the sea waves got bigger. The surging tide was like a magnificent army, creating waves that were dozens of meters tall. Hurry up and leave. The sea beasts are here. On the beach, some of the fishermen were frantically fleeing. These fishermen might be Chi realm martial artists, and there were even Origin realm martial artists, but how could they compare to the speed of the tide? All of them were swept into the tide. Haha, young ones, kill your way over and capture more humans back. In the tide, a giant shark appeared. This giant shark was too big, and it was at least 2,000 feet in length. It was several times bigger than the largest mountain-shaking elephant in the East Unicorn continent. When it emerged from the water, it was like a long and narrow island. It had a pair of giant eyes that were emitting icy cold and brutal chilling light. Yes, Lord Bai. Sea beasts appeared one after another. These sea beasts were all massive in size, and at the same tier, they were at least twice the size of the demonic beasts on land. Having a large size meant that they were harder to kill. The sea beasts' target wasn't the fishermen, as they weren't even enough to fill the gaps of their teeth. Their target was the human cities that were a few hundred miles away. Sea beasts. The foot of the short mountain was already submerged by the tide. Li Fuchen woke up from his cultivation state. Seeing this scene, Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. This was his first time encountering sea beasts. Sea beasts were considered one of the natural barriers between continents. The endless sea beasts were enough to terrorize any human, and they wouldn't dare to cross the sea easily. Li Fuchen released his ardent sun field power and incinerated groups of sea beasts. Sea beasts didn't like fire to begin with. All of them were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves after being incinerated. We are saved. Most of the fishermen climbed up the short mountain and looked at the sea beasts on the beach with lingering fear. Many thanks to my lord for saving our lives. The leader of the fishermen knelt on one knee and expressed his gratitude. Li Fuchen asked, "Do sea beasts frequently come ashore near the coast?" As compared to the demonic beasts on land, sea beasts were definitely more dangerous. Once the endless sea beasts came ashore, it would be a disaster, and even he wouldn't be able to stop them. One of the fishermen nodded and said, "Sea beasts are the same as demonic beasts and love to devour humans. But not all sea beasts can come ashore. Only sea beasts that are class 5 and below can casually enter the East Unicorn continent. As for class 5 demonic beasts, once they come ashore, they will immediately be dehydrated. The deeper they go, the more dehydrated they will be until they die. We don't know the reason either." I see. Li Fuchen nodded. The East Unicorn continent obviously had its own rules. Any demonic beast that reached class 6 would be banished by the rules. If they didn't leave, they would die. The restrictions on sea beasts were even stricter, and class 5 sea beasts couldn't even move around in the East Unicorn continent. My lord, this great demonic beast is a class 5 peak tier demonic beast, Megalodon. It is called by Gula, and it is extremely powerful. It is rumored that even the evil king isn't a match for it. An old fisherman said, "So incredible. I would like to meet him." Chapter 452. Baigula was a prodigy of the Megalodon race, and the Megalodon race was a dominant force in the coastal seas that could contest with the sea rat race. When Baigula saw Li Fuchen slaughtering his subordinates, he was extremely infuriated, but he was helpless. He could reach Li Fuchen, but in a dehydrated state, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. In the past, he was able to defeat the Evil King because the Evil King thought highly of himself and flew above the sea. Just as Baigula was about to provoke Li Fuchen, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen arriving above the sea. Splash! Baigula transformed into a 20 feet tall creature with a shark head and a human body. Water control technique. Baigula grasped the air with his right hand, and the tide behind Li Fuchen rapidly gathered together to form a giant water wall. The water wall was crystal clear and looked extremely dense. Let's see where you can escape to now. Baigula grinned. The water control technique was one of his innate abilities. As long as he was willing, he could make the seawater harder than steel. If Li Fuchen wanted to break through the water wall, it would be impossible without a lot of effort. If Li Fuchen used all his effort, Baigula would have already killed Li Fuchen. If I want to leave, can you stop me? Li Fuchen sneered. Courting death, water control, arrow. The water control technique was a jack-of-all-trades innate ability and didn't have a specific form. With a wave of Baigula's hand, countless seawater condensed into water arrows and shot at Li Fuchen. There were at least 10,000 of them, and each of the water arrows had powerful kinetic energy. Back then, Li Fuchen had only used this move to force the Evil King to flee miserably and even suffer minor injuries. You have some skill, but it is a pity that it isn't enough. Li Fuchen wasn't being arrogant, but these water arrows couldn't even break his defense. Of course, he wasn't so bored to tangle with the opposition. The High Heaven Sword art was executed and the sword field expanded. In the next moment, the water arrows had a drastic decrease in speed as though they had sunk into glue. What? Baigula's eyes contracted. Before he could do anything, the sword field had already enveloped him. PFFF. The sword light penetrated Baigula's body and caused a large splash of fresh blood. Bloodthirst technique. Baigula was anxious. Li Fuchen's sword light was too powerful, and it didn't just penetrate his body. The remnant sword chi was also destroying his vitality. Blood-red light blossomed, and a blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Baigula's body. His eyes also turned blood-red. Under the effect of the blood-red halo, his wounds healed quickly, and the sword chi in his body dissipated. Bloodlust could greatly increase his recovery speed and strength. However, when the effects of bloodlust dissipated, he would be in a period of weakness. The longer he used bloodlust, the longer he would be in a state of weakness. The longer he used bloodlust, the longer he would be in a state of weakness. Whoosh! Turning into a blood light, Baigula suddenly lunged at Li Fuchen. Is it useful? With a swing of the sword, Baigula, who had turned into a bloody light, froze for a moment. Then, rays of sword light that resembled fish pierced through Baigula's body. The sharp sword intent destroyed Baigula's life force wantonly. Even the bloodlust art could not extinguish it instantly. After comprehending the High Heaven Sword intent, Li Fuchen's strength had increased tremendously. Especially the High Heaven Sword field, it was simply a killer weapon. Putting aside the fact that Baigula wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, even if Baigula's attack power was superior to Li Fuchen, as long as he was suppressed by the High Heaven Sword field for an instant, Li Fuchen's sword would be able to penetrate his body. Unless his defense was immune to Li Fuchen's attack, but it was obviously impossible. Flee! Baigula was afraid and couldn't be bothered to repair his damaged body. He immediately dove into the sea. As long as he escaped into the sea, even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to kill him. It just so happens that I also wish to know the true power of the Green Sun sword intent. If Li Fuchen wanted to kill Baigula, there were a few methods, and the High Heaven Sword art could kill him too. But Li Fuchen wanted to test the power of the Green Sun sword intent. The Joint Heaven Sword released a resplendent green radiance as Li Fuchen brandished the sword at the sea. The dazzling green radiance was like a blazing sun. A green pillar of light that was over a dozen meters in thickness was suddenly shot out. The seawater was instantly penetrated while the green pillar of light didn't slow down and devoured by Gula. Without any sound or presence, Baigula's body was annihilated and there wasn't even a drop of blood. Because this sword had already incinerated Baigula into ashes and turned him into nothingness. This sword was a little similar to the Green Sun Absolution, but it was several times stronger than the Green Sun Absolution. No wonder it is an Earth-class high-tier sword intent. The power is peerless. A few days ago, Li Fuchen pushed the Green Sun sword intent to the trance stage, but he had been comprehending it in silence and didn't practice it. After 70% of his spirit soul turned pale purple, he was able to deduce sword arts in his mind, and the efficiency was much higher than practicing sword arts in real life. Because there were plenty of factors that would disturb him in real life, but in his mind, he could practice and verify it multiple times with a single thought. Of course, the prerequisite was that the spirit soul was powerful enough and the perception was high enough. Otherwise, it would be easy for one's spirit soul to weaken. After the Green Sun sword intent reached the trance stage and comprehended the sword intent, a casual slash from Li Fuchen would be several times stronger than the Green Sun Absolution. Furthermore, the consumption of Qi wasn't a lot, and it contained the complete Green Sun Sword Dao Law. A trace of Sword Qi would be able to expand into a Sword Qi pillar, unlike the Green Sun Absolution, which had to compress a large amount of Sword Qi to form a Sword Qi pillar. You can change to another place to fish in the future. This place isn't very safe. After killing Baigula, Li Fuchen flew back to the short mountain and said to the fisherman, "My lord, aren't you leaving?" A young fisherman asked curiously. Li Fuchen said, "I still have some matters to attend to. The Green Sun sword intent might be at the trance stage, but it wasn't perfect. After all, the Green Sun sword intent was different from the High Heaven sword art. The latter had moves, while the former relied on self-comprehension, and there would always be flaws. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wanted to know how powerful a Class 6 demonic beast was. As a member of the Megalodon race, Baigula reckoned that his status wasn't ordinary. There might be a Class 6 Megalodon that would stand up for him. Since Li Fuchen was on the shore, even if he wasn't a match for the Class 6 Megalodon, he would still be able to escape unscathed. After the fisherman left, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the Green Sun sword intent. As time elapsed, the blazing sun was gradually setting in the west. Splash, splash. The sea that had calmed down was now surging with waves again. This time, the undulation of the sea was extremely terrifying, and it gave off the feeling that the entire sea was moving. If a regular person were to take a glance, they would be dumbfounded and their limbs would go soft. "Who killed my son, Baigula?" A boundless murderous aura burst out from the sea and turned the entire place bleak. Rumble. In the next moment, a shark sea beast that was over 10,000 feet in length emerged from the sea. Its scarlet eyes were like two small lakes that shot out scarlet beams of light. "Is it here?" Li Fuchen opened his eyes and looked at the shark sea beast. "Is it you?" The shark sea beast's eyes were locked on Li Fuchen. The horrific murderous aura was like a substance that caused the air to solidify. The sea waves are getting more turbulent and surged, creating waves that were 100 meters tall.